I crossed over to the Douluo continent. I become the son of a Poison Douluo, Dugu Bo. Lie Shin gazed at the computer screen, his thoughts consumed by the dramatic events that had unfolded. After Tang San ascended to godhood, Dugu Bo, despite his incredible strength, had ended up with just one granddaughter. Ultimately, he passed away alone on the Douluo continent. Dugu Bo might not have been the most potent titled Douluo, but he was undoubtedly the most formidable and dedicated in team battles. Sadly, the era of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor Martial Soul had come to an end in the annals of the Douluo continent's history. Lie Shin's gaze shifted from the screen to a picture of Dugu Bo, his figure slender and resolute, overshadowed by the brilliance of Tang San. A deep sigh escaped Lie Shin's lips. Tang San may have managed to somewhat fill Dugu Bo's void, but he wasn't Dugu Bo's child. Despite all his sacrifices and accomplishments, he left behind very little, except for the antidote. Turning off the computer, Lie Shin attempted to regain his composure. He picked up his phone and started browsing through humorous content. Outside the small rental house, the wind howled, rain poured, and thunder rumbled. Despite the storm, Lie Shin found himself sweating profusely. As the lightning flashes grew shorter and thunder echoed in his ears, Lie Shin remained undistracted. He had entered a state of deep focus. Exhausted, Lie Shin prepared to close his eyes and rest, when suddenly, a blinding light filled the room. Struggling to keep his eyes open, Lie Shin pondered, an angel, perhaps. The light drew closer, revealing its source as a slender figure. Shock washed over Lie Shin as he realized, hold on, it's electricity. As the lightning dissipated, all that remained was a charred corpse within the room. Even the paper on the bed had turned to ashes, scattered by the wind. Lie Shin's consciousness faded rapidly, his final thoughts echoing, I haven't deleted my browser history yet. Soon, the blaring sound of a siren cut through the air. The evening news began, with a beautiful host reporting. This evening, a massive fire engulfed a black rental house on West Oak Street in our city's North District. Due to electrical malfunctions and inclement weather, one fatality was reported. The deceased, Lie Shin, a 22-year-old male graduate from Nanyang University's Chinese department in Hope City. We remind citizens to prioritize electrical safety and cherish life by avoiding subpar accommodations. The news swiftly transitioned to other topics. The host's cheerful voice announced, with increased pork production, pork prices, which had been soaring, are now on a steep decline. Wishing everyone prosperity. Lie Shin felt enveloped in warmth, a gentle current flowing through him. However, discomfort followed as a surge of pain coursed through him, then slowly ebbed away. Overwhelmed by weariness, Lie Shin mused that he might be dreaming before succumbing to sleep. Time passed in an indistinct manner. Lie Shin's consciousness gradually cleared, but the pain that accompanied it lingered longer. Then, one day, a powerful tremor shook Lie Shin's world. An instinct within him surged, a movement beginning from within and rippling downward. Suddenly, light flooded his senses, followed by a cold sensation. He felt enshrouded, then placed beside a beautiful woman. An old woman's voice rang out, filled with affection, it's a young boy, madam. Pale yet loving eyes gazed at Lie Shin from the beautiful woman's face. Despite her weakening life force, her love was undeniable. The old woman's concern escalated, something's amiss, sir, madam. She can't. Interrupting, a man dressed in green and black burst into the room. With remarkable speed, he reached the woman's side. Jade soul power coalesced in his hands, infusing her entire being. With determined effort, he choked out, hang on, Yue. Everything will be fine. Though her strength waned, the beautiful woman managed a smile, raising her hand to touch Lie Shin. She whispered, this child, so much like you, Bo. I've already chosen a name for him. Dugu Shin. As life slipped away, her reluctant gaze fixed on Lie Shin. He wept as he sensed her departure. The man clung to the woman's cold form, tears streaming down his face. In despair, he cried, it's my fault, my poison. After a while, he tenderly placed her down. Picking up Lie Shin, he spoke with a desolate tone, I, Dugu Bo, swear to ensure our Exoner's safety. While holding Lie Shin, his eyes widened, and he trembled, whispering, poisonous hair dye. A jade feather adorned Dugu Shin's head. Dugu Bo cradled him, his anguish transforming into fury. God, you're heartless. Soul power erupted, shattering the ground. Dugu Bo, now 35 years old, had reached level 60 Spirit King. For the year that followed, Dugu Shin received meticulous care. Dugu Bo even tamed a 900-year-old flaming cow to produce milk for him. A combination of drugs and sporadic use of soul power were used to combat the toxins in Dugu Shin's body. As time passed, Dugu Shin grew aware of his presence in the Douluo continent's world. He was the son of Poison Douluo, Dugu Bo. By the time he was over a year old, he began to utter his first words. His memory was mostly confined to the Douluo plot. He knew that Tang San had a beast martial soul, like his grandfather Dugu Bo, whose Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor martial soul was also a beast. Unlike weapon martial souls, which could channel toxins into weapons, Dugu Bo's couldn't, leaving only the option of forcing toxins into a soul bone. Dugu Shin earnestly conveyed this information to Dugu Bo, who merely patted his head, dismissing it as childish talk. This pattern continued, and Dugu Shin's persistence eventually piqued Dugu Bo's curiosity. Rather than battling poison with poison, he tried guiding the toxins into the family's heritage soul bone. This soul bone originated from a 70,000-year-old Datura snake right arm bone. Dugu Bo's eyes widened in shock as he felt the toxins decrease. It wasn't a substantial reduction, but it was undeniably progress. Excited, he burst out of the cultivation room, scooping up Dugu Shin. Planting a kiss on his chubby cheeks, Dugu Bo laughed, "Exoner, you're truly our Dugu family's lucky star. We're saved." Then a hint of sorrow crossed his face, and he murmured with a bitter smile, "If only you had been born earlier." Dugu Shin wobbled toward his father, embracing him. Amidst incoherent babbling, he pledged, "Father, we'll live to be 100 years old, and I'll become a titled Douluo to bring honor to our Dugu family." With a chuckle, Dugu Bo said, "You're just a little kid with big dreams." Lifting Dugu Shin, he suggested, "Since I'm not cultivating today, how about we go out and have some fun?" Dugu Shin cheered, his voice full of delight. "Great, father." Dugu Bo doted on him, but an undercurrent of worry always lingered on his face. His dedication to cultivation had barely wavered. Finally, it seemed as though the tension had been eased, and father and son could enjoy some leisure time together. Spring and autumn arrived in swift succession as time raced forward, and before they knew it, 6 years had already passed for Dugu Shin. Dugu Bo, now equipped with the knowledge to mitigate and eliminate toxins in martial spirits, had set his sights on finding a suitable soul bone for his son. However, the renowned treasure of the Blood River, a soul bone, proved to be an elusive goal. Spirit beasts of 1,000 years were rare possessors of soul bones, although the prospects were higher when aiming for a 10,000-year spirit bone. Dugu Bo harbored concerns that such a bone might hinder rather than enhance Dugu Shin's potential. As for a 100,000-year spirit bone, the likelihood of obtaining one was nearly impossible. The quest for a 1,000-year spirit bone alone was proving to be a formidable challenge. Dugu Bo nurtured a fervent hope of discovering a 100,000-year spirit bone, drawn not only to its two incredibly potent abilities but also its potential to elevate martial spirits from low level to high level. Dugu Shin's journey had commenced even before his birth when he was tainted with the imperial poison of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. His rigorous training had started at the age of 3, laying the groundwork for the imminent awakening of his martial spirit. Presently, in the courtyard of the Dugu family, a young figure assumed a horse stance, balancing 3 bowls of water, one in each hand and the last atop his head. Despite trembling and perspiring profusely, Dugu Shin clenched his teeth and persevered. This young protagonist was none other than Dugu Shin himself. A middle-aged man, moving with the grace of a serpent, slithered into the courtyard's shadows. His eyes rested on Dugu Shin in satisfaction. After observing for a while, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying a paternal warmth, "Exoner, today's training is done. Remember, your body is still fragile, and excessive exertion could lead to hidden injuries." Dugu Shin, taking in his father's advice, turned around and threw himself into Dugu Bo's embrace. Though Dugu Shin had lived 25 years in his previous life, he had never experienced the warmth of family due to his orphaned upbringing. Despite Dugu Bo's strictness, his kindness provided a newfound sense of belonging for Dugu Shin. In reality, regardless of his chronological age, Dugu Shin remained a child at heart, resisting the pull of adulthood. Dugu Bo, fondly holding Dugu Shin, spoke tenderly, "Exoner, tomorrow marks your 6th birthday, and you shall awaken your martial spirit." Elation surged within Dugu Shin, who exclaimed joyfully, "Finally, I'll be able to awaken my martial spirit." I aspire to be as formidable as you, father. I yearn to become a titled Douluo and restore honor to the Dugu family. Dugu Bo's response was filled with encouragement. Indeed, my dear Exoner, you will surpass me in strength and attain the title of titled Douluo. My little titled Douluo, now go wash up, get ready for dinner, and rest well today. Tomorrow, we shall awaken your martial spirit. Each time Dugu Shin caught sight of the martial spirit enveloping his father during cultivation, his eyes betrayed a hint of envy. After all, his rebirth in the Douluo continent had endowed him with an intense fascination for martial spirits. As for Dugu Bo, despite his concerns, he harbored a wish, if only he could prevent Exoner's spirit from awakening. After awakening, the toxins within Dugu Shin's body would grow stronger. Yet, as both a father and the present head of the Dugu family, he couldn't strip away his child's aspiration for strength. If only Exoner's constitution was strong enough to accommodate a 10,000-year spirit bone. He would have acted without hesitation, even if it meant sacrificing his own progress. In the present, Dugu Shin's physical strength stood at par with that of a spirit grandmaster's, an impressive feat for someone his age, as most children never truly train their bodies. This has created an enticing possibility for Dugu Bo, the absorption of an 800-year spirit ring. The inevitability of the toxins' growth upon awakening was not lost on Dugu Shin. However, his trust in his father's strength and resilience against the toxins bolstered his confidence. Dugu Bo had devised a method to mitigate their effects, hastening toxin suppression and allowing for more time devoted to training. Dugu Bo himself, now aged 41, had ascended to the rank of Spirit Emperor at level 69, a far cry from the portrayal in the manga where he attained Spirit Saint at age 50. Within the next year, Dugu Bo was poised to achieve Spirit Saint status. Once he accomplished this, he could seek out a 10,000-year spirit bone, using its power to forcibly expel the toxins from Dugu Shin's body. And let's not forget the fire and ice well. Dugu Shin steadfastly believed his fate would differ from the tragic ending in the manhwa. He would ascend to the rank of titled Douluo, perhaps even transcend to godhood. Resting well, Dugu Shin greeted the next day with groggy eyes. Dugu Bo had already been waiting, and he beckoned Exoner to join him, saying, "Exoner, let's have breakfast together before we set out." Swiftly consuming his meal, Dugu Shin then followed his father, his thoughts playful. Will my martial spirit will be awakened by the blind Douluo, Su Yun Tao? He mused, a thought that elicited laughter from Dugu Bo. Turning to ruffle Dugu Shin's hair, Dugu Bo teased, "Why such mirth upon discovering your old man's plan to awaken your martial spirit?" Dugu Shin chuckled, clarifying, "It's not quite that, father. I was simply pondering who Spirit Hall might dispatch to awaken my martial spirit." Dugu Bo's expression shifted, and he explained with a smile. "Exoner, what you're imagining is how ordinary people outside our circles awaken their martial souls. Families like ours, sects, noble families of the Heaven Do Empire, and even the army awaken martial spirits within themselves. There's no need for them to register at the Martial Soul Hall for soul power assessment." Dugu Shin's curiosity flared, prompting him to ask, "Is Spirit Hall a benevolent institution?" A sardonic smile danced across Dugu Bo's lips as he replied, "It's a mix of both. Spirit Hall's resources for awakening are, in fact, supplied by the two major empires and even smaller kingdoms, as well as from their internal funds. However, they not only take credit for these resources but also wield an air of dominance. Were it not for the upper three sects and the two empires keeping them in check, even our Dugu family might have been compelled to submit. If not for your grandfather's standing as a rank 91 titled Douluo at the time and our possession of the jade phosphor serpent poison, we might have ceased to exist." Dugu Shin's confusion prompted Dugu Bo to recount a tale. "Your grandfather's strength had stagnated for years. In his bid to protect the family from Spirit Hall's oppression, he sustained many hidden injuries. Coupled with the jade phosphor serpent poison's eruption over time, he passed away when I was 32. Dugu Shin inquired further, "How did our family survive then?" With gravitas, Dugu Bo recounted, "When Spirit Hall had begun to assimilate smaller families, the Clear Sky Clan, one of the upper three sects, intervened. Their leader, Tang Chen, a rank 96 Clear Sky Douluo, halted Spirit Hall's advance. Even the formidable rank 96 Angel Douluo, Qian Daoliu, Spirit Hall's head, was defeated by Tang Chen." Connecting the dots, Dugu Shin realized, "So, Spirit Hall is our enemy." Dugu Bo's response was serious. For the Dugu family, weakness is our true enemy. Opening the door to the cultivation room, Dugu Bo gestured, revealing the intricate jade phosphor serpent pattern. His voice carried pride as he said, "We've arrived, Exoner." Stepping into a space adorned with a jade phosphor serpent insignia, Dugu Shin found his gaze drawn to 9 awakening stones encircling the engraved snake. At its mouth lay a precious orb. Dugu Bo positioned himself at the head of the serpent and spoke with solemnity, "Are you prepared, Exoner?" A resolute reply echoed, "I am ready, Father." With a sweeping gesture, Dugu Bo's spirit power surged, prompting a massive jade phosphor serpent to emerge from the ground. The immense serpent's head faced Dugu Shin, its cold eyes locked onto him. Though keenly aware of his father's strength, Dugu Shin couldn't shake a tremor of fear. Dugu Bo's voice cut through, commanding, "Dugu Shin, if you are my child, lift your head and meet my gaze." Suppressing his unease, Dugu Shin raised his head to meet the piercing gaze of the jade phosphor serpent emperor. The awakening stones began their dance, swirling in the air. A surge of power coursed through Dugu Shin's body, though incomparable to his father's, it was undeniably there. Behind him, a serpent's roar echoed as a smaller, greener jade phosphor serpent emperor materialized, locking eyes with both Dugu Shin and his father. The unspoken bond between them was palpable. Dugu Bo's satisfaction was evident as he murmured, "Indeed, just like me, the jade phosphor serpent emperor." As if responding to this revelation, the orb emitted a blinding light. Dugu Bo's shock was evident as he observed the orb, innate full soul power. "Exoner, your potential exceeds mine." Dugu Bo had achieved rank 9 upon his own awakening, his martial soul a mutation of his father's Jade Phosphor Serpent King, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. This achievement marked him as the most promising talent in the Dugu family to ascend to title Douluo in a millennium. Amid his joy, a flicker of worry crossed Dugu Bo's face, for greater potential also meant Dugu Shin's martial soul, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor, might possess even more potent toxins than his own. Dugu Bo warned Dugu Shin not to tell anyone that he was born with innate full soul power unless it was his own family. While the truth couldn't remain concealed indefinitely, the precarious situation surrounding the Dugu family demanded prudence. In a world rife with enemies, protecting Dugu Shin was paramount, and for now, their discretion bought them time for both of them to mature. News swiftly spread that the youngest scion of the Dugu lineage had successfully awakened the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor, with an innate soul power reaching level 8. It was a measured disclosure, calculated to alleviate the apprehensions of those around them. The Dugu family's emergence of a spirit Douluo was tolerated with clenched teeth. After all, the looming threat of Spirit Hall's desire to annex their family was a grim reality. Dugu Tien, a formidable titled Douluo at level 91, once engaged in a fierce battle against one of Spirit Hall's elders, Lu Chi Kang, the lone wolf Douluo, in Anshno City. This confrontation led to the complete annihilation of the Spirit Branch Hall, with the venomous effects of the green jade poison infesting the city, rendering it uninhabitable for decades. Even the lone wolf Douluo succumbed to the venom's grip, paying the ultimate price for his actions. This confrontation served as a grim reminder to the world of the Dugu family's unique and potent martial spirit, the most poisonous martial soul family. Despite Dugu Tien's ultimate demise, he ensured that his legacy endured. The Jade Phosphor Serpent martial soul's lethal poison was solidified in the collective consciousness. Tragically, this power came at a cost. Dugu family members bore the brunt of the poison's effects. Their lifespan was greatly shortened, and their potential for ascending to Spirit Douluo, let alone title Douluo, was significantly diminished. This was a harsh reality that constrained the family's expansion and resource acquisition. It also explained the cautious, superficial alliances maintained by the other great sects with them, a balance between tolerance and a lack of motivation to eliminate the Dugu family. Innate full soul power, however, carried different implications. As a titled Douluo, even with a shorter lifespan, an individual could significantly influence a family or sect for a span of 50 years or more. The rise of a lineage would inevitably absorb nearby forces and resources, reshaping the power dynamics. Post the awakening ceremony, Dugu Bo embarked on a nocturnal journey with Dugu Shin to the Star Do Great Forest. Their arduous trek took 3 days and nights, culminating at the border of Swotu City and the Star Do Forest. The sentries stationed there, Spirit King level guards adorned in imposing armor, wielded halberds and demanded identification. Dugu Bo produced the family token, emblazoned with the jade phosphor serpent, prompting the guards to exchange glances before granting them passage. With a quizzical expression, Dugu Shin inquired, "Father, how do ordinary people gain access for soul beast hunting?" Patiently, Dugu Bo elucidated, ordinary individuals acquire hunting approval tokens for a nominal fee. These tokens are registered to facilitate locating individuals in case of emergencies, and they also serve as a means to recruit talented soul masters. For families like ours in the Heaven Do Empire, such measures are unnecessary. However, during times of war, our family takes the lead in joining the army. Dugu Bo led the way, guiding his son. "Today, we'll establish camp here and rest before beginning the soul ring hunt tomorrow." The next morning, as the sun pierced the horizon, Dugu Bo meticulously imparted knowledge about the Star Do forest's intricacies and the art of survival. In the midst of his discourse, a sudden wolf's howl disrupted their tranquility. Frowning, Dugu Bo tightened his grip on Dugu Shin and assumed a defensive stance. The resonating growls culminated in the encirclement of 10-year wind wolves, led by a centenarian blue-horned wind wolf. Dugu Bo just smiled slightly as his teeth sharpened and his eyes took on the hue of golden snake pupils. He scoffed, "A pack of foolish beasts who don't know their place." The eruption of his soul power triggered the illumination of his soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. The jade phosphor serpent emperor materialized behind him. The 100 years blue-horned wind wolf began to tremble in fear. The 10 years wind wolves had it even worse, as they were already kneeling unable to move up. Dugu Bo's lips curved into a faint smile. "It's growing late. Let's conclude this swiftly." Third spirit skill, Jade Phosphor Phantom Snakes. A convergence of green jade spirit power in his hand spawned a multitude of smaller jade phosphor serpent emperors. They rushed toward the wolves, as the blue-horned wind wolf countered with a wind slash from its tail. A cold smile touched Dugu Bo's lips as the green serpents were destroyed, dispersing a torrent of venom that swiftly engulfed the wind wolves. Death claimed the weaker wolves instantly. The blue-horned wind wolf struggled in vain, its efforts futile as foamy spittle flecked its mouth before it died. Dugu Bo retracted the venomous mist, revealing white soul rings over the wind wolves' forms and a yellow one above the blue-horned wind wolf. "A soul ring around 400 years old. A shame it's unsuitable for you, Exener," he commented with a hint of regret. Dugu Bo took the opportunity to educate Dugu Shin further. "Our family records suggest that the first soul ring should ideally be around 300 to 400 years old. Given our martial soul's unique potency as a dragon subspecies, and as an emperor, at that, it's vital to select poisonous, snake, or sub-dragon spirit beasts. Exener, the first soul ring should ideally approach the age of 430 years, with a preference for a sub-dragon type soul beast. However, that only applies to normal spirit masters. You, my son, can absorb an 800 years old spirit ring." Dugu Shin replied excitedly, "Really? You can't lie to me." Dugu Bo replied, amused by Shin's excitement. "Yes. However, you have to be very careful. If I sense something is wrong, I will instantly stop you. Do you?" Dugu Bo's question was abruptly interrupted by a change in his demeanor. His body tensed, his senses heightened. The scent of poison pervaded the air, discernible to Dugu Bo's heightened sensitivity due to the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. He acted decisively, pulling Dugu Shin into his arms and advancing, resembling a cobra poised to strike. The surroundings blurred as Dugu Shin felt himself propelled forward at a rapid pace. Eventually, they reached a swamp within the Star Do forest. Amidst the cacophony of roars, two distinct calls emerged from the depths. Looking into the depths, it was a 100-years-old Datura snake riddled with wounds, fleeing for its life. Dugu Bo's attention was fixated on this creature, a beast aged around 600 to 750 years. It was a fitting match for Dugu Shin's first soul ring. The chase, however, was not one-sided. The pursuit was evident in the form of a smaller serpent spirit beast, about 3/4 the size of the Datura snake, distinguished by its golden scales and a sharp, red horn atop its head. Dugu Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement, an 800-year-old red-horned golden serpent. It not only has an extremely powerful venom, but it also has a thin bloodline of a golden dragon. Exener, your soul ring awaits. The Datura snake faced a grim choice: confront the relentless pursuit or fight to the death. The red-horned golden serpent's demeanor contrasted sharply, leisurely strolling closer. The Datura snake's resolve shattered, prompting it to coil and face its adversary. The red-horned golden serpent exuded an air of aloof indifference, its movements marked by an explosive surge of soul power. Swift as a striking viper, it evaded the datura snake's attack, its fangs dripping with corrosive venom that sizzled upon contact with the earth. The serpent's fight continued as the red-horned golden serpent lunged at the datura snake, delivering a savage bite to its abdomen. The datura snake retaliated, seeking to strangle its opponent, but the red-horned golden serpent was not one to linger. Relinquishing its grip, the confrontation evolved into an waiting game, but the datura snake was not shy at all, and immediately changed its tactics and directly spit out a mouthful of venom at the red-horned golden serpent. Although the red-horned golden serpent is extremely fast, it was really too late to dodge. Its chest and face were stained with venom that began to corrode its body, with its wounds becoming greenish and losing a great amount of blood. The datura snake, riddled with scars and purple corrosion, battled on relentlessly, and the red-horned golden serpent, its body filled with green spots and bleeding, attacked and recoiled, trading ferocious blows, until silence descended like a heavy shroud, broken only by the haunting echoes of their roars. Dugu Bo's voice punctuated the stillness, providing insight into the battle. Snakes possess an inherent pride, he explained to Dugu Shin. The red-horned golden serpent, injured and affronted, seeks swift vengeance, while the datura snake, cornered and without escape, prepares to fight to the death. The next round will determine the victor. He continued, his tone grave. Exener, observe this battle closely. It embodies the essence of serpent martial soul combat, quiet as stone, and yet, when they strike, it's with merciless swiftness, like a bolt of lightning aimed at the heart. The teasing glint in the red-horned golden serpent's eyes had vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity as it initiated its offensive. The ensuing exchange was swift and fierce. With a roar, the red-horned golden serpent's soul power surged, propelling it towards the datura snake. In response, the datura snake expelled venom in a relentless barrage, seeking to redirect its opponent's assault. Unexpectedly, the red-horned golden serpent withstood the venom's onslaught, biting into the datura snake's flesh with ruthless precision, injecting its venom. The datura snake roared in agony, retaliating with a strangling grip that sealed its own fate as he fell to the ground dead. However, the once lifeless datura snake sprang to life, constricting the red-horned golden serpent in a death grip. The datura snake's defiance was palpable, as he tightened its grip. Bones audibly creaked, causing the red-horned golden serpent to release a pained hiss. Simultaneously, the datura snake tried to bit the body of red-horned golden serpent, injecting his deadly green toxins. But in a blaze of determination, the red-horned golden serpent's soul power erupted, causing barbed protrusions to sprout from all over his body, heavily wounding the datura snake, and used its tail to puncture the datura snake's head. The datura snake's soul power dissipated, leaving the venom-laden blood to seep down, corroding the red-horned golden serpent's visage. The red-horned golden serpent stirred, arching his back with a triumphant roar, shortly after he began to feast on its fallen adversary. Dugu Bo's gaze shifted to Dugu Shin, his expression serious. Never lower your guard until the battle's end, he cautioned. Dugu Shin nodded, absorbing the hard-earned lessons etched into this battle. As the red-horned golden serpent began to lower his guard, Dugu Bo's soul power surged once more. First spirit skill, jade phosphor piercing fangs. His soul power and poison manifested and materialized several lethal projectiles aimed at the now vulnerable red-horned golden serpent, striking the serpent and bringing it down. Urgently, Dugu Bo presented a dagger to Dugu Shin, instructing him with icy resolve. It's your turn to end this. Dugu Shin accepted the weapon, approaching stealthily. His gaze focused on the datura snake's bone-white remnants of its being. As the dagger descended, aiming for the serpent's head, the red-horned golden serpent unexpectedly launched a final attack. Its maw snapped open, jaws closing in on Dugu Shin. In a heartbeat, Dugu Bo's jade phosphor serpent emperor materialized, immobilizing the serpent. His voice, cold as ice, resonated, Exener, you must never let your guard down on your opponent. Let this be a lesson learned. Dugu Shin nodded fiercely, and pierced the snake's head with all his strength. A yellow soul ring appeared. Dugu Shin immediately sat down cross-legged, as the yellow soul ring approached Dugu Shin, beginning to absorb the ring. However, the absorption of a soul ring was no easy feat, as the energy emanating from the soul ring surged like a wild river. Dugu Bo observed closely, his expression a blend of vigilance and encouragement. He knew that this moment was a critical juncture in Dugu Shin's growth. The path of a soul master was strewn with challenges, and this was one of them. to seize the essence of a fallen soul beast and merge it with one's own power. As the fusion of energy commenced, Dugu Shin embarked on the next phase of his journey, his ascension to a titled Douluo. As the soul ring's energy flowed into Dugu Shin, the process started out relatively smooth. However, the further the energy ascended through his body, the more turbulent it became. Beads of sweat formed on Dugu Shin's forehead, his once stable soul power started to waver like a tempestuous sea. Dugu Bo's expression turned increasingly concerned as he observed the distress his son was in. He utilized his own soul power to probe the situation, and what he discovered sent a chill down his spine. His voice trembled with worry as he spoke, "This isn't good at all. The red-horned golden serpent's soul power within the ring is too strong. It reached around 890 years before it absorbed the mandala snake and surged to 900 years. That's nearly a century beyond the limit of Shin. My Exoner, I've unwittingly put you in harm's way. Stay strong." Driven by concern for his son, Dugu Bo's soul power erupted in an attempt to stabilize the chaotic soul power within Dugu Shin. Meanwhile, Dugu Shin's face turned pale, the strain evident even as the cracks forming on his skin gradually began to mend under the influence of his father's soul power. Despite their combined efforts, the internal struggle within Dugu Shin persisted. The amalgamation of 2 lifetimes worth of experiences granted Dugu Shin an internal resilience that might have otherwise been impossible to gain. This resilience allowed him to endure the onslaught of power threatening to shatter him. Any ordinary soul master would have succumbed and died by trying to absorb a 500 years old spirit ring, but Dugu Shin clung to consciousness through sheer determination, aided by his past life's tenacity. Amidst the chaos, a warm and oddly familiar soul power emerged, a comforting presence amid the storm. It wrapped around Dugu Shin's soul, mending the fragile threads holding him together. As if guided by an invisible hand, the chaotic energies started to harmonize. A figure materialized at Dugu Shin's side, a figure both strange and yet intimately known. With a gentle kiss, the tensions gripping Dugu Shin dissolved into thin air. The soul power that had nearly consumed him was now calm as a serene sea. Dugu Shin's soul power gradually found equilibrium, its intensity settling to a manageable level. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure lingered, ensuring the delicate balance was upheld. After a full day and, the soul ring above Dugu Shin's head descended gently, signifying the conclusion of the tumultuous absorption. A relieved smile touched Dugu Bo's lips as he watched the ring settle. Exhausted yet victorious, Dugu Shin could hardly contain his excitement. His first soul ring, which was with 500 years old than a normal one, had been integrated successfully. Though drained, he was aware that his soul power had ascended to level 15. As Dugu Shin basked in the aftermath of his achievement, the atmosphere shifted with electrifying suddenness. A sense of impending danger loomed, sending shivers down his spine. Before he could react, a monstrous creature burst towards him from the bushes, a hollow thorn cobra. Fear gripped Dugu Shin as he stared into the eyes of the spirit beast. It was a 9,900 years old hollow thorn cobra, just one step away from becoming a 10,000-year-old spirit beast and becoming a dragon subrace. When it found Dugu Shin, it knew that if it could eat that human, it could successfully promote. However, the small human was guarded by a strong presence, so it dared not attack until that person let its guard down. After Shin absorbed the ring, Dugu Bo relaxed his guard for a second, so, in that instant the spirit beast took that chance and sprung into action. But before the serpent could strike, Dugu Bo leapt into action. His eyes ablaze with fury, he activated his 4th spirit ring, soul-tearing jade phosphor. This spirit ability allowed his poison to target not just the physical body, but the very soul, causing it to wither and writhe in unbearable agony. The attack was so potent that it could cripple even the most resilient of foes, leaving them helpless in the face of excruciating torment. The aura of Dugu Bo's soul-tearing jade phospho enveloped the room, casting an eerie glow upon his features. He unleashed the poison-infused attack, its insidious tendrils snaking towards the cobra's essence. The ancient serpent recoiled as the poison seeped into its being, its body writhing in torment. As the hollow thorn cobra writhed and contorted in its death throes, its agony culminated in a burst of energy that could only be described as resentment, a final defiant act against its inevitable demise. It tried to detonate its cultivation, however before it succeeded it died. Its death however gave birth to something extremely rare and unexpected, a spirit bone. Not a normal spirit bone but an external spirit bone. Dugu Bo recognized the significance of this unique occurrence. This external spirit bone, born of the serpent's torment and death, held the potential to further augment Dugu Shin's abilities, and allow him to redirect the poison in his body towards it. With solemn determination, he detached the bone, an appendage resembling a serpent's tail, and turned to his son. In the aftermath of the battle, Dugu Shin's exhaustion paled in comparison to the triumph and relief that surged within him. With gratitude and determination, he accepted the bone, absorbing it without any problem. His newfound appendage was a bone snake tail, reminiscent of his martial spirit, now coiled behind him. It wasn't the only feature that had changed. A barb resembling that of the hollow thorn cobra adorned the tip of his tail. As the days passed, Dugu Shin gradually regained his strength. Dugu Bo was never far from his side, guiding him through the recovery process. The mansion bustled with activity, and one day, the news of Dugu Shin's awakening reached even the mansion's maids. In their excitement, the maids rushed into Dugu Shin's room, their exclamations mingling. "Young master, you're awake. Master has been tirelessly tending to you for 15 days. Dugu Bo's face, previously composed, broke into a relieved smile as he saw his son's eyes flutter open. He enfolded Dugu Shin in a heartfelt embrace, his voice quivering with emotion. "Exoner, I thought I might lose you. It's my fault, all my fault." Dugu Shin managed a weak protest, his hand pressed against his father's chest. "Father, you're suffocating me." A chuckle escaped Dugu Bo's lips, mingling with a few stray tears. "You rascal, daring to tease your father even in this state." With a tender smile, Dugu Shin shook his head gently. "Dad, I'm still recovering." A fond glint danced in Dugu Bo's eyes as he ruffled his son's hair affectionately. Then, lowering his voice, he whispered, "Rest up, Exoner." As his father left the room, Dugu Shin let his eyes drift shut. Unbeknownst to him, his father leaned against the closed door, an almost imperceptible tear glistening as it trailed down his cheek. In a whisper, he murmured, "Uaa, you've truly protected our children." After another 5 days of rest, Dugu Shin's vitality had been fully restored. Dugu Bo deemed him ready to resume cultivation. Stepping into the training room, father and son faced each other. Dugu Bo's eyes rested on Dugu Shin with pride, his voice brimming with satisfaction. "Exoner, despite the danger you faced, the rewards are immense. Your first soul ring is 900 years, and its origin is extraordinary. This will undoubtedly solidify your path as a soul master and grant you an extensive advantage over all others from your generation. But remember, don't take such risks in the future. Now, I'm eager to see the soul technique you gained from your first spirit ring." Nodding earnestly, Dugu Shin replied, "Father, I've learned my lesson. I won't let my impatience lead me into unnecessary danger again." A hint of a smile tugged at Dugu Bo's lips, his gaze softening. "Good, learning from experiences, both good and bad, is essential for growth. And now, let's explore the new abilities you've gained." As Dugu Shin complied, the yellow soul ring with a purple outline beneath him glowed. First spirit ring, cursed shroud. The jade phosphor serpent emperor materialized behind him and then its form melted within Dugu Shin as his arms and forearms were enshrouded in green jade scales, adorned with 4 prominent golden horns that jutted from his sides. His nails elongated, transforming into gleaming gold as they filled with the potent venom of his martial spirit. Dugu Shin wasted no time in putting them to the test. Swiftly advancing towards a training dummy, he used his claws to tear through it with precision. The venom that dripped from his claws dissolved the dummy. Brimming with satisfaction, Dugu Shin's determination remained unshaken. In a fluid motion, a bone snake tail emerged from his body, impaling 4 dummies and securing them to a nearby pillar. Dugu Bo observed the spectacle with a blend of surprise and pride. "It seems that the poison of your jade phosphor serpent emperor was enhanced by quite a lot. But I assume that the poisonous claws aren't the only ability, or perhaps the other changes in your physical appearance are just for show." Dugu Shin continued to explain the abilities of his first spirit ring. "Actually, its true effect is to enhance all of my physical attributes by 10%. Dugu Bo's eyes widened in surprise. "By 10%, and all physical attribute at that? That's quite substantial." Dugu Shin nodded. "Indeed, and for every additional spirit ring, the effect increases by 5%. Furthermore, my nails are as strong as a 1,000-year-old red-horned golden serpent's fangs, and the defense of the scales qualls that of a 1,000-year-old red-horned golden serpent." Dugu Bo was taken aback by the sheer power of this ability, who was just the first spirit ring of his son. But Dugu Shin's gaze turned inward, his thoughts delving deeper. And this external spirit bone, the hollow thorn cobra's tail, is an entirely different sensation. It's like an extension of myself, but not a part of me at the same time. Dugu Bo leaned in, intrigued. Tell me more, Exener. Well, it has one ability which activates when I use the tail called Hell Snake's Aura that increases my speed by 50% and it boosts my spirit abilities by 50%, mainly in terms of attack power. Dugu Bo nodded, his pride evident in his gaze. Pulling Dugu Shin into an embrace, he imparted a solemn piece of wisdom. But remember, Exener, wield this aspect of your abilities with caution, only revealing them when you've truly mastered their control. If the need arises, act swiftly to neutralize any threat. With a firm nod, Dugu Shin acknowledged his father's advice. With a smile, Dugu Bo said to Dugu Shin into bed, enough for today. Rest well. Comma. The next day, Dugu Bo led Dugu Shin to a secluded chamber within the heart of the cultivation hall. The atmosphere shifted as they entered. Inside, a torrent of scarlet currents flowed, intertwining with various vials of potent medicines, each containing a different substance. Dugu Bo spoke in a tone that revealed the chamber's significance. These currents, he gestured to the scarlet streams, consist of the blood of poisonous soul beasts, ranging from 100-year to 10,000-year levels. Likewise, the surrounding herbs vary in toxicity, serving as antidotes, injury remedies, and cultivation aids. He pointed to each vial, while naming them: bitterwater fern, hemlock iris, twilight lotus, ghost orchid. His voice trailed off recounting most of the items inside. Amid the plethora of substances, a special enclave drew Dugu Shin's attention. Within, resting atop a velvet-lined pedestal, lay an assortment of objects of immense significance. Dugu Bo saw his gaze and began to speak. Exener, these items you see before you are our legacy, treasures that have been safeguarded across generations, each one collected by one of the previous family heads. His gaze settled on the first object, a venom gland of a jade phosphor dragon serpent, a being whose age reached 100.000 years. Here rests the venom gland of a legendary 500.000 years spirit beast, a jade phosphor dragon serpent. Its poison is so potent that it can cause the very air to become deadly. If a drop happened to fall to the ground, it will become a poisonous swamp that spirit beasts with an age lower than 10.000 years cannot approach for the next millennium. The container itself is made out of 100.000 years old life gold. As Dugu Bo continued, his eyes shifted towards another item, the reverse scale of an abyss demon dragon. He gestured towards it, his voice carrying a subtle tone of awe. Beside the venom gland lies the reverse scale of an abyss demon dragon. Its power can help a spirit beast to break through 100.000 years and awaken its bloodline. Dugu Shin knew about something and immediately asked his father, if it can awaken a spirit beast's bloodline, doesn't that mean that we could use it to trigger a second awakening of our martial spirit? Dugu Bo shook his head when he heard it and said dejected, sigh, if only it was that easy. Dugu Hao, the one who obtained it, also thought the same. However, the scale rejected the spirit power of a human, killing him in the process. Gazing upon these treasures, Dugu Bo's expression radiated with pride as he spoke. Both of these items represent our legacy and the power of our poison. They are the most guarded secret of our family, known only to the head of the family and his descendant. As Dugu Bo spoke, Exener's gaze remained fixed on the collection. Father, the venom gland of the jade phosphor dragon serpent, its power must be astonishing. In the reverse scale of the abyss demon dragon, its killing intent is truly frightening. Dugu Bo nodded, a solemn pride in his eyes. Indeed, Exener, these objects serve as reminders of the path we tread. Now, let's return to our business, and the reason I have brought you here. Spoke Dugu Bo as he finished presenting Dugu Shin the room. His words took on a weighty tone. Exener, I task you with mastering the pharmacology and applications of all these items within 6 years. We'll delve into pharmacology every 3 days, and I'll monitor your progress monthly. With that, Dugu Bo's soul power surged, sealing the room shut. His 6 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, illuminated, and the jade phosphor serpent emperor appeared around him. Settling cross-legged, Dugu Bo the serpent coiled in the same position. Exener, I shall now teach you the most closely guarded secret technique of our Dugu family, the Heaven Snake Poison Pill. Through this technique, We have refined a path that fuses our innate poison with external toxins, forging a symbiotic relationship that strengthens both. This process is aimed at utilizing your Dantian as the foundational cauldron, ultimately giving birth to what we call a poison core. Using his soul power again, Dugu Bo retrieved a highly toxic herb from the chamber. Using his spirit power, he transformed into a concentrated liquid that fused with his spirit energy, unleashing his soul power in torrents in the process, his visage cycling through hues of purple and turquoise before settling on a bloody hue. The air swirled with poisonous miasma, encircling both Dugu Bo and his jade phosphor serpent emperor. With a controlled inhale, he beckoned the mist inward, guiding it to mingle with his soul power. As his soul power activated, even the eyes of his blue scale snake emperor took on a blood-red hue. Observing his father's exercises, Dugu Shin marveled, recognizing the scent. Tang San said, "No wonder Tang San mentioned that my father's aura reeked of blood. Nourishing poison with poison, fighting poison with poison, it's no wonder he struggled to suppress it. If not for his martial soul, the jade phosphor serpent emperor, and the ice and fire yin yang well suppressing it, he might have succumbed long ago." As Dugu Bo demonstrated, Dugu Shin's thoughts began to race. He had grown up with the knowledge of the heaven snake poison pill, but only in abstract terms. He thought that, like in the manhwa, the pill was physical entity, made out of the crystallization of the poison that accumulated over the years, that being the reason that, in the manhwa Dugu Bo was able to extract it from his body without dying or lowering his level. But now, witnessing his father's demonstration, a realization dawned upon him: the poison pill was, in essence, a spirit core. Dugu Shin's mind continued to race as he thought, this doesn't make sense. To create a spirit core requires immense amounts of spirit power. It shouldn't be possible for me to create one without being a spirit saint at minimum. Anyone would die from the quick extraction of spirit power. Wait, what if? I don't believe it. The poison of the martial spirit and the one obtained from different plants is used to substitute the missing spirit power. To think that such a technique existed at this time. Inhaling a deep breath, Dugu Bo continued, our Dugu family embodies poison in every aspect of our existence. Using poison to counteract poison might seem treacherous, but it's a necessary path. It reigns in our internal toxins that grow as our soul power advances. If left unchecked, they could erupt, resulting in our death. He continued, using poison to counteract poison aligns with our cultivation method. While risky, it's the path our Dugu family has chosen generations ago. Exoner, your youth enables you to externally guide toxins using a soul bone which can reduce the toxins in your body while allowing you to practice the technique at maximum efficiency. Dugu Shin acknowledged his father's words. The octagonal mysterious ice grass and the infernal delicate apricot within the ice and fire yin-yang well can detoxify our poison while granting immunity to fire and ice. But it's insufficient. For the future of the Dugu family, I may have to compel Tang San to reveal his secrets. Interrupting Dugu Shin's contemplation, Dugu Bo's voice returned, grave and resolute. Exoner, begin your cultivation. Your father will guide you. Without a second thought, Dugu Shin engaged in the practice, adopting a cross-legged posture. The yellow soul ring beneath him emanated light, conjuring the jade phosphor emperor that entwined him. Dugu Bo's guidance commenced. Due to your current soul power level being low, you should absorb the blood and venom of century-level poisonous soul beasts. He produced a less toxic herb, instructing, this weed is suitable for your current stage. I'll assist you this month, but afterward, you're on your own. Dugu Shin nodded, absorbing his father's instructions with determination. And so, another year slipped by, marked by relentless practice. As toxins coursed through his external soul bone, the new year's arrival brought forth his first poisonous backlash. Agony unfurled within him, resembling the sensation of 1,000 biting ants. His soul power surged erratically, and the jade phosphor serpent emperor roared within his consciousness, its eyes a feral crimson. Dugu Bo, behind the closed door to his room, listened to his son's agonized cries, providing silent accompaniment. As the night passed, the door finally opened, revealing Dugu Shin, exhausted, eyes red and drained. Dugu Bo extended his soul power to aid his son's recovery, whispering, good job, Exoner. After a period, Dugu Shin gradually regained composure. He voiced his gratitude, but Dugu Bo sighed, dismissing the formality. Such things are unnecessary between father and son. Unburdening himself, Dugu Shin asked, Father, have you endured these hardships all these years? Dugu Bo remained silent, prompting Dugu Shin to continue inwardly, "The fate of our Dugu family is truly cruel. I've been exposed to toxins since childhood, even more father causing the eruptions of my poison to be stronger than normal. Without dad's help, I would have been dead." With a heavy heart, Dugu Bo departed, leaving behind solemn words, "Endure, Exener. Endure and rise above your fate." The rain continued to fall outside, Dugu Shin oblivious to his father's night-long vigil at his mother's grave. His expression hidden by rain, Dugu Bo stood motionless, lost in thoughts known only to him. 3 years later, within the depths of the sunset forest, a solemn confrontation was underway. Dugu Shin's gaze remained fixed on the spirit beast in front of him, a 3.000 years pink queen. Around them, the forest floor was filled with the remains of countless pink maidens. The air was heavy with the scent of blood and their white and yellow soul rings adding an eerie luminescence to the grim tableau. 15 days ago, the moon cast its gentle glow upon the courtyard, where Dugu Shin and his father, Dugu Bo, stood facing each other. The air was thick with tension, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Dugu Shin's resolve in obtaining a spirit ring older than 3.000 years was unwavering. "Exener, you must understand the risks involved." Dugu Bo's voice was tinged with concern. "A 3,000 years soul ring is not to be taken lightly. The power it holds could easily overwhelm you." Dugu Shin's eyes gleamed with determination as he responded. "Father, I know the risks, but I've trained hard, and I know my physical strength should be able to support a spirit ring of that age." Dugu Bo's brows furrowed, his expression a reflection of his internal struggle. "It's not just about your training, Exener. It's also about your spirit power. Even if you have the physical strength required to support a 3.000 years spirit ring, if its consumption is too big, it will cause you more harm than good." Dugu Shin's gaze held an unshakable resolve as he met his father's eyes. "I am aware of the risks, however if I wish to reach my goals, to make the Dugu family the great again I must do it." Dugu Bo's gaze softened, his heart torn between paternal concern and the acknowledgement of his son's determination. "Very well, Exener. If this is your choice, then you must face it with open eyes. Just promise me that you'll tread carefully and remember the lessons I've taught you, and the most important, your life is what matters most." A determined smile curved Dugu Shin's lips as he nodded. "I promise. I won't take unnecessary risks, and I'll make sure to be prepared for whatever comes my way." As they finished their conversation, Dugu Shin chooses to leave that very same night under the cover of darkness. "If I continue at this speed, I should reach the sunset forest in about 6 days. Dugu Shin thought to himself. With this occasion I should also try and search for the ice and fire yin-yang well. Neither the manhwa nor the donghua really showed any details about its location. Sigh, I wonder I will meet any of the characters in the show. After 6 days of traveling, Dugu Shin reached the sunset forest. Finally, I am here, let the hunt begin. 2 days later, nothing. Absolutely no spirit beast that is older than 2,000 years and possesses a poison attribute. Dugu Shin murmured to himself, his voice carrying a note of disappointment. He let out a sigh, his gaze fixed on the expanse of wilderness before him. Sigh, I guess I have to go deeper into the forest. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the dense undergrowth, Dugu Shin's thoughts turned practical. It's getting late, I should find a place to camp for the night, he mused aloud. Just as he was contemplating his next move, a distant sight caught his attention. Smoke rising into the sky, an unexpected sight in a place like that. Huh, that's rare, to light a fire in a place like this. Let's check it out. Dugu Shin thought, curiosity piqued. Following the trail of smoke, his steps carried him closer to the source. Finally, he emerged from the underbrush to find himself at the edge of a small clearing. Before him stood a young man with striking black hair and matching eyes. He exuded an air of confidence, his stance poised and ready for action. Dugu Shin's presence did not go unnoticed, the stranger's vigilance was evident as he rose to his feet, his gaze narrowing. Alert and ready for whatever lay ahead, the young man addressed Dugu Shin with a measured tone. Who are you? What's your purpose here? Dugu Shin's own posture shifted, his hands positioned in a non-threatening manner. My name is Dugu Shin. I'm here to find a suitable spirit ring for myself. The tension in the air seemed to lessen slightly as the stranger processed Dugu Shin's words. His stance relaxed marginally, though his guard remained up. Ji Yu Rong, he introduced himself, his voice holding a note of caution. You look younger than me, are you here for your first spirit ring alone? Slightly offended by the person's words, Dugu Shin replied hastily. Wrong. I am here for my second spirit ring. As he spoke, Dugu Shin took a closer look at the young man and thought of his name when it finally hit him. He's the future Poison Douluo, one of the 2 guarding Douluos of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan. I case that at this point he still hasn't met Ning Fengji, nor does he have a rivalry with Chen Xin, the future sword Douluo. I should make friends with him. The friendship of a future titled Douluo is important, maybe I can even convince him to join my future sect. What about you, Ji Yu Rong? Ji Yu Rong's expression grew more contemplative, his eyes narrowing as if weighing his response. I am also searching for a spirit beast for my second spirit ring. Dugu Shin's gaze remained fixed on Ji Yu Rong, and asked with curiosity. What kind of spirit beast are you searching for? Ji Yu Rong's features remained stoic as he answered. One with bone-type skills, an undead spirit beast would be ideal, he replied cryptically. Dugu Shin's eyebrows quirked in intrigue, feigning ignorance about his martial soul. Bone-type and undead spirit beasts. That sounds intriguing. Your martial soul a bone-type beast. Ji Yu Rong's lips twitched into the faintest semblance of a smile, but his gaze remained guarded. Yeah, a bone dragon to be more specific, he replied, his voice carrying a note of understated pride. What about you? Dugu Shin replied without any restriction. Jade phosphor serpent. Ji Yu Rong's eyes showed a glint of acknowledgement as he spoke. So, you really are from the Dugu family? You know my family? Asked Dugu Shin surprised. Not really, I just heard about them from my grandfather. I see, replied Dugu Shin while thinking. It seems that Dad was right, the Dugu family still has some presence on the continent. As the sun completely disappeared over the horizon, Dugu Shin spoke. What do you say we team up? I think that together we would have better chances at finding the right spirit beasts and killing them. Ji Yu Rong's expression remained stoic, his contemplation evident. Teaming up, it's not a bad idea. Hunting spirit beasts can be dangerous and having someone help could indeed increase our chances. Ji Yu Rong's lips curved into a rare smile, a gesture that spoke volumes. Very well, Dugu Shin. Let's combine our strengths and increase our chances of success. Ji Yu Rong's answer made a smile of satisfaction appear on Dugu Shin's face. Dugu Shin began to explain his current ability to Ji Yu Rong so as they could support each other without problems in tomorrow's hunt. Allow me to introduce you to the power of my Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. He extended his arms, revealing the transformation that his martial spirit's first spirit ring had granted him. This is my first spirit skill. Cursed Shroud, spoke Dugu Shin as his arms and forearms were covered with green jade scales and 4 golden horns grew from his head. His nails elongated and turned gold. It increases all my body attributes by 10%, and the nails are as strong as the fangs of a 1,000-year-old red-horned golden serpent. And my body gains the defense of a 1,000-year-old red-horned golden serpent as well. Ji Yu Rong's nod was one of appreciation. Enhanced attributes and a formidable defense. That's a versatile ability. My bone dragon spirit grants me bone wings with a span of 6 feet, and my first spirit skill, Dragon Armament, expands my wings size to 10 feet while also increasing my bones density to that of the bone dragon. Dugu Shin replied with a small grin. Not bad. The following morning arrived with a sense of anticipation in the air. The forest was alive with the soft rustling of leaves and the distant calls of creatures awakening to the new day. Dugu Shin and Ji Yu Rong stood ready, their expressions determined as they prepared to set out on their joint hunt for both of their spirit rings. With that, they set off, their footsteps carrying them deeper into the heart of the forest. The early morning sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As they ventured further, their senses sharpened, attuned to the slightest fluctuations in the environment. Dugu Shin's connection with his martial spirit allowed him to sense any poisonous breath in their surroundings, while Ji Yu Rong's martial spirit allowed him to sense all space fluctuations around them. Hours passed in their search, the forest yielding glimpses of various spirit beasts, none matching the criteria they sought. But then, as they moved through a particularly dense thicket, their eyes widened in unison as they heard a powerful roar. Before them stood a wyvern, with its blue scales glistening in the filtered sunlight. The wyvern had a second set of black bones that acted as armor. It was a sight to behold, its body measuring a staggering 5 meters in length. Its wings, with an impressive wingspan of 8 meters. Ji Yu Rong was the first to speak in excitement. It's a black bone wyvern. It's a bone-type spirit beast, and a dragon subspecies at that. Judging by the wingspan of the wings, it should be about 800 years. It's perfect for my second spirit ring. Dugu Shin nodded in response, ready for battle. Let's do this, Dugu Shin declared. With a shared resolve, they stepped forward, their footsteps confident as they approached the black bone wyvern. As they closed the distance, the wyvern's obsidian eyes fixed on them, its wings stirring with a hint of agitation. The air crackled with tension as Dugu Shin and Ji Yu Rong approached the formidable black bone wyvern. Their eyes were locked on the creature, a mutual understanding passing between them. With a nod, they activated their first spirit ring abilities, a surge of energy enveloping them. Dugu Shin's body was adorned with the cursed shroud, his arms encased in jade-green scales and elongated golden claws. He crouched low, his movements fluid and poised for action. With a flick of his fingers, his golden nails gleamed ominously in the sunlight. Ji Yu Rong's aura shifted, his bone wings unfurled, their span extending to 10 feet, and his bone density increased, bolstering his power. Without warning, the black bone wyvern unleashed a torrent of scorching blue fire breath, a searing wave that roared toward them. Dugu Shin's agility shone as he dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the blaze. Ji Yu Rong, his eyes unflinching, shielded himself with his expanded bone wings, the fire's heat dissipating against his defenses. With the fire breath dissipated, Dugu Shin seized the opportunity. He launched himself forward, his movements swift and elusive as he circled the wyvern. His claws struck with precision, aiming for vulnerable spots on the creature's scales. The wyvern lashed out with its tail, but Dugu Shin's agility allowed him to dance away, narrowly avoiding the strike. His claws met the wyvern's scales, leaving deep gouges in their wake. He utilized hit-and-run tactics, delivering deadly hits before retreating to safety. This wyvern's defense is quite strong, and it seems he also has a resistance to poison. Still, my poison should affect him soon enough. Ji Yu Rong, let's keep it off balance. You keep distracting it while I go for its vulnerable spots. Got it, I'll focus on its head and wings. You keep it guessing and create openings. Spoke Ji Yu Rong as he approached the wyvern head-on, his demeanor resolute. He braced himself as the wyvern summoned bone spikes from the earth, the massive projectiles hurtling toward him. With a powerful flap of his bone wings, Ji Yu Rong surged into the air, narrowly avoiding the bone spikes that pierced the ground below. He descended swiftly, his fist clenched as he aimed a direct strike at the wyvern's jaw. The impact resonated through the clearing as Ji Yu Rong's blow connected. The wyvern let out a furious roar, its obsidian eyes narrowing in response. Unfazed, Ji Yu Rong met the wyvern's gaze with unwavering determination. Back in the fray, Dugu Shin's agile attacks continued to take their toll. His golden claws sliced through scales and sinew, leaving trails of green poison in their wake. With each hit, he danced out of reach, avoiding the wyvern's retaliatory strikes. The wyvern, undeterred, summoned another wave of bone spikes. But this time, its movements were slower, its energy drained by the relentless assault of Dugu Shin and Ji Yu Rong. Amidst the flurry of movements, Dugu Shin's voice reached Ji Yu Rong. Ji Yu Rong, its underbelly. Aim for its underbelly. Ji Yu Rong's eyes flickered to the wyvern's exposed belly, a vulnerable point that he had noted earlier. With a determined exhale, he adjusted his stance and unleashed a powerful punch, his bone-infused fist connecting with the wyvern's vulnerable spot, causing it to let out a furious roar. It was the opportunity Dugu Shin needed. With a calculated leap, he vaulted onto the wyvern's back, his golden claws sinking into its tough hide. As he did so, the movements of the wyvern became more sluggish. Dugu Shin's voice was edged with excitement. The poison is finally working. The venom coursed through the wyvern's veins, its body faltering under the effects of the poison and the continuous strikes of Ji Yu Rong. It released a final, desperate roar before falling to the ground, unconscious due to the poison. With a sigh of relief, Dugu Shin quickly spoke. You should kill it quickly before it dies due to the poison. Ji Yu Rong nodded and pulled a knife and pierced through the creature's eye, into its brain, completely killing it. With this a yellow rose from its body. Ji Yu Rong lowered himself into a cross-legged position beside the wyvern, attracting the spirit ring towards himself as he began to absorb it. Time seemed to slow as Ji Yu Rong's absorption continued, the yellow spirit ring's energy gradually merging with his own. The air buzzed with energy, and the clearing held an air of anticipation. After about 4 hours he completely absorbed the spirit ring. Ji Yu Rong raised from his position and spoke. It seems that my spirit power broke through level 22. Congratulations. It's already night. Let's rest and tomorrow we will continue to search for my spirit ring, spoke Dugu Shin while thinking. This black bone wyvern was quite strong and even resisted most of the effects of my poison. Without my help Gu Rong wouldn't have been able to kill it. It seems that I have begun to affect the future more and more. Not that it matters now, my simple presence is enough to ruin the entire plot. For now, let's get some sleep and focus on finding my second spirit ring. With the first light of dawn, the forest came alive with the rustling of leaves, the hungry roars of spirit beasts. Thus, they began the search. 2 days had passed since they began scouring the sunset forest for a suitable spirit beast, yet their efforts remained fruitless. Dugu Shin's hope was tinged with frustration as they couldn't find any suitable spirit beast. It was on the 3rd day that a faint rumbling caught their attention, a distant echo of commotion that carried on the wind. Approaching cautiously, Dugu Shin and Gu Rong peered through the foliage, their eyes widening as a sight unfolded before them. A group of at least 300 pink maidens, under a pink fog, was engaged in a coordinated hunt, their prey a massive 1.000 years white-clawed bear. The pink maidens moved with precision, their attacks synchronized as they sought to overpower the formidable beast. Dugu Shin turned to Gu Rong, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Pink maidens hunting a white bear in such numbers, this could be it. Gu Rong's gaze shifted between the spectacle and Dugu Shin, curiosity evident in his expression. Explain. With a confident smile, Dugu Shin began, a normal group of pink maidens can reach a maximum of 100 pink maidens, however with such a big group I am certain that they are led by a pink queen, one with at least 800 years. Meanwhile Dugu Shin thought, sigh, I feel bad for lying to him. A group of 300 pink maidens means that the queen is at least 3.000 years. But, if I told him he might back away. I also have the feeling that this pink queen is the same one that was killed by Oscar in the original series. Moreover, it's possible that it already has the giant Earth King as its partner. If that were to be the case we are fucked. Gu Rong's eyes lit up with understanding. So, you believe there's a chance of finding a suitable spirit ring here? Dugu Shin nodded, his excitement building. Precisely. If there's a pink queen among them, she's likely to possess a soul ring that meets the requirements I seek. For hours, they observed the pink maidens in their hunt, analyzing their movements and identifying patterns. With each passing moment, their conviction grew stronger, and a plan took shape. As the day wore on, the pink maidens eventually led the injured white bear to a hidden cave. The entrance was concealed, but Dugu Shin and Gu Rong followed discreetly, cautious not to alert the pink maidens to their presence. The pink maidens that entered, after a few minutes exited and continued to guard the entrance. It was then that an idea began to form in Dugu Shin's mind. Turning to Gu Rong, Dugu Shin outlined his strategy. We need to draw out the pink queen from her hiding place. We'll do so by creating a ruckus and targeting her subordinates. Gu Rong nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting the determination that burned within. And how do we go about that? With a mischievous grin, Dugu Shin revealed his plan. We'll eliminate as many of the pink maidens as possible, attracting the attention of the pink queen. She won't be able to resist defending her territory. Gu Rong's lips curved into a matching grin. Sounds like a plan, and I have just the spirit ability to cause some chaos. Gu Rong activated his second spirit ring ability, second spirit skill, bone fields. The ground beneath them trembled as massive bone spikes erupted from the earth, killing all of the pink maidens without a cultivation of at least 100 years. Dugu Shin didn't stand there to watch as he immediately jumped into action, martial spirit possession. Together, Dugu Shin and Gu Rong unleashed their abilities upon the unsuspecting pink maidens. Bone spikes pierced the ground, and venomous attacks rained down upon the group. And amidst the mayhem, their ultimate goal drew closer to realization. As the dust settled and the echoes of their attack faded, the air began to become pink as fog surrounded them. Dugu Shin instantly took 2 green pills, swallowing one and throwing the other to Gu Rong, who eyed it suspiciously. Quickly eat it. It's the antidote to the pink queen's poison. Although it's not fatal, it causes the victims to become excited. But if too much is inhaled, and gradually causes excitement, once the stimulation reaches a certain degree it will overdraw one's vitality, killing them. Hearing the explanation, Gu Rong immediately eats the pill and feels like his mind is suddenly clearer and less excited about the fight. Just as he finished ingesting the pill, a slight tremor was felt and the density of the mist increased. The Pink Queen had been roused from her sanctuary, drawn forth by the threat to her subjects. Her form emerged from the shadows. It was 2 meters in size and its shape is similar to that of a scorpion's. Its body is pink and translucent, its profile dazzling. Its entire body is covered by a fine layer of scales. On its head, 6 tiny eyes that are dark red in color are present, glowing with hate and killing intent at the two. Now, amidst this grim tableau, Dugu Shin stood with his body filled with wounds as he faced off against the Pink Queen, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the resolute Pink Queen before him. A tremor coursed through his left hand, dark purple blood dripping from his wound. Opposite to him, the Pink Queen's body was filled with several claw marks etched across her form. Ji Rong stood fainted on the branches of a tree. His overconfidence has made high, become careless when fighting the Pink Queen and was put out of the fight, leaving Dugu Shin fight alone. I have been fighting this thing for almost 2 days. I am almost at my limit. I need to end this, now. Fueled by determination, Dugu Shin's external soul bone manifested and he once again used Cursed Shroud. He also activated the Hollow Cobra's tail skill, Hell Snake's aura, increasing his speed and attack power by 50%. The principle of the Heaven Snake Poison Pill is to use poison to refine spirit power. What if it can also help me recover it? Great. It works, although the recovery isn't that fast due to the poison being weaker. Still, it's better than nothing. As the clash raged on, an unexpected assault erupted from beneath the very earth that supported them. Out of nowhere, an 800-year-old pink maiden sprung up from underground like some twisted jack in the box. Quick reflexes saved Dugu Shin from getting skewered, swiftly responding by employing his external spirit bone. With unerring precision, the bone pierced through the pink maiden's skull, ending her threat. Once that little interruption was dealt with, he focused right back on the Pink Queen, Dugu Shin, resuming his relentless assault upon the Pink Queen. The Pink Queen, though desperate, wasn't one to back down. She unleashed a torrent of toxins that engulfed the battlefield. A final gambit emerged as she broke her tail spike, launching it toward him with calculated aim. The airborne shard was a distraction, designed to confound his senses and create an opening for an attack from behind. Yet, Dugu Shin's instincts were sharp, and he managed to evade the surprise assault, though just barely. In the aftermath of this intense evasion, Dugu Shin's concentration soared and his intense killing intent increased, but it also changed his mind. As the killing intent permeated the air, the temperature around began to drop due to the raw killing intent released by Dugu Shin. The world around him seemed to shift, the colors fading into a somber gray due to the killing intent that, unlike most people's killing intent that is filled with malevolence and evil thoughts, his killing intent was just that, kill. No other sentiment was present, just pure killing intent. What's this? It gives a familiar feeling, Death God domain. No, it's not a domain, it feels like one but it's incomplete. This is indeed an interesting event. I will look more into it after killing the Pink Queen. Dugu Shin's introspection was brief, for the immediate battle still raged on. As he channeled his relentless killing intent into a concentrated force, a subtle yet overwhelming pressure emanated from him. This aura, imbued with his pure killing intent, disrupted the powers of the Pink Queen. As the world was shrouded by the gray veil of his killing intent, the Pink Queen began to panic as she felt herself suddenly becoming even weaker than before. Meanwhile, Dugu Shin felt his strength rise as he was the only one who had color in a gray expanse. Every move, every strike, was fueled by his newfound intent, propelling him, and damaging the Pink Queen more than before. The Pink Queen's resistance faltered more and more, as Dugu Shin continued to press forward. As their clash reached its peak, the Pink Queen's defenses finally crumbled, and with one final, decisive blow, Dugu Shin used his external spirit bone to pierce the Pink Queen's head, finally killing it. As a certainty, a purple spirit ring began to manifest above its corpse. Finally seeing the confirmation of the Pink Queen's death, Dugu Shin's grip on his martial spirit possession loosened, allowing his exhausted body to slump backward, collapsing onto the forest floor. The remnants of the incomplete domain gradually faded. He let out a heavy sigh, his body drained to the point where even maintaining his stance had become a monumental task. That was way too dangerous. Sigh. The incomplete domain is interesting though. I can feel its presence within my martial soul, which is weird as a domain comes from within someone, unless it's an innate domain of my martial soul. This has just become more interesting. This means that I can have 3 domains or 2, not sure if the one from myself and the one gained at spirit domain spirit power level are one and the same. Thoughts for later I guess. With his martial spirit's shroud lifted, Dugu Shin found himself sitting on the forest floor, his breath ragged, sweat mingling with dirt and blood on his brow. The effects of the battle lingered, his body battered, and his soul power nearly depleted. His vision blurred as he contemplated his next course of action. Reaching into a pouch at his waist, he retrieved a pill, a remedy to mend his wounded body and replenish his depleted spirit power. I guess it's time to see if this little pill will work. I created it when I had my phase of wishing to become an alchemist. Let's say it was a pain in the ass just to make this pill. I wish I had gained knowledge about alchemy to go with my reincarnation. Sigh, not that it matters now. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swallowed the pill, feeling its revitalizing effects course through his veins. His wounds, both visible and hidden, seemed to gradually knit themselves together under the potent influence of the pill. Seated amidst the remnants of the toxic atmosphere that still hung in the air, Dugu Shin began to cultivate to recover his soul power using the Heaven Snake poison pill technique. With the poison in the surrounding area, it made it a lot easier for him to do so. This method of recovering soul power is really great. I wonder why father didn't tell me that the technique could be used like this. Although I guess nobody is stupid enough to use poison against someone from the Dugu family. As his body mended, Dugu Shin's attention shifted to the task at hand, the spirit ring of the Pink Queen. With a determined glint in his eyes, he made the necessary hand signs and slowly but surely, he drew the spirit ring toward himself, commencing the absorption process. I recovered only 75% of my soul power and my physical strength is about the same, still, I should be able to absorb it without problems. He began to absorb the spirit ring. With unwavering resolve, he pushed forward, finally succeeding in absorbing the spirit ring's power after 3 hours. Once he succeeded, he opened his eyes that were now golden, a part of his black hair changed from its original color to green, signifying that his poison has once again become stronger, but at the same time, the pain he will suffer from his own poison will increase. His soul power exploded and he rose to his feet as 2 spirit rings manifested around him, one yellow and the other purple, with the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor appearing behind him. However, Dugu Shin saw something unusual with it. The size seems to have increased to about 26 meters. I wonder if its size will continue to grow. After all, Dad's spirit avatar has around 100 meters in length. It will be awesome if you grow even bigger. But the most interesting, this must be that red tattoo on your forehead. As Dugu Shin spoke, the martial soul lowered his head for Dugu Shin to take a closer look. It looks like a vertical eye. Weird, I'll ask father about this once I go back. Gaining his feet, he cast a glance toward Ji Rong's unconscious form, sprawled on the tree's branches. Concern etched his features as he neared his fallen comrade. Ji Rong lay still, his breath faint, his body marred by a vicious scar that snaked from his left shoulder down to his waist. A sharp sigh of relief passed Dugu Shin as he surveyed the damage. Thank the heavens I managed to feed him that pill to slow down the bleeding and hasten his healing. Otherwise, he'd be long dead, Dugu Shin mused to himself. Gently, he lifted Ji Rong's still form and set out, his footsteps firm as he navigated the dense forest terrain. I should find a safe space to heal his injuries and wait for him to wake up. His quest led him to the cavern of a 500-year-old spirit fire fox. Swiftly dispatching the creature, Dugu Shin settled Ji Rong within the cave's confines. With the security of the cave, Dugu Shin set about tending to Ji Rong's wounds more extensively. 6 days passed, in which he waited for Ji Rong to wake up while he also tried to search for the ice and fire yin-yang well. It was on the 6th day that Ji Rong stirred, his eyes fluttering open as consciousness gradually returned to him. As Ji Rong's eyes flickered open, he found himself met with the dim illumination of the cave. His senses gradually reoriented themselves, the memory of their recent battle and subsequent events trickling back. His body ached, and as he attempted to move, a sharp twinge of pain surged through him. With a wince, he shifted his gaze, spotting Dugu Shin sitting nearby, his expression a mixture of relief and concern. Dugu Shin. Ji Rong's voice emerged hoarse and weak. Dugu Shin turned his attention to his awakening friend, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Welcome back, Ji Rong, he greeted softly. How are you feeling? Thank you for saving me, he admitted, his voice tinged with humility. Dugu Shin chuckled softly. Don't be so surprised. We're a team, after all. Taking care of each other is what we do. Ji Rong managed a faint smile. Thank you, he said earnestly. Dugu Shin waved off the sentiment, his focus shifting to the scar that marred Ji Rong's form. That's quite a wound you've got there, he remarked, with his appraisal tone. Ji Rong followed Dugu Shin's gaze, his fingers lightly tracing the length of the scar. Yeah, the Pink Queen got me good. I got arrogant and overestimated my abilities, he admitted ruefully. But if it weren't for you and that pill, I probably wouldn't be here. Dugu Shin nodded, a shadow of seriousness passing over his features. You were bleeding pretty heavily. That pill was the least I could do to buy us some time until we found a safer place. Ji Rong's gaze shifted, and he took in their surroundings more fully, finally noticing the cave they were in. Where are we and what happened to the Pink Queen? He asked, curiosity piqued. We're in the cave of a spirit fire fox, Dugu Shin explained. I took care of it, so we should be safe here for now. As for the Pink Queen, I managed to kill it. The conversation shifted as Ji Rong's curiosity led him to ask a question that had been lingering in his mind. His expression grew more serious as he inquired, what was the true age of that Pink Queen? I know for a fact that couldn't have been just a 100-year spirit beast. Slowly, he confessed, it was around 3,000 years old. Ji Rong's eyes widened in both astonishment and understanding. The weight of the revelation settled upon him, the realization of what they had managed to achieve sinking in. So, we took down a 3,000-year spirit beast while we're still spirit masters, he mused, his tone a blend of awe and pride. A rueful smile tugged at Dugu Shin's lips as he replied, indeed. We managed to achieve something most would deem impossible. Ji Rong's expression softened, his gaze sincere as he met Dugu Shin's eyes. Despite the risks, despite the injuries, we prevailed, he said, a spark of determination igniting within him. And that's definitely a reason to celebrate. Dugu Shin and Ji Rong decided to commemorate their victory with a celebratory hunt. Their target, an 800-year-old flame earth king, a scorpion-like spirit beast renowned for its tail and pincers forged from molten lava. The prospect of feasting on such a remarkable creature filled them with renewed energy and excitement. As the aroma of the roasting flame earth king filled the air, Dugu Shin and Ji Rong shared a hearty laugh, the firelight dancing in their eyes. Who would have thought that after all the battles and struggles, we'd be feasting on a flame earth king? Ji Rong exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. Dugu Shin chuckled, skewering a tender piece of meat and passing it to Ji Rong. Life as a spirit master certainly has its surprises, he remarked, savoring the rich flavor of the cooked beast. They sat around the fire, savoring the victory and the meal that symbolized their triumph. Amidst laughter and stories, they reflected on the journey that had brought them here. As the night wore on, Ji Rong's expression turned contemplative. Dugu Shin, he began, his voice soft yet resolute, it's time for me to leave. Dugu Shin's gaze shifted to his friend, already. There is someone who awaits my return. By now I think they have already started getting worried. Dugu Shin spoke in a mischievous tone when he heard that. Is it your girlfriend? When he heard that, Ji Rong quickly responded in embarrassment, what are you talking about? And no, it's actually my sister. Dugu Shin spoke in an understanding tone. I see, then I won't hold you anymore. With a firm handshake, Ji Rong bid his friend farewell, his departure a mix of determination and uncertainty. As his figure disappeared into the horizon, Dugu Shin's gaze remained fixed on the path Ji Rong had taken. It was interesting meeting him. I wonder if our paths will meet again. Dugu Shin's thoughts turned to his own mission, the search for the ice and fire yin-yang well. While navigating the depths of the Sunset Forest, and avoiding the core area, where 10,000 years old spirit beasts lay, Dugu Shin's search led him to a clearing veiled by verdant greenery. At the heart of this enclave, he stumbled upon an unexpected sight, a broken array concealed beneath the undergrowth. Weird, it doesn't look like something from this era. I wonder if it was placed here by an ancient powerhouse, like the old monsters in other Wuxia did when they died. They created a tomb that held their treasures and secrets. I didn't know that the Douluo world had something like this. I guess that reality and story are two different worlds apart. Gently brushing aside the foliage that had camouflaged the array, Dugu Shin revealed the intricate patterns etched into the earth. Intrigued by this discovery, he could feel the latent energy imbued within, and with a decisive breath, he began to infuse the array with his potent spirit power. As his energy flowed into the dormant lines and symbols, a subtle tremor coursed through the clearing, and the air hummed with anticipation. Gradually, a distortion in space emerged at the center of the array, as space around shifted. In the blink of an eye, the world around him shifted. The once serene forest clearing seemed to blur and dissolve, as if swallowed by the very fabric of reality itself. Vertigo tugged at his senses as the veil between dimensions parted, and he found himself transported to an altogether different landscape. Now standing atop a mountain peak that scraped the heavens, Dugu Shin looked out over an expanse of cloud-strewn skies that seemed to stretch on infinitely. A cool breeze whispered through the rarefied atmosphere, ruffling his clothing and carrying with it the scent of distant horizons. Dugu Shin's mind was blown away, being able to think of one single thing about the view. Beautiful. Behind him loomed a grand edifice, a colossal mansion that occupied the mountain top. Its architecture spoke of opulence and grandeur, every detail crafted with precision and care. Gargoyles and intricate carvings adorned the walls. Tall spires and sprawling wings stretched outwards, casting imposing shadows against the sky. This mansion, a titan in the sky, was a monument to a time long past. Yet, an air of desolation clung to the mansion, the passage of time having left its mark. Windows that once sparkled with gem-like brilliance were now draped in vines, their panes cracked and clouded. The very stones that composed this colossal structure bore the patina of age, weathered by countless seasons. While admiring the view of the mansion, Dugu Shin thought, if I can copy the array outside and move it to the Dugu family mansion, I could use this place and transform it into the main building of my new sect. As the thought about his face could help but contort into a giant smile, but it soon formed into a frown as he realized something. I have no idea how the array works, and I have no guarantee that I will find a method to replicate it inside, sigh. As Dugu Shin pushed open the time-worn doors of the courtyard entrance, an aura of anticipation swept over him. The air was thick with a sense of history. Faint tendrils of sunlight filtered through the interwoven branches, casting dappled patterns on the ground. His footsteps echoed softly against the stones as he ventured deeper into the heart of the mansion. Yet, despite his explorations, nothing particularly captivating captured his attention, except for a series of 8 statues nestled amongst the overgrowth. These statues depicted magnificent dragons, with a name inscribed at the base of all statues: Jade Dragon King, Light Dragon King, Dark Dragon King, Water Dragon King, Earth Dragon King, Fire Dragon King, White Dragon King, and Mountain Dragon King. When he read the name, Dugu Shin was flashbang. Aren't these the god kings under the dragon god? If so, what are their statutes here? Could this place have a connection with the dragon god? No, it's impossible. The dragon god and all dragon clan members are in the dragon graveyard on another continent. That means that this place either belonged to people that served the dragon god during his reign, or it's the tomb of a god. Gulp, things have just become serious. However, if he was getting restless, his face showed excitement at the huge opportunity presented for him. So there could be more god legacies other than that of Asura, Poseidon and Raksha. I guess the world is indeed bigger than I would have ever imagined. Compelled by his excitement, he chose to advance further into the mansion, drawn towards a corridor that beckoned him with a quiet allure. As he traversed this narrow passageway, the atmosphere shifted, as if he were crossing into another realm entirely. The corridor opened up into a vast expanse, a grand main hall that seemed to expand in every direction. Upon the walls of the main hall, intricate murals unfurled, each one an exquisite depiction of the great war of the divine realm, the final battle against the dragon god, that ended with his defeat and the division of his essence into 2 distinct entities. One fragment, the Golden Dragon King, embodied the rage and hate of the dragon god, inheriting his powerful body strength, however it remained locked within the divine realm. The other, the Silver Dragon King, that inherited his ruler mentality and control over the elements of the world, escaped imprisonment, wounded and weakened, sought refuge on the Douluo planet, where it went to sleep to recover. Guess I was right about this place. Toward the rear of the expansive chamber, a profound aura seemed to emanate from a grand statue, the dragon god in combat with the Asura god. At the statue's base stood an object of remarkable intrigue, a pure black crystal adorned with crimson engravings that spelled out a single word: metal. Compelled by a curious instinct, Dugu Shin stepped closer, his hand reaching out to make contact with the enigmatic crystal. As his spirit power flowed into it, a tremor rippled through the room, and a presence materialized before him. An armored warrior stood before him, an ethereal manifestation summoned by the infusion of his spirit power. However, even if it was just a phantom, its presence was stronger than even that of a titled Douluo, causing Dugu Shin to kneel. Damn it, I can't move at all. Are you telling me that this is the presence of a remnant memory of a god? In a voice that resonated with ancient authority, he spoke to Dugu Shin. My name is Moroccan, and I am the god of metal, a first-class god, and the leader of the 5 elemental gods, all first-class deities. If you happen to find this place and release this fragment memory, it means that I am dead and my god throne was shattered before I could create the trials for my successor. What the hell happened for him to die and be unable to leave trials for his successor? I, the god of metal, along with my brethren, the 4 elemental gods, stood united against a common adversary, the dragon god. This was a war that enveloped the entire divine realms, bringing countless casualties and even the complete destruction of some god thrones, like mine. We, the 5 elemental gods, joined forces with the other god kings to challenge the dragon god's might. Our divine martial fusion forged a domain that negated the manifestation of the 9 elements, effectively cutting the powers of the dragon god in half. As Moroccan spoke, Dugu Shin's mind continued to race with thousands of thoughts. A domain that eliminates the presence of the elements and weakens the dragon god. Holy shit, I wonder why he was never mentioned in the original story, but I guess that a lot of things weren't shown. The god of metal continued, his voice carrying a resonance of solemnity. In that moment our power was unmatched. Once we deployed our domain, it seemed like with the help of Asura, the destruction god, evil god and life goddess, we would gain victory. However, the dragon god's strength surpassed even our fusion, and in the end, we met our end at his hands. Before my final moments, I sent a fraction of my divine intent to construct this sanctum, a place for those who discover it. Here, I've left relics, the techniques that helped me become a god, and a piece of my divine intent. As the dialogue reached its conclusion, the deity's presence seemed to grow ever more profound. I do not know who you are, however I hope that what I have left for you will be enough to help you reach godhood. Dugu Shin continued to listen intensively and try to process everything that Moroccan told him, but it seems that he wasn't finished. In Slaughter City, you shall find Asura god's trials. And then, in a final act of benevolence, the deity's essence surged forth. As a final parting gift, I will give your martial soul a little boost in strength to help you. Once he finished talking, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor manifested behind Dugu Shin, his appearance beginning to change slightly as Dugu Shin stood and watched in amazement. The first notable change was its scales. A metalline sheen now graced its surface, each scale glinting like polished steel. Dugu Shin could tell that its defense has risen by 4.2 times, and its stature grew, expanding from its original length of 26 meters to an awe-inspiring 58 meters. Its body became broader. The transformation also extended to its facial features. Its once graceful canines lengthened into formidable fangs, every tooth now honed to a razor's edge. On its forehead, the vertical eye-like tattoo became a real eye with a red iris contrasting its other 2 golden and cold eyes. Incredible, however these changes don't feel like a second awakening or mutation, but from the bloodline of my martial spirit. I guess I will have to ask Father about this, and it seems my soul power broke through level 30. I can't believe it. After absorbing the spirit ring of the Pink Queen, my soul power broke through level 24, I didn't expect it to grow so rapidly. However, my foundation feels less solid than before. I guess I would have to spend some time consolidating my base before trying to absorb a spirit ring. As the presence of the metal god completely dissipated, Dugu Shin could now raise on his feet, and the gem beneath Dugu Shin's touch began to resonate, pulsating with divine energy. Suddenly, it flew from its resting place directly toward his chest. As it made contact, the inscriptions on its surface vanished, leaving behind a verdant hue, a vibrant green that seemed to emanate with newfound vitality. Together with it, a sudden influx of information assaulted his mind. However, Dugu Shin became more excited once he learned all the information. So that's how the array that led to this place was. Another big thing was gained. As Dugu Shin was having his inner monologue, a hidden passageway, concealed behind the grand statue, opened. With purposeful steps, Dugu Shin ventured into the newly revealed passage, his heart pounding with the anticipation of the treasures left by the metal god. Within the chamber's depths, his gaze fell upon a collection of treasures, an array of scrolls and manuscripts sprawled across an ancient pedestal. Among them, 2 cultivation techniques stood out. 9 glazed heavenly core techniques, he whispered, fingers grazing over the textured parchment. and the Dream Weaver scripture, so this are the two techniques that helped Moroccan become a god. In another part of the room lay an unassuming black ring. This seems underwhelming, however as he took the ring and infused it with his soul power, it revealed the space inside it, making it Dugu Shin exclaim in surprise. Holy shit, there are a staggering 10,000 cubic kilometers of storage space inside it. However, despite his surprise he immediately left a soul imprint on the storage ring and put it on one of his fingers. He also put the two cultivation manuals inside it before he directed his attention to a strange pair of eyes that were on a pedestal. The eyes had two pupils in each eye. Out of all the things that have happened, this thing reached a next level of weird. Drawn by an inexplicable compulsion, he reached out to touch them. In an instant, pain of unimaginable magnitude seared through him, tearing a heart-wrenching scream from his lips. Agony coursed through his being as the pair of eyes converged upon him, their brilliance engulfing him in a blinding conflagration. Minutes stretched like an eternity, the torment eventually relinquishing its grip. As the pain receded, a new awareness slowly took its place. Dugu Shin's breathing steadied as he opened his eyes, his vision adjusting to an expanded perception. Holy shit, I am seeing in 360 degrees, all around. As he was adjusting to his new vision, he started seeing small blue lights and flowing blue energy around him. In a surge of realization, he understood, he now possessed the ability to see soul power. As he took one last look at the chamber that had unveiled itself to him, Dugu Shin's thoughts resonated with gratitude and determination. Once he exited the room, the statue moved back to seal the chamber. Before he left he took one last look at the statue before bowing before it and say, "Thank you for everything Master Moroccan," with a tone full of gratitude, leaving the place back to Douluo continent. As the minutes stretched into what felt like eternity, Dugu Bo's worry grew with every passing second. His frantic gaze swept across the clearing where the array had been uncovered. Anxiety gnawed at him, mingling with a profound sense of guilt. He had allowed Dugu Shin to venture alone into the depths of the sunset forest, and now he was paying the price for his decision. His mind raced, thoughts swirling in a tumultuous whirlwind. He shouldn't have gone alone, he berated himself. Every fiber of his being screamed for him to act, to find his son and ensure his safety. The talisman he carried, usually attuned to Dugu Shin's presence, now yielded no response. Panic tightened its grip around his heart, his fears manifesting in the uncertainty that had taken root within him. What if he's hurt? What if he's in danger? These thoughts echoed in the recesses of his mind, each one a painful reminder of his responsibility as a father. Dugu Bo's hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms as his eyes searched for any sign, any indication of Dugu Shin's return. And then, as if in response to his desperate thoughts, the array beneath his feet blazed to life. Its intricate lines illuminated the clearing with a celestial light, and in its heart, a figure emerged. It was Dugu Shin, his form materializing from the luminous matrix of the array. Relief surged through Dugu Bo, a mixture of gratitude and a father's overwhelming love. Dugu Shin, his voice trembled with a mixture of concern and emotion. Dugu Bo's gaze softened as it fell upon his wounded son. The waves of concern and responsibility that had churned within him converged into a single sentence, a plea rooted in love and care. "Don't do that again," he whispered. In that moment, Dugu Bo's arms enveloped his son in a tight embrace. Time passed, and eventually, Dugu Shin eased himself out of his father's hold. A tinge of embarrassment colored his cheeks. As his breath steadied, he met his father's gaze, a playful glint in his eyes. "I managed to avoid being killed," Dugu Shin quipped, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Though I did come close to being smothered by your overprotectiveness, father." Dugu Bo's laughter filled the air, the tension that had once gripped his heart giving way to amusement. With a playful flick to Dugu Shin's forehead, he chuckled. "Seems like you've recovered quite well, my spirited child. Teasing your old man." Amidst their conversation, a subtle realization washed over Dugu Shin. Behind his father he could see his father's martial soul. But what truly caught Dugu Shin off guard was the intuitive knowledge about his father's soul rank, ranked 73 Spirit Saint, that accompanied this vision. Is this part of the eye's abilities? His mind whirled with questions, his focus split between his father's form and his own thoughts. I can see his martial soul without him consciously releasing it. The two exchanged a knowing look, the shared humor an unspoken bridge that mended any lingering unease, as their laughter echoed through the clearing. "Exoner," Dugu Bo's voice was suddenly heard, stopping the laughter of the two. I was worried. I thought something had happened to you. Dugu Shin's tired smile was a balm to his father's heart. I'm here, Dad, and I am okay. Dugu Bo's hands resting on Dugu Shin's shoulders as he studied his son's face. Dugu Bo's eyes flickered over his son's features, lingering on the unfamiliar aspects that caught his attention. It was clear that Dugu Shin's eyes now had two pupils. At the same time, a green crystal adorned his chest, a radiant gem that seemed to pulse with life. Dugu Shin, Dugu Bo's voice held a mix of curiosity and concern. What happened? Your eyes, and that crystal on your chest. Dugu Shin met his father's gaze, his expression calm and composed. When I activated the array beneath us, he began, his voice steady, I was transported to a sub-realm linked to an extinct clan's legacy. There, I discovered these eyes and the crystal, along with 2 cultivation manuals. As much as I love Dad, I would rather not have him find out that the place belonged to a god. In the future I am sure he would either find out by himself or I would tell him myself. Dugu Bo's brow furrowed, his concern deepening. A sub-realm, extinct clan's legacy, tell me more. Dugu Shin nodded, understanding the weight of his father's worry. The array acted as a portal to this hidden realm, where there was a giant mansion with a big court. In there I found these relics. The eyes and the crystal were part of that inheritance. When I touched them, they fused with me, causing the changes you see. His father's eyes widened, his mind grappling with the magnitude of what Dugu Shin was revealing. Fused with you. Are you okay? Are they harmful? Dugu Shin hurriedly replied. No, not at all, in fact they have brought me only benefits. Dugu Shin's gaze held a glint of excitement. The eyes allow me to see in 360 degrees, all around me. I can even see the particles of soul power around us. And the crystal, he gestured to the radiant gem. I'm actually not sure what it does. When he heard that, Dugu Bo began to ponder but decided to leave it for later. We will try to see its effects once we reach back home. Dugu Shin nodded, happy to return home. Finally, I can go back and sleep on a real bed and not moss and rocks. Dugu Bo escorted Dugu Shin back to their family house, a journey marked by a mixture of relief and reflection. Upon their return, the familiarity of their surroundings brought a sense of solace. As they entered their home, a mixture of exhaustion and the weight of recent events settled upon Dugu Shin's shoulders. His body and spirit had been pushed to their limits, the toll of his adventure evident in every weary step. With a sense of urgency and concern, Dugu Bo guided his son to his room. It was time for Dugu Shin to rest, to allow his body and spirit the opportunity to recover from the trials they had faced. As he lay in his bed, the exhaustion that had been simmering beneath the surface engulfed him, pulling him into a deep slumber for the next 2 days. When he finally stirred, the memories of his adventure still lingered, but it was accompanied by a renewed sense of strength. Dugu Shin's eyes fluttered open, the room bathed in the gentle light of a new day, accompanied by the blue particles flowing of soul power flowing in the air. 2 days later, as Dugu Shin's eyes fluttered open, a soft voice reached his ears, a familiar tone that brought him back to consciousness. A maid stood by his bedside, her presence gentle yet purposeful. Young master, she spoke, her voice respectful, Master Dugu Bo has requested your presence in the courtyard once you awaken. Dugu Shin nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze lingering on the maid for a brief moment. In that instant, he glimpsed at her martial soul, a simple spear with a cultivation of level 34 spirit elder with a resonance that marked her as a skilled practitioner at level 34. With a grateful nod, Dugu Shin swung his legs over the edge of the bed and stood, his strength fully returned. His eyes held a spark of curiosity as he observed the maid for a moment, before turning and heading towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found his father standing there. Dugu Bo turned as his son approached, his eyes filled with a mixture of pride and concern. Dugu Shin, he began, his voice carrying a father's affection, you've awakened. Father, Dugu Shin's voice held warmth, a reflection of the bond they shared. You asked to see me. Dugu Bo nodded, his gaze searching his son's face. I wanted to hear about your hunt, to understand the changes you've undergone. Dugu Shin spoke of the encounter Gu Rong, their hunt together for both of their spirit rings, and the battle with the Pink Queen. His father listened attentively, his eyes reflecting a mixture of understanding and curiosity. In your soul power, Dugu Bo's voice carried a note of concern, it reached level 30 during that time. Yet, I sense that your foundation may not be as solid as it should be. Dugu Shin met his father's gaze, his expression earnest. The increase in my soul power is thanks to the absorption of the 4 pupils' mystic eyes, as I've named them, and the green gem. But you're right, Dad. I can feel that my foundation needs consolidation. Dugu Bo's brow furrowed slightly, his concern deepening. Exener, your journey has undoubtedly granted you power, but it's essential that you build upon a solid foundation. Rushing into the next step could prove detrimental. His son's understanding gaze met his. I know, Dad. I intend to spend the next year focusing on strengthening my foundation before attempting to absorb my next spirit ring. A smile tugged at the corners of Dugu Bo's lips. A wise choice. A year should be enough for you to stabilize your foundation and become accustomed with your new abilities. Dugu Shin. Dugu Bo's voice held a tone of anticipation. Let me see your second spirit skill. In response to his father's request, Dugu Shin's focus shifted inward. His soul power surged, and the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor appeared coiled around him while 2 spirit rings appeared and floated behind him. As Dugu Shin's martial soul appeared, Dugu Bo's keen eyes caught a detail that sent a shock of recognition through him. The third eye on its forehead held a familiarity that stirred memories from the depths of his heart. It was an emblem that echoed the memory of his wife's martial spirit, the 3-eyed golden lion. The realization hit him like a wave, the connection undeniable. The presence of that third eye brought forth a rush of emotions. Uaa. She awakened her martial spirit's third eye while still a spirit king, his inner thoughts murmured, his heart full of nostalgia. While also carrying Dugu Shin within her. Perhaps that awakening also caused a change in the martial soul which was awakened now due to Exener explosive growth this early. As Dugu Bo gained a hold of his emotions, Dugu Shin entered martial spirit possession. His hands and forearms became enveloped in an intricate pattern of green jade scales, his nails extended slightly, and on his forehead, a third eye emerged, with black sclera and a blood-red iris. With a surge of power, he activated his second spirit skill. Second spirit skill, Red Demon Poison Mist. As Dugu Shin activated his second spirit ring, his aura shifted, a crimson fog materialized around him, spreading and enveloping the entire courtyard that covered 150 square meters. This skill, he began, his voice carrying a touch of excitement, produces a red fog that disrupts an opponent's vision. It also reduces their attributes by 10%, while boosting all of my attributes by 20% when I'm within the mist. Dugu Bo thought that it was an impressive ability, but what truly piqued his interest was the poison of the mist. He could feel it as a powerful toxin, but he wasn't sure how strong. Tell me about the poison in the mist. Dugu Shin smiled and continued his explanation. The poison inflicts intense muscle pain and makes breathing difficult for those who inhale it. After 15 minutes, the poison intensifies, causing the victim to exude red pus and die, even if they manage to escape the mist. I can however use my martial soul to take back the poison though. As the demonstration concluded, Dugu Shin released the skill, allowing the poison to dissipate gradually over the next 10 minutes. Dugu Shin turned to his father, his eyes alight with curiosity and a hint of excitement. Dad, he began, his voice earnest, I've been meaning to ask you about the third eye on the forehead of the serpent's head. Do you know anything about it? Dugu Bo met his son's gaze with an expectant smile, as if he had been anticipating this question. I thought you might ask, he said, his tone gentle. Come, let's walk. Leading the way, Dugu Bo guided his son through the mountain forest behind their mansion, their steps a measured rhythm against the earthy path. After a few minutes, they reached a small mountain cliff. A single headstone stood there with a single inscription, Dugu Ua. Dugu Shin's gaze lingered on the headstone, his heart heavy with a mix of emotions. He looked to his father, who nodded with understanding. This is where your mother rests, Dugu Bo said, his voice tinged with sadness. Taking a deep breath, Dugu Bo began to speak, his words carrying the weight of memories long held. Your mother, Ua, had a unique martial soul, the 3-eyed golden lion. It's a mythical creature even among spirit beasts. The legend goes that when the third eye on its forehead awakens, it brings immense fortune and can greatly enhance the cultivation speed of those who possess it, and even enhance the cultivation speed of those around them. Dugu Shin's eyes widened with surprise, the pieces of a puzzle beginning to fall into place. The 3-eyed golden lion, he murmured, his mind racing to connect the dots. Dugu Bo nodded, his expression solemn. Yes, Uaa awakened her third eye when she was pregnant with you. But the awakening came at a cost, her physical health deteriorated rapidly. She endured it for the sake of bringing you into this world. So, he began slowly, my jade phosphor serpent's mutation was likely influenced by the presence of the three-eyed golden lion's awakening. Dugu Bo finished his sentence. But your mother's weakened state and your own lack of strength at the time of your martial soul awakening prevented the mutation from fully manifesting. Now, however, your abilities have matured, and the mutation has come into its own. As the truth settled within Dugu Shin, he looked out into the distance, his thoughts a whirlwind of emotions and revelations. Father and son stood in silence, gazing over the horizon as the youth begins to go down. The sun's descent cast a warm glow over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. Dugu Shin and Dugu Bo made their way back to the mansion, the fading light a gentle backdrop to their return. Upon reaching the threshold of their home, their paths diverged as they headed to their respective bedrooms. Inside his room, Dugu Shin stood by the window, the remnants of daylight casting long shadows across the floor. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, his thoughts still entwined with the revelations about his mother's martial soul, the three-eyed golden lion. He extended his right hand toward the ceiling, as he contemplated the implications of his newfound understanding. As his thoughts circled back to the present, his gaze fell upon the ring-type essence tool. I will name you Obsidian Spark. As he did so, he also took a look inside and took the two cultivation manuals he had retrieved earlier, the Dream Weaver Scripture and the 9 Glazed Heavenly Core Technique. He approached a small table and pulled them from the ring to the outside world. He also remembered Moroccan's words, and a smile tugged at the corners of Dugu Shin's lips as realization dawned. The Dream Weaver Scripture and the 9 Glazed Heavenly Core Technique, they were not conflicting methods, but complementary paths that could be walked simultaneously. Dugu Shin's fingers traced the characters that adorned the pages of the Dream Weaver Scripture. Dream Weaver Scripture, a technique created to improve the rate of progress in cultivation. In a dream, everything is an illusion, but on the other hand, the user can cultivate and become stronger. This scripture allows cultivating inside a dream while sleeping and allows the user to cultivate in a dream world that is tailored to his specific needs and desires. The user can create a world that reflects his deepest desires and fears, allowing him to face and overcome his personal demons in a safe and controlled environment. It also makes cultivation easier than the real world because of how relaxing it is to practice while sleeping. Closing the Dream Weaver Scripture, Dugu Shin's gaze shifted to the 9 Glazed Heavenly Core Technique. With a deep breath, he began to read, his eyes widening as the words unveiled a technique of astounding potential. 9 Glazed Heavenly Core Technique, it allows the user to form a soul core every 10 ranks. If the user's soul power isn't enough, it will kill the user due to the rapid consumption of both spirit and soul power. External energies can be used to replace the soul power required. Absorbing the energy from heaven and earth treasures results in the creation of a stronger soul core and can help gain unique abilities. Holy, he whispered, the words escaping his lips in awe, but his amazement only deepened as he read further. This technique can't be cultivated once someone gains their second spirit ring, he realized, his brows furrowing in thought. That should have been my case as well, but the Heaven Snake Poison Pill technique granted me a premature spirit core, albeit incomplete. His fingers traced the text as he continued to absorb the information, his thoughts racing once more. These two cultivation techniques are greater than I have imagined, worthy of belonging to a god. With unwavering determination, Dugu Shin's mind was set on the path ahead, to solidify his foundation and complete his first soul core. The seed of resolve had taken root within him, fueled by the newfound knowledge and potential of the techniques he held. As he stepped out of his room under the shroud of darkness, he knew exactly what treasure he needed to achieve his goal. The energy of the venom gland from the 500,000 years jade phosphor dragon serpent is more than strong enough to complete the soul core. The nature of its energy will also enhance my poison to a next level. His eyes glinted with determination, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. However, just as he stepped outside, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows, the same maid who had been at his side when he first woke up. Her presence caught him off guard, and he regarded her with a mix of curiosity and inquiry. What do you require, young master? She inquired, her voice respectful and attentive. Dugu Shin's brow furrowed slightly, wondering why she was following him and lingering near his room. He voiced his question, his tone guarded. The maid's response was calm and matter-of-fact. I have been assigned to your service by Dugu Bo, young master. A sigh escaped Dugu Shin's lips as he processed the information. It seemed his father's protectiveness was at play. He nodded in acknowledgement and, after a brief exchange, informed the maid that he was heading to the cultivation room to cultivate for the night as he couldn't sleep. With a nod of understanding, she retreated, allowing Dugu Shin to continue on his path. As he pressed forward, his destination came into view. Finally stepping into the cave, he was immediately enveloped by the potent aroma of poisons and herbs that filled the air. Relaxing under the familiar smell of poison, he used his soul power to close the room. At the far end of the room, Dugu Shin's eyes fixed on the vessel of the venom gland of the jade phosphor dragon serpent. As he drew nearer to the vessel, his heart quickened with both excitement and caution. With a steady hand, he lifted the lid of the vessel, unleashing a torrent of potent poison aura that surged forth with unbridled intensity. The very air seemed to shiver in response, the room instantly inundated with a noxious presence that even Dugu Shin could feel seeping into his senses. His eyes widened at the sheer power of the aura, realizing that its influence extended far beyond his expectations. This poison, it's more formidable than I imagined, he thought, a mixture of surprise and realization coursing through him. As he observed the effects of the poison, Dugu Shin's keen senses detected a strange transformation occurring within the room. The soul particles that permeated the air began to shift in color, turning shades of purple and green under the poison's corrupting influence. A sense of unease prickled at his consciousness as he realized that the poison even had an effect on the soul power that lingered within the room. This poison is potent enough to alter the very essence of soul power, he mused, a mix of curiosity and urgency igniting within him. He understood that he couldn't afford to waste any more time, the situation was growing increasingly dangerous. With resolute determination, Dugu Shin settled into a cross-legged position on the floor. With a deep breath, he initiated his cultivation, using both the 9 glazed heavenly core technique and the heaven snake poison pill technique. The 9 glazed heavenly core technique guided him through the intricate process of completing his first soul core. He focused his intention on the task at hand, his mind synchronized with the essence of the technique. Simultaneously, he called upon the heaven snake poison pill technique, allowing the poison within his body to further refine and elevate the density of his soul power. Due to the 4 pupil mystic eyes, he witnessed how the poison soul power within the room gravitated towards him. As the poison-laden soul power continued to merge and meld within him, Dugu Shin's focus narrowed until the world around him faded into obscurity. His surroundings blurred into insignificance as he immersed himself in the intricate dance of cultivation, his entire being consumed by the endeavor to complete his first soul core. As Dugu Shin delved deeper into his cultivation, a profound transformation began to manifest both within and around him. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor appeared behind him, coiling protectively around him as Dugu Shin's soul power began to change in color and nature. His jade green soul power shifted into a pitch black hue, its edges etched with a dark green outline. Within this inky abyss, there lingered a palpable chill, a chilling, deathly sensation that hinted at the malevolence and poison that now coursed through it. The poison in the air, a formidable force in its own right, had not only seeped into Dugu Shin's very being but had begun to infiltrate his soul power as well. His soul power became filled with overbearing poison that gave off a chill of death, can easily infect opponents in a fight without them knowing. As his transformation continued, Dugu Shin's jade green hair began to take over most of his black hair, steadily the vibrant color enveloping nearly 3/4 of his entire head. A sign that his poison in his body became even more deadly. But it wasn't just his hair that was impacted. His external soul bone materialized, hungrily absorbing the surrounding soul power and poison. Its length extended until it was twice the size of Dugu Shin himself, and its age reached a staggering 30,000 years. Amidst these profound changes, Dugu Shin's martial soul too underwent a striking metamorphosis. Its scales, once vibrant and resplendent, took on a pitch black hue, creating a stark contrast with the jade green exterior that adorned it. The eyes of the martial soul, once fierce and fiery, now gleamed with a radiant golden hue. Meanwhile, while Dugu Shin was undergoing new changes, Dugu Bo stood vigil outside the cultivation cave. His eyes were fixed upon the entrance, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of contemplation. The stillness of the night was only broken by the occasional rustle of leaves, and the moonlight cast long shadows upon the forest. In the quietude of the night, the maid assigned to Dugu Shin emerged from the shadows, her presence respectful and unobtrusive. She bowed her head in deference to Dugu Bo, who acknowledged her with a subtle nod. His gaze remained focused on the cave entrance, curiosity gnawing at his thoughts. He inquired about Dugu Shin, his voice carrying the weight of concern. How did he seem when he entered? The maid, perceptive and attentive, responded thoughtfully. He appeared quite excited, master. Dugu Bo's brows furrowed at her words, considering the implications. Excitement, you say? He must have discovered something significant in those manuals to make him disregard the passage of time. Uncertainty shrouded his plans for his son's future. The conversation shifted to other, more mundane matters, a brief respite from the weighty decisions that loomed on the horizon. The night hours passed quietly, and as the sun's first rays began to grace the horizon, they continued their exchange. The rock that concealed the entrance to the cave gradually stirred and shifted, allowing Dugu Shin to emerge with a contented smile gracing his features. However, the sight that greeted Dugu Bo was far from reassuring. His frown deepened as he took in the extent of Dugu Shin's hair that had turned jade green. The chilling aura of death and poison exuded from Dugu Shin's very being, an unsettling presence that made even the maid's composure waver. She could feel the poisonous miasma tainting the air, causing her to break out in a cold sweat before ultimately succumbing to its effects, collapsing to the ground, poisoned and unconscious. Dugu Bo was surprised to see that his son's spirit power exuded the chill of death and that his spirit power was poisonous. As the maid collapsed before him, Dugu Bo's concern deepened, and he acted swiftly to mitigate the situation. With a commanding force of his soul power, he extended a protective aura over the unconscious maid, working diligently to neutralize the insidious poison that had affected her. Simultaneously, his attention remained divided, fixed on his son, Dugu Shin. With an air of gravitas, Dugu Bo addressed his son, his tone laced with urgency. Exoner, suppress your soul power. Now. Dugu Shin, caught off guard by the maid's sudden collapse and his father's stern command, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He had unwittingly allowed his unrestrained soul power to spill into the environment, endangering those around him. He swiftly retracted his soul power, exerting control over the volatile energy that had surged forth. He quickly suppressed his soul power. With the danger averted and the maid's well-being secured, Dugu Shin approached his father. In a voice tinged with worry, Dugu Bo inquired, what happened in there? Dugu Shin didn't hesitate to explain. One of the cultivation techniques allows for the creation of a soul core every 10 levels. The pill created by our cultivation technique formed a soul core infused with poison, but it was incomplete. I chose to complete it before attempting anything else. Dugu Bo absorbed this information, his brow furrowing in thought. And what about your soul power? It seems to have undergone a significant change. Dugu Shin nodded, acknowledging the transformation that had taken place. Yes, father. Once the soul core was completed, my soul power changed naturally. A thoughtful silence hung between them for a moment as Dugu Bo processed the revelation. He then spoke, his tone a blend of understanding and guidance. I see, Exoner, you should exercise caution when releasing your soul power now. This change brings both opportunity and danger. It's imperative that you improve your control over it. 4 years later, in a dimly lit room, Dugu Shin stood with his eyes closed, the air around him filled with a rainbow-colored miasma. This fog was filled with toxins, each particle carrying an acute corrosive acid that could reduce the physical body to decay. Those unfortunate enough to come into contact with it would suffer not only from its devastating effects but also endure excruciating pain. Yet, as Dugu Shin stood in its midst, there was no hint of suffering or distress on his face. The young man's eyes, now marked by 4 pupils with a striking blue and red outline, opened slowly. Over the years his hair transformed into a vibrant jade green. Sigh, this past 4 years have been busier than I expected. During the last 4 years Dugu Shin, with the help of his father, finally found the ice and fire yin-yang well. In these years, after returning from hunting his 3rd spirit ring, he tried to also create his 3rd soul core using the ice and fire poisons of the well. Thus, he ate both the infernal delicate apricot and octagonal mysterious ice grass while submerging himself in the well. This caused his cultivation to increase rapidly from level 34 all the way to 38, also causing him to gain immunity to ice and fire, and his blood also gained extreme ice-fire poison as well. However, his 3rd soul core was different than what he imagined. Instead of granting him fire or ice abilities, the mental strain during the absorption of the 2 immortal herbs while submerged in the well optioned him a soul core that passively refines his mental power, spirit energy. Shortly after the event which caused his old maid to almost die, he revealed the Dream Weaver scripture to Dugu Bo, as the 9-glazed heavenly core technique held no use for him due to its nature. Dugu Bo's cultivation speed skyrocketed, propelling him to reach level 89 Spirit Douluo. Today Dugu Shin emerges from his own cultivation room from behind the statue of the dragon god and Asura god. Last year Dugu Shin finally managed to learn how to create the space array that would take them to the sub-realm. This caused Dugu Bo to make the decision of moving to live there permanently. Dugu Shin agreed without any problems and he set up the array in the cave next to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Dugu Shin also made the hidden room behind the statue his cultivation room, and he also stored the venom gland of the 500.000 years jade phosphor serpent dragon and the reverse scale of the abyss demon dragon inside the room. Dugu Bo chose another room, on the middle floor to create his new cultivation room and also store all of his poisons, spirit beast's blood and other medicines. Dugu Shin emerged from his cultivation room, the heavy wooden door clashing shut behind him. Waiting for him was his father, Dugu Bo, who greeted him in a light-hearted tone, "Exoner, today is your birthday. Let's go and have dinner." Dugu Shin was puzzled. He had always chosen not to celebrate his birthday ever since his mother's death. Nevertheless, he followed his father to the dining room, where they enjoyed a feast of Dugu Shin's favorite dishes. Dugu Bo eventually reached for the wine gourd and poured Shin a glass. The young man was surprised, but Dugu Bo spoke warmly, "Exoner, you have matured and grown into a fine man. Today is the day you have your first drink with your old man." Dugu Bo raised his cup, and Shin hesitantly sipped it. Memories of his previous life flooded his mind. He had tasted much stronger wines back then. However, as the brewing technology on Douluo continent was not as advanced, this wine had a slight sweetness that he wasn't used to. It still made him choke a bit. Dugu Bo chuckled, gently patting his son's back. He reminisced, "Your grandfather and I had our first taste of wine just like this. I choked too, and my father couldn't stop laughing." After a moment of silence, Dugu Bo spoke again, "Exoner, now that you're growing up, it's time for you to venture out on your own. I'm thinking of sending you to an advanced spirit academy for some experience. What do you say?" Dugu Shin pondered for a moment before replying seriously, "Father, I want to go." Dugu Bo smiled warmly, saying, "You'll make many friends and maybe even find the love of your life." He paused, his eyes clouding with a hint of sorrow, and the room fell silent. Taking another sip of wine, Dugu Bo continued, "Exoner, I've selected a few academies for you. The Heaven Do Royal Academy and the Hollow Beast Academy are the best choices for you. The 5 Elemental Academies and the Instrument Soul Academy do not suit you." Dugu Shin thought carefully. The Heaven Do Royal Academy is prestigious, but it's filled with nobles who often slack off. True talent is rare to find there. Moreover, it's heavily influenced by the Heaven Do royal family, and most students already are part of a clan or sect. It doesn't align with my vision. He wanted to create a sect, one that belonged to the Dugu family. He will call it the Hall of Soul. As for the Hollow Beast Academy, Dugu Shin continued, it's populated mostly by civilians with weaker abilities, but many of them lack a sect or family and they tend to work harder than nobles. It fits perfectly with my plans. Dugu Shin made his decision, "Father, I've thought it over. I want to go to the Hollow Beast Academy." Dugu Bo was taken aback by this choice. He asked again, "Exoner, are you sure about the Hollow Beast Academy instead of the Heaven Do Royal Academy?" Dugu Shin nodded with determination, "I'm sure, father." Dugu Bo smiled fondly, "All right, you're growing up, and you can make your own decisions." After finishing their meal, Dugu Shin left, not wanting to burden his father with memories of his late mother. As night fell, Dugu Bo, now slightly tipsy, arrived at Yue's tomb. He muttered to himself, "Exoner has grown up. It's time to let him spread his wings. I don't know if this is the right choice, but I can't keep him caged. He needs to experience the world's hardships if he is to carry on the Dugu family legacy." He smiled as another thought crossed his mind, with Exoner's personality, he'll need some help finding a wife. He chuckled, "I thought he'd choose the Heaven Do Royal Academy, but the Hollow Beast Academy. I wonder what's going on in that head of his. But that's fine, Yue, you also attended the Hollow Beast Academy. You two mother and son are quite alike. Sigh, Exoner, you're just like your mother." The next day, Dugu Bo prepared a carriage and luggage for Dugu Shin. He also handed him a purple gold card with 2,000 gold soul coins. Dugu Bo also gave him the wishful 100 treasure purse. It was a leather purse, small enough to comfortably fit in one hand, inscribed with the image of a 9-knot ichthyosaur. This serpentine dragon was plated in black and silver scales, with mesmerizing blue eyes, jagged spines, and needle-sharp fangs. Its bladed tail coiled around the purse, adorned with intricate blue veins. This purse, despite its small size, possessed a vast storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. It can even store living beings within it. As the carriage rolled toward the Hollow Beast Academy, Dugu Shin gazed at the academy's gate adorned with murals of exotic beasts and the imposing engraving of a fierce beast, the Mountain Dragon King. With determination in his eyes, Dugu Shin muttered softly, "My sect will rise from here." Despite being from the relatively small family, Dugu Shin's admission to the Hollow Beast Academy was a straightforward process. This was due to his exceptional talent, having reached the 38th level as a spirit elder at the age of 12, a feat unheard of in the Academy's history. The Hollow Beast Academy wasted no time in processing his admission, and Dugu Bo, his father, briefly explained the situation before leaving the Academy grounds. Once settled in the college dormitory, Dugu Shin's two roommates couldn't help but be curious about his background. They asked, "Brother, what family are you from?" Dugu Shin, not particularly fond of people prying into his personal affairs, simply replied, "Dugu family." The two roommates, after some thought, couldn't recall any notable Dugu family and gradually lost their enthusiasm for further inquiries. Undisturbed by their behavior, Dugu Shin meticulously arranged his belongings. One of his roommates, Ma Jun, finally sat down and introduced himself. "I'm Ma Jun from the War Horse family, Martial Soul Flame War Horse, a level 21 power attack system spirit grandmaster. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me." The other, Yao Chen, added, "I'm from the Ghost Leopard family, a level 27 War Soul Master with the Martial Soul Black-Lined Ghost Leopard." Dugu Shin offered a simple smile in response but didn't engage in extended conversation, focusing instead on organizing his things. "What happened to your eyes?" asked Ma Jun, curious why Dugu Shin had 4 pupils. He quickly responded without any fluctuation in his voice, "Mutation caused by my martial soul." As the group headed to the academy cafeteria for dinner, Ma Jun and Yao Chen took the opportunity to flaunt their superiority over civilian soul masters, belittling them along the way. Dugu Shin, on the other hand, quietly enjoyed his meal. Suddenly, a commotion arose as a young man appeared, surrounded by admiring students. Ma Jun and Yao Chen eagerly explained to Dugu Shin, "That's a legendary figure in our academy, Meng Shu. He's only 16 years old but already a level 29 spirit grandmaster with the martial soul dragon staff. Though not from a prestigious family, he's a rare talent among civilians. Rumor has it that the dean is considering to take him as his personal disciple." Dugu Shin, absorbed in his thoughts, had only taken a few bites of his meal when he suddenly stood up and challenged Meng Shu. "Meng Shu, I want to challenge you." His roommates were quick to warn him against it, fearing for his safety, but Dugu Shin was resolute. Meng Shu, seemingly unperturbed, responded, "You want to challenge me? Are you even qualified?" In response, Dugu Shin's soul power surged, and the 3 soul rings under his feet gleamed, 1 yellow and 2 purple. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor materialized behind him, emitting a commanding roar that suppressed the onlookers. The chill of death further suppressed Meng Shu. Meng Shu, now locked in a contest of power, summoned 2 yellow soul rings beneath his feet and wielded his dragon staff to resist Dugu Shin's influence. He spoke with a tremor in his voice, "Let's see what you've got. Bring it on." Dugu Shin introduced himself, "Dugu Shin, level 38 Control System Spirit Elder, Martial Soul Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor." Meng Shu also presented himself seriously, still feeling the cold grip of Dugu Shin's soul power. "Meng Shu, level 29 Power Attack System, Martial Soul Dragon Staff." Suddenly, a rotund soul emperor with white, yellow, purple, and black soul rings appeared. His martial soul resembled a jellybean. He bellowed, "You 2 troublemakers, take your fight to the academy ring. Don't create a ruckus here." Internally, he was intrigued by Dugu Shin's resilience in the face of his power. Then, his black soul ring gleamed, and he consumed a red jellybean from his martial soul, causing his soul power to surge. The once portly man transformed into a more muscular figure and appeared beside Dugu Shin and Meng Shu. With ease, he picked them up and tossed them out of the cafeteria. Dugu Shin landed gracefully on his feet, while Meng Shu, who had landed unceremoniously on his rear end, quickly got up, dusted himself off, and shot an indignant glare at Dugu Shin. In a sneering tone, Meng Shu challenged, "I'll be waiting for you at the academy ring tomorrow. Let's see how strong you really are." Dugu Shin smiled calmly and replied, "I'll be there." Internally, he pondered on Meng Shu's pride and the desire for recognition. This challenge would serve to demonstrate his abilities and hopefully recruit more followers for his future sect. Meng Shu would later become a level 89 Contra, just one step away from achieving the esteemed title of Douluo. This step was notorious for claiming countless lives, but with some assistance, Meng Shu had the potential to attain the title. Additionally, he and Chao Tianxiang possessed a martial soul fusion technique, the Serpent Dragon Joint Assault, which made them comparable to a level 94 titled Douluo when combined. Dugu Shin returned to his dormitory, garnering surprised gazes from his roommates. With unwavering confidence, Dugu Shin replied, "Don't worry. He might be strong, but he's not my match." The dormitory gradually fell silent. The next morning, Dugu Shin arrived at the Academy Soul Arena to find Meng Shu already waiting. The area was filled with students from the Hollow Beast Academy, eager to witness the confrontation. Meng Shu glanced at Dugu Shin's arrival and nonchalantly remarked, "You've kept me waiting." Dugu Shin smiled and responded, "Let's see if your strength matches your words." Meng Shu snorted and summoned his dragon staff, radiating confidence as he prepared to face Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin, however, wiped away his earlier smirk, his eyes turning cold and calculating. 3 spirit rings appeared beneath his feet, 1 yellow and 2 purple. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor materialized behind him, its gaze fixed on Meng Shu. A middle-aged spirit ancestor with 4 soul rings descended onto the ring, serving as the referee and announcing the rules. As long as the match doesn't result in death or permanent disability, or if one side surrenders, it would be considered a victory. Meng Shu's soul power steadily increased, while Dugu Shin's cold, serpentine eyes remained locked on his opponent. Meng Shu then initiated the fight by using his dragon staff, a silver, intricately designed staff with a lifelike dragon head. He had 2 yellow soul rings under his feet, and his first spirit ring, Dragon Strike, enhanced his staff's destructive power by 50% for 10 minutes by producing a disrupting dragon roar. Dugu Shin, on the other hand, chose not to use his spirit abilities and met Meng Shu head-on. Their soul power clashed violently, but in this initial exchange, Meng Shu was forced back 2 steps, while Dugu Shin remained unmoved. It became clear that Dugu Shin had superior raw power. However, Meng Shu was more cautious of the venom-coated attacks and aimed to finish the fight quickly. In Dugu Shin's thoughts, he noted that Meng Shu's dragon staff seemed to be a high-level weapon martial soul with formidable attack power, albeit slower in speed. He continued to taunt Meng Shu, "Your attack is impressive, but still weaker than mine." Dugu Shin launched a series of calculated attacks, and each time Meng Shu defended, Dugu Shin managed to land several blows. The fight seemed to be falling into a rhythm favorable to Dugu Shin, who inflicted 2 scratches on Meng Shu's chest. The wounds began to corrode, emitting a faint green hue. As Meng Shu realized he was trapped in Dugu Shin's pace, he muttered to himself, "This damn guy hasn't used any spirit ring abilities yet." He decided to change the situation, unleashing his soul power and activating his second spirit ring ability, Thorn Dragon Rush. This skill increased his movement speed by 100%, and with a sudden burst of speed, he thrust his dragon staff towards Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin, slightly caught off guard, managed to block the attack, but he observed Meng Shu's new ability with interest. He thought, "So, that's his second spirit skill. I've seen enough. It's time to finish this before the poison I've infected him with mutates and kills him." Meng Shu's soul power surged as he leapt high, activating his first spirit ring ability once again. His dragon staff emitted a resounding dragon roar as he struck toward Dugu Shin. However, Dugu Shin merely smiled, sneering inwardly, HMPH, first spirit skill, Cursed Shroud. As he activated his ability, his arms and forearms were covered in green jade scales with 4 golden horns protruding from his elbows. His nails elongated, turning gold and becoming filled with the poison of his martial spirit. This transformation increased all of his body attributes by 20%. His nails were now as sharp as a 1,000-year-old Datura snake's fangs, and his body gained the defense of a 1,000-year-old Datura snake's body. Meng Shu charged in to attack Dugu Shin, but as he inhaled inadvertently, he immediately felt his soul power becoming erratic, and intense pain coursed through his muscles. Dugu Shin noticed Meng Shu's changing expression and the chaos in his soul power and quickly warned him, "Surrender. My poison has already adapted to your body. If you continue to fight, you'll die." Despite the corrosive pain from his wounds, Meng Shu endured and continued to counterattack. Dugu Shin, realizing he needed to end the fight before his poison took Meng Shu's life, pressed on. Meng Shu's soul power was split between vigilance, defense, and counterattacks. He struggled to reduce his breathing and maintain control over his soul power while defending against Dugu Shin's relentless onslaught. Meng Shu's heart raced as he felt trapped in a snake's coils, every move leading him closer to despair. He reluctantly acknowledged, "For now, this is the only option." With that, he unleashed the innate ability of the dragon staff, turning into a silver, snake-like dragon with sharp hexagonal scales. The serpent extended from his body, its length 4 meters. Additionally, Meng Shu activated his second spirit ring ability, Thorn Dragon Rush, boosting his movement speed by 100%. Dugu Shin was momentarily surprised to see the dragon staff transform into a serpentine dragon. Interesting, its different from the original story. This special beast martial soul could function as both a weapon and a beast, offering dual advantages but with lower bonuses in each aspect. Dugu Shin used his own unique technique, the rise of twin spirits, allowing him to nurture a spirit similar to a martial spirit avatar. Meng Shu's dragon attacked Dugu Shin, but Dugu Shin's jade phosphor serpent spirit quickly emerged, biting and strangled Meng Shu's dragon, rendering it powerless. Meng Shu attempted to reinforce his dragon with soul power, but before he could do so, he spat out black blood from his mouth, and the same dark fluid began to ooze from his other orifices. Dugu Shin thought, "As I suspected, this unique beast martial soul can't be integrated with a weapon martial soul until after level 70, not until you've learned the true body of the martial soul. In weapon form, increases your attack range but your body becomes your own weakest point." Despite the toxins eating away at his body, Meng Shu defiantly continued to battle, prompting Dugu Shin to say, "Admit defeat before you die." An observer outside the arena commented, "What terrifying control. Meng Shu has already lost unfairly." Moreover, Dugu Shin only used his first spirit ring, and he intentionally weakened the poison to avoid killing him. Meng Shu only felt that his vision was becoming more and more blurred, and his soul power was getting less and less, becoming more and more difficult to mobilize at the same time. Dugu Shin, cold and determined, mentally commanded his martial spirit, instructing it to crush Meng Shu's dragon. The serpent responded immediately, coiling around Meng Shu's serpent-like dragon formed from his dragon staff. With relentless force, it tightened its grip, pushing the dragon to its limits. The pressure was too much for dragon staff to handle, and the backlash of the attack caused Meng Shu to lose consciousness. With Meng Shu incapacitated, his dragon staff reverted to its original form, rolling on the ground and disappearing into the arena's ether. Silence hung in the air as the realization of Dugu Shin's victory settled over the spectators. Teacher Fu Lin, the referee of the match, took a moment to absorb the turn of events. Then, he spoke with a tone of finality, "The winner is Dugu Shin." The match ended in 3 minutes. Confusion and surprise lingered in the air until the silence was shattered by Ma Jun and Yao Chen, Dugu Shin's dormitory neighbors. These two had initially questioned Dugu Shin's abilities and inquired about his family background but were now the first to break into exuberant cheers. Ma Jun, from the War Horse family, and Yao Chen, from the Ghost Leopard family, couldn't contain their excitement as they jumped to their feet, shouting, "This is our roommate." Their enthusiasm was infectious, and gradually, the rest of the spectators joined in, offering a raucous round of applause and cheers for the victorious Dugu Shin. The resounding cheers filled the arena, echoing through the Hollow Beast Academy, as word quickly spread about the astonishing outcome of the battle. Yet, Dugu Shin himself didn't revel in the cheers and applause. Instead, he remained focused on the task at hand. He lowered his body, summoned his spirit, and ordered it to begin absorbing the poison that had been inflicted on Meng Shu. He took a pill out of his ring, carefully placing it near Meng Shu's lips. Without hesitation, he gently fed it to his defeated opponent. The pill was a powerful antidote, designed to counteract the effects of removing the poison from his body. Once he was sure that Meng Shu had ingested the antidote, Dugu Shin prepared to call for assistance. He looked around for Meng Shu's friends, hoping they would help carry their fallen comrade to the infirmary for further treatment. However, much to his surprise, Meng Shu's friends hesitated, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. None of them dared to approach the victor, Dugu Shin. Seeing no immediate help forthcoming, Dugu Shin made a decision. He carefully lifted Meng Shu, and began to make his way towards the infirmary. That night, as Meng Shu slowly regained consciousness in the hospital ward, he found himself surrounded by the sterile, white walls of the infirmary. He blinked his eyes, trying to shake off the haze of his defeat and the effects of the antidote. As he slowly came to his senses, the reality of his loss settled in, and he muttered to himself in disbelief, "I lost." A nearby medical staff member noticed Meng Shu's awakening and approached to check on him. The staff member explained that Dugu Shin had not only defeated him but had also taken the initiative to detoxify him and ensure that the poison did not spread further. Meng Shu couldn't help but feel a mix of gratitude and frustration at the thought of his opponent's unexpected kindness. The following day, Dugu Shin visited Meng Shu in the hospital ward. Meng Shu, still recovering from the physical and emotional toll of their battle, observed Dugu Shin's arrival with a guarded expression. He spoke with a touch of bitterness, "What are you here for? To mock me as a loser?" Dugu Shin's response was unexpected. He shook his head and replied in a calm and measured tone, "I'm not here to mock you. I wanted to check on your recovery and see if all the poison has been eliminated." His words were sincere, lacking any hint of gloating or condescension. Meng Shu's anger was palpable as he retorted, "I couldn't care less about your concern. You didn't take me seriously throughout the fight, and I hate people from families like yours." His words were filled with bitterness and frustration, reflecting his feelings of inadequacy in a world where noble families held significant advantages. Dugu Shin, however, didn't respond with defensiveness or arrogance. Instead, he smiled and posed a thought-provoking question, "Family or commoner, what's the difference?" Meng Shu, still seething with anger and resentment, poured out his frustrations, revealing the harsh reality of soul ring hunters like himself. "What do you know? Even as soul ring hunters have to beg around for opportunities. Without talent, we're like pests, always exploited by people like you." Dugu Shin fell silent for a moment before speaking earnestly, "If you think the world is unfair, change it instead of complaining here." Meng Shu sneered, "It's easy for you to say, but changing the world? Don't make me laugh. I can barely even move with these stitches." His retort was laced with a sense of hopelessness, indicating that he saw little room for improvement in his current circumstances. Dugu Shin continued, "Surprisingly, you're just a coward who doesn't even dare to dream. I must have been mistaken when I came." He turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Meng Shu erupted angrily, "Who are you calling a coward? Believe it or not, I'll fight you again." Dugu Shin didn't react to the provocation and turned back, saying with a calm smile, "You decide." Meng Shu interjected indignantly, "I won't go easy on you next time. When I reach level 30, we'll fight again, and if you win, I'll follow you in the future," without hesitation. Dugu Shin was somewhat surprised but quickly regained his composure, responding earnestly, "Next time you challenge me, remember that the poison I used on you was the weakest I could muster using only my first spirit ring skill. Before you ask me to take you seriously, think about whether you have the strength to resist my poison." He then turned and left, leaving Meng Shu speechless. As soon as Dugu Shin returned to the dormitory, he was greeted by Ma Jun and Yao Chen, who wore broad smiles. Ma Jun enthusiastically approached Dugu Shin and said, "Boss Dugu, you really surprised us today. Meng Shu had no chance against you. You're a role model for our generation." Dugu Shin smiled and replied, "What happened, you two?" The two exchanged a glance, and Ma Jun took a deep breath before saying, "Well, Dugu boss, something unexpected happened. We unintentionally formed a gang." Yao Chen quickly added, "It was mostly due to Ma Jun's silver tongue, and surprisingly, many students want to join our Viper gang now." Dugu Shin was taken aback by this revelation, and then Ma Jun pulled out a small mountain of silver soul coins and a large pile of copper soul coins. Yao Chen had a similar display. Dugu Shin was amazed at their sudden wealth. Dugu Shin inquired, "Who did our gang recruit?" Yao Chen immediately explained, "Most of them are civilian soul masters, and a few come from smaller families. The larger noble families don't seem to be interested in us. Some civilian soul masters still support Meng Shu." Ma Jun chimed in, "It seems Meng Shu beat us to it. I can't sit idly by. We need to be proactive." Ma Jun rushed ahead, This situation is quite normal. Small families and civilian soul masters face these kinds of challenges. But now that we have you as our boss, we can unite everyone again. Dugu Shin considered this for a moment and then spoke seriously. I do have the idea of establishing a sect. But Ma Jun, Yao Chen, you should return this money. Everyone needs to cultivate, and the requirements for joining our gang are that they must be at least level 17 soul masters. Yao Chen frowned and said, Boss Dugu, it takes quite a bit of money to set up a gang. And with the level 17 requirement, not many people will qualify. Ma Jun was shocked by Dugu Shin's words and muttered, he's right. Gathering his resolve, Ma Jun gritted his teeth and produced a small pile of silver soul coins from his storage bag, even adding a gold soul coin, and said solemnly, please take it back. I'm not afraid, I still have some left. Yao Chen hesitated for a moment and then retrieved a large number of silver soul coins from his storage bag. Dugu Shin was surprised by their actions and said, Ma Jun, Yao Chen, you. Ma Jun shook his head and sighed, our small family has always struggled to survive. The War Horse family is even more precarious. Our strongest member is only a level 59 Spirit King, and he's severely injured. I have innate soul power at level 6, but it's uncertain whether I'll have a chance to grow. Yao Chen added, it's the same for me. If establishing a sect can help, I'm willing to contribute. I believe in your talent, Dugu boss. This way, the War Horse family and my family can continue. Dugu Shin nodded appreciatively, trust me, you won't regret it. He then took out a purple gold card, which left Ma Jun and Yao Chen utterly astonished. Dugu Shin spoke seriously, Ma Jun, Yao Chen, take back your money. Ma Jun gazed at the legendary purple gold card in awe and exclaimed, this is a legendary purple gold card. I've never even seen one before. Yao Chen carefully received the card, wiped his hands with a tissue, and held it solemnly. Dugu Shin chuckled at their reactions. Ma Jun and Yao Chen exchanged glances, realizing that the Dugu family wasn't just an ordinary family. They silently resolved to research the Dugu family further in the library. The following day, Ma Jun and Yao Chen were walking with Dugu Shin around the campus when a sudden commotion disrupted the tranquility. A group of young individuals surrounded a girl, led by a young man dressed extravagantly. Two of them stood up and began teasing the girl. One of them declared, Ben Gongzi fancies you, it's a blessing from several lifetimes. You should be on your knees thanking your stars instead of refusing. The other added, absolutely, if I were you, I'd jump into Ben Gongzi's arms immediately. The girl responded with a cold snort, such blessings from the heavens, I'd rather not cultivate at all. She then turned to the other, saying, if you like him so much, why don't you go cling to him? The two provocateurs blushed at the girl's straightforward response, readying themselves for a physical confrontation. However, the young man in extravagant attire signaled them to stand down and calmly said, Chao Tianxiang, your talent is admirable, and I still have some affection for you. Why not accept my affection? Chao Tianxiang sneered, a pampered child who relies on family wealth isn't worthy of my attention. The two provocateurs couldn't handle Chao Tianxiang's sharp tongue and attempted to resort to violence. They declared, we are wolves, and activated their first soul technique, causing their teeth to sharpen, their ears to transform into wolf-like ears, and a white soul ring to appear under their feet. Chao Tianxiang responded with a laugh, just as I thought, a couple of dogs. The two soul masters were angered by her remarks and lunged at her with their wolf claws. Chao Tianxiang wasn't intimidated, instead, she brandished her serpent cane, which had the appearance of a serpent's head. Two yellow soul rings appeared under her feet as she activated her first soul skill, Tongue Blade. The serpent head shot forward, aimed at the two assailants, and struck them, sending them flying. At this point, the young man in the extravagant attire unleashed his soul power, two yellow soul rings glowing beneath his feet. His martial soul, Moonlight Lone Wolf, manifested behind him, and he launched his first soul skill, Moonlight Claw, sneakily aiming for Chao Tianxiang from behind, hoping to take her by surprise. Dugu Shin's sudden burst of soul power allowed him to intervene, and he kicked the young man away, preventing the sneak attack. These guys are these weak and dare cause trouble. Two forest wolves both with level 16 and the leader, a level 23 with a mutated lone wolf, Moonlight Lone Wolf. The young man stumbled backward, and the other provocateurs rushed to support him. The young man vented his frustration, who are you? How dare you interrupt me? Dugu Shin remained silent, but his aura emitted a palpable killing intent that caused Li Xiaoji and his group to pale. Ma Jun and Yao Chen appeared beside Dugu Shin, and Ma Jun, with a flat expression, questioned, "Don't you recognize our Viper Gang leader, Dugu Shin?" Li Xiaoji, realizing the gravity of the situation, concealed his arrogance and said coldly, "This matter, I hope we can settle with dignity for the sake of our lone wolf family." Yao Chen adopted an air of ignorance and said, "Lone wolf family? I've never heard of it." Ma Jun echoed, "That's right, me neither." Yao Chen continued, "Brother Shin, don't worry, we've got this. These lone wolf folks are nobodies." Ma Jun chimed in, "Absolutely, we will handle it." At this moment, Ma Jun unleashed his martial soul. 2 yellow spirit rings beneath his feet shimmered, and a fiery war horse, enveloped in flames, materialized behind him. Flames even spewed from its nostrils as he let out a fierce roar aimed at Li Xiaoji. Ma Jun's hair became flames and his feet are covered in flames. He declared with fiery determination, "Meng Shu, level 23 power attack system, martial soul, fire war horse." Li Xiaoji, facing this imposing sight, clenched his teeth and replied, "Li Xiaoji, level 19 agility attack system, martial soul, moonlight lone wolf. First soul technique, moonlight claw." His hands transformed into wolf-like claws, gleaming with a cold light, as he struck towards Ma Jun. Ma Jun couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking, causing trouble with such weak strength. This kid is way too arrogant. It doesn't matter, this is a chance for me to showcase my abilities in front of Boss Dugu. However, Li Xiaoji's expression turned increasingly grim, and his martial soul fully possessed his body. His wolf-like features grew more pronounced as he unleashed his first soul technique, Moonlight Claw. The claws glinted with a sinister light as they closed in on Ma Jun. Ma Jun smiled secretly and thought, "Ha ha ha, I've got him now." In a flash, his own martial soul took over, flames roaring beneath his feet. His eyes blazed red as he whispered, "First soul technique, Agni Fire Seal." Flames erupted from his left foot as he delivered a fiery kick toward Li Xiaoji. In an instant, the wolf claws clashed with the fiery hoof, triggering an explosion of soul power. Ma Jun's flaming aura pushed Li Xiaoji into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Jun's soul power surged again, charging towards Li Xiaoji like a warhorse on a rampage. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Li Xiaoji's mouth, and a burn mark marred his hand as he desperately tried to dodge. Despite Ma Jun's slower speed, Li Xiaoji had sustained numerous injuries and was gradually losing his composure. Observing the intense fight in the field, Dugu Shin silently analyzed, Ma Jun possesses a potent martial soul attack enhanced by the element of fire, providing bursts of speed when necessary. In contrast, Li Xiaoji, although weaker in raw strength, has a significant advantage in speed, despite the 4-level difference between them. Ma Jun's attacks, while fierce, lack flexibility. Ma Jun maintained a smirk as he thought, "He's quick, but I need to end this swiftly." Ma Jun continued his analysis while engaging in combat, and suddenly his soul power erupted as he shouted, "Second spirit skill, fire body." Deep red scales covered his body like armor. Claws sprouted from his hands, and his size increased dramatically. And he sent a kick towards him. Li Xiaoji, seeing this, panicked internally, realizing, this isn't good. Ma Jun's attacking power has increased significantly. Ma Jun's powerful kick landed squarely on Li Xiaoji's chest, sending him tumbling through the air before crashing hard onto the ground. Li Xiaoji attempted to rise, but his strength waned, causing him to fall once more. His 2 followers with forest wolves as their martial soul quickly appeared next to him to try and defend him. Yao Chen's soul power surged, and his body transformed as a black-lined ghost leopard manifested, complete with razor-sharp claws. 2 yellow soul rings gleamed beneath his feet as he sneered, "First soul technique, hell decapitation." His fingers merged into a blade, effectively doubling his speed. He swiftly dealt with the 2 individuals without causing them severe harm. Yao Chen's first spirit skill in stronger than expected. But I guess it isn't that surprising when considering the fact that he would become one of the elders of Spirit Hall, and a titled Douluo. Though Dugu Shin as he saw Yao Chen's prowess. Yao Chen led Ma Jun back to Dugu Shin and proudly reported, "We've taken care of it, Boss Dugu." Meanwhile, Chao Tianxiang clasped her fist in respect towards Dugu Shin and the others, saying, "I won't forget your kindness. We may cross paths again." Then she turned around ready to leave. Yao Chen chimed in swiftly, "Hold on a moment, miss." You have the qualifications to join our group, considering your level of cultivation. It would be wise to join the Viper Gang. Chao Tianxiang remained cautious and replied coldly, I lack the necessary funds, and I have no desire to engage in activities that harm others. My sole aim is to cultivate. Ma Jun quickly added, we're not that kind of organization. We band together for mutual support, and we don't charge membership fees. Besides, joining us will prevent incidents like this from disrupting your cultivation. Dugu Shin also spoke earnestly, the sect I intend to establish will prioritize equality. Nobles and powerful families won't hold more sway than common individuals. Everyone must rely on their strength to prove their worth and assist each other in acquiring suitable soul rings. Join us, Chao Tianxiang. Chao Tianxiang sneered once more, it won't be that simple, and turned to leave, leaving Dugu Shin and his group believing their recruitment efforts had failed. Yet, Chao Tianxiang's voice echoed back casually, since you helped me today, Chao Tianxiang is not one to forget kindness. I'll consider it. Dugu Shin's eyes lit up with excitement when he heard that. If the dragon-snake couple joins me, not only will they bring the martial soul fusion technique dragon and snake combined attack that has combat power comparable to Title Douluo, safeguarding our sect, but with my guidance, they're bound to reach the level of Title Douluo, and the strength of their soul fusion may even reach the level of a limit Douluo. During this year at the Hollow Beast Academy, Dugu Shin delved deeper into understanding the power dynamics of the Douluo continent. The Star Luo Empire, for instance, was led by the formidable level 95 White Tiger Douluo, Dai Tianxing, his brother, the level 93 Battle Tiger Douluo Dai Lin, and Dai Tianxing's wife, the level 91 Hell Civet Douluo Zhu Zuyin. The other lower four sects in the empire were also headed by powerful individuals. These included the Fire Leopard sect, ruled by the level 91 Fire Leopard Douluo Meng Yan, the Wind Sword sect, governed by the level 92 Wind Sword Douluo Feng Qi, and the Elephant Armored clan, led by the level 79 Huyan Jie, which was the weakest among them. In contrast, the Heaven Do Empire was under the leadership of the level 95 Ice Swan Douluo, Shui Qingyan, alongside the level 91 Light Sword Douluo Luo Qingyan, and the level 91 Light Swan Douluo Xueqing. The upper echelons of the empire were further supported by the Clear Sky clan, represented by the level 97 Clear Sky Douluo Tang Chen, the level 94 Earth Hammer Tang Jia, and the level 91 Warhammer Douluo Tang Jun. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was led by the level 94 Lightning Dragon Douluo Yu Yuanjun and the level 85 Mad Dragon Douluo Yu Luomian. Lastly, there was the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, where the sect master, Ning Yuanji, might not be a titled Douluo, but he was the world's first assistant with a level 79 Soul Saint. He had two Guardian Douluos under him, namely the level 93 White Feather Douluo, Fu Lan Ke, and the level 97 Sword Douluo Chen Hao, who happened to be Chen Shin's father. Heaven Do Empire's overall strength surpassed that of Star Luo. However, it had not been annexed due to the intervention of a formidable force, the Martial Soul Hall. Led by the level 97 Angel Douluo Qian Daoliu, the Martial Soul Hall also boasted the level 91 Seraph Douluo Qian Zunji, the level 95 Golden Crocodile Douluo Jin Yong, the level 92 Green Luan Douluo Gao Shang, the level 93 Lion Douluo Rudi, the level 91 Ghost Douluo Gui Mei, and the level 91 Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan. In addition to these major forces, there were various other factions, including large and small families and hidden organizations. Like his Dugu family, with his father, Dugu Bo now being a level 89, and is preparing to break through to Title Douluo, and the four subdivisionary clans of the Clear Sky clan, Breaking clan, Defense clan, Speed clan and Strength clan. While all this information was generally well known, except the one about his father, Dugu Shin had little contact with this knowledge during his training under Dugu Bo, focusing primarily on pharmacology, soul beast types, and cultivation. As a result, he felt ill-prepared for this year. Dugu Shin knew of some of these Douluo but was completely unaware of others. Generally, the lifespan of a titled Douluo was around 200 years. Considering the significant changes that had occurred on the continent, such as the shift in power from Heaven Do Empire to Star Luo Empire, which caused the death of so many titled Douluos, leaving the Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire so weakened, Dugu Shin couldn't help but shudder when he contemplated the events that had unfolded. The relationships between Dugu Shin, Ma Jun, Yao Chen, Meng Shu, and Chao Tianxiang had deepened significantly over the past year. Chao Tianxiang had even joined them due to the efforts of Ma Jun and Yao Chen, although Meng Shu had not yet joined. The Viper Gang now comprised 30 Soul Masters, with most of them being First Ring Soul Masters, but there were also 10 Spirit Grand Masters among them, filling Dugu Shin with hope for the future. One day, while Meng Shu was practicing as usual, a sudden eruption of soul power enveloped his body. The dragon staff transformed into an armored dragon, emitting a resounding roar as Meng Shu shouted, "Break!" His soul power surged to its limit, and he successfully broke through to level 30. His soul power remained stable, indicating the depth of Meng Shu's foundation. The following day, Meng Shu sought out Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin's soul power had reached level 40, and he was preparing to search for his fourth spirit ring. Meng Shu gazed at Dugu Shin and thought, Dugu Shin's talent surpasses mine. If I can't defeat him this time, I might not get another chance in the future. Dugu Shin smiled at Meng Shu and asked, "Brother Meng, would you like to join us?" Meng Shu grinned and replied, "You just wait until I win the battle." Ma Jun and Yao Chen joined in, saying, "Exactly, Brother Meng, we're all on your side." Meng Shu continued with a smile, "Once Dugu Shin wins, we can talk about it, or maybe he'll join me." The group engaged in friendly banter for a while. Meng Shu eventually brought up the main topic, "Actually, I've reached level 30 now. I could find a teacher to help me hunt for a soul ring, but their strength isn't up to par." Dugu Shin nodded in understanding, realizing the practicality of Meng Shu's request. It would be quite trivial to trouble the dean for something like this. "I'm ready to join you. Hunting a 1,000-year level soul beast shouldn't be a problem as long as we coordinate properly." However, Dugu Shin suggested, "I'll stay out of the actual hunt. I can assist by tracking the spirit beast, but you and the others should handle the fight. My intervention would make it too easy." Meng Shu readily agreed. He understood that if Dugu Shin joined the fight, it would end too quickly, and they would miss out on a valuable opportunity to gain combat experience. "Very well," he said, "we'll meet at the school gate in 2 days. And don't forget to invite Chao Tianxiang." Dugu Shin and the others nodded. After Meng Shu left, Dugu Shin turned to Ma Jun and Yao Chen, asking, "Do you know of any auxiliary soul masters we could invite?" Ma Jun and Yao Chen appeared somewhat embarrassed as they replied, "Boss, auxiliary soul masters are quite sought after. Many talented ones have already been recruited by other teams. Finding one might be challenging." Dugu Shin encouraged them, "Give it a try. As long as they've reached the level of Spirit Master, it's good enough. If you can't find one, it's alright." With determination, Ma Jun and Yao Chen said together, "We'll do our best to find one, Boss Dugu." Then they left to start their search. Meanwhile, Dugu Shin prepared to approach Chao Tianxiang about the upcoming mission. She had gained quite a reputation at the Exotic Beast Academy within just a year. 2 days later, Ma Jun and Yao Chen managed to recruit a sweet-looking auxiliary female soul master named Li Jingying, who had the martial soul war flag. Her first soul skill, Flag of Freedom, could recover allies' physical strength and health in a 50-meter radius. Ma Jun and Yao Chen proudly announced their achievement, claiming they had worked tirelessly to secure her. Dugu Shin congratulated them, saying, "I know you've put in a lot of effort. We'll celebrate with a good meal when we return." With the team assembled, they made their preparations and set off towards the Stardo Great Forest. After several days and nights of traveling, Dugu Shin and his party finally arrived at the border city of Suotuo City. Dugu Shin didn't rely on his family's special token but instead purchased a spirit rank token for everyone and casually registered their information. Setting off towards the Stardo Great Forest, Dugu Shin took precautions. He sprinkled medicinal powder on everyone while they were still on the forest's outskirts. This caused everyone to cough, and Dugu Shin couldn't help but chuckle at their reaction. Seeing the resentful expressions on their faces, he quickly explained, "These medicinal powders might be a bit irritating, but they can confuse the sense of smell of soul beasts. Remember, everyone is still relatively weak at this point. Even on the forest's outskirts, we might encounter 10,000-year spirit beasts." The group's initial resentment gradually faded as they understood the necessity of Dugu Shin's actions. Over the past 2 days, they had experienced unforgettable encounters, with 100-year-old soul beasts posing little threat. The group's initial resentment gradually faded as they understood the necessity of Dugu Shin's actions. Over the past 2 days, they had experienced unforgettable encounters, with 100-year-old soul beasts posing little threat. However, a 5.000-year-old vicious scale poisonous lizard nearly discovered them if it weren't for Dugu Shin's medicinal powder. Another close call came when they encountered a 3.000-year-old berserk demon ape. Dugu Shin had to step in again, this time to block the attack and teach them the importance of teamwork. However, a 2.500-year-old Shadow Soul Golden Tiger arrived and ambushed the berserk demon ape. Dugu Shin analyzed the situation. Yao Chen, this one's yours. The Shadow Soul Golden Tiger is about 4,000 years old and should be a good match for you. Yao Chen nodded excitedly. However, he couldn't help but inquire, how do you know it'll win? Dugu Shin pointed out the obvious, look at the berserk demon ape. It's battered and panting, while the Shadow Soul Golden Tiger seems relatively unharmed. Soon the Shadow Soul Golden Tiger killed the berserk demon ape. With newfound determination, Yao Chen prepared to face the Shadow Soul Golden Tiger. The rest of the team gathered around, summoning their martial souls. Li Jingying activated her first spirit ring, using Flag of Freedom to passively recover her allies' physical strength and health within a 50-meter radius. Meng Shu transformed his dragon staff into a silver, snake-like dragon, its scales sharp as knives. It stood at an imposing 4 meters long and launched an attack on the Shadow Soul Golden Tiger to distract it. The Shadow Soul Golden Tiger, now alerted, faced Meng Shu's Serpent Dragon. Meanwhile, Yao Chen activated his second spirit ring, Shadow Vajra Enhancement, which increased his physical strength, attack, and defense by 100%. His muscles compressed, and the surrounding smoke turned from gray to blackish blue. A king-like symbol appeared on his forehead. Ma Jun also used his second spirit ring, Fire Body, which covered his body in blazing hot, deep red scales, effectively forming an armor. Together, Yao Chen and Ma Jun attacked the Shadow Soul Golden Tiger from behind. The tiger sensed their presence and dodged their attacks. In the midst of the battle, Meng Shu summoned his dragon staff back and joined the fray. He used his first spirit ring ability, Dragon Strike, causing the staff to produce a roar that disrupted the opponent's mind and increased its destructive power by 50% for 10 minutes. As the intense battle raged on, Chao Tianxiang contributed to the team's effort, launching attacks alongside Meng Shu. After 2 exhausting hours, everyone was panting heavily. However, the Shadow Soul Golden Tiger remained standing, its fierce demeanor unwavering. Sensing the danger, Dugu Shin released his soul power, poisoning the spirit beast and causing it to collapse. Dugu Shin turned to Yao Chen, instructing him to recover his soul power before dealing the final blow and absorbing the spirit ring. Yao Chen spent an hour recuperating before finally finishing the task. The rest of the team eagerly inquired about Yao Chen's third spirit skill. Yao Chen nodded and released his martial soul, which exhibited 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As he activated his third spirit ring, he attacked a nearby tree with his claws. Immediately, 9 shadow clones appeared, all striking the same spot. With enthusiasm, Yao Chen explained, my third spirit skill is called Shadow Connected Clones. It creates 9 clones, each possessing 90% of my original power. Once my opponent is hit by my main body, they won't be able to avoid the attacks from the clones. After a few days of diligent searching, Ma Jun suddenly exclaimed, I've found it. Dugu Shin hurriedly rushed over and covered Ma Jun's mouth, reminding him, don't make too much noise. Remember what happened a few days ago, brother Ma? Ma Jun nodded, realizing his mistake. He signaled everyone to gather around and continued in a hushed tone, I noticed some residual fire element traces in the vicinity, and judging by these footprints, they appear to belong to a relatively small, cat-like soul beast, likely of the same age as the Shadow Soul Golden Tiger. Dugu Shin inspected the footprints closely and exclaimed with enthusiasm, these aren't just any cat soul beast tracks, they look more like those of a lion-type soul beast. These creatures are not only formidable in combat but also possess elemental abilities. If it's of a similar age, it could be the perfect match for Meng Shu. Li Jingying, who was growing impatient, chimed in, then let's not waste any time and follow those tracks. They followed the trail with Ma Jun leading the way, and soon enough, they discovered their target, but what they found was completely unexpected. It was a battlefield where 2 mighty beasts were about to fight. The earth trembled beneath their colossal forms as they prepared to engage in a battle. On one side, the tyrant dragon, a monstrous creature with a body as vast as a hill, its thick grayish-black scales glistening in the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. With a furious roar, a dark golden glow enveloped its immense frame, the overlord ability manifesting and weakening the effects of control-type soul skills in its presence. Facing the tyrant dragon was the Flame Lion King, a fiery lion with a flaming mane that seemed to distort the very air around it. Its fiery red fur blazed with intensity as it prepared to unleash its innate fire control abilities upon its foe. Dugu Shin analyzed the situation and came to a conclusion. Let's target the tyrant dragon instead of the Flame Lion King. Although the Flame Lion King has a fire attribute and strong physical strength, but it's no match for a tyrant dragon, even if it's barely 2.000 years old. I will lend you a hand this fight. Xiao Tianxiang interrupted, but the overwhelming aura of the tyrant dragon is too strong and Meng Shu might not be able to absorb it. Even if there is an attribute difference, the Flame Lion King would be a better solution. Dugu Shin was silent for a moment, and then added, then it's up to Brother Meng to decide by himself. Meng Shu thought wildly, and finally gritted his teeth and said, I choose the tyrant dragon. Xiao Tianxiang was a little angry and said, HMPH, you asked for your own suffering. With a thunderous roar, the tyrant dragon lunged forward, its cavernous mouth opening wide to reveal rows of ghastly white teeth. It spat a torrent of dusk gold dragonfire, a blazing inferno that erupted from its maw with overwhelming force. The flames surged towards the Flame Lion King, engulfing the area in searing heat. But the Flame Lion King was not one to be underestimated. With a swift and graceful movement, it released a deafening roar of its own, sending forth a wave of flames from its mouth. The flames danced and twisted in the air, creating a fiery barrier that deflected the incoming dragonfire. The Flame Lion King's mane burned brighter, and with a burst of fiery speed, it closed the gap between them in an instant. It unleashed its flaming clone strike, creating an identical fiery form that collided with the tyrant dragon. The area erupted in a blaze of flames as the two beasts clashed. With a sudden burst of fiery speed, the Flame Lion King closed the gap between them, its mane burning brighter than ever before. It unleashed its flaming clone strike, creating a fiery duplicate of itself that collided with the tyrant dragon. The forest erupted once more as the two fiery titans clashed, their powers colliding in a dazzling display of strength and skill. Despite the Flame Lion King's valiant efforts, the tyrant dragon's resilience was unyielding. Its scales bore scars from the searing flames, but it pressed on, its sheer size and power proving to be an insurmountable obstacle. The Flame Lion King, exhausted and battered, struggled to maintain its defenses. With one final, thunderous roar, the tyrant dragon lunged forward, its cavernous maw snapping shut around the Flame Lion King's fiery form. The forest floor shook as the tyrant dragon triumphantly brought down its foe, its teeth piercing the lion's fiery mane. As the dust settled and the battle cries faded, the wounded tyrant dragon emerged victorious, its scales glistening with the remnants of its victory. Gradually, the Flame Lion King's fiery mane began to dim as it lost its strength. With one final roar, it succumbed to its injuries, and a purple soul ring emerged from its body. The tyrant dragon, having defeated its opponent as well, let out a triumphant roar. Dugu Shin saw this as the perfect opportunity and quietly signaled, now. The tyrant dragon loomed, its massive form ready to strike. Dugu Shin, always quick on his feet, took charge. With a sinister grin, he activated his second spirit skill, the Red Demon Poison Mist. A crimson haze enveloped the beast, obscuring its vision and sapping its attributes by 10%. Simultaneously, Dugu Shin's own abilities surged, bolstered by a 20% boost. The noxious mist inflicted agonizing muscle pain and labored breath on the tyrant dragon. In response, the tyrant dragon unleashed a deafening roar filled with soul power, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. But Dugu Shin only scoffed, HMPH. Idiot. Instead of dissipating, the fog absorbed the soul power within the roar, growing even denser. Meanwhile, Meng Shu channeled his entire reservoir of soul power into his first spirit ring's ability, Dragon Strike. His staff resonated with a fierce dragon's roar, disrupting the tyrant dragon's focus and amplifying the staff's destructive potential by 50%. He aimed a ferocious blow at the beast's left leg, but the tyrant dragon invoked its innate ability, Overlord, bathing itself in a dark golden aura that weakened control-type soul skills, thwarting Meng Shu's attack. Undeterred, Meng Shu used his second spirit ring, Thorn Dragon Rush, to dash away, narrowly avoiding the retaliatory strike from the tyrant dragon's tail. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen activated his third spirit ring, shadow-connected clones. 9 mirror image clones with 90% of his power appeared, closing in on the tyrant dragon. In a coordinated assault, they targeted the dragon's left eye, causing it to bellow in pain. However, the tyrant dragon swung its tail toward Yao Chen, who promptly activated his second spirit ring, Shadow Vajra Enhancement. His physique condensed, surrounded by an ominous blackish-blue aura. His newfound strength allowed him to block the strike, though he was still propelled several meters backward. As the tyrant dragon readied its dusk-gold dragonfire attack against Meng Shu, a graceful figure intervened. It was Chao Tianxiang. She gritted her teeth and unleashed her first spirit ring's power, Tongue Blade. A deadly blade of energy shot forth from her serpent cane, slicing through the air and piercing the tyrant dragon's chest. It staggered back, canceling its attack on Meng Shu. Chao Tianxiang pressed on, using her martial spirit to employ her first soul technique, Snake-Tooth Blade Slash. However, this time, the tyrant dragon managed to block her attack. Meng Shu, determined to turn the tide, summoned a silver-armored dragon to confront the tyrant dragon. Ma Jun joined the fray, his body engulfed in flames thanks to his first spirit ring, Agni Fire Seal. His second spirit ring, Fire Body, transformed him into a blazing, red-scaled juggernaut. With a powerful strike, he knocked the tyrant dragon to the ground. Chao Tianxiang shot Meng Shu a meaningful glance, prompting a sheepish response. "I was in a hurry earlier." Chao Tianxiang's gaze remained cold. "The battle isn't over yet. Let's finish this." Meanwhile, Li Jingying neared her limit, having utilized her first spirit skill throughout the battle. Sensing her distress, Yao Chen retreated to shield her from harm. Dugu Shin observed the battle, muttering to himself, "Their teamwork has improved since the last fight, but the tyrant dragon was significantly weakened by my second soul skill. The 15 minutes limit is drawing near. I hope they can win before I have to intervene again and save them from my poison." Sigh. Just as the group prepared to deal the final blow to the tyrant dragon, it rose with renewed vigor. It bit the living dragon staff, throwing it away. It slapped everyone aside and targeted Meng Shu. His martial soul was sent flying, leaving him vulnerable to the beast's impending attack. Suddenly, a serpentine roar echoed, and a massive, cyan and purple snake, nearly 4 meters long with hexagonal scales, emerged. It struck out, sinking its fangs into the tyrant dragon's neck, halting its deadly assault. Meng Shu regained his composure and summoned his martial soul wooden armored dragon, transforming it into a dragon staff. With all his might, he met the tyrant dragon's attack, smashing it squarely on the beast's forehead. The flame lion let out a final, defiant roar before succumbing to the blow. Meng Shu had seized the opportunity to deliver the finishing strike, ending the tyrant dragon's life, and a purple soul ring materialized on his body. Meng Shu was astonished. "Tianxiang, it turns out our martial souls are the same." Chao Tianxiang didn't reply immediately, choosing instead to give him a playful tap on the head. "Absorb the spirit ring first." Dugu Shin quickly intervened and announced. "Wait." Everyone turned their eyes to him, surprised by his sudden shout. He quickly took 5 purple round pill and threw them to everyone. "Quickly eat them. They will weaken the effects of my second spirit skill and give me time to heal you." Everyone understood and quickly ate them. After Dugu Shin finished absorbing the poison inside their bodies, Meng Shu began to absorb the soul ring, a challenging task that had only just begun. Although his physical strength was not bad, the strength of the tyrant dragon was overwhelming and his body was put under extremely harsh pressure. Meng Shu's absorption of the spirit ring was an intense process, lasting for 3 grueling hours. His soul power also broke through level 33. Chao Tianxiang couldn't contain her curiosity. "Meng Shu, what ability did you obtain?" Meng Shu's face lit up with excitement. He summoned his dragon staff, its presence radiating power and authority. He focused his spirit energy and activated his third spirit skill. The moment he did, the air around everyone seemed to thicken, and a force pulled them all downward. They stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to move. All, that is, except for Dugu Shin, who stood firmly in place, as though unaffected by the sudden increase in gravity. Chao Tianxiang gaped at the scene, trying to push herself up from the ground. What is this?" Meng Shu raised his hand and cancelled the spirit ability. He explained, "It's called Gravity Great Defense. It increases the body's defense by 100% and, at the same time, amplifies the gravitational force within a 10-meter radius up to 3 times the normal level. With each additional spirit ring, the range expands by 1 meter and the gravity multiplies by 1. With the excitement of Meng Shu's new ability still lingering in the air, Dugu Shin extended his heartfelt congratulations to his friend. Well done, Meng Shu. However, Dugu Shin's expression soon turned serious. He turned to the group. But now, it's time for me to focus on hunting my 4th spirit ring. Chao Tianxiang, her expression serious, spoke up first. Dugu Shin, let's go as a team. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Meng Shu nodded in agreement, his concern evident. Yeah, Dugu Shin, we've come so far together. Let's all go back together. Dugu Shin appreciated their concern but remained steadfast. I understand your worries, but this is something I must do alone. Besides, I must hunt for poisonous-type spirit beasts, and although I can cure the poison after the fight, you will become a liability during the fight. Trust me, I'll be fine. Go back and heal up, I'll return once I have my 4th ring. Despite their reluctance, they ultimately nodded, knowing that Dugu Shin was a capable and determined teammate. With a final look back, Dugu Shin turned and ventured further into the depths of the Star Do forest, where 10,000-year spirit beasts roamed. His senses honed in on the faintest traces of poisonous breaths, guiding him through the dense foliage. He moved stealthily, avoiding detection by other spirit beasts. After traveling for a few hours, his journey led him to a tranquil clearing adorned with a glistening, moonlit lake. He stood on one of the tree's branches and watched the small lake while using his 4 pupils' mystic eyes to analyze the spirit beast living in the lake. It's 20,000 years old, and it's poisonous, but it also has strong fluctuations of spirit power. Dugu Shin's eyes widened as he spotted the figure in the small lake, a 20,000-year-old Medusa. Her body was covered in iridescent scales, her hair a writhing mass of serpents, and a colossal tail coiled beneath her, forming her lower body. He was about to attack when a sudden shift in soul power within the surroundings caught his attention. Weird, the spirit power that I see is multiple times stronger than that of Medusa. The source seems to be in the center of the lake. The energy he sensed was profound, reminiscent of a 100,000-year spirit beast. But there was something wrong, something eerie about it. The energy dissipated into the surroundings, and to his astonishment, some of it was absorbed by the Medusa herself. Dugu Shin's heart raced. Could it be that there is a body of a dead 100,000-year spirit beast hidden within the lake? Medusa is indeed the perfect target. The distraction of the mysterious energy infusion provided him with the perfect opportunity to strike. With swift precision, Dugu Shin enacted his plan. He used martial soul possession and summoned his external spirit bone, Hollow Cobra's tail. Its sinister form coiled around him. 3 spirit rings instantly appeared around him, 1 yellow and 2 purple. He activated his 3rd spirit skill, Dragon Resentment Poison. A blood-red poison surged forth, resembling a dragon's form if one looked closely. It emitted a haunting dragon howl as it surged toward the Medusa. This noxious poison held an absolute affinity for toxins, negating any defensive barriers and nullifying all buffs. Dugu Shin didn't stop there. He overlaid his 2nd spirit skill, Red Demon Poison Mist, on top of the dragon's poison. The crimson fog will weaken Medusa, weakening her by 10% once the dragon revealed itself. He then launched the dragon towards Medusa, with a dragon roar filled with hate and resentment. As the poison dragon's attack headed towards Medusa, Dugu Shin initiated the unique ability of his external spirit bone, Hollow Cobra's tail, the darkness of one's own glory. A black mist cloaked the dragon, obscuring its identity and spirit signature. Its form danced in the shadows, ever elusive and impossible to pin down as its image fractured, doubling and tripling randomly, creating a disorienting illusion. Dugu Shin approached the lifeless form of the Medusa, its scales glistening eerily under the moonlight. He couldn't help but sigh with relief that his meticulously planned attack had worked. However, as he gazed upon the black spirit ring that had manifested on the creature's remains, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. No spirit bone, huh? He muttered to himself. He had hoped for the added boon of a spirit bone, but it seemed fate had other plans. Resolute, Dugu Shin began the process of absorbing the spirit ring. As he reached out with his spiritual power, he could feel the energy of the Medusa's essence coursing into him. Medusa's remnant soul attempted to assail Dugu Shin's mind. However, Dugu Shin was not defenseless. Within his spiritual sea resided his Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit. Sensing the intrusion, the spirit swiftly responded, its serpentine form coiling around the invading essence of the Medusa. In a fierce and rapid exchange, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit proved its dominance. It tore into the Medusa's essence, dismantling it piece by piece. Dugu Shin exhaled deeply, his mind now free from the threat that had loomed. He continued the absorption of the spirit ring. With the absorbed spirit ring securely integrated into his being, Dugu Shin felt a sense of accomplishment and power surging through him. Surprisingly, it's the same ability as that of Father's sixth spirit ring, and my soul power has risen to level 44. Now, let's explore what's hidden within this lake, he thought aloud. Dugu Shin concentrated his energy, utilizing the unique ability of his four pupils' mystic eyes. His spirit power surged to its maximum, enhancing his perception. He peered deep into the lake's murky depths, his gaze penetrating the water as if it were mere air. What he beheld beneath the surface was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The colossal skeleton of a dragon lay there, its head constituting a third of its immense body, with the rest of its form extending a staggering 50 meters. It was the remains of an abyssal spirit dragon. The presence of the abyssal creature explained the foreign energy he had sensed earlier. I guess even if the arrival of the abyssal plane will be 14.000 years later, there are still scouts sent, although I am surprised to see a dead one. Dugu Shin's gaze lingered on the colossal skeleton of the abyssal spirit dragon, his curiosity piqued by the unusual sight. It wasn't just the dragon's immense size that intrigued him, it was the unexpected presence of an external spirit bone, a tail, no less. He mused aloud, a tail external spirit bone. That's certainly unusual. Abyssal spirit dragons rely on their spiritual power more than their bodies, I would have expected a skull bone. He reached out with his soul power, carefully lifting the external spirit bone from the dragon's remains. With the external spirit bone in his grasp, a sudden thought went through his mind: what if I use my hollow cobra's tail to absorb it? It should work. After all, in the series Tang San gained a 2ND external soul bone, the exact same type as his previous one, but it fused with it, causing it to evolve. This should also happen in this case. Dugu Shin decided, after a few seconds of contemplation, to fuse this external soul bone with his already existing soul bone. He sat cross-legged and summoned his hollow cobra's tail before closing his eyes and concentrating on the external soul bone of the dragon. The bones seemed to hum with a latent energy, as if recognizing each other's presence. As he was trying to connect their energies and allow them to fuse, the green gem in his chest shone for the first time since it fused with Dugu Shin. However, he couldn't see it, but he sensed another energy other than that of his own that helped him. Dugu Shin could sense the external spirit bone adapting to his spirit power, gradually aligning itself with the patterns and rhythms of his hollow cobra's tail. After a few minutes of intense concentration, the two bones became one. With the fusion complete, he opened his eyes to behold the transformed external spirit bone. His new soul bone had a truly captivating yet menacing masterpiece of design. It has a length of 5 meters, and its body consists of numerous bone-like segments that possess ghastly jade-green smoke with an eerie luminescence that flickers as it moves. Towards the end of the tail there is a menacing and serrated bone tip. Impressive. I can feel that its original ability changed, and I even gained one of the abilities of the Abyss Spirit Dragon. I can officially say that this soul bone is a 100.000 years soul bone. Nice. Dugu Shin pondered his next course of action as he observed the two corpses. What should I do with these two corpses? It would be a waste to leave them here. I should let the spirit devour them. The spiritual energy of the abyssal spirit dragon. But before parting ways with the dragon's essence, Dugu Shin had one final task in mind. He would utilize the residual spirit power within the corpses to refine his fourth soul core. For 7 long hours, he toiled, guiding the energy through intricate patterns, purifying it, and shaping it into a spiritual core. Now that this is finished, I should let the spirit devour these corpses. He summoned the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit, and it appeared before him, its gaze filled with curiosity, as if it were asking him for guidance. Dugu Shin couldn't help but notice that the spirit's intelligence had significantly heightened since the past year. It was no longer a mere entity bound by instinct, it had become something more. He gazed at the colossal dragon corpse and the corpse of Medusa that lay before him. Your spirit intelligence seems to have grown, he said with a wry smile. Devour these corpses, they will help you grow again. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit nodded enthusiastically in response to his command. With a newfound sense of purpose, It began to devour the corpses of the dragon and Medusa, their energies and essences absorbed and refined within its form. As the spirit consumed the immense power of the abyssal spirit dragon and the other dragon, a transformation began to unfold. It grew to an astonishing height of 50 meters, its serpentine form now adorned with bone protrusions that ran along its spine. Jade green gas emanated from these protrusions. But the most remarkable change was in its demeanor. The once solemn and enigmatic spirit now seemed to have a childlike exuberance. It approached Dugu Shin with an almost playful air, seeking his attention. Dugu Shin couldn't help but sigh at the spirit's newfound behavior. He patted its colossal form with affection, and it responded with a delighted nod. With a final nod of understanding, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit returned to Dugu Shin's spiritual sea. With his newfound powers and the remarkable transformation of his Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit, Dugu Shin decided it was time to return to the Hollow Beast Academy. The journey back to the academy went without any problems, and soon he was back at the academy. The Hollow Beast Academy's entrance was bustling with students going about their day when Ma Jun and Yao Chen spotted Dugu Shin making his return. Their faces lit up with relief and joy, and they quickly made their way to him. Ma Jun couldn't contain his excitement as he spoke first. "I thought you couldn't come back." As they began to walk towards their dorm, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Meng Shu. He stopped Dugu Shin with a solemn expression, and the atmosphere grew tense for a moment. "Dugu Shin," Meng Shu began, his voice carrying a hint of gratitude. "You helped me a lot this time, and I owe you a life. So, I am willing to join your gang." Dugu Shin looked at Meng Shu, recognizing the sincerity in his words. It was a significant offer, and Dugu Shin appreciated the gesture. Yet, there was more to Meng Shu's request. Meng Shu continued, his tone shifting to a more competitive one. "But I still want to fight you again." Without the slightest hesitation, Dugu Shin agreed, "Okay, we'll fight again tomorrow, same place as before." His confidence in his abilities was unwavering. Meng Shu seemed satisfied with the response and was about to turn and leave when his head was suddenly struck. He turned to find Chao Tianxiang standing there. As Dugu Shin saw her, he was surprised to find out that she has reached level 22. "She must have broken through while I was away. I guess Meng Shu helped her obtain her second spirit ring." Chao Tianxiang moved closer to Meng Shu, drew him in, and planted a kiss on his lips. Her words were delivered with a mix of affection and a hint of a threat as she said, "In the future, if you dare to find someone else, I will beat you to death." With that, she swiftly departed, leaving Meng Shu utterly stunned and bewildered. Dugu Shin, Ma Jun, and Yao Chen couldn't contain their laughter at the unexpected turn of events. Meng Shu, still at a loss for words, watched Chao Tianxiang's retreating figure before eventually running away in embarrassment. Dugu Shin's departure left an air of anticipation hanging in the training hall. The following day, the promised battle between Dugu Shin and Meng Shu unfolded on the grand battle platform. Meng Shu, visibly charged with excitement, brimmed with confidence. "Dugu Shin, I've been eagerly awaiting this day. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll certainly make you use your full power." Dugu Shin responded with a faint smile. "Meng Shu, as I've told you before, to make me truly fight you seriously, you must first withstand my poison." An elderly observer nearby chuckled softly, "These two youngsters, they sure know how to stir up the excitement. I like their spirit." He found a clear vantage point and settled in to watch the unfolding spectacle. The same teacher who had presided over their previous encounter was once again on the stage. With an air of anticipation, he announced, "On one side, we have the youngest genius of our Alien Beast Academy, Meng Shu. Now, having advanced to the rank of Spirit Elder, can he overcome his past humiliation and restore his once shining reputation? On the other side, we have the rising star of the Alien Beast Academy, Dugu Shin. Can he maintain his current glory and continue to etch his name into history? Without further ado, let the match commence." Meng Shu gripped his dragon staff tightly, 3 spirit rings gleaming beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The dragon eyes on his staff lit up, and his expression turned solemn. "Meng Shu, level 32 Assault System Spirit Elder, Martial Soul, Dragon Staff," he announced to the crowd. Dugu Shin, too, cast aside his casual demeanor. His eyes sharpened, and the Jade Phosphor Emperor, his martial soul, materialized from beneath his feet. It roared, locking its gaze onto Meng Shu. 4 spirit rings adorned Dugu Shin's aura, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and a menacing black. He calmly introduced himself. Dugu Shin, Level 44 Control System Spirit Ancestor, Martial Soul, Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. Upon hearing Dugu Shin's level and noticing the black spirit ring, Meng Shu couldn't help but mutter in amazement, he's an entire realm higher than me, and I can also feel my power being suppressed. However, he quickly composed himself, a grin spreading across his face. Dugu Shin wasted no time, immediately utilizing martial soul possession and his first spirit skill, Cursed Shroud. His arms and forearms became encased in green jade scales, while 4 golden horns protruded from each side. His nails elongated and turned golden, filled with the venom of his martial spirit. The venom-coated claws grew sharper and more corrosive. As the two clashed, their weapons produced a resounding clash of metal. Dugu Shin adeptly blocked Meng Shu's attack and quipped, "Meng Shu, your strength isn't quite up to par." His soul power surged, unfurling the dragon staff, and he lunged for Meng Shu's chest. In response, Meng Shu's dragon staff transformed into wooden armored dragon, letting out a powerful roar. The second spirit ring shone as Meng Shu unleashed the Thorn Dragon Rush, doubling his movement speed. The horn of the wooden armored dragon gleamed with light as it thrust towards Dugu Shin, who effortlessly parried the blow. Unwilling to relent, Meng Shu tapped into his soul power, propelling himself into the air. He unleashed the power of his first spirit ring, Dragon Strike, enhancing the destructive force of his dragon staff by 50%. The wooden armored dragon soared towards Dugu Shin, but he was faster. Meng Shu's descent ended abruptly as claw marks appeared on his chest, tainted with Dugu Shin's corrosive venom. Sensing the battle was slipping away, Meng Shu swiftly transformed the wooden armored dragon back into a dragon staff. He scanned his surroundings, on high alert. Meng Shu activated his third spirit ring, Gravity Great Defense. The purple soul ring beneath his feet gleamed, and with a flick of his dragon staff, a powerful dragon's roar erupted, accompanied by a surge of wind pressure as the gravity in the arena increased by 3 times. However, Dugu Shin remained unaffected by the sudden increase in gravity. He countered, "Most might have been caught off guard and defeated, but I've trained my physical body in the Sunset Forest. Triple gravity won't make me stumble." With a confident smile, he decided to end the fight, activating his fourth spirit skill, Stopped World. The surroundings turned gray as time seemed to freeze. Dugu Shin closed the distance between them and delivered a precise punch to Meng Shu's gut. As the skill was cancelled, Meng Shu was sent flying out of the arena, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Even Meng Shu couldn't comprehend what had just happened. "I won," he declared. Meng Shu sighed in acknowledgement, and the two shared a knowing smile. Dugu Shin extended a hand and helped Meng Shu to his feet. Dugu Shin smiled as he replied, "You're welcome, and welcome to the Viper Gang." Meng Shu's grin widened. "Then I'll proudly take on the role of deputy gang leader." Dugu Shin chuckled and extended a hand. "There you go, brother Meng Shu." Dugu Shin and Meng Shu had just stepped off the competition stage, joining Ma Jun and others who were eager to celebrate. They were on the cusp of heading out when an elderly man, seemingly out of nowhere, blocked their path. He wore a cryptic smile as he spoke, "Hollow Beast Academy isn't what it used to be. This level of competition can barely be called a fight, more like young beasts playing with each other. But you, green-haired kid, show some promise." "Not bad." Dugu Shin and the others exchanged uneasy glances, their frowns deepening. But it was Yao Chen who couldn't let the old man's comment slide. He barked, "What do you mean, old man? You think we're just young beasts fooling around? How powerful do you think you are?" Ma Jun, never one to back down from a confrontation, chimed in, "Yeah, old-timer, what makes you so powerful?" While Yao Chen and Ma Jun challenged the old man, Dugu Shin's eyes remained fixed on him. He could sense something off, especially when he saw the black-purple flame lion in the old man's cultivation level, an impressive level 89 spirit Douluo. The old man, however, remained unruffled by their heated exchange. He chuckled and said, Well, how powerful can an old man like me be? It's amusing to see even youngsters like you laughing at me. But I suppose that's a lesson you need." Before Dugu Shin could warn his companions, he suddenly felt a disturbing change in the old man. What had seemed like a harmless presence now exuded a strong aura of bloodlust. The old man transformed before his eyes, becoming an intimidating figure, akin to a peerless fierce beast. Dugu Shin responded instinctively, releasing his own killing intent, though it paled in comparison to the old man's. He assumed a fighting stance. Meng Shu, standing beside him, sensed the shift as well, clutching his dragon staff tightly. Ma Jun and Yao Chen, no longer taunting the old man, prepared for what was to come. The old man seemed unfazed, remarking, "Your teacher clearly didn't teach you to respect those who are far beyond your league. But I like your spirit. Let me give you a lesson you won't forget." The old man, however, internally marveled at Dugu Shin's ability to withstand his killing intent. As he approached, each step triggered the appearance of a soul ring, 1, 2, 3, until 8 gleaming rings encircled him: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. It became evident that the old man was an 8-ring spirit Douluo. Chao Tianxiang, Ma Jun, and the others found it increasingly difficult to stand under the weight of the old man's overwhelming aura. Only Meng Shu and Yao Chen managed to remain upright, his soul power surging to its limits. Dugu Shin, however, stood firm, confronting the old man with his martial soul possession and his first spirit ring activated. The old man, after witnessing Dugu Shin's resolve, smiled and remarked, "Impressive that you can stand your ground." With that, a black-purple flame lion materialized behind him, unleashing a resounding roar. Ma Jun and the others were instantly forced to the ground, unable to rise. Meng Shu and Yao Chen struggled to remain upright, fueled by sheer willpower. Feeling the pressure intensify, Dugu Shin readied himself to unleash his spirit bone. A teacher from the academy, observing from a distance, realized that the old man wasn't just causing a commotion. This was a spirit Douluo level powerhouse. He hurriedly thought, "This is bad. A spirit Douluo level powerhouse. I must inform the dean." The old man smiled approvingly. "Seems like we have a couple of talented young beasts here. But the green-haired one appears particularly promising." Suddenly, the black-purple flame lion burst into flames, and the old man appeared before Dugu Shin and Meng Shu in an instant, the lion's claws aimed at their throats. Meng Shu, startled by the speed, thought, "I need to create some distance." But Dugu Shin reacted swiftly, countering with his own clawed strike. Their attacks clashed, but the old man's strength blocked Dugu Shin's advance. Dugu Shin's soul power surged, his purple soul ring glowing brightly as he unleashed his third spirit skill, Dragon Resentment Poison. A blood-red poison, resembling a dragon, oozed from his palm, emitting a chilling dragon's howl. The old man's expression shifted, and he instantly activated his martial soul. He transformed from a frail figure into a formidable, muscular veteran. With both hands raised, he invoked his third spirit skill, creating a flame wall in front of him. The old man noted, "This kid's third skill is dangerous. Without my flame wall, that poison might have affected even me." With a roar, the old man released a powerful gust of wind that dispersed the poison dragon, knocking Dugu Shin aside. Dugu Shin felt his head spinning and his insides churning. The old man attacked again, and Dugu Shin, despite his condition, summoned his second spirit skill, Red Demon Poison Mist, as a last resort. The old man simply roared, and a mighty burst of wind eradicated the poisonous mist. At the same time, it sent Dugu Shin tumbling. But it was too late, the poison was already working its insidious magic. Dugu Shin felt his vision blur as the ground beneath him shattered from the old man's assault. The old man's eyes held a hint of surprise, then he delivered a swift kick to Dugu Shin's stomach, sending him sprawling. Dugu Shin rolled helplessly across the ground until he finally lost consciousness. Suddenly, a resounding voice thundered, "Who dares cause trouble at our Hollow Beast Academy?" A massive, sharp-horned, scaled armored dragon descended from the skies above the academy. It radiated power, with 8 glowing soul rings, a spirit Douluo. It charged at the old man. The old man found himself smashed to the ground by the beast's colossal claw. Black flames enveloped him as he roared, "Seventh soul technique, martial soul true body." Instantly, a colossal black flame lion emerged and charged toward the sharp-horned scaled beast. The sharp-horned scaled armored beast, now panicked, recognized the aura and stammered, Teacher Luo Tien." The black flame lion, unimpressed, retorted, "Don't call me teacher. I have no students like you. The Hollow Beast Academy is turning into a mess under your watch. It's already at the bottom of the rankings. Let's see how much you've improved over the years." With that, the black flame lion engaged the sharp-horned scaled beast in a fierce battle, and the academy principal, Lin Mo, finally arrived on the scene, sporting a bruised and swollen face. The old man emerged victorious in their battle. Lin Mo, with a defeated demeanor, accepted the situation. The old man pointed at Dugu Shin, Meng Shu and Yao Chen on the ground, declaring, "I'll be taking these three with me. Train the rest well. Next time I come, I want to see Hollow Beast Academy dominating the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament." Lin Mo nodded hastily, and the old man, with Dugu Shin, Meng Shu and Yao Chen in tow, departed, leaving behind a shaken academy. As he was leaving, the old man felt like spitting blood, which shocked him to the core. That kid's poison actually affected me. Still, I will be able to expel it quite easily, but to be able to affect a spirit Douluo with the poison of a spirit ancestor, this Dugu kid is truly frightening. Dugu Shin regained consciousness in a daze, surrounded by a surreal landscape. The wind howled, and he couldn't help but wonder if he had somehow ended up in the abyss plane. Uncertainty clouded his thoughts until he realized he wasn't alone. He noticed the old man standing behind him, hands resting casually on his back. Dugu Shin's instincts kicked in, and he rolled away from the old man, ready to defend himself. The old man chuckled, his demeanor strangely amiable. "I won't let a promising cub like you die so easily, but I can't make any promises about what comes next." Still wary, Dugu Shin asked, "Where is this place, and who are you?" The old man offered a faint smile. "This is Yama Canyon, at the far edge of the Star Do Great Forest. It's a place steeped in malevolence and bloodlust, which will affect your mind and reduce your control. As for me, I am Luo Tian, the former dean of Hollow Beast Academy and an 89th ranked spirit Douluo." Dugu Shin, despite his initial skepticism, was lifted by a surge of soul force and realized that the old man was not lying. But he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Luo Tian waved away any pleasantries. "No need for formalities or gratitude. It's not too late to thank me if you survive this ordeal." As Luo Tian turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something. "I almost forgot. I scattered some beast lure powder on you when I treated you. The soul beasts in Storm Canyon are exceptionally fast and mostly over 10,000 years old. I'll check on you in 2 days, so try not to die." With that, Luo Tian vanished in a burst of soul power. Dugu Shin was left alone in this eerie place, surrounded by the suffocating presence of malevolence. Dugu Shin contemplated his surroundings. "This killing intent might help me improve my domain. But why is this place so filled with evil intent?" Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the roars of approaching beasts echoed around him. He scanned the desolate landscape for shelter. Unfortunately, the relentless winds and sand erosion had left no refuge. And just as he was about to prepare for a battle, a horde of soul beasts emerged from the surroundings. Dugu Shin was surprised to see that they were all 1,000-year level soul beasts. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Knowing that escape was impossible, Dugu Shin's soul power surged, and the 4 spirit rings beneath his feet gleamed. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor roared as Dugu Shin roared defiantly, "Come at me." In an instant, he activated his martial soul possession. The surrounding soul beasts charged toward him eagerly. Dugu Shin summoned his external soul bone and unleashed his new ability, Soul Devourment. His eyes transformed into 2 golden vortices capable of devouring the souls of his opponents. Their bodies turned to ash, vanishing completely. Within moments, he had devoured the souls of 100 spirit beasts within a 100-meter radius. As the last soul beast fell, Dugu Shin felt his own level surge from 44 to 45. He couldn't help but marvel, "This ability can even enhance my cultivation. Although it seems to be quite inefficient, as I devoured the souls of 130 spirit beasts ranging from 5,000 to 9,000 years, not only that, but the energy feels impure. I'll need time to refine it completely." In the icy Nordic land, Yao Chen roared with furiously, his second spirit skill, Shadow Vajra Enhancement, coursing through his veins. The frigid air around him seemed to intensify as his physical strength, attack, and defense skyrocketed by a staggering 100%. Muscles contorted and compressed, and the surrounding smoke effect shifted from gray to a foreboding blackish blue. A regal character appeared on his forehead, symbolizing his mastery over the enhancement. Yao Chen found himself amidst a chaotic battlefield, surrounded by a motley crew of soul beasts. His situation was slightly better than Dugu Shin's but far worse than Meng Shu's. Here, the adversaries included 900-year-old soul beasts and even some that had reached the formidable 1,000 level. In the volcanic flame land, Meng Shu's fierce combat continued. He twirled his dragon staff with a controlled chaos, soul techniques flowing like a river. Despite the challenging circumstances, his battle prowess shone through. Amongst the foes, there were 100 years soul beasts, and he handled them with a mix of tactics and raw power. Fire and lightning danced around him, illuminating the battlefield with every strike and evocation. Watching the chaos unfold, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh manically. This is how it's done. Fight, grow stronger, break free from the pack, and become a true beast. Meanwhile, Dugu Shin was locked in a fierce battle, bearing numerous wounds from clashes with 5 10,000-year-old devil tigers led by a 20,000-year-old devil tiger king. However, the beasts too were marred by injuries and poison, with 2 devil tigers already lying lifeless. Dugu Shin's bone lash was stained crimson from the blood of the soul beasts. As the battle raged on, Dugu Shin found himself adapting gradually. Each strike and maneuver became more precise, and his unpredictability began to outwit his foes. However, the surrounding environment, a malevolent and chaotic storm, offered no respite. Dugu Shin's focus remained solely on the relentless battle. Finally, with 3 devil tigers and the devil tiger king left, Dugu Shin decided to take the initiative. He summoned his Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor Spirit, which struck down one of the devil tigers. Simultaneously, the spirit employed Medusa Gaze, an ability to turn living beings to stone upon contact, killing the other 2 devil tigers. But the devil tiger king remained a formidable adversary, launching relentless attacks. Dugu Shin's soul power surged, and he activated his 3rd spirit skill, Dragon Resentment Poison. The blood-red poison took hold, causing the devil tiger king to pause, coughing up dark, poisonous blood. Seizing the opportunity, Dugu Shin rushed forward. The serrated bone tip of his external spirit bone penetrated the devil tiger king's skull, ending its life. Exhausted and covered in the blood of spirit beasts, Dugu Shin panted heavily. That was intense. I have about 40% of my soul power remaining. Encountering another pack of 10,000-year-old spirit beasts before I recover will be extremely problematic. Over the past few days, he had managed to refine the soul power he had absorbed from the group of 1,000-year-old spirit beasts, and solidify his foundation, and made aside to the spirit, vor their bodies, and let's get out of here quickly. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor Spirit eagerly obliged, consuming the remains of the fallen beasts. As Dugu Shin began tending to his injuries, he suddenly sensed a presence nearby. It was Luo Tian. He clapped his hands, his voice tinged with amusement. Not bad at all, you're like a piece of uncut jade. Luo Tian then sprayed a healing powder toward Dugu Shin. It's not beast lure powder, but a potent healing substance. It will mend your wounds without leaving any hidden injuries. Dugu Shin took a whiff and realized that Luo Tian was telling the truth. He nodded gratefully, thankful for the aid. Luo Tian chuckled, hurry and recover. Yama Canyon is even more dangerous at night. I'm sure you've already experienced that firsthand. Luo Tian's eyes glinted with fascination as saw the spirit devouring and refining the corpses of those 10,000 years spirit beasts. He couldn't help but be intrigued. Kid, what kind of technique is that, creating a second independent martial soul of the same type as the first one? Dugu Shin hesitated for a moment, momentarily forgetting the proximity of the old man. He replied with a hint of uncertainty, I developed it myself. It's one of my trump cards. But calling it a martial soul isn't right because I can't attach spirit rings to it. Luo Tian's eyes widened with surprise and admiration. It was not every day that he encountered a young talent capable of creating their own unique spirit technique. His thoughts raced as he marveled at the ingenuity of the young spirit master before him. This kid is indeed a true genius. It seems my Hollow Beast Academy has managed to recruit a great talent once again. Though the harsh trials of Yama Canyon were designed to push young disciples to their limits, it was in moments like this that true potential shone through. Dugu Shin's ability to innovate and adapt hinted at a bright future as a spirit master. Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his role as the former dean of the Hollow Beast Academy, knowing that he had played a part in nurturing such promising talents. As he silently watched Dugu Shin, he hoped to see how this newfound genius would continue to grow and evolve in the challenging world of spirit masters. He left behind some medicinal supplies but no food and departed, leaving Dugu Shin to focus on his recovery. In Yama Canyon, where lighting a fire was impossible, Dugu Shin had no choice but to consume raw animal meat to regain his strength. It tasted unpleasantly gamey, but it was a necessity. He powered through it, frowning all the while, and then seized the opportunity to rest. As he ate, the spirit beside him suddenly spit a shining bone. Dugu Shin exclaimed in delight, "This is the spirit bone of the Devil Tiger King. It's not suitable for me, but it could be perfect for Yao Chen." Well done. He carefully stored the spirit ring in his ring and continued his meal, the spirit returning to his spiritual sea content. As night fell, the lifeless corpses of the 5,000-year-old vampire bats littered the ground, with Dugu Shin at the center, besieged by the relentless horde. The bats' black wings created a swirling vortex, but a red mist hung in the air, causing numerous vampire bats to plummet to the earth like fragile leaves in a storm. Dugu Shin couldn't help but voice his frustration, muttering to himself, "Annoying pests. Can't I investigate the source of that malevolent soul power without being harassed by these infernal bats?" The night seemed endless, but with the first rays of dawn, the sun's warm embrace began to reach into Yama Canyon. The vampire bats, repelled by the relentless sun, screeched their unwillingness before reluctantly departing. The dark vortex gradually dissipated. With the immediate threat quelled, Dugu Shin deactivated his second spirit skill. Once again, he summoned his Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit, and instructed it to devour the remains of the beasts and their soul rings. He remarked, "These vampire bats are becoming increasingly bothersome. They seem to be weaker than other spirit beasts I've encountered so far." This was the fifth group. I wouldn't be surprised if they send 10,000-year-old bats next, perhaps even their king. He reflected, "Still, killing this many spirit beasts have allowed me to strengthen my incomplete domain." As he spoke, the world around him turned to grayscale, devoid of color, and he released it, returning vibrancy to his surroundings. Progress. At that moment, Luo Tian appeared, clapping his hands with a sense of admiration. "You continue to impress me, young one. I thought you had perished. I was preparing to collect your lifeless body. Surviving is one thing, but developing your own domain is quite another." Dugu Shin snorted, "You're not dead yet, old man. How could I die so easily?" Luo Tian chuckled and added, not bad at all, quite spirited." He then scrutinized Dugu Shin's slightly reddened eyes and murmured, "Close, very close." Luo Tian continued, "Among the vampire bats, there's a vampire demon bat king nearly 30,000 years old, along with approximately 20 vampire bat lords at the 10,000-year level. You've been marked by them. If you don't want to meet your end, you'll have to either kill the vampire bat king or find a place to hide." Dugu Shin remained silent, opting instead to replenish his strength by consuming some vampire bat meat. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he departed once again, leaving Dugu Shin to ponder his words and strategy. In the distance, Lin Mo, the dean of the Alien Beast Academy, gazed at the rising sun. He whispered to himself, "I hope you find the right path." Then, his thoughts shifted to the students who had been incited into a frenzy by Dean Luo Tian. He watched them, unafraid but resolute, and said with warmth, "Hold fast to your original intentions, and do not lose your way, young beasts." Dugu Shin pressed on, drawing closer to the source of the malevolent soul power with each passing day. "I'm getting closer. At this rate, I should reach it in about a week or so, but these constant attacks from those bats are slowing me down." As night descended once more, Dugu Shin found himself under assault, facing 5 vampire bat lords accompanied by a swarm of thousands of weaker 1,000-year-old vampire bats. The relentless night was upon him once again, and the battle continued. The cacophony of their screeches filled the air as the dark horde closed in on him. Countless sound waves echoed through the canyon, and Dugu Shin's body was coated with herbs that concealed his aura, rendering him less conspicuous. However, the sheer number of vampire bats in the vicinity began to grow, with several already closing in on him. Dugu Shin's eyes turned cold, Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor Possession, and his bone lash materialized from behind him, ready for action. In a low voice, Dugu Shin invoked his first spirit skill, Cursed Shroud. His arms and forearms were enveloped in green jade scales, adorned with 4 golden horns protruding from each side. His elongated nails gleamed with the poison of his martial spirit, and this transformation boosted all of his body attributes by a staggering 25%. As he unleashed his soul power, he leapt into the air, aiming the serrated bone tip of his external soul bone directly at the heart of one of the vampire bat lords. With a swift flick of his tail, he tore the vampire bat lord into pieces, while his 2 claws descended upon 2 others, forcing them to plummet from the sky and crash into the ground. The result was gruesome, as their skulls were penetrated by poisonous claws, and their eyes corroded, preventing them from letting out the ear-piercing screams that would have otherwise followed, dispatching of 3 vampire bat lords swiftly. The remaining vampire bats soon recovered from their initial surprise and began to swarm toward him. In response, Dugu Shin activated Soul Devourment ability, causing his eyes to transform into 2 golden vortices. With a swift and deadly gaze, he devoured the souls of his opponents, turning their bodies into ash before they vanished completely. His soul-devouring ability allowed him to dispatch half of the vampire bats that had pursued him. With their deaths, Dugu Shin's level surged to 46, and he pondered aloud, if I devour the rest, I should break through to 47. Then, I'll need to spend more time solidifying my foundation. Sigh. As the remaining vampire bats, led by the 2 surviving vampire bat lords, closed in, Dugu Shin cursed under his breath. He summoned his Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor Spirit, once more, utilizing on of the abilities gained from the corpse of the Abyssal Spirit Dragon, Screeching Howl. A devastating soundwave emanated from the serpent, wreaking havoc through the entire battlefield, and instantly annihilating all the vampire bats except the 2 lords. The closer the bats were to the epicenter of the soundwave, the more devastating the casualties. Seizing the opportunity, Dugu Shin activated his 3rd spirit skill, Dragon Resentment Poison. The blood-red poison, which resembled a dragon upon close examination, released a bitter and resentful dragon howl. It swept through the battlefield, instantly claiming the lives of the 2 remaining vampire bat lords. Witnessing the massacre of their kin, the newly arrived vampire demon bat king and the remaining 15 vampire bat lords couldn't contain their fury. They rushed toward Dugu Shin, their eyes filled with malice and hatred. Dugu Shin moved swiftly, constantly changing positions to evade their attacks. He glanced ahead, where the first rays of dawn illuminated Yama Canyon with a faint smile. Tonight, he had toyed with the vampire demon Bat King, killing many of its subordinates. Filled with anger and frustration, the king lunged at Dugu Shin, almost reaching him, but the unforgiving sunlight pierced its wings. Letting out a final, unwilling roar, the vampire demon Bat King turned away, vanishing into the shadows, leaving Dugu Shin victorious as the dawn's light bathed the canyon. As the vampire demon bat group retreated, Dugu Shin let out a long sigh of relief. He gazed in the direction the bats had fled, contemplating, that direction is where they retreated. It must be their nesting ground. No wonder I haven't encountered any other spirit beasts apart from these vampire bats. And the evil soul power I see is the densest there. I guess whatever produces this energy has its origin there. Dugu Shin consumed an elixir to restore some of his depleted soul power, applied herbal juice to conceal his scent, found a relatively secure spot, entered a short light slumber to rejuvenate his spirit, and then resumed his journey. Over the next few days, Dugu Shin employed guerrilla tactics to thin the numbers of vampire bats during the night. However, it was far from smooth sailing, and he found himself perilously close to being surrounded multiple times. Once, the vampire demon Bat King endured the searing agony of the sun's rays and unleashed a piercing scream that gave Dugu Shin a pounding headache. It nearly struck him with a powerful wing attack, which he narrowly avoided by using his bone lash as a shield. With the complete rise of the sun, the vampire demon Bat King and its remaining bat subjects couldn't withstand the intensity of the sunlight. They let out painful cries as they retreated once more, leaving Dugu Shin victorious. Throughout these relentless assaults, Dugu Shin managed to kill all the vampire bat lords and over 3/4 of the vampire bats, propelling his soul power to level 49 even though his foundation is somewhat stable due to him using the days to solidify his foundation. As days blurred into nights, Dugu Shin's life became a ceaseless battle, with insufficient rest to recuperate properly. His spirit grew increasingly tense, and he wasn't aware of how he had changed. Besides the bloodstains on his body, his eyes had turned faintly red. Even the small area around him began to lose color, briefly turning gray before returning to normal. When night fell yet again, Dugu Shin observed the sunset silently and entered the state of martial soul possession as usual. His hands transformed into venomous claws, and his external tailbone emerged. Tonight, however, something felt off. The countless vampire bats didn't call for more reinforcements but attacked Dugu Shin relentlessly, resorting to self-harm or other tactics to leave blood marks on him. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Dugu Shin couldn't fully comprehend the peculiar behavior of the bats. Dawn finally broke once more, and Dugu Shin was still locked in combat with the remaining vampire bats. With his poisonous claws, he dispatched them swiftly. As sunlight bathed the battlefield, the surviving bats stumbled toward the vampire demon Bat King. Dugu Shin had no intention of letting it escape. He channeled his soul power, and with a chilling voice, he invoked his third spirit skill, Dragon Resentment Poison. The blood-red poison erupted, resembling a dragon. Its bitter and resentful dragon howl shot through the wings of the vampire Bat Lord instantly. As the wounded Bat Lord began to fall, it was caught by the vampire demon Bat King, which sported a sinister smile. With a quick bite to the neck, the Bat Lord's life force was drained, and it turned into a desiccated corpse before it could even scream. Dugu Shin remained silent, his eyes cold and distant, his surroundings gradually losing color and fading into shades of gray. His domain seemed to suppress everything around him, draining the vitality and color from living things. Luo Tian, observing from the shadows, noticed Dugu Shin's strange transformation and the sudden appearance of his domain. He commented, "It should be almost time. Now, whether this kid turns out to be a beautiful jade or a stubborn stone, we'll soon find out. Even if he fails, the progress he's made on his domain is impressive." As he turned to leave, Luo Tian glanced back at Dugu Shin and muttered, "I hope you don't disappoint me." As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight blanketed the land, Dugu Shin focused, entering the state of martial soul possession. His normally serene eyes now burned with a blood-red glow, and snake scales adorned his face, mingling jade green and pitch black soul power tinted with a hint of blood gray. Expressionless, Dugu Shin declared, "The hunt begins." However, he couldn't help but feel uneasy in the eerie silence. Something's not right, it's too quiet. Following his usual routine, Dugu Shin applied medicinal herbs to conceal his aura and cautiously scanned his surroundings with soul power. Suddenly, Dugu Shin's eyes widened. This is strange, countless soul beasts are approaching rapidly, pinpointing my position with uncanny accuracy. In the distance, the vampire bat group arrived, swarming the skies. Among them, the vampire demon Bat King's eyes glittered with malevolence and death as it fixated on Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin finally understood why the vampire bats had attacked him so ferociously the previous night. Clever beasts. Due to the prolonged use of herbal juice to mask my scent, the potent medicinal aroma made it impossible for me to detect the blood scent you left on me. In an instant, Dugu Shin's soul power erupted. His hands transformed into venomous claws, and the snake tail appeared behind him. "Ha! If you think you can take my life, think again." He unleashed his second spirit skill, Red Demon Poison Mist. A crimson fog enveloped the area, obstructing vision, weakening the enemy by 10%, and bolstering Dugu Shin's attributes by 20%. Those trapped in the mist experienced excruciating muscle pain and struggled to breathe. But the vampire demon bats plunged into the poisonous fog, flapping their wings violently, causing the mist to thicken visibly. Dugu Shin fought ruthlessly, his claws and tailbone claiming countless bat lives. Still, the relentless onslaught continued. Soul power surged within him, and this time, the jade green mixed with pitch black soul power was nearly consumed by a scarlet glow. A brilliant black and blood red light radiated from Dugu Shin's hand. He roared, "Third Spirit Ring, Dragon Resentment Poison," releasing a blood-red dragon howl that swept through the vampire bats, harvesting their lives mercilessly. Suddenly, the vampire demon Bat King unleashed an audible shockwave, colliding with Dugu Shin's Dragon Resentment Poison. The clash produced an even greater howl that pushed back the Bat King's attack, which then began pursuing it. Meanwhile, the vampire bats, enveloped by the poison mist, continued to fall lifelessly. Dugu Shin's attack hit the vampire demon Bat King, inflicting heavy damage. He pursued the injured creature with his bone lash, but as the poison mist dissipated, it became clear that his attack had struck a different vampire bat. The Bat King had vanished. Dugu Shin realized the danger and attempted to react, but the vampire demon Bat King reappeared suddenly, biting into his shoulder. Blood flowed as the king inhaled deeply. Pale-faced but determined, Dugu Shin summoned all his willpower and lashed out with his snake tail, forcing the Bat King to release its grip. He then mercilessly attacked the creature. The vampire demon Bat King sensed the impending danger and swiftly disengaged from Dugu Shin. However, the burning desire for vengeance and a surge of killing intent empowered Dugu Shin. His sole focus was the vampire king's demise. Luo Tian, observing from the shadows, couldn't hide his disappointment. "It's just a stubborn stone. Even if he had immense potential, he became too cocky in the end." He readied himself to intervene and rescue Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin, driven by his indomitable will, continued to battle the vampire demon Bat King. But the king, using its powerful wings, flung him away once more. Meanwhile, inside Dugu Shin's spiritual sea, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor's form started to be adorned with intricate gray lines and tattoos. Its icy snake pupils opened, locking onto Dugu Shin's spiritual body with a deadly gaze. The serpent let out a resounding roar, and its snake pupils emitted a dazzling golden light. Simultaneously, the scarlet soul power enveloping Dugu Shin gradually receded, replaced by the mix of jade green and pitch black soul power with a hint of blood gray. Dugu Shin raised his head, and the fiery red in his eyes gradually subsided, giving way to a restrained scarlet glow while his golden snake pupils shone brilliantly. He suddenly felt an intuition that the next attack from the vampire demon Bat King would come from the left. True to his instinct, the vampire demon Bat King lunged towards Dugu Shin's left side, aiming to bite him directly. This time, Dugu Shin's cold snake pupils met the Bat King's assault with surprising precision. He caught the creature's sharp teeth with his venomous claws, and his external soul bone thrust through the Bat King's chest. Dugu Shin unleashed his soul power entirely, saturating the vampire demon Bat King with his poisonous soul power, reducing the creature to a pool of green pus on the spot. In an instant, black soul ring emerged. Seeing their king fall, the surrounding vampire bats panicked. Some still tried to attack Dugu Shin but were stopped by the peculiar gray field, draining life and color from their surroundings. Dugu Shin marveled at the essence of his domain, realizing that it manipulated time and stasis. His domain could slow or even halt movement, which was further strengthened by his killing intent. As he observed, Dugu Shin released his soul power to its maximum extent, causing the surrounding bats to die in torment from the poison. Just as he was about to tend to his injuries, he felt a sudden resistance on Bonelash's serrated bone tip. He turned to find Luo Tian gripping the bone. Luo Tian looked at Dugu Shin with a smirk, acknowledging his newfound clarity. Indeed, Dugu Shin, you are a genuine piece of beautiful jade. What you're feeling now is Beast Intent, a unique soul technique of our Hollow Beast Academy. It's akin to Sword Intent for sword martial souls. Dugu Shin fixed his gaze on Luo Tian and inquired coldly, what if I failed? Luo Tian responded casually, if you went mad, you'd either find a way to regain your sanity or I'd have to end you. Dugu Shin pressed on, have all students endured this? Luo Tian nodded with a sinister smile. Yes, only those truly brimming with potential can bear the title of War Beast at our Hollow Beast Academy. The others are mere lambs. Dugu Shin inquired further, aren't you being too cruel? Luo Tian's laughter rang out, ha ha ha. Cruel, this world is the cruelest of all. Eagles only learn to fly when their parents push them from the nest, and those who can't survive have only one path left, death. I'm merely bringing the world's cruelty out of the shadows. Unsettled by the madman's words, Dugu Shin turned to heal his wounds. As he did, a soul bone materialized within the pool of poisonous pus created by the vampire demon Bat King's remains. Using his soul power, Luo Tian retrieved the soul bone and handed it to Dugu Shin. He remarked, this vampire demon Bat King was remarkably tenacious. This 50,000-year level soul bone is decent, but its compatibility with your martial soul remains unknown. The choice is yours. With that, he found a secluded spot and closed his eyes. Dugu Shin scrutinized the soul bone but refrained from absorbing it. Instead, he stashed it in his storage bag. Luo Tian, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief. Good, you resisted the temptation. Unbeknownst to Luo Tian, Dugu Shin was familiar with the Douluo continent's storyline. He preferred to wait and gain more strength before obtaining the soul bone of a 100,000 years old spirit beast or at least a 10,000-year level soul bone from a more suitable spirit beast. Dugu Shin's recovery progressed steadily as he looked down in the canyon. Now, let's finally see what is the source of all this evil soul power. However, when Luo Tian came back, offering to take him out of the canyon, Dugu Shin refused. No, I still want to explore something before heading back, Dugu Shin insisted. Luo Tian sighed, giving a stern reminder, very well, brat. I'll come back tomorrow, and if you haven't finished by then, tough luck, we're leaving. Dugu Shin simply nodded. Fine, old man. Dugu Shin followed the trail of evil soul power until he reached the entrance of a cave. Dugu Shin cautiously made his way through the narrow, winding passages of the cave, his senses alert to any potential danger. The rocky walls seemed to close in around him, and the air grew progressively colder and more oppressive with each step. After a few minutes of walking deeper into the cave's labyrinthine tunnels, he began to notice something peculiar. The usually relentless and cacophonous presence of the vampire bats was conspicuously absent. The further he ventured, the more he became convinced that he was alone in this dark subterranean world. As he ventured deeper, the cave's passageways gradually widened. Finally, he emerged into a massive cave room. It was a colossal, natural underground chamber with towering stalactites and stalagmites that seemed to stretch endlessly into the abyss. The ceiling was filled with minerals that caught the faintest traces of light and scattered them in shimmering patterns across the walls. The air was heavy and oppressive, thick with a blood-red gas that hung like a shroud. In the center of this massive cavern lay a pool of blood-red liquid. The blood within it was fresh and vivid. Within this sinister pool, Dugu Shin could make out distorted, unsettling reflections of himself, causing him to think, is this the blood of all the spirit beasts killed by the vampire bats? However, what drew his attention the most was a dark and ominous presence at the heart of the blood-filled pond. Rising from the depths of the pool was a lotus. Its petals were a deep, almost black-red, and they glistened with an unsettling sheen. Each petal was lined with thorny edges. Its stem, too, was an eerie shade of black, with veins pulsating ominously as if it were alive. Using his 4 pupils' mystic eyes, he observed the lotus more closely. So, this is the reason for the dense evil soul power in this place. That lotus absorbs the evil soul power to grow stronger, Dugu Shin concluded. Using his 4 pupil mystic eyes, he scrutinized the lotus more closely. It has cultivated for 10,000 years, it's somewhat lacking considering it constantly absorbs such a substantial amount of evil soul power. Now, the question is, why? Dugu Shin couldn't discern the lotus's origin, so he decided to leave. Before departing, he used his dragon resentment poison to destroy the cave entrance and seal it shut. As he did so, Luo Tian unexpectedly appeared. Dugu Shin was taken aback and realized that the dense evil soul power in the cave had dulled his sense of time. Shit, if there had been a fight here, with my sense of time messed up like that, I would have been in big trouble. Luo Tian asked, have you finished what you were searching for? Dugu Shin replied, yes, it was nothing. Let's go. Comma. Inside the cave, hidden from view, a pair of dark crimson eyes snapped open above the black-red lotus, as they shifted their gaze in the direction Dugu Shin had just departed. Interesting, a voice echoed within the depths of the cave. That brat has the breath of an abyssal spirit dragon. Unfortunately, he left a bit too early and also sealed the cave. While it will hide us from prying eyes, it will also increase the duration of the abyss lotus gate's bloom. The voice seemed contemplative as it continued, I hope you don't die, kid, before the lotus fully blooms. Luo Tian led Dugu Shin to a forest clearing, and said with a hint of mystery, now the true training begins. Dugu Shin questioned, there is actually more to learn. Luo Tian, renowned for his impatience when it came to explanations, showed little inclination to clarify. He retorted, you've just scratched the surface. You've got the feel for the beast intent, but you're far from mastering it. Practice is what you need. With that, he entered the state of martial soul possession, his 8 soul rings gleaming brightly beneath his feet, and one of his hands transformed into a lion's paw. A mischievous grin crossed Luo Tian's face as he continued, let's get started. Even though I'm using only one hand, don't let me touch you. I won't kill you, but you might find yourself bedridden for a few days. He then unleashed a sudden burst of wind, sending it hurtling towards Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin's heart skipped a beat as he barely evaded the first assault. Luo Tian appeared slightly disappointed and remarked, oh, you dodged it. Not bad at all. Dugu Shin attempted to speak, but before he could speak, another fierce attack came his way. Luo Tian's onslaught continued relentlessly, and Dugu Shin was forced to evade with all his might. In the midst of the battle, Dugu Shin felt something was amiss. 2 attacks seemed to converge on him simultaneously. As he pondered this oddity, the lion's claws struck, kicking up a cloud of dust in their wake. Luo Tian's voice rang out, seemingly amused, it's a pity. He turned around and was genuinely surprised to find Dugu Shin still on his feet. You're still standing, that's impressive. Though he managed to engage martial soul possession in the nick of time, his hands tingled from the impact, and his chest felt as though it had been pounded by a sledgehammer. Luo Tian's excitement was palpable. He exclaimed jubilantly, "Ha ha ha, one more time." Dugu Shin inwardly lamented, "This old man is trying to kill me." However, he had little choice but to concentrate fully. He adjusted his soul power, perceived the old man's intent using beast intent. Despite his best efforts, he was knocked down again after a few rounds. This time, Dugu Shin remained on the ground, unconscious. Luo Tian approached him, lifting him gently. He remarked, "Not bad," he commented, his voice laced with a trace of approval. "But you're not quite there yet. You managed to withstand my attacks for about 15 minutes, and you didn't even resort to using your poison skills." With a swift movement, Luo Tian produced some healing pills and administered them to Dugu Shin. Then, utilizing his soul power, he guided Dugu Shin's soul power to recover. However, as he retreated his soul power, he realized that something was amiss. This kid, even soul power is poisonous, and quite potent at that. If I had directly retracted my soul power without checking it, I would have been poisoned. Sigh, truly a kid with unmatched talent. In the evening, Dugu Shin slowly regained consciousness. He found Luo Tian roasting a 100-year-old spiked porcupine over the open flame, the tantalizing aroma floating through the air. Witnessing this, Luo Tian smiled and said with a hint of pride, "You woke up at just the right time. The meat is perfectly grilled. Try it, and I guarantee it'll leave you speechless." He then tore off a succulent pig leg and tossed it over to Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin, who hadn't tasted normal food in a long while, took the offered meat eagerly. His first bite filled him with astonishment. It was incredibly delicious. Under the tutelage of Luo Tian, Dugu Shin endured months of grueling training. During this time, Luo Tian exhibited an unexpected kindness by providing Dugu Shin with nourishing food coated with honey from 1000-year level flower poison bees. This unique honey had the remarkable ability to refresh the mind, restore the spirit, and alleviate fatigue. Dugu Shin gratefully indulged in this treat. Luo Tian's relentless training regimen continued, and Dugu Shin endured countless beatings, often being knocked unconscious. However, as time passed, Dugu Shin made remarkable progress. After 3 months of brutal training, he finally cultivated the beast intent into an instinct. He could now withstand Luo Tian's onslaught for a full hour. Even in moments of rest, he remained vigilant, detecting and responding to Luo Tian's attacks swiftly. During one of their training sessions, Dugu Shin not only evaded numerous strikes but also launched effective counterattacks. Recognizing this, Luo Tian smiled approvingly and stated, "Not bad, you've already mastered it. There's only one thing left." With a tone of finality, Luo Tian issued his next directive. "I want you to go to the Fighting Soul Arena in Heaven Do Imperial City. Use whatever means necessary to reach the Silver Fighting Soul within 3 months. That's when your training will be complete." Dugu Shin nodded in acknowledgement. As he turned to leave, Luo Tian tossed a letter toward him, a knowing smile on his face. "When you reach the Soul Fighting Arena, take this letter to the person in charge. I have an old friend there, and he will look after you." Dugu Shin examined the contents of the letter and discovered a purple gold card inside. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What's this?" Luo Tian, already turning away, replied nonchalantly, "In the deep mountains and old forests, of what use is money? Take it, you might need it." Before departing, Luo Tian shared some additional information. Meng Shu and Yao Chen's training is also nearing its end. With a burst of soul power, he vanished into the distance, leaving Dugu Shin to ponder his next steps. Dugu Shin's arrival at the Heaven Do Imperial City marked a new chapter in his journey. After 2 days of much-needed rest, his body and spirits had fully recovered. The prolonged battles and intense training he had endured had not only honed his skills but also managed to refine his soul power and reach the level of a 50th ranked soul ancestor. With Luo Tian's letter in hand, Dugu Shin made his way to the Tianyu Fighting Soul Arena, the largest and most prestigious arena in Heaven Do Imperial City. There, he was warmly greeted by 2 young ladies who opened the doors for him and extended a courteous welcome. "Welcome, sir, to the Tianyu Fighting Soul Arena." Dugu Shin simply nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the front desk, where he handed over the letter. The staff immediately recognized the emblem on the letter as that of the former dean of the Hollow Beast Academy, the Black Lion, and they promptly delivered it to the person in charge. In the opulent office of the arena's manager, an elegant old man adorned in a splendid costume with intricate swan embroidery sat comfortably. He carefully examined the letter and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect the old lion to take on a new apprentice. It seems this young man must be quite exceptional. He instructed his subordinates to escort Dugu Shin to his office. As Dugu Shin entered the office, he was struck by its grandeur. The room was lavishly decorated, befitting its high-ranking occupant. The old man, whose back was initially turned to Dugu Shin, spoke lightly, inviting him in. As Dugu Shin entered the place, he immediately sensed a formidable soul power fluctuation, one that was not much inferior to teacher Luo Tian's. Level 88 Spirit Emperor, Martial Soul Heavenly Swan, he thought to himself. He couldn't help but wonder how he kept encountering such powerful individuals at the Spirit Douluo level. In the original series, they were as rare as titled Douluo. In the blink of an eye, the elderly man appeared right behind Dugu Shin. Anticipating the attack, Dugu Shin already knew what was coming in the next 2 seconds. He instinctively launched a roundhouse kick aimed at his opponent's rear, but to his surprise, the elderly man effortlessly intercepted and blocked the attack. The old man, Shui Rongxing, smiled and commented, "Impressive, you've actually mastered the beast intent." His aura suddenly became incredibly formidable, and 8 soul rings appeared under his feet, glowing in yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A majestic golden swan materialized behind the old man, and the air around them condensed. This was a manifestation of the Heaven Do royal family's inheritance. Under the immense pressure, Dugu Shin had no choice but to employ his soul power to resist, but the pressure he felt wasn't enough to force his spirit rings and martial soul to manifest. Inside, Shui Rongxing was astonished. Inside, Shui Rongxing was deeply astonished. Impossible, he thought, this kid is at most 15 years old, and his soul power has already reached level 50. Once he obtains his 5th spirit ring, he'll become the youngest spirit king. His talent might even surpass that of the newly appointed Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. After a moment, the imposing aura faded, and Shui Rongxing said in a casual tone, "Young man, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Get some rest, and tomorrow I'll set up a competition for you." Dugu Shin nodded, and as Shui Rongxing was about to escort him to his accommodations, the old man had a thought and turned back. "By the way, boy, my name is Shui Rongxing. If you ever need anything, you can come to me." The following day, a steward arrived to inform Dugu Shin that the competition was about to begin. He couldn't help but wonder about the nature of the competition. It's not like I will choose not to participate, he thought, but shouldn't at least know who my opponent is. The steward grinned and replied, "Elder Luo specifically arranged this for your training." Dugu Shin sighed inwardly and contemplated, "At the beginning, it might be okay, but as I progress, my opponent wills get to know me better and better, while I know nothing about them. I'll be at a disadvantage from the beginning. No wonder teacher Luo Tian gave me 3 months. He's truly ruthless, but it doesn't matter. Participating in the fights that allow the competitors to kill each other means that I can fully unleash my poisons." Soon, the Tianyu arena was filled with enthusiastic cheers. The Tianyu arena was packed with spectators, and a charismatic man who was the host appeared, announcing loudly, "Today, we have the long-awaited life and death battle. Our first fighter is someone famous in this arena, the renowned Flame Wolf Lord, Kesuo." As the audience erupted in cheers, a robust man with a long scar on his face, donned with 4 soul rings glowing beneath his feet, appeared. 2 were yellow, 2 were purple, and a blue flame jackal materialized behind him. His mere presence ignited the crowd's excitement. The beautiful host continued her introduction, "And now, our challenger, Viper. Let's not waste any more time and dive right into the fight." Dugu Shin donned his mask and entered the arena. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor appeared behind him, and the 4 spirit rings under his feet shone, yellow, purple, purple and black. Kesuo, his opponent, looked at the young Dugu Shin and was mentally shaken together with the entire crowd. What on earth? This kid has a 10,000-year-old spirit ring as his 4th spirit ring. Dugu Shin spoke calmly, "Let's get this started." In a nearby office, Elder Shui browsed through the account book as a concerned steward voiced his worry. "Boss, even though the kid has a 10,000-year-old spirit ring, his opponent is an established fighter with extensive combat experience. If something happens to that kid, you know that Crazy Lion won't just let it slide." Elder Shui wore a faint smile, gazing out the window as he responded, "I understand better than you. I know the capabilities of that old man, but I also believe in his judgment. That kid won't get into trouble so easily. After all, a true war beast isn't someone anyone can mess with. The soul fighting match officially commenced. Tikaso, now possessed by his martial soul, transformed his hands into wolf claws wreathed in blue flames. Wolf-like ears sprouted on his head, and his teeth sharpened. He launched his first spirit skill, Flame Claws, and the blue flames on his hands intensified as he lunged at Dugu Shin. However, Dugu Shin merely smiled. Without using martial soul possession, he easily evaded Tikaso's attacks, one after another. Tikaso, frustrated and angered, roared, "If you have the guts, don't dodge like a coward." Dugu Shin smiled slightly, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he responded, "As you wish." He used high venomous claws that oozed corrosive toxins to intercept and counter Tikaso's attacks, pushing him back and leaving scratch marks with each strike, until he eventually kicked him away. Dugu Shin remarked, "It's over." He released his soul power, causing his second spirit ring to activate and enveloping the arena in a red fog. Tikaso, struggling to rise, bore numerous corrosive claw wounds on his body. He witnessed the approaching red fog with dread. Tikaso's eyes widened in fear as he invoked his fourth spirit skill, Fierce Wolf Howl. A massive blue flame wolf head formed from his soul power and clashed with the incoming red mist. The arena quaked as the two forces battled, but it was clear that the red mist was inexorably corroding and eventually consumed the blue flame wolf. Tikaso was gravely injured and weakened, collapsed to the ground, his muscles racked with pain. Breathing became a tortuous endeavor as he watched his vision blur. In a final act of desperation, Tikaso summoned every ounce of his remaining strength to lunge at Dugu Shin. However, Dugu Shin swiftly pierced Tikaso's chest with his right hand, destroying his heart in an instant. The light of madness faded from Tikaso's eyes as his life ebbed away. With his last breath, he muttered, "Damn brat." Dugu Shin withdrew his hand from Tikaso's lifeless body and turned to leave the arena, leaving behind a raucous crowd in his wake. Instead of returning to his lodgings, he wandered the streets of Heaven Do Imperial City. Ever since he entered the canyon, he had felt an overwhelming sense of detachment from life, and it had left him feeling adrift. As he meandered through the city, his feet led him to a music workshop. The enchanting melodies that wafted from within drew him closer. Could it be the Moon Pavilion? I wonder if Tang Yuehua is here. The music was beautiful, and he couldn't help but be captivated. Dugu Shin stepped inside to find a young girl skillfully playing the harp, accompanied by two teenagers wielding violins. Entranced by the music, he waited until the song concluded before asking, "What was that piece you just played?" Two of the young musicians burst into laughter. "You don't even recognize the swan song. Truly a country bumpkin," one of them taunted. "Yeah, who brought this bumpkin in here?" another chimed in, motioning to a guard to escort Dugu Shin out. The guard laid a hand on Dugu Shin's shoulder, but before he could react, Dugu Shin swiftly overpowered him. The guard, a spirit elder, was left bewildered as he was subdued by someone who appeared to be as young as the musicians themselves. Meanwhile, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit behind Dugu Shin fixated its gaze on the two musicians who had mocked him earlier. A palpable wave of murderous intent emanated from the spirit, causing the young boys to tremble in fear. Inexperienced in combat and utterly unprepared for this turn of events, the two teenagers were struck dumb with terror, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, the room was filled with a noble aura, and Dugu Shin's murderous intent was swiftly erased. It was the girl from earlier who managed to subdue his violent aura. As this happened, numerous guards converged around Dugu Shin, with their chief guard sternly inquiring, "Who dares to cause a disturbance within the Moon Pavilion?" The boy and girl who had previously taunted Dugu Shin eagerly chimed in, "It was him. He's the troublemaker." Dugu Shin had been considered fighting his way out, but the girl's gentle voice intervened, saying, "There's no need for a commotion, it was just a minor skirmish." The girl appeared to hold a noble status, and this compelled the chief guard to relent. He reluctantly allowed Dugu Shin to depart. Approaching Dugu Shin, the girl addressed him coolly, "You should be grateful to me for helping you this time. But I advise you not to stir up trouble at the Moon Pavilion again." Dugu Shin nodded in acknowledgement. As the girl began to take her leave, Dugu Shin questioned her, "What's your name?" Even if he was certain about her identity, he couldn't call her suddenly by her name without her giving it to him. The girl paused, mildly surprised by the question, before replying in a composed tone, "Perhaps we can discuss names after you've learned to behave yourself." Leaving Dugu Shin standing there, clueless. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Dot 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 comma. Over the following 2 months, Dugu Shin managed to secure 28 consecutive victories within the Tianyu Soul fighting arena, leaving him just 2 victories away from attaining his Silver Fighter Spirit Master status. During this time, he also had the opportunity to meet with Tang Yuehua again. Despite her congenitally malignant martial soul, which meant she could never progress beyond level 9, her domain was truly remarkable. It possessed the unique ability to soothe minds and dispel killing intent, something that gradually helped diminish the lingering traces of murderous intent within Dugu Shin. As the crowd cheered within the Tianyu Soul fighting arena, a middle-aged soul master unleashed his spirit skill. A massive horn materialized above his head, charging toward Dugu Shin at a thunderous speed. Dugu Shin, however, remained composed, flashing to dodge the attack. Simultaneously, he activated his second spirit ring, Red Demon Poison Mist, shrouding the arena in a crimson poisonous fog. Before the bewildered soul master could comprehend the situation, Dugu Shin closed in, using his first spirit skill, Cursed Shroud, to assault his opponent. In response, the soul master activated his fourth spirit skill, Barbarian Bull Defense, causing his muscles to bulge and further enlarge. Despite Dugu Shin's corrosive claw attacks, they barely pierced the skin and muscle layers. The soul master laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got, kid? You won't pierce through this grandfather's defenses so easily." Dugu Shin didn't show anger, instead, he smiled lightly and responded, "Is that so?" Swiftly evading the soul master's attack, he sneered and unleashed his third spirit skill, Dragon Resentment Poison. The blood-red poison dragon-like manifestation howled and lunged towards the soul master's chest, ending his life as it pierced through him. The soul master's chest was stained with blood, and with his final breath, he whispered, "Dragon, poison." Seeing the soul master's fate, Dugu Shin couldn't help but sneer, "You idiot, inhaling so much of my poison while attempting to block my dragon resentment poison. Your death was sealed the moment you chose to challenge me." Approaching the fallen soul master, Dugu Shin kicked him out of the ring. The beautiful host promptly announced his victory, celebrating his 29th consecutive triumph in the Tianyu Soul arena. The audience cheered for Viper, and even the beautiful host couldn't help but send subtle flirtatious glances toward Dugu Shin. With a faint smile, Dugu Shin left the ring and headed to the Moon Pavilion. Tang Yuehua was playing the harp under the moonlight, and Dugu Shin joined in, playing the dizzy, a Chinese transverse flute. The two musicians gazed at each other, smiles on their faces, as they began to create a harmonious melody. Their music resonated beautifully in the moonlit night, creating an enchanting scene that captivated the audience, and the song eventually concluded. Tang Yuehua wore a warm smile and remarked, "You've made quite a lot of progress, Dugu Shin." Dugu Shin smiled back and replied, "Well, Yuehua, you're the one who taught me well." Blushing slightly, Tang Yuehua continued, "Oh, stop it, Dugu Shin. Are you on the verge of reaching Silver Fighter Spirit Master status?" Dugu Shin nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "Yes, just one more match." Tang Yuehua's eyes grew a bit somber as she asked, "So, does this mean you'll be leaving Heaven Do Imperial City?" Dugu Shin paused for a moment, then replied resolutely, "I can return here whenever I want." Hearing his words, Tang Yuehua put on a brave smile and said, "Who needs you to come and find me?" As they continued chatting, Dugu Shin realized he needed to leave for his last match in the Heaven Do Imperial City. Tang Yuehua suddenly called out to him, "Dugu Shin." He turned around, curious, and asked, "What's wrong, Yuehua?" Tang Yuehua seemed conflicted for a moment and then blurted out, "Don't forget to come to me, or I'll have my brother beat you up." Dugu Shin was taken aback for a moment but quickly responded with a warm smile, "Yuehua, don't worry, I will return." As she blushed and ran away, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Sigh, it seems Yuehua has developed feelings for me in these past 2 months." Despite his desensitized emotions due to fighting and killing, he wasn't oblivious to Tang Yuehua's growing affection. He sighed, realizing it was becoming a complicated matter. The next day arrived, and Dugu Shin entered the Tianyu Soul arena amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. His opponent, on the other side of the arena, was a girl dressed in blue attire, her face obscured by a half-mask depicting a dragon. The arena's host descended gracefully from the air using her pigeon-winged martial soul, announcing, "Greetings, everyone at the Tianyu Soul Arena. Today, we have a thrilling battle ahead, a clash between Viper, who has defeated all his opponents with ruthless efficiency, and our enigmatic challenger, Blue Dragon. Will Mr. Viper secure his 30th consecutive victory and be promoted to a Silver Fighter Spirit Master, or will he be toppled by the mysterious Blue Dragon?" Dugu Shin couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, level 41 inches." As the introductions concluded, the girl wasted no time and declared coldly, "Blue Dragon, a level 41 power attack system spirit ancestor, martial soul Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon." Her 4 spirit rings gleamed brilliantly in yellow, purple, and purple configuration, summoning the imposing form of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, which let out a resounding dragon roar. Viper, level 50 control system spirit ancestor, martial soul Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. Dugu Shin's own 4 spirit rings glowed, yellow, purple, and black, with the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor manifesting behind him. It had a jade green exterior with metallic attributes, a third blood red eye on its forehead, golden eyes, and a body adorned with gray lines and tattoos. It fixed its gaze coldly on the girl, emitting an eerie hiss. The girl was thinking as she assessed her opponent. It seems that the rumors are true, he really has a 10.000 years spirit ring, but it doesn't matter. Viper's strategy is clear: prolong the fight, poison the enemy, and finish them off with a powerful spirit skill. My best chance is to end this quickly. She activated her first yellow spirit ring, her expression growing colder. First spirit skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. With a resounding roar from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, 2 dragon-like horns sprouted from her head, and her eyes transformed into dragon pupils. Dragon claw-shaped soul power constructs appeared on her hands, surging with thunder as they lunged toward Dugu Shin. As she moved, the air twisted and emitted ominous crackles. Dugu Shin responded with his first spirit skill, Cursed Shroud. His arms and forearms were covered with green jade scales, and 4 golden horns protruded from his head. His nails elongated and turned golden, infused with a more powerful poison than before. He used this skill to completely block her attack, causing her to be taken aback. Impossible. Even with his spirit ring configuration, he shouldn't be able to resist. Dugu Shin remained silent, analyzing the situation. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is indeed formidable in terms of both attack and speed. This is the strongest opponent I've faced so far. However, she lacks the intent to kill and the ferocity of a true dragon in her attacks. Maintaining her distance, the girl launched another attack, prompting a hint of frustration from Dugu Shin. "You want to defeat me quickly? Dream on," he retaliated, leaving deep scratch marks on her forearms that were corroded and turned jade green as his poison took effect. "Damn it, I underestimated his poison. I need to end this fight quickly," she thought, realizing the urgency of the situation. As the girl's soul power surged even further, the power of the thunder within her body expanded, and her dragon claw began to crackle with lightning as she closed in on Dugu Shin once again. This time, he felt the overwhelming force of the thunder coursing through his body, causing a momentary sluggishness. Seizing the opportunity, the girl kicked Dugu Shin, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Quick on his feet, Dugu Shin activated his second spirit skill, Red Demon Poison Mist. The arena was instantly engulfed in a thick red fog, making it nearly impossible to see. Dugu Shin concealed his presence within the poisonous mist, feeling a numbing sensation spreading from his arms. He sighed, muttering to himself, "The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon truly lives up to its reputation." On the other side, the girl regretted her hasty action, taking a sip of the poisonous mist that instantly caused her muscles to ache and made breathing difficult. "Damn it, why did I do that? If the poison from his first spirit ring affects me, it's only logical that his second will too." She attempted to disperse the mist using her second spirit skill, Thunder Crash, as countless lightning serpents coiled around her body, then expanded and exploded outward in all directions. However, instead of dispersing the mist, the lightning served to thicken it. Shit. Despite the thick fog, the girl managed to sense Dugu Shin's position and launched her first spirit skill again, propelling herself toward him. Her soul power was rapidly depleting. She snorted coldly, "Your winning streak ends here. How can a mere poisonous snake hope to contend with a dragon?" She struck with her dragon claw, but Dugu Shin used Cursed Shroud to barely defend against the attack, causing a small explosion of soul power to happen. To her surprise, Dugu Shin slowly emerged from the mist, his body covered in scale armor, corrosive venom dripping from his poisonous claws. His 4 snake-like pupils emitted a golden glow, and a jade metallic snake tail, 4 times the length of his body, swayed behind him. He spoke with seriousness, martial soul integration, real guard. Dugu Shin's new ability, martial soul integration, real guard, was an incredible surprise to both the audience and his opponent. It was the power granted from his second soul core, granting him an armor formed from his martial soul. This was the first time he had ever used this ability, and in this state, he could potentially challenge spirit emperors, and even spirit kings might find it difficult to defeat him. With a sneer, Dugu Shin declared, "The game is not over yet." He released an overwhelming aura filled with venomous poison, causing the girl to feel a deathly chill that made her take a massive leap backward in fear. Dugu Shin continued, "The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor is the ultimate king of poison. Don't underestimate it, even with your blue lightning tyrant dragon." With his words, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor roared thunderously as he rushed toward the girl. Despite her initial surprise, the girl's fighting spirit flared as she laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, come and fight. Let me see what the Snake Emperor is capable of." She conjured countless thunderbolts, sending them towards Dugu Shin. The battle raged on, but this time, Dugu Shin's attacks were relentless, pushing the girl back. His speed surpassed hers, and she found herself struggling to keep up. Internally panicking, she muttered, "Damn it. What kind of spirit technique is this? It's similar to my clan's technique, but it creates a full body armor instead." Her momentary lapse in concentration allowed Dugu Shin to strike her harder and faster, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. In response, she activated her third and second spirit skills simultaneously, the spirit rings beneath her feet glowing brightly. She roared, "Third skill, Thunder Fury. Second spirit skill, Thunder Crash." Under the enhanced effects of these 2 spirit skills, a multitude of lightning bolts enveloped her, forming a protective shield that managed to block Dugu Shin's attack, although it was eventually overwhelmed and cancelled. The girl roared again, "It's not over yet." She unleashed her enhanced attacks, her fighting spirit fueled by Thunder Fury. Eager to secure victory, she charged at Dugu Shin once more. However, Dugu Shin wore a faint sneer as he swiftly evaded her attacks. Simultaneously, his snake tail shot towards her chest like a swift arrow, leaving a deep gash that was sure to become a prominent scar. Before the girl could recover, Dugu Shin kicked her away once more. He then unleashed his soul power, striking her with a powerful punch. Dugu Bo roared in anger, "It's over this time." But to his surprise, the girl met his punch with her own, her fist transforming into a dragon claw. The girl's dragon horns grew larger, her face gained some dragon scales, and her once ethereal thunder dragon claw, composed of soul power, became dense with dark blue dragon scales. This transformation was known as dragonization, the exclusive secret of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. The shift in her aura was palpable. Dugu Shin observed the transformation and realized, no wonder the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan boasts the world's first beast martial soul. However, apart from Yu Yuanjun, there are no other titled Douluo in the clan. The Yu brothers, Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin, are rare geniuses of their generation, both bearing the title of Double Dragon. He continued to muse, "Their soul power levels are not much lower than mine at their age, and their dragonization is even more advanced. Yu Tianxin can manifest dragon wings, while Yu Tianeng can materialize an entire dragon arm. However, this girl should not be underestimated." The girl unleashed a furious roar and assaulted Dugu Shin relentlessly. However, under his real guard and beast intent, all her attacks proved ineffective as he easily evaded them. Dugu Shin maintained a faint smile while the girl sneered, "Why are you grinning? Do you think you've won just because you forced me to this point? You're nothing special." Dugu Shin continued to dodge her attacks effortlessly and replied, "Indeed, you are strong. But as you said, the outcome is clear, and we have already determined the victor." The girl retorted, "You're just pretending." Suddenly, the girl felt a wave of dizziness sweep over her, causing her soul power to dissipate. She struggled to maintain her stance, her body trembling, and she noticed that her wounds had turned jade-colored and her blood turned black jade. With disbelief in her eyes, she muttered, "Poison." Dugu Shin approached her slowly, explaining, "That's correct, it's poison. My entire body is infused with toxins, and each attack I make carries potent poisons. Additionally, every time I use soul power, more toxins are released. The poisonous mist I created, though it dissipated, was under my control. Countless poisonous gases silently entered your wounds, paralyzing your senses and deepening the toxins. Combined with your continuous fighting, which led to the consumption of a significant amount of soul power, the toxins infiltrated your body even further. If I hadn't held back, the poison within you would have killed you long ago. Dugu Shin's snake tail coiled gently around the girl's throat. With a calm tone, he declared, "You've lost." The defeated girl could only offer a bitter smile and conceded, "I admit defeat," before collapsing. Dugu Shin aimed his poisonous claws at her, drawing the toxins from her body back into his. Then, he retrieved an antidote pill from his storage ring, administered it to the unconscious girl, and carried her away from the arena. As he held the unconscious girl in his arms, Dugu Shin reflected, even though it's the world's first beast martial soul, excelling in attack power, defense, and speed, my poison is stronger. He looked down at the girl and, despite her violent demeanor, couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. A subtle pain gnawed at his chest. He found it far from amusing that a fierce opponent like her ended up in his arms in this condition. The enthusiastic host announced Dugu Shin's victory and promotion to Silver Fighter Spirit Master to a cheering audience. Afterward, he took the girl to the treatment room, left her with an antidote pill, and made his exit. At the front desk of the Tianyu Fighting Soul Arena, Dugu Shin received his hard-earned Silver Fighting Soul badge. Mixed emotions filled him as he pondered Yuehua's reaction to his departure. As he was about to leave, a girl's voice stopped him in his tracks. Weakened but determined, she said, "Viper, wait a minute." Struggling to her feet, she continued, "My name is Yu Tianxiang. I'll remember you, and I'll definitely defeat you next time." Dugu Shin turned, smiled faintly, and then waved before continuing on his way. Yu Tianxiang clutched the medicine bottle tightly, watching his retreating figure. She muttered to herself, "Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. Viper." Her hand clenched involuntarily. Dugu Shin returned, and Tang Yuehua continued playing the harp as she always did. However, today's melody, while still beautiful, carried a touch of melancholy, hinting at reluctance. Dugu Shin sensed the underlying emotion in the music and, after a moment of silence, took out his bamboo flute from his storage ring. He began playing it and slowly approached Tang Yuehua from behind. As their music intertwined, the bleakness in Tang Yuehua's eyes began to fade, replaced by a soft smile as she played her harp. Dugu Shin sensed the presence of a level 71 spirit saint nearby, likely a guard sent by Tang Yuehua's clan to protect her, so he chose to ignore it. After they finished playing, the two sat in silence for a while. Dugu Shin finally spoke, breaking the silence. "I have to leave." Tang Yuehua remained silent for a moment, her voice soft and hesitant as she asked, "When will you come back?" Dugu Shin shook his head, unsure of the answer. "I don't know." Tang Yuehua perked up and tried to smile. "Will you come back to find after you find your master?" Dugu Shin nodded earnestly. "Perhaps. I'm not sure." Tang Yuehua couldn't hold back a chuckle. "All right, I'll hold you to that." Then, with a playful expression, she adopted a fierce look and warned, "If you dare not come back, I'll have my brothers beat you to a pulp." Dugu Shin couldn't help but be amused by her cute attempt at looking fierce. Tang Yuehua noticed his laughter and promptly kicked him in the leg. Pretending to be in pain, Dugu Shin looked up and noticed that Tang Yuehua was holding a gift box in her hand. Blushing, she explained, "Xiao Shin, you've achieved the rank of Silver Fighter Spirit Master, and I haven't congratulated you yet. This is a congratulatory gift." With a smile, Dugu Shin opened the gift box to reveal a jade flute with a Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor carved onto it. Dugu Shin picked up the flute, feeling a pleasant chill run through him just by holding it. Although he wasn't knowledgeable about jade, he could tell that this flute was quite valuable. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "This is?" Tang Yuehua wore a small air of arrogance as she replied, "Xiao Shin, we've both been learning the flute for a while now. It's embarrassing for me as your teacher to see you playing on a regular bamboo flute. Besides, this one has a calming effect on your murderous aura. While it may not be as good as mine, it should suit you well, especially considering your current state." Dugu Shin gazed at Tang Yuehua, who was acting a bit tsunere. He thought to himself, although Yuehua will grow into an elegant and noble lady in the future, right now, she's just a genuine young girl. With a faint smile, Dugu Shin looked at Tang Yuehua and then at the jade flute in his hand. He said, Alright, I'll call it the moon scale flute from now on. Tang Yuehua's face turned even redder at his words. She quickly turned around and responded with feigned arrogance, whatever, you can call it whatever you want. I've already given it to you, after all. Dugu Shin, too, retrieved a gift he had prepared in advance from his storage ring. It was a piece of jade carved with a beautiful image of a woman beneath a bright moon. Dugu Shin had found this piece of jade at a market earlier. While it wasn't particularly expensive, the carving on it had reminded him of Tang Yuehua, so he had purchased it with her in mind. Tang Yuehua looked at the jade piece and, although she really liked it, pretended to be reserved and said, "It's alright, I'll reluctantly accept it." The two chatted for a long time. Dugu Shin's experiences often brought out silver bell-like laughter from Tang Yuehua. Eventually, Dugu Shin bid her farewell and started his journey back to the Hollow Beast Academy. The spirit saint he had sensed earlier appeared next to Tang Yuehua. A deep voice resonated as he said, "Miss, how could you be interested in this kid? While he's undoubtedly talented, what kind of genius haven't we seen in the Clear Sky clan? You even gifted him the flute made from deep-sea sunken silver that sect master gave you." Tang Yuehua replied with a gentle smile, "Uncle Tang, you don't understand. Dugu Shin feels different from anyone else. He doesn't fear me because I'm from the Clear Sky clan, nor does he look down on me for being unable to break through level 9. As Dugu Shin continued his journey to Hollow Beast Academy, he couldn't help but think about the situation between his Hall of Souls and the Clear Sky clan. He knew the history from his previous life and how the Clear Sky clan had been forced into isolation. Despite Clear Sky clan's status as the world's top sect, he believed that the Hall of Souls founded by his family, him especially, would one day become a formidable rival to the Clear Sky clan. The coming conflict will also affect his stance on the continent. As he continued on his way, Dugu Shin suddenly sensed two familiar soul powers approaching. He stopped in his tracks, and soon two figures in black robes with green linings appeared. They immediately knelt before him and saluted, saying, "We salute the young master." Dugu Shin asked, "What brings the two of you here?" They replied, "Reporting to sect leader, your father has finally broken through to title Douluo and is about to leave to search for a suitable spirit beast. We will be accompanying him to assist in his endeavor." Dugu Shin nodded, "So, he has taken my advice and is going to search for a 100,000-year-old spirit beast." "Yes, sect leader." Dugu Shin inquired further, "Where are you headed?" "To the ocean. Master Bo has decided to hunt a sea spirit beast." Dugu Shin was surprised by this revelation. "I see. Very well. Return and assist my father. I still have matters to attend to before I can return to the sect." They responded, "Yes, sect leader. Good luck in your endeavors." With that, they took flight and departed. Dugu Shin sighed as he watched them leave. In the 4 years before coming to the Hollow Beast Academy, he had not only focused on his cultivation but also on recruiting members for his Hall of Souls. While he hadn't been able to recruit many people, less than 20, but each of their strength was not weaker than that of a spirit saint. Those two were the strongest he managed to recruit. Both were titled Douluos. He had met them while hunting for his third spirit ring with his father. They were both at rank 89 and on the verge of a breakthrough when they were poisoned and had their cultivation sealed. Dugu Shin and his father had helped them, eliminating the poison and getting their revenge. Most importantly, he used some plants from the yin-yang ice and fire well to allow them break through titled Douluo, which in return, they had sworn their loyalty to him. With those thoughts in mind, Dugu Shin hurried towards the Hollow Beast Academy. Dugu Shin finally returned to the familiar gates of the Hollow Beast Academy after 7 days of travel. He couldn't help but sigh, "After all these months here I am again." As he entered the academy, he spotted Ma Jun, Chao Tianxiang and Li Jingdiang engaged in training. It seems that their training is benefiting them, he thought while looking at them. Ma Jun reached level 28, Li Jingdiang has broken trough and became a level 21 Spirit Grand Master, and Chao Tianxiang reached level 29. Dugu Shin smiled faintly and picked up a rock from the ground and tossed it towards the training area with quite a lot of speed, but it was caught skillfully by Ma Jun. Ma Jun turned towards him quickly, asked, "Who dares to attack the Hollow Beast team?" When he looked closer, Ma Jun was surprised to find out that it was Dugu Shin, causing him to rush over and embrace him. Chao Tianxiang was equally taken aback but scanned the area around Dugu Shin, not finding Meng Shu. Her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. Amidst the surprise, there was a hint of nostalgia in the air. Dean Lin Mo then appeared on the training ground. When he saw Ma Jun and the others had stopped training, he expressed his displeasure, saying, "Are you here to practice or not? Why have you stopped?" Ma Jun and the others wore uneasy expressions. It seemed that during the absence of Dugu Shin, Yao Chen, and Meng Shu, the dean had put them through rigorous training. Ma Jun quickly stepped forward and explained, "Dean, Big Brother Dugu has finally returned. We are just happy to see him back." Lin Mo snorted but then relented, saying, "All right, I'll let it slide this time." He then turned his gaze towards Dugu Shin, seemingly satisfied with his return. Lin Mo smiled and waved his hand, saying with a hint of helplessness, "Well, Teacher Luo Tian has always been a bit eccentric. I am glad to see you are fine." He patted Dugu Shin's shoulder with pride and continued, "It's wonderful to have you back safely. You, Yao Chen, and Meng Shu are the future of our academy." Lin Mo knew Luo Tian's training methods very well, and while effective, they often came at a high cost. Despite his smile, Lin Mo's next words carried a certain mischief. "How was your journey back? Are you well rested?" Dugu Shin was a bit puzzled but replied, "Yes." Lin Mo glanced at Ma Jun and the others who were diligently training and let out an enigmatic smile. He then said, "Would you like a day off?" Ma Jun and the others displayed their eagerness, shouting, "Absolutely." Lin Mo smiled and proposed a challenge, "I'm not a devil, you know. Here's a chance. If all of you can defeat Dugu Shin by working together, you can have a day off. How about it? No, make it 2 days off." While Ma Jun and the others initially thought Lin Mo was a devil, they couldn't resist the allure of 2 days of rest. They quickly agreed, prompting a grin from Lin Mo. Lin Mo added a condition, though, "But Dugu Shin, you can't use your external soul bone." Ma Jun cheered, exclaiming, "That's great. You're practically giving us a vacation. We've misunderstood you, Dean. You're like an angel." He even bowed deeply to Lin Mo in gratitude. Lin Mo playfully responded, "Of course, I'm an angel. Who says I'm a devil? I love you the most." Ma Jun laughed, singing Lin Mo's praises. However, Chao Tianxiang and Li Jingying were less convinced. They couldn't believe that Lin Mo was being so kind without an ulterior motive. They knew that the dean was unlikely to be so generous and worried that there might be more to this challenge than met the eye. At least they can be invincible, not only wondering, is the dean really so kind? It can't be. Lin Mo added with a sly grin, "Remember, if you lose, there will be consequences, but if you win, there will be rewards." Dugu Shin chuckled and replied, "Understood, Dean." Ma Jun, rubbing his hands together eagerly, chimed in, "Then I'm sorry, Boss Dugu." Dugu Shin responded with a smile, "No need to hold back. Let's get started." Ma Jun was the first to take action, and 2 yellow soul rings materialized beneath his feet. A fiery warhorse spirit appeared behind him, engulfing Ma Jun in flames. His hair turned into flames, and his feet were shrouded in fire. He proudly introduced himself, "Ma Jun, level 28 Grandmaster. Martial Soul Flame War Horse." Not to be outdone, Chao Tianxiang summoned 2 yellow soul rings as well. A serpent-headed cane materialized in her hand. She declared, "Chao Tianxiang, level 29 Grandmaster, Agility Attack System. Martial Soul Serpent Cane." Li Jingying followed suit, conjuring her martial soul, a pure white flag with a spearhead adorned with golden outlines. At its center was a dragon's head embroidered in gold. She introduced herself seriously, "Li Jingying, level 24 Auxiliary Soul Master. Martial Soul War Flag. Please advise." Dugu Shin smiled faintly as 4 spirit rings shimmered beneath his feet. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor materialized behind him, Dugu Shin, level 50 Control System Spirit Ancestor, Martial Soul Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. As his soul power surged, he released his soul power filled with venom, filling. Ma Jun, Chao Tianxiang, and Li Jingying immediately began circulating their soul power to resist the poison. The smiles on Ma Jun and the others' faces vanished, replaced by bitter expressions of surprise. They hadn't expected Dugu Shin to improve so drastically. It was a shock to see him at the verge of becoming a spirit king when they were still at the spirit elder level. The murderous aura he emitted further added to their hesitation. Dean Lin Mo was equally astonished, muttering to himself, how did Dugu Shin progress from level 44 to level 50 in less than 6 months? And his foundation doesn't seem to be affected at all. He may have had a fortuitous encounter. Ma Jun thought to himself, I've already made considerable progress under the Dean's intense training, but it seems Boss Dugu underwent an even more grueling regimen. A shiver ran down his spine as he contemplated it. Chao Tianxiang couldn't help but grip her serpent cane tightly, while Li Jingying wore a serious expression, her gaze locked onto Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin's swift and precise movements attacked Ma Jun, Chao Tianxiang. Chao Tianxiang took the initiative to attack, unleashing her serpent cane's first spirit skill, Tongue Blade, which shot out with a venomous edge. However, each of her attacks was easily dodged by Dugu Shin effortlessly. As Dugu Shin closed in for a counterattack, Chao Tianxiang employed her serpent body spirit skill, rendering her body slippery and allowing her to evade Dugu Shin's initial claw attack. She then attempted to immobilize him by wrapping her body around his limbs. Dugu Shin commended her effort but swiftly countered by releasing his venomous soul power, creating a poisonous atmosphere that forced Chao Tianxiang to retreat to avoid being severely poisoned. She felt the effects of the venom coursing through her body, causing her blood to boil and her soul power to be consumed in the process. Dugu Shin, however, didn't stay and waited. He unleashed his soul power and launched an attack, but Ma Jun intervened using his first spirit skill Agni Fire Seal. Flames engulfed his body, granting a 30% increase in the power of all his spirit skills. His attack pushed Dugu Shin back a couple of steps. Dugu Shin countered by activating his first spirit skill, Cursed Shroud, which covered his arms with green jade scales and elongated his nails, turning them golden and imbuing them with the venom of his martial spirit. He launched a series of venomous slashes at Ma Jun, who fell unconscious under the influence of the poison. With Ma Jun incapacitated, Dugu Shin shifted his attention back to Chao Tianxiang, who, despite her hesitation, had no choice but to confront him. Dugu Shin continued his attack, causing Chao Tianxiang to be pushed back near Li Jingying, who activated her first spirit skill, Flag of Freedom. Stabbing her flag into the ground and the injuries on Chao Tianxiang recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, then she once again fought with Dugu Shin. It should be about time. Dugu Shin's cryptic statement left both Chao Tianxiang and Li Jingying bewildered. Suddenly, a powerful wave of vertigo washed over them, and they collapsed, unconscious. Dugu Shin acted swiftly, using his Heaven Snake Poison Pill technique to neutralize the lingering poison in the surroundings and within his fallen comrades. It took approximately an hour for everyone to regain consciousness. Dugu Shin proceeded to explain, "It seems that you've all forgotten. What I excel at most is poison. You were affected by the soul power I've been subtly releasing in small quantities, enough to make you faint without causing permanent harm. As you used your soul techniques, you consumed a significant amount of soul power, allowing my poison to infiltrate further. During our battle, your toxins continued to accumulate. As you expended your soul power, it erupted under my control. With just a moment's notice, I could have killed you." Ma Jun, his voice weakened by the recent ordeal, expressed, "Dugu, we thought the gap had closed, but we never anticipated your tremendous growth." Dugu Shin smiled, extending a hand to help Li Jingying up. She had been more severely affected by his poison and needed his direct assistance. Although he had been careful with the poison's dosage, the auxiliary soul master's constitution was not as robust as the others, necessitating his aid. Li Jingying slowly regained consciousness, sensing the transmission of Dugu Shin's soul power as it mended her injuries. With Dugu Shin's support, she began to recover from the poisoning. Dugu Shin withdrew his soul power, offering an elixir to Li Jingying. He spoke lightly, "Your first spirit skill is indeed impressive, but regrettably, it proved insufficient to counter my poison." Then, without further ado, he turned to leave. At that moment, Dean Lin Mo applauded and grinned. He commented, "Impressive, truly impressive. Everyone has made remarkable progress, and Dugu Shin, you've grown immensely." Turning his attention to Dugu Shin, Lin Mo continued, "The reward I'm offering you is the position of captain of the Hollow Beast Academy. I expect you to lead the academy to victory in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament." Dugu Shin nodded solemnly in response to Dean Lin Mo's words. The dean, with a faint smile, left them to reminisce about their battle. As Ma Jun and the others began to feel a bit dejected, Dean Lin Mo's voice rang out faintly, "Today's performance was acceptable. Go and rest for 2 days." Ma Jun and the rest erupted in cheers, and Dugu Shin smiled approvingly. The next 2 days were filled with joyful celebrations. Following this respite, Dugu Shin resumed their rigorous training for a full 2 months, with Ma Jun being the focus of his personal attention. After an additional week of intense training, Meng Shu and Yao Chen finally returned to the Hollow Beast Academy. Meng Shu, looking disheveled and like a homeless man, couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm finally back." Meanwhile, Yao Chen, in a better condition, sat in silence, though the gleam in his eyes hinted at his relief at being back. As the familiar voice resounded across the field, before Dugu Shin and the others could react, Chao Tianxiang sprinted toward Meng Shu with tears in her eyes. She embraced Meng Shu tightly, and he responded warmly, "Tianxiang, I'm back." This touching reunion left Dugu Shin and the others both amused. Dugu Shin chuckled at the sight and playfully excused the two, saying, "Ha ha ha, old Meng is having a good time." Afterwards, Dugu Shin saluted Yao Chen, who, though more reserved, was also visibly pleased to be back. Meng Shu and Yao Chen began to express their grievances, well, mostly Meng Shu, but Yao Chen was nodding at each sentence. "It's been an absolute nightmare." The two were complaining animatedly when suddenly they felt the familiar and formidable surge of a soul power attack. Their expressions shifted dramatically. The memory of this soul power master was etched deeply into their minds, and both wore bitter expressions as they uttered in unison, "Teacher Luo Tian." Indeed, Teacher Luo Tian had appeared behind them, and with condensed soul power, he aimed 2 mock punches at the duo. They rolled away hastily to avoid the mock attack. Teacher Luo Tian couldn't help but smile approvingly, saying, "Seems like you two haven't gotten rusty." His devilish grin appeared as he playfully patted their shoulders. He inquired, "What were you saying about me just now?" Dugu Shin, Yao Chen, and Meng Shu felt a chilling threat, and they quickly replied in unison, "Oh, nothing serious, just talking casually." Meng Shu vigorously nodded in agreement. Luo Tian chuckled heartily, "Ha ha ha, you two mischievous brats. Let's see how much you've improved. Dugu, you don't need to participate. I already know your strength." Yao Chen and Meng Shu exchanged glances, sharing a smile of camaraderie, and then they dived into their friendly duel. Yao Chen grinned, saying, "Let's do this, old Meng." With a light-hearted expression, Yao Chen introduced himself. "Yao Chen, level 37 agility attack system spirit elder, martial soul black-lined ghost leopard." Meng Shu was genuinely surprised and chuckled, Well, Yao Chen, you've truly made impressive progress. You've even surpassed me." He shook his head with an amused smile. However, Meng Shu's demeanor quickly changed. His tone turned serious, and he declared, "Meng Shu, level 36 attack power system spirit elder, martial soul dragon staff." Meng Shu's soul power surged, causing the 3 soul rings beneath his feet to shine. His body was enveloped in a blend of soul power and a distinctive crimson aura, which carried the scent of blood. The dragon staff materialized in his grasp, and his dragon-like eyes took on a subtle, bloody hue. Dugu Shin observed Meng Shu's transformation closely. He understood that this was a manifestation of murderous intent. Failing to address it could not only affect Meng Shu's mental state but also hinder his cultivation and potentially drive him to madness. Dugu Shin intended to monitor the battle closely and intervene if it became too dangerous. The two locked eyes as a gust of wind swept through. The battle commenced in an instant. Yao Chen initiated his second spirit skill, Shadow Vajra Enhancement, which boosted his physical strength, attack, and defense by 100%. His muscles compacted, transitioning from gray to a blackish-blue hue, and a king character appeared on his forehead. He lunged towards Meng Shu. Meng Shu countered Yao Chen's advance by activating his first spirit skill, Dragon Strike. As he clashed with Yao Chen, Meng Shu found himself being pushed back a few meters by Yao Chen's formidable assault. Yao Chen, seizing the opportunity, activated his first spirit skill, Hell Decapitation, fusing his fingers into a blade and doubling his speed to strike at Meng Shu with incredible swiftness. However, Meng Shu managed to barely block Yao Chen's lightning-fast strike. In response, Yao Chen remarked, "Fight seriously, Shu, or the old man will kick your ass." Meng Shu remained silent, but a crimson tint started to creep into his eyes. Observing this, Dugu Shin frowned and issued a warning to Yao Chen, "Chen, be careful. His mind is clouded with a murderous intent." Yao Chen was slightly surprised by the warning but nodded solemnly. Immediately, Meng Shu's dragon staff transformed into a silver, snake-like dragon, emanating a thunderous roar. Meng Shu unleashed his soul power to the fullest extent and activated his third spirit skill, Gravity Great Defense, doubling his body's defense while increasing gravity within a 10-meter radius up to threefold. This negated Yao Chen's speed enhancements, rendering him normal once more, albeit under the oppressive weight of increased gravity. As Yao Chen initiated his third spirit skill, shadow-connected clones, he lunged toward Meng Shu. Sensing the imminent danger, Meng Shu hastily halted his own spirit skill and summoned the silver-armored dragon to shield himself. However, Yao Chen's attack, combined with the shadow clones, overwhelmed Meng Shu. Multiple strikes hit him, sending him tumbling to the ground before he staggered to his feet. The crimson hue in Meng Shu's eyes intensified, nearly filling them entirely. Observing his condition, Yao Chen concluded, indeed, the intrusion of murderous intent has compromised his combat judgment. The battle between Yao Chen and the enraged Meng Shu grew increasingly intense. Yao Chen's hit-and-run tactics continued to agitate Meng Shu, who became more furious with each passing moment. The red murderous aura within his soul power overtook the white, and in a surge of anger, Meng Shu roared, and the third spirit ring beneath his feet lit up. With a burst of lifeless soul power, Meng Shu reactivated his third spirit skill. This time, the gravitational force was even stronger, causing Yao Chen to stagger for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Shu employed his second spirit skill, Thorn Dragon Rush, doubling his movement speed. The dragon staff, once again transformed into a wooden armored dragon under Meng Shu's control, its dragon pupils gleaming blood red as it roared and lunged at Yao Chen. Both Dugu Shin and Yao Chen understood that Meng Shu had fallen into a state of madness, where every attack was infused with the intent to kill. In this violent state, Meng Shu needed to be restrained so that his murderous aura could be purged. He also had to be subdued before his soul power was depleted, preventing any harm to himself and his foundation. Outside the ring, Dean Lin Mo was on the verge of intervening to halt the fight. However, Teacher Luo Tian stretched out his hand and uttered coldly, "Wait." Dean Lin Mo protested, "Luo Tian, do you want to see Meng Shu go to waste, like our other junior brothers before him?" Luo Tian's expression remained grim. "I have faith in both Dugu Shin and Yao Chen. If it doesn't work out, I will intervene. If it continues like this, then I'll join the fight, even if it means I'll go down with them." Dean Lin Mo wore a similarly somber expression. He didn't respond but kept his eyes locked on the two combatants. Should anything go awry, he was prepared to step in immediately. Dugu Shin's black spirit ring emerged beneath his feet, and everything around him became gray, as though the world had turned into solid stone. It was as if time itself had ground to a halt, freezing Yao Chen and Meng Shu in place, along with Meng Shu's dragon staff, which hung midair. Dean Lin Mo and Teacher Luo Tian were astounded by this phenomenon. Dean Mo, visibly shocked, turned to Teacher Luo Tian with a baffled expression. "Holy, is this real? What kind of 10,000-year-old spirit ring must this kid have to stop time like this?" Luo Tian, after carefully observing the surroundings, took a moment to think before replying. Dugu Shin mentioned that his fourth spirit ring came from a 20,000-year-old Medusa. I assumed the ability granted was to petrify targets and attacks with a gaze. I never anticipated that it could transform the entire world into this stone state, thus time stopped. He looked quite serious as he spoke. "I believe we can still move because Dugu's spiritual and soul power aren't yet strong enough to petrify us completely, but it did exert some influence on us, even if only slightly. This is an incredibly monstrous ability." As they discussed, Dugu Shin made a swift move, sneaking up on Meng Shu and delivering a powerful strike from behind. And he also cancelled his ability. As he did so, the world around them returned to its usual state. Meng Shu, on the receiving end of the attack, was sent sprawling and promptly lost consciousness. Everyone was surprised to suddenly see Dugu Shin next to a fainted Meng Shu. Just as they thought the battle was over and Chao Tianxiang was helping Meng Shu to take him to the infirmary, Dugu Shin, who had breathed a sigh of relief, noticed something amiss. The dragon staff, which had fallen to the ground, began to stir. In an instant, Dugu Shin's voice rang out urgently, "It's not over." This is the last backlash of his murderous aura. Acting swiftly, Dugu Shin attempted to activate his fourth spirit ring once more. However, the dragon staff had already returned to Meng Shu's grasp. With immense force, he raised the staff, creating a gust of wind that threatened to strike down upon Chao Tianxiang's head. Dugu Shin's soul power surged as he desperately tried to reactivate his spirit skill in time, but it seemed like he might not make it in time. The staff hung menacingly over Chao Tianxiang's head. Everyone held their breath as Meng Shu's attack stopped right above Chao Tianxiang's head. Meng Shu struggled to say, "Tian Shang," and then, just as abruptly as his attack, his strength drained away. The dragon staff slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed, completely unconscious. Chao Tianxiang, her heart racing, reached out and gently kissed the top of Meng Shu's head. With a serene smile, she softly murmured, "I knew you'd never harm me." With Meng Shu now unconscious and safely in the care of his friends, Meng Shu was carefully transported to the infirmary with the help of everyone, while Chao Tianxiang remained behind to care for him. After 2 full days of recuperation, Meng Shu finally woke up to the soothing melody of a flute. As he opened his eyes, he found Chao Tianxiang lying beside him, her face bearing traces of exhaustion as she peacefully slept. On the other side of the room, Dugu Shin was softly playing a jade flute. When he noticed Meng Shu's awakening, he ceased playing and offered a gentle smile. "I'm feeling better," Meng Shu croaked, his voice still weak. He continued, "But I can't remember what happened before. The last thing I recall is our teacher calling us to fight and assess our progress with Yao Chen. Then the memory becomes hazy." Meng Shu winced, touching his forehead as if trying to ease a headache. "Later memories are sporadic, fragmented. It's mostly a burst of blood red before my eyes, and the last image I can recall is of Tianxiang." Listening to Meng Shu's account, Dugu Shin contemplated for a moment before speaking. Teacher Luo Tian's training method is undoubtedly efficient, but it comes with significant drawbacks. Prolonged exposure to life and death combat not only takes a toll on our mental well-being but also engulfs us in a constant state of aggression. It's almost as if we are engulfed by murderous intent every moment. He glanced at Meng Shu as he spoke. This poses a risk of losing control, and the best solution is an extended period of rest. However, we are currently in a phase of rapid soul power growth, and time is of the essence with the upcoming competition. Thankfully, your murderous intent has been channeled through us, and it has diminished significantly for now. Meng Shu's brow furrowed with worry. But this is not a long-term solution. If it spirals out of control during a match, the consequences could be dire. I don't want to harm someone, especially Tianxiang. Dugu Shin chuckled at Meng Shu's concern. All right, I won't tease you," he said playfully. Meng Shu was about to retort when he suddenly realized something. "Wait a minute, you've also learned beast intent like me and Yao Chen. How did you recover so quickly?" Dugu Shin explained, "During your fight, I noticed some irregularities. I didn't expect your murderous intent to be so deep that it erupted. However, as long as you avoid fighting for a short period, it won't surge again. During this time, you need to find ways to cultivate your body and mind to accelerate the dissipation of the murderous intent. Activities like music, painting, chess, and others can help." Meng Shu looked puzzled. "Are those really effective? It sounds more like leisurely hobbies." Dugu Shin clarified, "The idea is to gradually calm our minds while enjoying these activities, thus consuming the murderous intent. Additionally, I can help accelerate the process with my moon-scale flute playing. You should be cured before the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. However, you must refrain from fighting during this period." Meng Shu hesitated, concerned about his role in the team. "But if I don't practice with you, won't it affect our performance in the competition?" Dugu Shin smiled mysteriously. "No need to worry, you'll become our secret weapon along me of course, and you won't be idle." Meng Shu was about to ask more questions when Chao Tianxiang, awakened by their conversation, wrapped her arms around him lovingly. Dugu Shin, seeing the tender moment, decided not to disturb them and quietly left. Over the next 2 days, Dugu Shin summoned Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang to the secluded back mountain of Hollow Beast Academy. Both of them looked puzzled as they approached, with Meng Shu questioning, "Xiao Shin, why have you brought us here?" Chao Tianxiang, still concerned for Meng Shu's condition, added, "And can Meng Shu really not practice during this time?" Dugu Shin wore a faint smile and replied, "You can't engage in combat, but that doesn't mean you can't cultivate." Meng Shu remained perplexed. "I've only been cultivating for a month or 2. It feels like it won't improve much. Plus, I can cultivate alone. Why gather us here?" Dugu Shin chuckled, "Don't you two feel a unique connection when you're together? It's like an unspoken understanding." Meng Shu blushed slightly and stammered, "Isn't that just love at first sight?" Realizing what he had said, he scratched his head sheepishly and glanced at Chao Tianxiang, who also seemed a bit flustered. Dugu Shin couldn't help but feel a little awkward at this unexpected turn of events. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Your martial souls are both special beast martial souls, staff type 1s. I believe you might be able to create a martial soul fusion technique. In his mind, Dugu Shin couldn't help but think, you two are the future dragon and snake couple, famed for your martial soul fusion technique, and recognized worldwide. How could you not have a martial soul fusion technique? Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were intrigued and decided to give it a try. They exchanged glances, a sense of determination in their eyes. However, when they attempted to fuse their martial souls, they were shaken apart after a brief moment of contact. Concerned, Dugu Shin asked, did it fail? Meng Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, no, I felt a connection. Tianxiang, we might truly be able to create a martial soul fusion skill. Chao Tianxiang shared his excitement, and they continued to experiment. Meanwhile, Dugu Shin began playing his moon scale flute to soothe their minds. After another month of diligent training and refinement of their newfound martial soul fusion technique, a resounding burst of dragon roars and snake hisses echoed through the back mountain of the Hollow Beast Academy. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, their hands tightly clasped together, watched in awe as the snake blade and dragon staff they held transformed into a magnificent black giant snake and a majestic silver-armored dragon, hovering gracefully around them. The soul rings on both of them began to glow, and their 5 spirit rings, consisting of yellow, 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 and purple, converged in the air. As their soul power peaked, the heads of the black giant snake and silver-armored dragon collided, resulting in an instantaneous explosion of light. The black giant snake and wooden armored dragon dissipated, making way for a formidable presence, a dragon covered in resplendent golden scales adorned with intricate patterns and crowned with 2 menacing black dragon horns. The dragon roared with power and majesty. Dugu Shin, who had been observing the entire process, muttered to himself in awe, the serpent-dragon joint assault has finally emerged, bringing forth the unrivaled dragon serpent with it. Suddenly, a joyful laughter emanated from behind them. Dean Lin Mo emerged from the shadows. Dugu Shin promptly saluted, but Lin Mo waved him off, a gratified smile on his face. I didn't expect your efforts to yield success. Among the numerous families and martial souls, the development of martial soul fusion techniques is rare. With this, you can gain recognition on a global scale. He then turned his attention to Dugu Shin. How is Meng Shu's condition now? Is he fit to fight? Dugu Shin replied, Dean, old Meng's condition has improved significantly, and he's ready for combat. Lin Mo appeared surprised. It seems that your suggested method has been effective. Dugu Shin couldn't help but ask, what about teacher Luo Tian? Will the method work for him? A shadow crossed Lin Mo's eyes, and he spoke somberly, teacher Luo Tian is a different case. His murderous intent has deeply rooted itself and, coupled with the injuries from his previous failed breakthrough, it won't be easy to dissipate the murderous aura. Moreover, his recent dark injuries. Forget about those matters, they are beyond your concern. With a forced smile, Lin Mo flexed his muscles, and the 8 soul rings beneath him illuminated in yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 and black. The sharp horned scale-armored beast materialized behind him. In an instant, Lin Mo stood before Meng Shu and the others, wearing a faint smile. Come, give it your all against me. Let me see how powerful and adept you've become. The dragon responded with enthusiasm. Very well, Dean Lin Mo. Lin Mo simply nodded and beckoned to the dragon. The dragon, with a surge of soul power, leapt into the air, raising its massive head high. With a resounding crash, the dragon's head descended like a hammer, aimed directly at Lin Mo. Swiftly, Lin Mo intercepted the attack with a single hand. Despite the initial smile on his face, he suddenly seemed to sense something, and with a quick, forceful motion, he hurled the dragon away. Dean Lin Mo expressed his satisfaction. I see now. The dragon showcases might, but the coldness of the snake is concealed within its horns, which carries the venom. Not only that, but even the surrounding flames are toxic. The dragon, suspended midair, took advantage of the momentum provided by Lin Mo's throw and executed a graceful somersault before initiating a powerful tail swipe toward Lin Mo. The Dean, who had already materialized his martial soul, responded swiftly, his hands transformed into giant claws with scales densely covering the back. With a casual swipe, he knocked the dragon away, causing it to tumble. As the dragon attempted to regain its footing, its figure flickered intermittently, but it did not dissipate completely. Lin Mo, displaying his martial prowess, clapped his hands and commended, impressive. It didn't dissipate, and its defenses held up well. With that, he activated the first spirit skill under his feet, Keelin thorn. His hand rose, and countless massive iron thorns materialized in the air. With a wave, they flew toward the dragon. In response, the dragon unleashed a powerful roar, accompanied by a shockwave that shattered the incoming thorns. However, this defensive effort depleted the dragon's remaining soul power. With a final, feeble roar, the dragon dispersed into the air. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang reappeared, half kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. Their dragon staff and serpent cane lay beside them. Lin Mo, wearing a satisfied smile, remarked, "Your martial soul fusion technique, both in terms of offense and defense, has already reached the level of a low-level spirit emperor. Your martial soul compatibility is impressive, surpassing even the nether white tiger of the Star Luo Empire." Then, he remembered something and asked, "By the way, have you decided on a name for your martial soul fusion technique?" Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged glances, and then turned to Dugu Shin, who seemed taken aback. Meng Shu grinned and explained, "Chao Tianxiang and I had a discussion before. Since it was thanks to you, Dugu Shin, that we were able to develop our martial soul fusion technique, we wanted you to name it for us." Pretending to ponder for a moment, Dugu Shin finally spoke, "How about calling it, Serpent Dragon Joint Assault?" Both Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang nodded in agreement and declared, "Serpent Dragon Joint Assault it is." Lin Mo, pleased with the name, smiled approvingly. He patted Dugu Shin on the back and said, "Now the fate of the Hollow Beast Academy team is in your hands." Dugu Shin wore a determined expression. "Rest assured, Dean, we will bring victory back to the Hollow Beast Academy." Lin Mo, in high spirits, repeated his affirmation 3 times before adding, "Excellent. Now, go and rest. Your uniforms will be delivered tomorrow. Rest well this month and prepare for the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament." Dugu Shin met with Luo Tian at the tranquil waterfall hidden behind the academy's courtyard. It was a place known for its calming ambiance, and it was no surprise that Luo Tian often came here to recuperate from his hidden injury. As Dugu Shin approached, he took out his jade flute and began to play a soothing melody. Luo Tian, hearing the melodious music, sensed that the healing of his wound, while still slow, was progressing slightly faster than before. He opened his eyes and spotted Dugu Shin playing the flute. A smile tugged at his lips, and he greeted his student, "Smelly brat, why have you come here?" Dugu Shin, with a smirk, retorted, "Can't a student visit his teacher?" Luo Tian burst into hearty laughter at this response. "Ha ha 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 ha, if that were the case for you, then the sky would be green instead of blue." His comment caused a vein to pop in Dugu Shin's mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. "All right, old man," Dugu Shin said, attempting to change the topic. "As you know, I've broken through to level 50, and now I need a spirit ring to become a spirit king before the start of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament." Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. "And what's the problem? With your power and some assistance from the others, you should be able to hunt a 20,000-year-old spirit beast without any problems. Don't tell me you've become lazy after your training in the past month." Dugu Shin sighed, "It's not about laziness, old man. I could easily hunt a 30,000 to 35,000-year-old spirit beast by myself. But what I want is a spirit beast with at least a 50,000-year-old spirit ring." Luo Tian fell into deep thought upon hearing Dugu Shin's request. "Brat, are you suicidal? Your 4th spirit ring is already a miracle. A 50,000-year-old spirit ring is way out of your league." He handed Dugu Shin a book from inside his cloak, saying, "Read this." Dugu Shin caught the book and read its title aloud, 10 Great Core Spirit Competencies. He sat down and began to read. As he read, he couldn't help but think, Xiaogang must have met Bibi Dong and used his connections with her to gain access to Spirit Hall's knowledge. It happened a lot earlier than I thought. Luo Tian added his disdainful opinion, "It was written by Yu Xiaogang, the one considered a waste by the Blue Tyrant clan. It gained popularity among civilian spirit masters recently." Dugu Shin finished reading and tossed the book back to Luo Tian, stating, "That book isn't much. It's basically common sense knowledge and information barely made out of logical connections. Most importantly, the best spirit ring configuration is only for those who don't train their physical bodies. Training your body alone can allow you to absorb an older spirit ring. In conclusion, it's useless." Luo Tian nodded in agreement. "Exactly. It's not going to affect us, but it might influence future students." Dugu Shin shrugged. "Not my problem, old man. But I suppose it might affect the future of my sect. Hey, you want to create your own sect, brat? It's not as easy as you think. Dugu Shin replied confidently, I think I can handle it. I've already recruited Yao Chen, Ma Jun, Meng Shu, and Chao Tianxiang. I also have some techniques that can be used as the sect's skills. Is it that second spirit of yours? Asked Luo Tian curious. That technique of his is already enough to make his sect on par with the 7 great sects whose heritages go back hundreds of years. If this kid has more techniques, well, that might make him a big target. And if I'm not wrong, the spirit hall will try to poach him first. That, and another one. If the opportunity arises, I'd like to make the Beast Academy part of my sect. Luo Tian chuckled. Brat, you dream big. Dugu Shin smiled back. Well, I'm pretty confident in my abilities. But let's get back to why I came to you. Alright, Luo Tian said casually. What's on your mind? Dugu Shin considered it briefly and then decided to share his plan. I think an emperor-type spirit beast would be the best choice. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Emperor-type spirit beasts are become that when their cultivation reaches 50,000-year-old and are incredibly powerful. Some might even be able to contend with 90,000-year-old spirit beasts. I'm not even sure about defeating one. But knowing you, brat, you will most likely want a spirit beast born as an emperor, in which case their strength might reach that of 100,000 years old spirit beasts. It would plain suicidal. Dugu Shin knew the challenge he was proposing was immense. I'm sure, old man. I believe I can handle it, and besides, an old relic like can't die that easily to a spirit beast. Luo Tian sighed, realizing that Dugu Shin had made up his mind. Very well, let's do it. Meet me tomorrow morning at the academy's entrance. Dugu Shin nodded, and with their plan in motion, he left to get some rest before the journey to the Do Star Great Forest the next morning. Comma. Dugu Shin and teacher Luo Tian began their journey to the Stardo Great Forest. After 3 days of travel, they reached Southwo City, a border city on the outskirts of the forest. The city was heavily guarded, and 2 Spirit King level guards stood at its entrance. Luo Tian presented his Heaven Do Royal Academy soul token, carved with the face of a flaming tiger, and the guards immediately allowed them to pass. As they entered the city, Luo Tian couldn't help but remark, it seems that peace won't last much longer. He knew that the increasing number of spirit beasts and the fortified defenses were signs of an impending war. They spent the night in the city before continuing their journey towards the heart of the Star Do Great Forest. Luo Tian extended his soul power, creating a protective aura around them as they ventured further into the forest. Suddenly, a wolf's roar echoed through the woods, and countless black shadows swiftly moved through the trees. Luo Tian smirked, noting, I wonder if they're seeking their own demise. Dugu Shin readied himself for a battle, and in no time, they were surrounded by Thunder Wind Wolves, led by a Thunder Wind Wolf King with green horns. Luo Tian observed the situation calmly and said, It's a pity they're not suitable for you, brat. The leader is a Thunder Wind Wolf King of about 30,000 years old, while the rest are around 9,000 years old. They're challenging me because of their king's confidence, but it's not enough. Today, I'll show them a lesson. With that, teacher Luo Tian released his soul power, and 8 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. His spirit Douluo aura permeated the surroundings, causing the 9,000-year-old Thunder Wind Wolves to tremble, almost prostrating themselves. The Thunder Wind Wolf King, however, remained vigilant. Seeing the wolves trembling, Luo Tian chuckled, now they know fear, but it's too late. With that, he activated his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, transforming into a giant black male lion enveloped in black flames. The black flame male lion roared, and with each swipe of its massive claw, Thunder Wind Wolves were sent flying, leaving behind purple soul rings. The Thunder Wind Wolf King, seriously injured, collapsed, blood oozing from its ears, and its silver-white fur scorched. Just as Dugu Shin, who was engulfed in flames behind teacher Luo Tian, began to regain his composure, the nearly defeated Wolf King suddenly displayed a surge of soul power, transforming into a silver-white streak and lunging at Dugu Shin with a violent wind. Dugu Shin was ready to activate his 4th spirit skill, but before he could do it, teacher Luo Tian promptly intervened, pressing the Wolf King to the ground with a mighty lion claw. He calmly stated, You had a chance to escape, but you chose death by attacking my disciple. He then exerted force, crushing the Wolf King's head, causing a black soul ring to appear. The black flame lion gradually dissipated, revealing teacher Luo Tian once more. He turned to Dugu Shin and advised, "Let's go. This place is 100 times more dangerous than the outskirts." Dugu Shin was still in shock. The entire battle had taken merely 3 minutes, yet the countless Thunder Wind Wolves, including their high-level Spirit Emperor King, had perished. He realized that the strength difference between Soul Masters in different stages was immense. Teacher Luo Tian, noticing Dugu Shin's astonishment, explained, "The path of a Soul Master consists of 10 stages, with each stage exhibiting significant differences in strength. Some individuals may leapfrog their opponents due to talent and martial soul compatibility. However, when one reaches the Soul Saint realm, the strength of a Soul Master undergoes a profound transformation. A Soul Saint can take on 10 high-level Spirit Emperors and emerge victorious. And when you reach the title Douluo realm, the power of a Soul Master reaches an entirely new level. 10 Spirit Douluo would struggle to defeat a single title Douluo." Teacher Luo Tian patted Dugu Shin's head affectionately and encouraged him, "Keep cultivating diligently. One day, you'll surpass me and attain the title Douluo realm. But for now, focus on your growth." With that, they resumed their journey to find a suitable soul beast for Dugu Shin. For the next few days, Dugu Shin and Luo Tian continued their journey through the inner area of the Star Do Great Forest. They encountered multiple 10,000 years old spirit beasts, but none were what Dugu Shin was looking for. However, today was different. Their attention was drawn to the pungent scent of blood through the forest. Luo Tian, ever alert, remarked, "Brat, let's go check it out." Dugu Shin nodded, and they followed the scent to its source. Soon, they arrived at a massive canyon. At its entrance was a cave, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of 15-ton ants. Luo Tian's brow furrowed in concern. This is unusual. To wipe out an entire colony of 15-ton ants, besides the queen must have been at least 40,000 years old. Descending into the canyon and entering the cave, they found even more ant corpses. Dugu Shin's thoughts raced as he recalled information from his past experiences. "I remember from the show there were 3 brothers who liked to consume 15-ton ant queens to increase their cultivation. If they are who I think they are, then we're in trouble. Even the sea god Trident couldn't penetrate their armor when they were 90,000 years old. I can only hope they're still young enough to be able to defeat them." As they ventured deeper into the cave, they reached the spot where the queen should have been, but all they found was a pool of blood. "They've devoured the queen," Luo Tian observed grimly. "Let's exit the cave and search the surrounding area," Dugu Shin suggested. They emerged from the cave just as a sudden tremor shook the ground, accompanied by 3 thunderous roars. Luo Tian's expression turned serious. "Let's go." With their remarkable speed, they quickly arrived at the source of the commotion, a fierce battle. A figure with golden hair, appearing more like a woman than a man, floated in the air. A chrysanthemum with countless petal blades extended, suppressing 3 monstrous ants with a tornado made of thousands of petal blades. Beside this figure stood a young and beautiful woman, her elegant form enhanced by a pair of cicada wings. The moment Dugu Shin laid eyes on them, he didn't need his 4 pupils' mystic eyes to identify them: Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan, and the future Pope of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Her cultivation seems to have reached level 60. She must be here to seek a spirit ring, Dugu Shin thought. But as soon as they saw them, they also noticed the 3 15-ton ant emperors. Examining the ants, Dugu Shin estimated their cultivation to be around 60,000 years old. "Old man Luo, those ants appear to be the ones that killed that colony. They're the only 15-ton ant emperors, and their age matches my requirements. They're perfect for my 5th spirit ring." Luo Tian, however, raised a skeptical brow. "Kid, even though they're emperor-level spirit beasts, they're earth-type and insects, while your snake specializes in poison. They're not a suitable match for you." Dugu Shin corrected him, "Actually, you're mistaken. My Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor mutated, gaining a metal attribute. That's why my body is more resilient than a typical snake user's." "I see," Luo Tian nodded in understanding. "I have noticed your Jade Phosphor Serpent had that darker metallic sheen before." As they conversed, one of the ants broke free from Yu Guan's suppression and charged towards him. Yu Guan was forced to utilize his 8th spirit ring, summoning a colossal chrysanthemum that radiated an intense golden light. It struck the ant directly, causing it to fall to the ground with only minor injuries. Unfortunately, this allowed the other two ants to break free and make their way towards Yuguan. He then activated his sixth spirit ring, summoning a giant chrysanthemum above his head. This massive flower unleashed several beams of light that rained down upon the battlefield. However, the two ants were undeterred, with one of them targeting Yuguan while the other moved to strike down Bibi Dong, who, despite using her external spirit bone to fly, couldn't escape in time. Seeing that both of them were in trouble and knowing that without those two's help they wouldn't be able to defeat the 15-ton ant emperors, Dugu Shin and Luo Tian intervened at a critical moment. Dugu Shin activated his third spirit ring, summoning a blood-red poison dragon that hurtled towards the ant threatening Bibi Dong. He also used his external spirit bone ability to manipulate the dragon's appearance, causing it to shift and blur, creating the illusion of multiple dragons attacking simultaneously. The ant couldn't evade the assault in time, and it collided with the dragon, resulting in apparent physical unharmed but a lingering aura of blood poison, causing severe internal damage. Meanwhile, Luo Tian summoned his martial soul true avatar to engage the ant that Yu Guan had initially encountered. Seeing the newcomers, Yu Guan inquired with a hint of suspicion, "Who are you?" Luo Tian responded first, "We're from Hollow Beast Academy." "Hollow Beast Academy? Isn't that in the Heaven Do Empire? Why are you suddenly helping us?" asked Yu Guan, suspicious of the motives behind those two's help. Yu Guan had felt their presence the moment they arrived but chose to ignore them as they didn't seem to involve themselves and he already had his hands full. Luo Tian spoke up, "My student needs a spirit ring, and one of these ant emperors is perfect for him." Considering the young lady's level, he nodded towards Bibi Dong, "I believe she's here for the same reason." Yu Guan remained cautious, retorting, "HMPH, you old man. That doesn't change the fact that you're strangers. Besides, why should I trust you?" Luo Tian continued, "Esteemed titled Douluo, I don't doubt your strength, but I suggest we cooperate. This way, we can ensure both youngsters get a spirit ring without casualties. I don't want to overstep my boundaries, but I don't believe you can defeat all three ants while protecting the girl." "Very well, but remember, if you try anything your death will come before that of the 15-ton ant emperors," Yu Guan conceded. "Which one do you want?" "They all have the same age. But I'll let you know that the purple one is for the young miss." Luo Tian replied, "My student prefers the one with the green aura. We don't need the crimson one." Internally, Luo Tian already guessed the identity of the two people they helped. Chrysanthemum Douluo is one of the close confidants of the current Pope of Spirit Hall, and if he called that child young miss, it means that she is the current Pope's disciple and Spirit Hall maiden Bibi Dong. Her talent surpasses the rumors, at 20 to reach Spirit Emperor, but Dugu Shin's talent is greater. He is just 13, almost 14, and he is already a Spirit King. As the battle raged on, Dugu Shin found himself facing the enigmatic Bibi Dong. This was not the cold and ruthless Bibi Dong he had seen before in the show, but the young woman who had once been in love with Yu Shaoging and hadn't suffered the same fate as her counterpart. "Who are you?" Bibi Dong asked, her tone defensive. Dugu Shin introduced himself, "Name's Dugu Shin. Me and my teacher are here to help." "And what's your name?" "Bibi Dong. I'm from Spirit Hall." As they exchanged introductions, the purple ant emperor broke free from its stupor and charged towards them once more. Both Dugu Shin and Bibi Dong reacted swiftly. Bibi Dong unleashed her third spirit skill, Demon Spider Restraints, launching two purple spider webs shrouded in dense energy towards the ant. However, the ant easily cut through the webs. In response, Dugu Shin activated his fourth spirit skill, Stopped World, casting a gray shroud over the surroundings. The ant froze in place, allowing Dugu Shin to grab Bibi Dong and move her out of harm's way. Upon realizing they were in a different location, Bibi Dong seemed surprised and retorted, "Idiot, let go. I already have someone I like." Startled by her sudden remark, Dugu Shin released his grip. "I think we should focus on the enemy. While my teacher and your guardian deal with the other two ant emperors, we need to hold this one back until they can assist us." Bibi Dong agreed, "Fine, but this one will be my sixth spirit ring." Dugu Shin concurred, "Fine by me, but the green one is mine." Unbeknownst to Dugu Shin, Bibi Dong was contemplating the situation. Is he also here for his sixth spirit ring? He looks younger than me, and I reached this level thanks to Spirit Hall's resources and my twin martial souls. His martial soul seems to involve poison, just like mine. Perhaps I can recruit him to join Spirit Hall after this battle. Master would certainly be pleased. As the battle continued, Dugu Shin faced off against the Ant Emperor. It's troublesome. I can feel the poison eating away at its body, but its power hasn't diminished. I'll have to use everything in this fight. He activated his Real Guard ability, encasing his body in scaled armor, together with his first spirit skill, Cursed Shroud, which covered his arms and forearms with green jade scales. 4 golden horns protruded from his head's sides, elongating his nails, which turned gold. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, unleashed the power of her 4th spirit ring, Thistle Spider Armor. As dark purple spikes enveloped her body, she transformed into a formidable armored figure. These spikes weren't merely for protection, they also harbored a venomous attribute, making them a deadly weapon in close combat. She also activated her innate domain. Her own attributes received a significant boost of 10%, while her opponents suffered a detrimental reduction of 20% in their attributes. The poison emitted was highly corrosive, capable of swiftly eroding and diffusing through the surroundings. As if that weren't enough, it also reduced the movement speed of her foes by 10%. However, Dugu Shin remained focused on the battle at hand. He addressed Bibi Dong with confidence, "Nice domain. Quite powerful, I admit, but I doubt it will be a game changer in this fight." Bibi Dong responded with a hint of determination, "I'd love to see you try to match its power, but you don't possess a domain. So, I suggest you stop complaining and help me take down this ant." In response to Bibi Dong's sarcastic comment, Dugu Shin offered a confident smile and activated his own domain. The world around them transformed into a monochrome landscape, devoid of color and vitality. His domain had the power to suppress everything within its reach, draining the life force and energy from the environment and living beings alike. Bibi Dong was taken aback by the sudden change in the surroundings. She couldn't help but think, what? He also possesses a domain. And his domain is overpowering mine. Dugu Shin explained, monochrome aura. As he spoke, the aura enveloped the area, cutting the power of the 15-ton Ant Emperor by a substantial 40% and causing damage to the surrounding environment. Let's begin. With a somewhat distracted nod from Bibi Dong, they launched their joint assault on the Ant Emperor. Bibi Dong employed her spider legs as weapons, attempting to strike the Ant Emperor's armored hide. However, they couldn't penetrate its defenses. In response, Dugu Shin targeted the joints in the ant's exoskeleton, leaving shallow cuts that allowed his potent poison to spread further through its body. Realizing her spider legs were ineffective against the Ant Emperor's defense, Bibi Dong activated her second spirit skill, Disrupting Web. She unleashed a purple spider web pattern on the ground. The closer the ant got to her, the heavier it became, impeding its movements. For the next 3 hours, they fought fiercely against the relentless Ant Emperor. During this time, Dugu Shin managed to comprehend and develop a new domain technique called monochromatic wall. This defensive technique retracted his domain, intensifying its effect significantly. With it, he was able to block the Ant Emperor's attacks with some effort, protecting himself and Bibi Dong. After 3 exhausting hours of battle, Dugu Shin and Bibi Dong found themselves battered and drained. Dugu Shin's body bore numerous small cuts, and he had only 20% of his soul power left, forcing him to cancel his domain. Bibi Dong was in even worse shape, covered in cuts, with 2 broken ribs, and her soul power nearly depleted. Their opponent, the 15-ton Ant Emperor, was no better off. Its outer appearance seemed intact, but internally, it was ravaged by poison, with its cultivation damaged and vitality greatly diminished. It was preparing to launch one final attack when a voice rang out behind them, halting its intentions. "Darned ant, I've had enough of your kin. 8th spirit skill, Holy Light Door." As the voice spoke, an intense golden light manifested behind Dugu Shin and Bibi Dong. A radiant beam of light shot forth, striking the ant and cracking its shell. The ant, now at death's door, fell unconscious. The source of the voice was revealed to be Yu Guan, though his appearance was far from elegant. Covered in dirt and blood, with a trace of blood at his mouth, his usual carefree expression had been replaced by irritation and displeasure. Yu Guan quickly approached Bibi Dong, using his soul power to assess her condition. He urged her, "Young miss, meditate and heal your wounds promptly. You need to finish off that 15-ton Ant Emperor. I'll assist you with my soul power." At the same time, Luo Tian, in an even worse condition, made his presence known. His clothing was tattered, and a grave injury on his left abdomen caused him to wince with every movement. A sharp cut marred half of his face. Seeing Luo Tian, Dugu Shin rushed to his aid, concerned for his teacher's well-being. Luo Tian, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "What's this? Am I already in the afterlife? You're calling me teacher, which means I must be dead. But then why are you here?" His slight chuckle accentuated his pain, as he struggled to stand up. Dugu Shin retorted, "Now is not the time for your sarcastic comments, old man. You'll have plenty of time for that after you recover and tell the others, not me." As he examined Luo Tian's wounds, he realized they were not solely from the Ant Emperors and that some older injuries had reopened. He quickly retrieved a red and blue pill from his storage ring and fed it to Luo Tian. Luo Tian, displeased by the unexpected pill, quipped, "What was that, kid? Are you trying to poison me?" He almost choked on it, prompting Dugu Shin to explain. "Shut it, old man. It's a medicine I created, though I never tested it. It harnesses the fire and ice elements from the place of refining. It can dissolve poison in the body, accelerate healing, and aid in soul power recovery. As long as you're not dead, this pill should help you recover." Luo Tian reluctantly accepted the explanation and sat down to meditate and heal his wounds. Dugu Shin then turned to Bibi Dong and Yu Guan. "Little kid, do you happen to have more healing pills?" Dugu Shin nodded and retrieved 2 green pills. "These 2 pills are somewhat weaker than the one I gave to teacher, and I don't have another like it. These should be sufficient to heal your physical injuries." Yu Guan accepted the pills and used his soul power to administer one to Bibi Dong while taking the other for himself. He felt the immediate medicinal effects and remarked, "With this, my wounds should heal in about 5 minutes, and I'll be able to assist in healing young Mrs. wounds heal in around 40 minutes. Yu Guan couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Dugu Shin, "Little friend, where did you obtain these pills?" Dugu Shin confessed, "I made them, but it was quite a challenging process. I went through a lot of trial and error, wasting numerous precious herbs. Some of these plants, I have no idea about their effects. It's been quite a struggle." Yu Guan was surprised by the boy's knowledge of spiritual plants but sensed some gaps in his understanding. An idea struck him, and he retrieved a book titled, "Immortal and Spiritual Herbs," from his storage purse. He presented the book to Dugu Shin and said, "Little friend, this book contains information on nearly all existing spiritual and immortal herbs. It's a copy of my original book. How about this? If you decide to join Spirit Hall, I'm willing to give you this book and even take you as my student. What do you think?" Dugu Shin considered the offer carefully. He didn't anticipate Yu Guan's proposal to become his teacher and join Spirit Hall, though the latter was expected. "Thank you very much for your generous offer," Dugu Shin replied, "but I would like to decline for now. I am still attending school, and I want to explore the continent before settling down. However, that doesn't mean I won't consider it in the future." He continued with a suggestion, "Sir, how about you still give me the book? In exchange, once I manage to produce more of these pills, I will offer them to Spirit Hall at half the price in the future. Think of it as a future investment that would benefit both parties, and there's nothing to lose on your part." Dugu Shin secretly hoped that Yu Guan would agree. While he had access to various immortal herbs in the yin-yang fire and ice well, he couldn't identify most of them because he didn't remember their appearances from the series. Moreover, many of their names were challenging to recall. Yu Guan carefully considered Dugu Shin's proposal and realized it was a beneficial arrangement. Seeing the effects of the pills, he believed that with the aid of his book, Dugu Shin could create even more potent elixirs. So, he agreed to the deal. "Very well, little friend. You can have the book," Yu Guan said, handing it over. He then produced a spirit token and presented it to Dugu Shin. "This is my spirit token. With this, you will possess the same authority as me within Spirit Hall. I hope you will remember our agreement when the time comes." Dugu Shin was elated to have convinced Yu Guan. "Thank you very much. I won't forget this favor," he assured the titled Douluo. After their conversation, he decided to meditate to recover his soul power. He approached the unconscious body of the 15-ton ant emperor he and Bibi Dong had battled and used the Heaven Snake Poison Pill technique to extract the poison from the spirit beast's body, replenishing his soul power. After an hour, everyone was back in top condition. Yu Guan reminded Bibi Dong to quickly deliver the finishing blow to the ant before it died, and she did so promptly. Dugu Shin and Luo Tian then headed to the location where Luo Tian had fought the green 15-ton ant emperor. The area was marked with holes and slash marks from their intense battle. Dugu Shin took a cautious approach as they reached the spirit beast. Using his first spirit ring, he pierced its skull through its eye, delivering a fatal blow. A black spirit ring appeared above the ant's body, indicating a successful kill. Luo Tian encouraged Dugu Shin, saying, "Brat, let's go and get your spirit ring." Dugu Shin nodded and began absorbing the spirit ring. Although its remnants were formidable, they couldn't overcome Dugu Shin's Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit. After 2 hours of intense absorption, he successfully integrated the spirit ring into his power. Level 53. Not bad, Dugu Shin remarked after completing the process. However, something caught his eye, a glimmer on the ant's left arm. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed his suspicion. It was a spirit bone, specifically the left arm bone. Luo Tian noticed and commented, "Your luck isn't bad, kiddo. That soul bone will be a great asset in your future." Dugu Shin acknowledged, "I know, old man, but I'll absorb it later. For now, we should leave." Luo Tian agreed, and before their departure, Dugu Shin used his storage ring to store the corpses of the 3 15-ton ant emperors. Yu Guan remained to guard Bibi Dong as she finished absorbing her spirit ring. As Dugu Shin and Luo Tian set up camp for the night, they reflected on the day's events. Luo Tian couldn't help but be impressed with Dugu Shin's ability to convince the titled Douluo, Yu Guan, to stop recruiting him. Dugu Shin contemplated his recent acquisition of the 5th spirit ring. "Now that I've obtained my 5th spirit ring, I should find an opportunity to refine my 5th soul core," he thought. "While the remnant energy of the 15-ton ant emperors should be enough, I don't think they are suitable for me. I'll feed them to the spirit, and then decide what to do." That went surprisingly well. Luo Tian thought and sighed, this kid managed to convince that titled Douluo from Spirit Hall to stop recruiting him. Dugu Shin proceeded to take the corpses of the soul beasts out of his storage ring and summoned his massive spiritual companion, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit, which had now grown to an impressive size of 68 meters. "Dine on them, and then return to refine their bodies and energy," Dugu Shin instructed the spirit. The massive entity nodded and promptly devoured the 3 soul beast corpses, before returning to the spiritual sea to begin the refining process. With the spirit handling the refining, Dugu Shin decided to test out his 5th spirit ring. With a nod from Luo Tian, Dugu Shin summoned his martial soul, and 5 spirit rings emerged from beneath his feet, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black spirit rings. Dugu Shin entered a state of martial soul possession, and then he unleashed his 5th spirit skill, Earth Ant Serpent Emperor /. The air was charged with anticipation as a blood-red glow enveloped his fingertips, forming moonblade-like projections, each around 10 meters in size. Dugu Shin directed the deadly slashes toward a nearby tree. As the crimson moonblades made contact with the tree, it was sliced cleanly through, and the massive trunk fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Luo Tian couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer power and precision of the attack. "Impressive, kid, that's quite the spirit skill you've got there." After displaying his 5th spirit ring, Luo Tian retrieved the soul bone that he had obtained earlier from the ant emperor they had defeated. He handed it to Dugu Shin with a stern expression. "Here you go, kid. This soul bone came from the ant emperor you killed. Hurry up and absorb it." Dugu Shin nodded in gratitude and began the process of absorbing the soul bone. After an hour of absorption, he completed the process. Luo Tian inquired, "What did you gain from it?" Dugu Shin explained, "Surprisingly, I acquired a defensive skill, 15-ton rampant barrier. It's a pure defensive skill that, when activated, envelops me in an intense gray light, forming a protective carapace-like armor over my entire body. It's more akin to physical armor than energy-based defense. The skill's defense is formidable, capable of withstanding the full-powered attack of a Hyper Douluo." Luo Tian nodded in approval. "That's good. Now, as long as you have enough soul power, you can fight without fearing for your life." Dugu Shin agreed with a smirk, "Yeah, you won't get rid of me that easily." Dugu Shin decided to venture out in search of food, saying, "I'll go hunt for some food. Try not to die while I'm away." Luo Tian chuckled, "Ha, as if you could get rid of me that easily." Dugu Shin set off to forage for food, leaving Luo Tian to his own devices in the camp. He quickly located a 5,000-year-old spirit flames deer and began the hunt. As he pursued his prey, Dugu Shin contemplated his thoughts. "I suppose maintaining a friendly relationship with Spirit Hall makes sense. Despite their flaws, they awaken normal children's martial souls and hunt down evil spirit masters, keeping their numbers in check to prevent trouble. He sighed, recognizing that the world of spirit masters was more complex than what was shown in the series. Dugu Shin returned to the campsite with the 5,000-year-old spirit flame deer and placed it over the fire to finish cooking. While the meat slowly roasted, Luo Tian emerged from his meditation. The battle with the 3 15-ton ant emperors had aggravated his old wounds, and even Dugu Shin's pill helped immensely. It didn't heal them completely. Luo Tian tore a piece of cooked meat from the deer's leg and savored it. After finishing his meal, he glanced at Dugu Shin with a hint of gratitude. "Not bad, your cooking skills are improving." Dugu Shin replied with a smirk, "Of course they are. I even went through the trouble of obtaining 500-year-old flaming honey from a parasol fire tree." Luo Tian chuckled, "You smelly brat, trying to boast in front of me. Your culinary achievements are still far behind mine." The conversation took a more serious turn as Luo Tian addressed Dugu Shin. "Listen, kid, you've noticed the increasing tensions between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Do Empire. While there might have been temporary peace in the last year or two, I fear that the upcoming spirit tournament might ignite a significant conflict between the two empires. With your family's support and your status as a spirit king, you should be able to ensure your safety in the impending conflict." Dugu Shin nodded in agreement. Over the length of their hunt, they had encountered numerous spies from the Star Luo Empire, including a spirit saint who met his end at Dugu Shin's hands with relative ease. Acknowledging the situation, Luo Tian continued, "There are undoubtedly traitors within the Heaven Do Empire. Otherwise, with these many spies, they wouldn't be able to operate so covertly. This border pass is no longer as secure as we once thought. Dark forces are at work, and I'm afraid that war is on the horizon." Quote. Meanwhile, Dugu Shin was also having his own thoughts. This war could be the reason we see fewer titled Douluo on the Douluo continent. If my intuition is correct, the scale of this upcoming conflict between the two empires will be no less significant than the future battles involving the Wuxia god, Sea god, and Angel god. If even tens of titled Douluo fall in this war, I need to grow stronger, fast. Dugu Shin's expression turned serious as he asked, "Teacher, is war truly inevitable?" Luo Tian responded solemnly, "If the strength of the empires is relatively equal, war can be avoided. However, with the Heaven Do Empire's 3 sects vastly surpassing the Star Luo Empire in power, it's likely that war will break out as the Star Luo Empire seeks to inflict as much damage as possible before the Heaven Do Empire can fully prepare. Ultimately, the outcome of the war will be determined by the number of high-level titled Douluo." Luo Tian's expression hardened as he continued, "There's something else that concerns me. Despite the Heaven Do Empire's clear advantage, there are still traitors among us. This is suspicious in itself, and I worry that other external forces may be involved. That's why I want you to rapidly increase your strength, in case we need to face unforeseen challenges." "Well, we'll talk more about it tomorrow. For now, let's sleep," Luo Tian suggested. In the middle of the night, Dugu Shin was awakened by the presence of a snake-type spirit beast. Intrigued, he investigated the source of the disturbance and came face to face with a small white snake with purple accents. What are you little guy doing?" Dugu Shin questioned the tiny serpent. The small snake hissed at Dugu Shin defensively, trying to appear more intimidating. However, Dugu Shin found its attempts quite cute. He decided to pick it up, but the little snake flew towards him, coiled around his finger, and attempted to bite him. Dugu Shin found this interaction rather amusing. "Now what do we have here? You're quite the feisty one, aren't you?" He sat down cross-legged and took out a piece of meat. The little snake saw the meat and made a move for it but was caught by Dugu Shin. It struggled in his grasp, desperately trying to reach the tasty morsel. "I'm afraid you'll have to ask nicely if you want it." After some time, the small snake seemed to give in. It coiled around Dugu Shin's palm and gave him a pitiful look. Satisfied, Dugu Shin offered the piece of meat, which the snake eagerly devoured. "See, that wasn't so hard," Dugu Shin remarked, and the snake appeared content. As the tiny serpent enjoyed its meal, Dugu Shin couldn't help but think about its peculiar circumstances. "I can clearly see that you're barely 80 years old, yet you're surviving in the inner area, which is filled with 10,000-year-old spirit beasts. You remind me of Medusa from Battle Through the Heavens, so, in her honor, I shall call you Xiaokai." Upon hearing its new name, the snake looked at Dugu Shin with eyes filled with happiness and coiled around his shoulder, eventually falling asleep. "Good idea, Xiaokai," Dugu Shin said with a smile before drifting off to sleep with the snake curled up on his chest. The next morning, Luo Tian was the first to wake up and was greeted by the sight of a white snake with purple accents coiled on Dugu Shin's chest. Amused, he couldn't contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, kid, where did you find that white worm? His laughter stirred Dugu Shin and Xiaokai awake. Dugu Shin, looking a bit annoyed, responded, "What happened, old man? Did your injuries make you lose your marbles?" Luo Tian, still chuckling, replied, "Kid, where did you get that snake?" Dugu Shin explained, "I found it last night trying to eat our remaining meat. I found it cute and decided to keep it." Luo Tian teased, "Oh, so you have this soft side, eh?" Dugu Shin retorted, "Bite me, old man. Before we head back, there's something I must do." Luo Tian, intrigued, asked, "What is it, kiddo?" "I need to find something that can help me create my fifth soul core." Luo Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. "What did you say, and what do you mean by fifth? You have more than one." Dugu Shin explained, "Calm down, old man, or you'll announce our presence to the entire inner area. It's my second cultivation technique. I can create a soul core every 10 ranks." Luo Tian, having regained his composure, inquired further, "What are the drawbacks? Even if it allows you to create something only a titled Douluo has, it should still be limited." Dugu Shin replied, "There are no drawbacks as long as there's enough energy. I can use heaven and earth treasures, spirit beast corpses, or heaven and earth energy. Otherwise, I'd kind of die." Luo Tian let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, it seems it's still limited, but the benefits of forming so many cores outweigh the trouble of obtaining heaven and earth treasures or energy." Dugu Shin continued, "Don't worry, I plan to leave this technique only for the future head of the Hall of Souls and not give it to anyone else." Luo Tian agreed, "That's for the best. Let's get going then. We have only 2 weeks left before we must return for the tournament." Dugu Shin nodded. Before departing, he shared some of their remaining meat with Xiaokai, who consumed it eagerly. The little snake was then placed inside his wishful 100 treasure purse, and together with Luo Tian, they set off to explore the inner area of the Stardo Great Forest in search of the perfect energy source for Dugu Shin's next soul core. However, despite a day and a night of searching, Dugu Shin found nothing suitable to use. Dugu Shin contemplated his situation, thinking, "The effects of my 4 soul cores are sufficient for now. I'd love to create a bloodline core, but I'd need a Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor at least 50,000 years old to evolve my martial soul. It would be a waste to create a bloodline core otherwise." Dugu Shin, determined to change the situation and find a suitable energy source for his 5th soul core, decided to head to the swamp in the middle of the Stardo Great Forest. He figured that there might be poisonous soul beasts and treasures in the swamp that could serve his purpose. As he entered the swamp, he noticed that something felt off. The normally dangerous jungle swamp had gone strangely quiet. The soul beasts around were generally weaker, mostly newly promoted 1000-year level creatures, which was unusual for the inner area of the Stardo Great Forest. Dugu Shin contemplated the situation, realizing that there might be a ferocious soul beast here that couldn't tolerate the presence of any potential threats. He felt a pair of dark yellow beast pupils watching him from the depths of the swamp, but they quickly vanished. Unable to locate the source of the gaze, Dugu Shin decided to stop and carefully mobilize his soul power to scan the surroundings. Just as he continued to investigate, a series of strange bubbles suddenly surfaced in a nearby part of the swamp. Out of the murky waters shot a figure at incredible speed, its gaping maw aimed directly at Dugu Shin. Instinctively, Dugu Shin evaded the attack with the help of his beast intent. The ferocity of the assault was astonishing. Even though it missed him, it crushed several large stones and snapped a resilient 5,000-year-old hemlock wood tree with ease. Dugu Shin focused his gaze on the attacker and identified it as the dragon-armored giant crocodile king, a 60,000-year level creature. This gigantic crocodile was covered in gray-brown scale armor and sported small dragon-like horns on its head. The crocodile, infuriated that its attack had missed, let out a deafening roar that echoed through the forest. Its soul power surged, and it swung its massive tail, sending the 5,000-year-old tree stump hurtling toward Dugu Shin like a shooting star. Dugu Shin effortlessly dodged the incoming attack. The tree stump, gravel, and even parts of the swamp were sent flying, causing collateral damage to countless soul beasts that had recently reached the 1,000-year level. Dugu Shin's soul rings began to shine behind him, and his soul power erupted. 5 spirit rings illuminated beneath his feet. The dragon-armored giant crocodile king, renowned for its formidable defense, found itself in an unusual situation. Ordinary attacks were futile against it, but Dugu Shin possessed a unique advantage, his ability to slowly poison the giant crocodile. However, something puzzled Dugu Shin. King-level soul beasts typically disregarded weaker creatures and seldom initiated attacks unless threatened. Yet, there were no 10,000-year-level soul beasts nearby. The dragon-armored giant crocodile king roared once more, snapping Dugu Shin back to the present as it lunged towards him. Thinking quickly, Dugu Shin activated his second spirit skill, Red Demon Poison Mist. A crimson fog enveloped the area, obstructing the crocodile's vision, reducing its attributes by 10%, and boosting Dugu Shin's attributes by 20%. The poison in the mist inflicted severe muscle pain on the dragon-armored giant crocodile king, making it difficult for the massive creature to breathe. However, the dragon-armored giant crocodile king's assault continued as it lunged towards Dugu Shin, its massive jaws wide open. Before it could bite down on its prey, numerous thick tentacles suddenly emerged from the depths of the swamp, entangling the giant crocodile as it fiercely thrashed and struggled, trying to break free. Dugu Shin watched in amazement as the crocodile's powerful attack continued, its movements becoming increasingly desperate. The tentacles constricted around it, and even though the crocodile bit down fiercely, it only seemed to make the fierce creature more spirited, intensifying the entanglement. Intrigued and puzzled, Dugu Shin began to observe the unfolding battle. To his surprise, as he observed the mysterious creature, his martial soul began to resonate, a phenomenon he had never experienced before. Frustrated and unable to identify the creature, Dugu Shin muttered to himself, "What kind of soul beast is this?" Suddenly, the voice of teacher Luo Tian sounded beside him. "It's a deep-sea demon octopus. I thought these had gone extinct long ago, but it seems there's still one here." A deep-sea demon octopus? By its name, it doesn't sound like a land-based soul beast. How did it end up in this swamp? Teacher Luo Tian explained, the deep-sea demon octopus was once a dominant species in the ocean, comparable to the human-faced demon spider in the Stardew Great Forest. It's known for its cruelty and brutality, annihilating any soul beasts that pose the slightest threat or even those it finds unpleasant. Long ago, it's said to have earned the ire of the legendary sea god, who banished it from the sea to the land. However, as a sea soul beast, it lost its strength and was plagued by its inherent nature. It became a target for hunters among humans and soul beasts, leading to a significant decline in its numbers. It's said that a soul master who absorbs the deep-sea demon octopus will suffer bad luck and an aversion to the sea. Conversely, those who kill the deep-sea demon octopus, be it a soul beast or a soul master, will receive the sea god's blessings, making their cultivation smoother. Over the past century, it was believed to have gone extinct, so finding one here, with its mutated coloration compared to the typical deep-sea demon octopus, is surprising. Dugu Shin pondered, a sea soul beast banished by the sea god. He went on to explain, the deep-sea demon octopus, although it's 10,000 years weaker, it was once a dominator-level soul beast, boasts an incredibly tough physique. Its tentacles are covered in barbs that can cut an opponent's surface and prevent the absorption of soul power through suction cups. This allows it to repair wounds and enhance its own attacks. This dragon-armored giant crocodile would have trouble defeating the deep-sea demon chapter even if it were uninjured. Now, with your interference and the poison in its body, the situation is even worse. Quote, Dugu Shin met teacher Luo Tian's gaze with unwavering determination. Teacher, since the appearance of this deep-sea demon octopus triggered a resonance with my martial soul, I have decided to use it as the material for my fifth soul core. As Dugu Shin made his choice, the battle between the dragon-armored giant crocodile king and the deep-sea demon octopus drew to its conclusion. The crocodile, determined to exact vengeance, roared through its pain and fatigue. With its last reserves of soul power, it tore a large chunk of flesh from the deep-sea demon octopus's body. In retaliation, the deep-sea demon octopus, infuriated and fueled by its newfound power, constricted the crocodile's bones with its tentacles. It reached into the crocodile's chest, extracting its heart and devouring it with glee. Dugu Shin contemplated the battle's outcome. I guess its strength is indeed higher than expected. As the deep-sea demon octopus savored its meal, Dugu Shin acted swiftly. He activated his fourth spirit ring, causing the world to freeze, including the deep-sea demon octopus itself. With precision, he then activated his first spirit ring to fortify his physical prowess. Finally, he employed his third spirit ring, and a black-red dragon emerged with a sorrowful roar, lashing out at the immobilized deep-sea demon octopus. The fourth spirit ring's influence rendered the deep-sea demon octopus helpless, unable to react to the sudden onslaught. It endured the full brunt of Dugu Shin's powerful attack, emitting a reluctant and feeble cry as it clung to its dwindling life force, unable to retaliate. Dugu Shin observed, "It's still alive. Despite its critical condition, the poison from my third spirit ring, now that I'm a level 54 spirit king, is potent enough to kill a 50,000-year-old spirit beast if it's caught off guard. Truly befitting of a former ruler of the seas." But even as it clung to its last vestiges of strength, the deep-sea demon octopus's demise was inevitable. The poison coursed through its body, ravaging its insides. Having destroyed its meridians, it could no longer harness soul power to heal itself. The creature succumbed to the toxic onslaught, its life extinguished. Above its lifeless form, a massive black spirit ring materialized, signifying the end of the 50,000-year-old spirit beast. Dugu Shin approached the lifeless body of the deep-sea demon octopus, his mind focused on the task ahead. He settled into a meditation position, preparing to harness the power contained within the 50,000-year-old spirit ring and to stabilize his fifth soul core. He deployed his domain, rendering the world around him monochrome. Concentrating intensely, he compressed his domain to its utmost limit, reducing it to the size of a thumb. Simultaneously, he drew upon the energy of the 50,000-year-old spirit ring to stabilize and nourish the formation of his soul core. As he concentrated on the soul core, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The memories of the deep-sea demon octopus flooded Dugu Shin's consciousness, unfolding like vivid images in his mind. The deep-sea demon octopus clan had once thrived in the deep, uncharted realms of the ocean. Fiercely territorial, they clashed continuously with the demon spirit great white shark clan, the only species favored by the sea god. In their relentless quest for supremacy, the deep-sea demon octopus race had nearly driven the demon spirit great white sharks to extinction. In the ocean's law of the jungle, only the strongest survived. However, the sea god deemed the actions of the deep-sea demon octopus race as evil and unjust. In a forceful intervention, he brandished his sea god trident, inflicting further suffering upon the deep-sea demon octopus race, which had already suffered substantial losses from their conflicts with the demon spirit great white shark clan. During the upheaval, the evil spirit Orcus tribe seized the opportunity to conquer the deep-sea demon octopus tribe. The sea god used this motive to once again intervene, and forced both races to cease their warfare. Yet, in a final, desperate act, the ancient deep-sea demon octopus king, driven by rage and grief, killed the ancient demon spirit great white shark king. This act triggered the sea god's fury, and he prepared to punish the deep-sea demon octopus clan once more. However, the ancient deep-sea demon octopus king was unwilling to witness further suffering among his clansmen. He challenged the sea god himself, but with a single stroke of the sea god's power, the 900,000-year-old king perished. The sea god imposed a curse upon the deep-sea demon octopus race, preventing them from reaching beyond the 100,000-year level. Furthermore, he inflicted eternal soul erosion upon them, expelling them from the ocean. Weakened and tormented by soul erosion, they devolved into soul beasts driven by a single instinct, to kill. Dugu Shin's consciousness returned to his spiritual sea, where he stood alongside his martial soul, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. There, he heard the resounding voice of the ancient deep-sea demon octopus king echoing, "Curse the sea god. Curse Poseidon, I refuse to accept this fate. I cannot reconcile with it." Gradually, the voice faded, and tears welled in the eyes of the ancient deep-sea demon octopus king as he whispered his final thoughts, "My homeland, the vast sea." He then disintegrated into energy particles that scattered throughout Dugu Shin's spiritual sea. As Dugu Shin's focus intensified on forming the soul core, an unexpected event unfolded. A strange voice reverberated around him, declaring, "The law of the jungle, the cycle of life and death, even gods are not exempt. I have chosen you, young one, to bear the will of my clan." Suddenly, a shroud of endless black mist enveloped the surroundings. Before Dugu Shin could react, the mist surged into his spiritual sea, enshrouding his martial soul. A peculiar black dragon head tattoo materialized between his eyebrows. The black mist gradually dissipated, leaving his martial soul completely gray, devoid of its previous vibrant colors. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor within his spiritual sea let out a resounding roar, causing the entire spiritual sea to tremble. Dugu Shin opened his eyes, and they emitted a brilliant golden light. He felt different, transformed. His perception and control had undergone comprehensive improvement, and he could sense the world in intricate detail. His domain suddenly expanded violently, reaching a radius of 100 meters. The once vivid surroundings now appeared gray and lifeless, affecting everything in its wake, including even Luo Tian, who felt a 10% decrease in his overall strength and a 30% drop in his speed. Dugu Shin reflected on the events he had just experienced. To think something like this happened in the past. I suppose I should visit the ocean eventually. If the memories of the deep-sea demon octopus are any indication, there might be a clan graveyard similar to the dragon graveyard. While their legacies are as different as heaven and earth, it could prove to be quite useful for the Dugu family in the Hall of Souls. As he concluded his thoughts, he retracted his domain. To his surprise, even though he had deployed it for only a short time, it had significantly drained the vitality from the surrounding area, causing damage to the environment. Examining the black dragon head tattoo between his eyebrows, he mused aloud, "This feels akin to the residual divine consciousness of the metal god, but the energy resembles that of the deep-sea demon octopus." Could it be that the ancient deep-sea demon octopus king was on the verge of a breakthrough to 1 million years, similar to the deep-sea demonic whale king? Yet, in the series, Poseidon didn't kill the deep-sea demon whale king when it attacked Tang San, his inheritor. He merely repelled it. This suggests that the ancient demon spirit Great White Shark King was Poseidon's inheritor at that time, undergoing his trials. Dugu Shin's brows furrowed as he pondered this. If his theory held true, it meant that even if the gods in the upper realm couldn't directly descend upon the Douluo continent, they could still send their divine consciousness to interfere with the world for a brief period. This could foil many of my plans if it's the case. It seems that after the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, I'll need to firmly establish the position of Hall of Soul and then visit Slaughter City. Meanwhile, Shao Kai detected the essence of powerful spirit beasts emanating from the body of the dragon-armored giant crocodile king. She swiftly flew out from the wishful 100 treasure purse and assessed her surroundings before making a beeline for the dragon-armored giant crocodile king's corpse. With ravenous intent, she began devouring the creature's remains. Dugu Shin, realizing the time constraints, gently pulled Shao Kai away from her meal. The little snake glanced up at him with a plaintive expression. "We don't have enough time to wait for you to finish eating the dragon-armored giant crocodile king's corpse," he explained. Consequently, he stored the body within the wishful 100 treasure purse. The snake hissed contentedly before returning to the purse to conclude her feast. "Very well, let's proceed, kid," Luo Tian said. Upon reaching Southwo City, they found the city even more heavily guarded than when they had arrived. Security measures had intensified, with increased scrutiny on spirit masters. Additionally, soldiers from the Heaven Do Empire continued to pour into the city. This tension had escalated as they repeatedly encountered spies from the Star Luo Empire. It was clear that the situation was growing more volatile. Finally, they arrived back at the Hollow Beasts Academy just one day before they were scheduled to depart. The next day, Dugu Shin and his companions adorned themselves in the distinctive uniform of the Hollow Beast Academy. The attire was a regal shade of purple, embellished with intricate golden accents, accompanied by lightweight armor for added protection. On the back of their uniforms, the emblem of the Earth Dragon King proudly displayed. They were preparing to embark on their journey to the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, and as they exited the academy grounds, they couldn't help but overhear the hushed conversations among their fellow junior students. "Everyone knows our Hollow Beast Academy has hit rock bottom in the rankings several times," whispered one student. Another chimed in, "Looks like this time won't be any different." "Who can blame them?" someone sneered. "In my opinion, they shouldn't even bother going. It's just embarrassing." Most of those casting doubts hailed from noble backgrounds, but not everyone shared their pessimism. A few students stood up for their academy. "Quit talking nonsense. Our gang leader, Dugu Shin, is incredibly strong. I have confidence in our academy." "Exactly," another retorted. "Don't underestimate us. We have faith in our academy." As tensions flared, some exchanged heated words. A few individuals mocked, "Look who's talking, just a bunch of commoner soul masters. Of course, you'd side with Dugu Shin, he pampers you." The civilian soul masters weren't about to let that slide. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront the insult. Who are you calling commoners? One of them challenged angrily. If you want to fight, bring it on, the noble soul masters taunted. Without Dugu Shin to shield you, do you dare? Just as the situation was spiraling into chaos, Dugu Shin unleashed his soul power. His cold, snake-like eyes swept over the crowd, and his aura carried a potent mix of chilling poison and latent menace. It felt as if a venomous serpent were coiled and ready to strike. The hostile voices fell silent, and some students even collapsed from the effects of his soul power. Dugu Shin retracted his soul power and turned to Meng Shu. The two of them exchanged a knowing look. Without a word, Dugu Shin summoned his martial monochrome Phosphor Serpent Emperor, and the 5 spirit rings beneath him radiated yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. The dragon staff in Meng Shu's hand transformed into a silver-armored dragon, encircling his body. 3 spirit rings, glowing in yellow, yellow, and purple, shimmered beneath his feet. Chao Tianxiang and others followed suit, releasing their own soul power. Dugu Shin and his companions proceeded forward, and as they approached the academy's exit, Dugu Shin raised his hand, forming a clenched fist. His soul power surged, and he declared, "Victory will undoubtedly belong to Hollow Beast Academy." Meng Shu and the others raised their fists, their soul power bursting forth as they echoed, "Victory will undoubtedly belong to Hollow Beast Academy." The students of Hollow Beast Academy erupted into enthusiastic cheers, shouting slogans like, "Victory belongs to Hollow Beast Academy," and, "Long live Hollow Beast Academy." Those who had mocked the academy earlier had no choice but to join in, their faces red with embarrassment. Dean Lin Mo observed the scene with a smile and commented, "These youngsters sure love to put on a show." Teacher Luo Tian chuckled in agreement. "Back in our day, we weren't much different." Lin Mo blushed slightly. "Well, I was young and naive back then." Luo Tian grinned. "That's what makes them lively. It's better than having a bunch of young beasts who lack spirit." The two mentors watched Dugu Shin and his companions with pride. As Dugu Shin and his group boarded their carriage, Dean Lin Mo, unable to accompany them, entrusted the responsibility to Teacher Luo Tian. "I'm leaving everything in your capable hands, Teacher Luo Tian." Luo Tian patted Lin Mo's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've taken these kids out before. I'll keep them safe." With that, the carriage set off. 3 days later, they arrived at Nobius City, a border city jointly governed by the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. The city had been established primarily for the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, and it was currently teeming with spectators from all corners of the world who had come to witness the battles. Teams from various academies had also arrived at the competition venue, adorning the city with a colorful array of costumes. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, and Dugu Shin could sense the abundance of soul power in the city, emanating from countless spirit masters. Amidst the crowd, Dugu Shin spotted Yu Tianxiang, the captain of the Thunderclap Academy team. She noticed him and flashed a sly smile, even winking at him. Dugu Shin felt momentarily perplexed but chose to ignore the gesture. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of soul power caught Dugu Shin's attention. It emanated from the southwest, and it wasn't just him. Everyone in the vicinity turned their gaze in that direction. Even escorting teachers from other academies and unknown powerhouses fixed their eyes on the source of the disturbance. A deafening tiger's roar resounded, and a colossal evil-eyed white tiger materialized before them. It bore 9 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black, a titled Douluo. The tiger landed at the center of the arena and let out a thunderous roar, its overwhelming presence pressing down upon the students from the Heaven Do Empire academies. The sheer force of it drained the color from their faces, nearly causing them to collapse under its weight. Spirit grandmasters like Li Jingding were left nearly kneeling. Dugu Shin, meanwhile, was also feeling the pressure, but he was able to keep his calm, and eyed the spectacle and mumbled, "Seems like a display of power. Maybe they're trying to provoke Heaven Do Empire into conflict. These reckless idiots, we're on the brink of war. Why interfere with this competition?" At that moment, Teacher Luo Tian released his soul power to shield Dugu Shin and the others from the oppressive force. The same happened with other academies as their escorting teachers countered the coercion on behalf of their students. As the tension eased, Dugu Shin turned to look at the surrounding academy escorting teachers. Most were spirit saints, but a select few, like Teacher Luo Tian, were spirit Douluos. The tiger's roar subsided, and the white tiger vanished, making way for the appearance of a middle-aged man who chuckled and said, "I didn't expect the Heaven Do Empire cubs to be so easily frightened. My apologies. I'll be more considerate next time." His words held an air of mockery. Over at the Star Luo Imperial Academy team's area, snow began to fall from the sky, causing the temperature to plummet instantly. A gigantic ice swan, adorned with yellow, purple, black, and black spirit rings, descended upon the scene. The students of Star Luo Academy were ill-prepared for the sudden chill, and many shivered as they froze. The glacier swan vanished, replaced by a middle-aged man in Heaven Do royal attire who smiled and remarked, "Ha ha ha, Dai Tianxing, your Star Luo students can't even handle a slight drop in temperature. My apologies as well, we're even now, right?" Dai Tianxing seethed with anger. "Shui Qingyan, you," he took a step forward, but Shui Qingyan stepped up too, a sly grin on his face. "We're in the same boat, my friend." Their soul power clashed, and the entire audience felt the pressure of their confrontation. In the middle of the two titled Douluo's confrontation, an enormous golden crocodile appeared in the sky. Its massive tail struck the ground, but before anyone could react, it transformed into an elderly man who laughed heartily. "White Tiger, Ice Swan, you two titled Douluo, show some respect to your elders. Enough for today." Dugu Shin saw the new arrival and couldn't help but be surprised. What on earth? Sending the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, to this gathering? Spirit Hall must be trying to prevent the two empires from making any moves, or are trying to provoke the two empires. The two titled Douluo agreed, and the three of them jointly announced the start of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. The audience erupted in applause. As the crowd dispersed, Dugu Shin contemplated the situation. "My Hall of Souls has two titled Douluos, and my father is likely to become one soon, if he isn't already." He wondered how the Hall of Souls could establish itself in such a precarious scenario. Luo Tian noticed Dugu Shin's pensive expression and assumed he was still thinking about the events of the day. He offered some advice. "Today, those three titled Douluo or Star Luo's White Tiger Douluo Dai Tianxing, Heaven Do's Ice Swan Douluo Shui Qingyan, and Jin Yang from the Spirit Hall. Don't let it bother you, kid. Use it as motivation to work hard. When you become a titled Douluo, you'll have your chance for revenge." Then he remembered something and gave a stern warning to Dugu Shin and his companions. In previous years, they only sent Spirit Douluos to oversee the competition. This year, they've dispatched titled Douluo, even the rulers of the two empires. It seems relations between the empires have soured, and war may be imminent. Be cautious during the competition. If the Star Luo Empire falls, and you have the opportunity to eliminate their forces, don't hesitate. Dugu Shin and his companions nodded solemnly, and they each went their separate ways to prepare for the upcoming matches. The Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament commenced on the following day, with the three titled Douluo sitting high in the stands to oversee the proceedings. A striking hostess, bearing purple wings on her back and clad in an elegant white dress, made her entrance. Her noble demeanor and grace revealed her status as a spirit king, and her voice, carried through special soul guidance, resonated across the venue. Today marks the official start of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. We will employ a lottery system to select two academies for a 6-on-6 face-off. The victor proceeds to the next round, and so on, until the champion is determined, she announced, her cold voice echoing through the arena. She went on to establish some ground rules, emphasizing that private fights, illegal props, and soul tools were strictly prohibited during the competition. Participants could only wear their academy uniforms. The audience grew restless with anticipation, and the flags representing each academy unfurled as cheers filled the air. When the fervor finally died down, the host held up a list and proclaimed, "For the first match, we have Tianling Advanced Soul Academy vs Hollow Beast Academy." The crowd erupted in cheers once more. In response to the cheers, Dugu Shin and his teammates strode onto the arena. However, not all voices were supportive. Some spectators doubted Hollow Beast Academy's chances, saying, "Hollow Beast Academy used to be a top 10 academy in the continent, but now it's fallen to the bottom for 5 consecutive years. I doubt this year will be any different." Others joined in, expressing similar skepticism. Tianling Advanced Soul Academy already has one victory in the bag. What a stroke of luck. They even started gambling, offering odds against Hollow Beast Academy. Betting. Odds are 1.5 to 1 for Tian Ling Advanced Soul Academy and 5 to 1 for Hollow Beast Academy. This time, Dugu Shin didn't bother refuting the criticism. He simply turned to Meng Shu with a confident smile and remarked, "Let's open their eyes and win this one." Ma Jun chimed in with enthusiasm, "Absolutely. Let's prove them wrong." Yao Chen added humor to the situation, saying, "I'm glad I bet all our spare funds on us winning." Their banter lightened the atmosphere, and even Ma Jun and Yao Chen shared a laugh. As they prepared for the match, the tension began to dissipate. However, the host, noticing the growing tension between the two teams, intervened. "It appears that both teams have finished their warm-ups. Let's not waste any more time. The game is officially underway." Tian Ling Advanced Soul Academy's team stepped onto the stage first. Their captain, with a mocking tone, sneered, "Hollow Beast Academy, I never thought you'd have the audacity to show up, especially given your 5-year streak at the bottom. Maybe it's time to disband." Ma Jun was about to retaliate, but Dugu Shin held him back, smirking. "Let's see if you're still laughing after the match." The beautiful host didn't let the confrontation drag on and swiftly announced the commencement of the match. As the game began, the Tian Ling Advanced Soul Academy team appeared with their respective introductions. Hai Sheng, Level 43 Power Attack System, Martial Soul, Golden Lion, the captain declared. 4 spirit rings, in the configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, and purple, adorned his feet. The next player was Wang Yingji, Level 37 Power Attack System, Martial Soul, Green Bamboo Spear. He also had 4 spirit rings, in the same standard configuration. Wang Yingwu followed suit, Level 36 Power Attack System, Martial Soul, Spider Side. Like the others, he had 4 spirit rings in the standard configuration. Their introductions continued, revealing Zhang Tianwei as a Level 23 Control System Spirit Master with a Martial Soul of Ghost Vine. Lu Xiaoji, a Level 23 Defense System Spirit Master, possessed a martial soul named Dark Overlord Shield. Finally, a sweet-looking girl named Han Mei was introduced as a Level 22 Auxiliary System Spirit Master with the martial soul Rosy Peach. She had 2 yellow spirit rings under her feet. Dugu Shin and his team listened attentively, but their expressions remained calm and unimpressed. When it was Hollow Beast Academy's turn, Meng Shu grinned. "Meng Shu, Level 39 Power Attack System, Martial Soul, Dragon Staff." 3 spirit rings glowed beneath his feet, matching the standard configuration. Ma Jun followed with a boisterous introduction. "Ma Jun, Level 31 Power Attack System, Martial Soul, Flame War Horse." Yao Chen, not one to be outdone, proclaimed. "Yao Chen, Level 34 Agility Attack System, Martial Soul, Black-Lined Ghost Leopard." Chao Tianxiong and Yi Jingdiang followed with more measured responses. Chao Tianxiong announced, "Chao Tianxiong, Level 31 Agility Attack System, Martial Soul, Serpent Cane." Yi Jingdiang, on the other hand, was more serious as she stated, "Yi Jingdiang, Level 26 Auxiliary System, Martial Soul, War Flag." I look forward to a challenging match. Their recent intensive training had paid off, with most team members advancing at least 1 level in soul power. Ma Jun and Chao Tianxiong had even reached the level of Spirit Elders. Finally, it was Dugu Shin's turn. His monochrome Phosphor Serpent Emperor emerged behind him, and he declared, "Dugu Shin, Level 55 Control System Spirit King, Martial Soul, Monochrome Phosphor Serpent Emperor." The 5 spirit rings beneath his feet, in the configuration of yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, left the audience stunned. The introduction sent shockwaves through the audience, including the 3 titled Douluo overseeing the tournament. Captain Tian Yingrong of Tian Ling Advanced Soul Academy exchanged determined glances with his team and then muttered to them, "In team battles, cooperation is key. But let's not forget our secret weapon." Their expressions brightened, knowing they had an ace up their sleeve. Hai Sheng fixed his gaze on Dugu Shin, who remained unperturbed by their preparations. The tension in the arena was palpable as the impending battle loomed. Comma. The battle was set in motion as Hai Sheng unleashed his soul power. His 3rd soul ring lit up, and he snarled, "HMPH, 3rd spirit skill, Light Minefield." As Hai Sheng's soul power surged, beams of light materialized under the feet of Dugu Shin and his teammates. Everyone, except Dugu Shin, hastily evaded these dangerous lights. Dugu Shin maintained a faint smile as the 2nd spirit ring under his feet gleamed. In an instant, a crimson poisonous mist filled the arena, shrouding Xianxia and his comrades. The moment they were enveloped by the mist, they felt their strength diminish by 10%, and their muscles began to ache, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Xianxia, feeling the effects of the mist, grew frantic. He resorted to frantic insults, hoping to provoke Dugu Shin into facing the battle head-on, which would potentially give him the opportunity to stop the poisonous mist. Amid his taunts, Xianxia ridiculed, "Your hollow beast academy is full of nothing but cowardly rats, garbage, and beasts." Dugu Shin's voice, cold as ice, cut through the mist. "Xianxia, while I understand that you're deliberately trying to provoke me, insulting the Hollow Beast Academy is a mistake you'll regret." In a sudden move, Dugu Shin materialized in front of Xianxia. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body due to the poison, Xianxia sneered, "You finally showed up." He activated his second spirit skill, Lion's Rage, causing his body to swell as he launched a powerful blow toward Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin didn't shy away from the challenge. He met Xianxia's formidable fist with one of his own, astonishing Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't comprehend it. "Impossible, you're just a control system spirit master. How can you possibly contend with me, a power attack system spirit master?" Dugu Shin looked at Xianxia with a mixture of amusement and disdain. "Even though I'm a control system spirit master, I am more than 10 levels higher than you. Did the sight of my spirit ring configuration made you an idiot?" Dugu Shin activated his first spirit ring, using Cursed Shroud to propel Xianxia even further away. Dugu Shin quickly closed the gap, standing before the bewildered Xianxia. In a chilling tone, he declared, "I told you that you would regret it." With that, he delivered a powerful blow, sending Xianxia hurtling out of the arena. The audience watched in astonishment as Xianxia was abruptly expelled from the arena, his body enveloped in the lingering red mist. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Tianling Advanced Soul Academy team succumbed to the poison's effects, collapsing one by one. Sensing that everyone had been incapacitated, Dugu Shin deactivated his second spirit ring. As the poisonous mist dissipated, the shocking results became clear. The entire Tianling Advanced Soul Academy team lay unconscious, while the Hollow Beast Academy team stood nonchalantly. Outside the arena, onlookers were stunned. The Hollow Beast Academy had defied all expectations, transforming from a perceived weakling into a formidable beast. In just 2 minutes, they had vanquished the entire Tianling Advanced Soul Academy team. Dugu Shin's cold, snake-like gaze shifted towards the beautiful host, who, after a momentary lapse, hastily announced, "The winner of the match between Tianling Advanced Soul Academy and Hollow Beast Academy is Hollow Beast Academy." The audience was initially hushed, absorbing the shocking outcome. But soon, the stadium reverberated with thunderous cheers, cries of "Hollow Beast Academy" resonating throughout. Dugu Shin and his team prepared to exit amid the jubilant celebration, but then a voice cut through the noise. It was Shui Qingyan, the ice swan Douluo, who spoke with a hint of nonchalance but seriousness in his eyes. "Young friend, would you mind extracting the poison from those young souls from outside the arena? After all, we are all from the same empire." Dugu Shin nodded and summoned his martial soul. He used his fingers to carefully remove the poison from the bodies of the Tianling Advanced Soul Academy team members. This caught the attention of other teams, and one young man stood up, gazing at Dugu Shin with an expression filled with fighting spirit. He raised his wine cup boldly and said with a smirk, "This tournament just got a lot more interesting." His eyes gleamed with a thirst for competition. On the sidelines, Yu Tianxiang, the captain of the Thunderclap Academy, observed Dugu Shin's departure and remarked with a smile, "This guy has become stronger than me." Her gaze held not only fighting intent but also a touch of admiration. After their victorious match, the Hollow Beast Academy team left the arena, and Ma Jun couldn't help but voice his frustration. "Sigh, I really wanted to show off my abilities out there." Meng Shu was quick to respond, calming him down. "Calm down, Ma Jun. This outcome is actually the best for us. We've kept our true strength hidden, and our captain only revealed his second spirit ring. This will give us an advantage in the next rounds." Meng Shu's wise words resonated with the team, and they nodded in agreement before heading back to their lounge. However, Dugu Shin remained in the stands, observing the next match, and assessing his potential opponents. This time, the beautiful hostess appeared a bit more excited as she announced, "Our next competition is a clash of titans. It features the world's first sect, Haoshan Grand Battle Academy, against the Star Luo Imperial Academy under the Star Luo Empire. This battle has been highly anticipated by all, so without further ado, let the players from both sides enter the arena. The audience erupted into cheers, chanting, "Clear Sky! Clear Sky Clan!" Although the Star Luo Imperial Academy had its fair share of supporters, the fervor for Haoshan Grand Battle Academy was unmatched. The two teams took to the stage, one after the other. Haoshan Grand Battle Academy's captain, a black-haired young man who was 2 years older than Dugu Shin, strolled casually into the ring. He wore a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the tense atmosphere. On the other side, the Star Luo Imperial Academy team was visibly more serious. Dai Minghao, the captain of the Star Luo team, fixed his gaze on the black-haired young man. The black-haired young man chuckled, unfazed by Dai Minghao's intensity. "Come on, Dai Minghao, you're taking all the fun out of this." Dai Minghao was unrelenting. "No more talking, release your soul ring and let's start. I want to see if you're worthy of being called a double star." The black-haired young man grinned. "You asked for it." With their teammates stepping forward to support their captains, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and the battle was on the brink of eruption. Observing this, the beautiful host rushed to the center, her voice resounding, "The match between Haoshan Grand Battle Academy and the Star Luo Imperial Academy has officially begun." She then swiftly departed the arena. Dai Minghao took the lead, stepping into the spotlight. His 4 soul rings lit up simultaneously, 3 yellow rings followed by a purple one. Behind him, an imposing white tiger with heterochromatic eyes materialized, emitting a fierce roar. It was the royal inheritance martial soul of the Star Luo Empire, the evil-eyed white tiger. Dai Minghao introduced himself coldly. "Dai Minghao, level 42 power attack system, martial soul evil-eyed white tiger." Next to him, a purple black-haired girl revealed her soul ring configuration, mirroring Dai Minghao's, 2 yellow rings followed by a purple one. A purple black cat materialized behind her, its purple gem-like eyes exuding an eerie charm. She announced her details: Zhu Yuki, martial soul hell civet, level 37 agility attack system. Tuoba Shi, standing nearby, snorted coldly. His standard 3 soul rings glowed, and a formidable white earth dragon emerged behind him, releasing a powerful roar. Tuoba Shi proudly declared, "Tuoba Shi, level 31 power attack system, martial soul white armored dragon." It is the inheritance martial soul of the Sacred Dragon Clan, one of the 4 sects of the Star Luo Empire. The remaining members of the Star Luo Imperial Academy introduced themselves as well. Dongxing, martial soul star moon white eagle, level 26 power attack system. Yanhe, level 26 defense department war soul division, martial soul white scale heavy armor shield. Lastly, a gentle and elegant girl named Li Jing stepped forward. Li Jing, level 25 auxiliary soul master, martial soul golden scepter. The Haoshan Grand Battle Academy members began to present themselves, starting with a young man radiating battle intent. Wang Wudi, level 31 power attack system, martial soul, soul-breaking spear. A burly young man followed suit, hammering his chest with pride. Tai Tan, level 32 power attack system, martial soul, vigorous orangutan. Another burly figure among them also patted his chest and roared, Niu Gao, level 31 defense system, martial soul, armored-plated giant rhinoceros. A somewhat slender young man with a hint of white hair was next. He smiled warmly. Bai He, level 29 agility attack system, martial soul, needle-tailed swift. Lastly, a gentle and composed young man introduced himself calmly. Ning Fengji, level 29 auxiliary soul master, martial soul, 7 treasured glazed pagoda. Finally, it was the turn of the Haoshan Grand Battle Academy's captain, the black-haired youth. 3 spirit rings beneath his feet glowed with the same arrangement: yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. He summoned a black giant hammer into his hand, and with a casual wave, a powerful gust of wind followed. The formerly relaxed aura around him was replaced by an overwhelming presence. The black-haired young man introduced himself with a confident smile. Tang Hao, level 49 power attack system, martial soul, clear sky hammer. Dugu Shin observed the intense battle unfolding on the stage, contemplating the strength of the 2 major teams. He muttered to himself, "The nether white tiger of the Star Luo Empire is formidable, and as I expected, the Haoshan Grand Battle Academy boasts the combined might of the 4 single attribute clans of the Clear Sky sect, enhanced by the Clear Sky hammer." However, the addition of the 7 treasure glazed sect to their lineup was unexpected. The title of the 3 upper sects isn't just for show. This battle will be interesting. Nevertheless, the likely winner will likely be the Haoshan Grand Battle Academy. Dugu Shin continued, regardless of who emerges victorious, they will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for our Hollow Beast Academy if I want to keep at least some of my cards hidden. His gaze shifted to Tang Hao, and his voice turned cold as he remarked, I'm eager to see how different Tang Hao, the future Haoshan Douluo, is from the Haoshan Double Star. The third spirit ring beneath Dai Minghao's feet ignited with a dazzling light, and he roared in fury, third spirit skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. His muscles swelled, and his hands transformed into sharp tiger claws. Dai Minghao's strength, speed, and attack power all surged as he unleashed a ferocious tiger roar towards Tang Hao. Tai Tan and Niu Gao, determined to shield Dai Minghao, faced the oncoming danger. However, this time, the first spirit ring beneath Dai Minghao's feet lit up, causing his tiger claws to elongate and grow even sharper. A glimmer of golden light flickered on them as Dai Minghao bellowed, first spirit skill, White Tiger shattering golden claw. Get out of my way. With a swift swipe of his claws, he sent Tai Tan and Niu Gao flying, clearing a path for himself. Tai Tan and Niu Gao managed to regain their footing, enduring their injuries. The first and third spirit rings beneath their feet glowed, and the horn on the head of Tai Tan's armor-plated giant rhinoceros sharpened as he thundered, who dares to harm our young master? First spirit skill, Rhinoceros charge. He charged towards Dai Minghao with relentless determination. Simultaneously, Tai Tan roared, pounding his chest twice, causing his muscles to bulge even larger. He declared, third spirit skill, Mighty Vajra fist. His fists came crashing down towards Dai Minghao. But in the midst of this heated battle, a soft snort cut through the air, and a figure resembling a ghost materialized. The third spirit ring beneath her feet lit up as she sneered, is anyone daring enough to obstruct our highness? Third spirit skill, Nether 100 Claws. She launched an assault towards Tai Tan, who had no time to react. Zhu Yuki's attack was lightning fast, leaving dozens of claw marks on his body in the blink of an eye. She then kicked Tai Tan away. As for Niu Gao, he was charging in, and with an eagle's cry, Dongxing spread his wings and rushed towards Niu Gao. The second spirit ring beneath his feet ignited, and he roared, who dares to block our highness's path? Second spirit skill, Star Moon Wind Claw. With a swift swipe, he pushed Niu Gao aside and followed it up with a kick, barely halting Niu Gao's advance. Yet, even though Niu Gao had remarkable defense, against a 31st level spirit elder like himself, the attack merely left shallow claw marks when unguarded. Against a 26th level spirit grandmaster like Dongxing, the damage was insignificant. Dongxing couldn't help but shake his head and sneer, your skin is thick, old man. Niu Gao also chuckled and taunted, your little bird's attacks won't harm Grandpa Niu. Dongxing's expression turned cold as he sneered, little bird, let's see if I can't knock out your big teeth. The first and second spirit rings beneath his feet lit up as he roared, first spirit skill, Moon Shadow Eagle Wing. His wings shimmered, and with a powerful wingbeat, Dongxing's speed increased dramatically as he charged towards Niu Gao. He then employed his second spirit skill, Star Moon Wind Claw, launching a relentless assault. Although Niu Gao's defense was formidable, his speed and attack power were lacking, rendering him unable to effectively retaliate against Dongxing's rapid strikes. Tai Tan, too, found himself at a slight disadvantage under Zhu Yuki's relentless attack. The Tai clan, originally one of the 4 single-attribute clans, excelled in various areas like power, speed, defense, and attack, but Zhu Yuki's ghost spirit cat, also a high-level beast martial soul, boasted incredible speed and razor-sharp attacks. This advantage prevented Tai Tan from fully utilizing his strength, as Zhu Yuki deftly dodged most of his blows. Observing the battle below, Dugu Shin sighed, while the 4 single-attribute clans excel in their respective fields, their weaknesses are glaring. Meanwhile, Dai Minghao continued his onslaught against Tang Hao. With a furious roar, he attacked Tang Hao's head, but Tang Hao merely smiled and expertly blocked the blow at an astonishing angle. Tang Hao grinned, so, Dai Minghao, you're finally here. Dai Minghao retorted angrily, don't underestimate me. The two engaged in a fierce clash. Suddenly, Dai Minghao's soul power surged, allowing him to withstand Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. The second spirit ring beneath his feet ignited, and he unleashed, White Tiger Intense Light Wave. White light burst from his mouth and struck towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao remained unperturbed. The first spirit ring beneath his feet ignited as he took a deep breath and shouted, "First spirit skill, Heaven-Shaking Heavy Hammer." He swung his clear sky hammer to directly counter the White Tiger Intense Light Wave, successfully neutralizing it. Tang Hao's soul power erupted, dense and pure. With a resounding roar, he launched a relentless assault on Daiming Hao. Simultaneously, the third spirit ring beneath Tang Hao's feet lit up as he proclaimed, "Clear Sky Mountain Shatter." He leapt high into the air, swinging his heavy hammer towards Daiming Hao with tremendous force. Daiming Hao struggled to block it with his tiger claws, but the impact sent him flying back by a full meter, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Tang Hao did not seize the opportunity to press his advantage. Instead, he paused for a moment, wearing a faint smile as he challenged, "Come at me again, Daiming Hao." Daiming Hao roared in response, unleashing his soul power with full intensity. The two spirit rings beneath his feet shone brightly as he brandished his claws. Daiming Hao gradually gained the upper hand, pressing Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao's eyes burned with determination. Zhu Yuqi and her team continued to maintain their dominance, and just as the tide of battle seemed to turn in favor of Daiming Hao's team, a triumphant voice rang out, "Don't forget we have an auxiliary soul master." Ning Fengji appeared, clutching the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in one hand. The 2 spirit rings beneath his feet lit up as he calmly announced, "The 7 treasures are renowned. One is agility amplification, and the other is strength amplification." The 7 treasure glazed pagoda emitted a radiant, colorful light. As the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul, it swiftly enhanced the abilities of Tang Hao and his team. Daiming Hao found himself once again suppressed by Tang Hao's relentless assault. Tai Tan and the others held their own against Zhu Yuqi and her team. Observing the battle on stage, Dugu Shin mused, "Auxiliary soul masters typically possess healing abilities, but the Star Luo Imperial Academy team's Lin Jing seems to prefer all-out attacks and power enhancements. I wonder if the Star Luo Empire's martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger, can turn the tide," he added, watching with anticipation as the battle unfolded. Daiming Hao found himself consistently outmatched by Tang Hao's relentless assault. Each strike from Tang Hao's clear sky hammer seemed like a tidal wave crashing down upon him. Sweat poured from Daiming Hao's brow as he realized that if things continued this way, their fate was sealed. Their only hope lay in their martial soul fusion technique. With a swift, calculated motion, Daiming Hao parried Tang Hao's thunderous attack with his tiger-clawed hammer and then gracefully leapt backward, his voice echoing through the battlefield, "Zhu Yuqi." Zhu Yuqi, who had temporarily disengaged from her fierce battle with the formidable Tai Tan, hesitated for a moment. She wasn't about to comply with Daiming Hao's wishes so easily. The second and third spirit rings beneath Tai Tan's feet ignited as he slapped his chest, summoning his inner strength. He roared ferociously, "Don't think you can simply waltz away." Second spirit skill, Angry King Kong. Third spirit skill, Mighty Vajra Fist. Under the influence of the second spirit skill, Tai Tan's movements became a blur of speed, and his attacks gained a ferocious intensity. He swung his colossal fist towards Zhu Yuqi with unwavering determination, but Zhu Yuqi, with the agility of a ghost, managed to deftly evade the colossal strike. Her first and second spirit rings simultaneously lit up as she unleashed her first spirit skill, Nether Ghost. Purple shadows enshrouded her, further enhancing her already astonishing speed, enabling her to sidestep Tai Tan's devastating strikes with graceful ease. Following the Nether Ghost, Zhu Yuqi's 10 fingernails extended and merged into a razor-sharp purple blade, slashing through the air with lethal precision. Her blade descended upon Tai Tan like a fierce tempest, and although Tai Tan made a valiant effort to block the attack, he was still forcibly pushed back. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yuqi lithely turned on her heels and darted towards Daiming Hao. However, at that critical juncture, Tai Tan's soul power surged like a roaring tempest, and he charged forward with unwavering resolve. With a resounding boom, he delivered a crushing mighty Vajra fist squarely to Zhu Yuqi's unprotected back. Caught entirely off guard, Zhu Yuqi absorbed the blow with gritted teeth, her slender form sent hurtling through the air like a kite with a broken string. Yet, in the nick of time, Daiming Hao leapt into action, catching her midair in a display of unwavering camaraderie. Daiming Hao, his anger simmering beneath the surface, saw the trace of blood at the corner of Zhu Yuqi's mouth, and his eyes blazed with determination. He was ready to confront Titan with unbridled fury. However, Zhu Yuki restrained him, her voice a quiet whisper in the midst of the chaos, "Your Highness, I'm fine. Don't let this distract us from the bigger picture." Reluctantly, Dai Minghao suppressed his smoldering anger. Zhu Yuki, her strength returning, managed to stand on her own once more. With a simple nod between them, they clasped hands, their combined soul power surging like a tempest, their spirit rings resonating in unison. A brilliant, blinding white light enveloped them as they invoked the revered royal technique of the Star Luo Empire, the Nether White Tiger. A colossal white tiger, a mythical beast, manifested before them, its golden stripes now pulsating with a deep, purple hue. Its eyes gleamed with an ominous, dark blue radiance, and its very presence resonated at the level of a soul king. Tang Hao, his gaze unwavering, observed the colossal nether white tiger before him and chuckled, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Now, this is getting interesting. Let's see if your Star Luo royal family's famous nether white tiger has what it takes." Tang Hao, with the ferocity of a raging storm, charged forward, his clear sky hammer gleaming with a menacing aura, while the nether white tiger lunged towards him. Dugu Shin, watching closely, analyzed with a raised brow, "It seems our serpent dragon joint assault fusion technique holds the upper hand. Their fusion has only reached the level of a middle-level spirit king, while ours has achieved the pinnacle of a low-level spirit emperor. It appears I worried about the nether white tiger for no reason." Wang Wudi bellowed orders, "Formation. Protect the young lord." In a swift and coordinated move, Bai He and the others, who had been locked in combat, immediately disengaged and fell back to form a defensive formation. However, even their well-honed formation struggled to withstand the overwhelming power of the nether white tiger. The nether white tiger unleashed a fearsome claw swipe, sending Titan tumbling through the air like a ragdoll. It roared defiantly, "You're asking for it, big ape." With unparalleled grace, it used a single claw to slam Titan to the ground before launching him into the air once more. Just as it was about to deliver another devastating strike, Tang Hao's soul power surged once more. The fourth spirit ring beneath his feet ignited, setting ablaze the man and hammer union. With unwavering determination, he hurled his clear sky hammer towards the colossal nether white tiger. The impact of their clash resonated like a thunderclap, and for a moment, the battlefield was enveloped in blinding light. However, this time, unlike their previous encounter, Tang Hao was pushed back by a meter. Undeterred and with a fire in his eyes, Tang Hao laughed heartily, "Let's keep this dance going, my friend." He activated his second spirit skill and charged towards the colossal beast. In response, the nether white tiger growled ominously, its voice filled with a chilling promise, "Tang Hao, prepare to meet your end." The two mighty forces clashed again, and this time, Tang Hao found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Despite the support of the 7 treasure-glazed pagoda, he struggled to turn the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, Wang Wudi and the others had placed their unwavering trust in Tang Hao and focused their efforts on defeating Tuo Bachi and his formidable team. Tang Hao was sent flying once more, but this time, he harnessed the power of the clear sky hammer's gravity manipulation. In a daring mid-air spin, he managed to regain his footing with remarkable agility. Utilizing the gravitational advantage, Tang Hao leapt high into the air. His entire being seemed to erupt with boundless soul power, the third spirit ring beneath his feet igniting with a radiant burst. He bellowed with unbridled determination, "Clear sky mountain shatter." With the Haoshan hammer in hand, he brought it down with an earth-shattering force upon the nether white tiger's head. The colossal beast was knocked down, its massive form crashing into the ground. However, it swiftly regained its footing, determined to protect its summoners. With an unparalleled display of strength, it retaliated by pushing Tang Hao away, then lunged with a ferocious claw strike aimed squarely at Tang Hao's chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Tang Hao tumbled across the battlefield, and with a final, controlled slam of his hammer to dampen the impact, he came to a stop. Despite the 3 gruesome claw marks etched upon his chest and the blood that flowed from his wounds, Tang Hao remained undeterred. He laughed heartily, his voice resonating with an indomitable spirit. "Impressive, the nether white tiger of the Star Luo Empire lives up to its legendary reputation." The nether white tiger let out a deafening roar that echoed through the arena, its deep growl vibrating through the spectators' chests. Its massive body, covered in ghostly white fur, was a fearsome sight. "I dare you to use the disorder-splitting wind hammer." The challenge rang out as it lunged toward Tang Hao. Tang Hao, his eyes unwavering, gripped the clear sky hammer with unyielding determination. He stood his ground, bracing for the imminent clash. The anticipation in the air was palpable, and the audience held their collective breath. As the two formidable entities closed in on each other, a sly grin played on Daiming Hao. With a mocking sneer, he taunted, "Let's see how you handle this one, nether white tiger roar." His soul power surged like a tidal wave, and from his very being, an earth-shattering tiger's roar erupted. It expanded outward, creating a rolling wave of sound that sent Tang Hao tumbling backward. But Tang Hao was not one to surrender easily. He clung to his Haoshan hammer, his unwavering determination shining through the dizziness induced by the nether white tiger's deafening roar. A faint trickle of blood seeped from his ears due to the intense pressure he endured. Yet, Tang Hao persevered. He had integrated the disorder-splitting wind hammer into his very instincts, and with each swing of the Haoshan hammer, he summoned the power of the wind. Each blow, though difficult, added to the building momentum. The fierce wind generated by the hammer's motion gradually began to take on the form of a small tornado, intensifying with every strike. Nether White Tiger realized that Tang Hao's momentum was reaching its zenith, and the only way to stop him was to confront him head-on. The Nether White Tiger halted its attack on Tang Hao and focused its soul power into a single, concentrated point. Its back arched high, and it issued a challenge with a menacing glint in its eyes. "Tang Hao, do you dare face me in a decisive blow?" Tang Hao, never one to back down from a challenge, responded with a hearty laugh. "Why wouldn't I dare? Come on, let's see if it's your Nether White Tiger that's strong or my Haoshan hammer." His voice rang out with unshakable confidence as he readied himself for what lay ahead. With that, the Nether White Tiger let out a defiant roar. Arrogant, White Tiger breaks gold and kills. Its massive form charged at Tang Hao, claws aglow with a brilliant golden light. Tang Hao, now on his 79th hammer strike, had nearly reached the pinnacle of his momentum. With a powerful cleave through the air, he roared, "Disorder-splitting wind hammer." The two formidable forces clashed, sending shockwaves rippling through the arena. The sheer intensity of their energy left the spectators trembling with excitement. The battle raged on, both sides pushing themselves to the limits of their power. The Nether White Tiger sneered, its voice laced with frustration. "If you reached the 81st strike, I would have been forced to admit defeat. But it's a pity, a pity." Tang Hao, battered and bloodied, maintained his unwavering resolve. With a defiant smile, he retorted, "Is that so?" The Nether White Tiger chuckled darkly. "You're quite the stubborn one." Just as it prepared to launch its final, devastating attack against Tang Hao, an unexpected twist of fate unfolded. Cracks began to appear on the Nether White Tiger's body, and it emitted a pained cry. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome beast disintegrated into a burst of blinding white light. In its place stood Daiming Hao and Zhu Yuqi, with Zhu Yuqi unconscious and Daiming Hao struggling to remain conscious. Daiming Hao, bewildered and infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. The tide had shifted. Meanwhile, Tuobachi found himself in a dire situation, besieged by the relentless assault of the four single-attribute fighters. Wang Wudi, in particular, thrust his soul-breaking spear at Tuobachi with triumphant fervor. "You've lost." Third spirit skill, explosion. The spear pierced Tuobachi's chest, eliciting a grimace of pain. Unexpectedly, despite the injury, Tuobachi charged forward, the third spirit ring beneath his feet igniting with a fiery glow. With unwavering determination, he declared, "Don't underestimate the White-Armored Dragon clan." His White-Armored Dragon claw spirit skill struck Wang Wudi's chest with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the ground and coughing up blood. However, Tai Tan intervened, his immense strength overwhelming Tuobachi. Niu Gao joined the fray with a rhinoceros charge, and together, they sent Tuobachi soaring into the air. In a flash, Bai He descended from above, executing his second spirit skill, Swift Return. His kick landed squarely on Tuobachi's chest, driving him to the ground once more. Tuobachi struggled to rise, but ultimately, he was defeated and lost consciousness on the battlefield. The remaining combatants faced a similar fate against Tai Tan and his companions. Despite his injuries, Tang Hao fought valiantly, raising the clear sky hammer high above his head. The audience watched with bated breath as he proclaimed Haoshan Grand Battle Academy's victory. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, chanting, "Clear sky! Clear sky! Haoshan Grand Battle Academy! Haoshan Grand Battle Academy!" Dugu Shin observed the unfolding events on the stage, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He muttered to himself, "Tang Hao has exceeded my expectations, but it matters not. The victory belongs to the Hollow Beast Academy." With that, he gracefully exited the arena and made his way back to the lounge. Within the confines of his private chamber, Dugu Shin was startled when Xiaokai, his loyal spirit beast, emerged from his wishful 100 treasure purse. The once small white snake had undergone a remarkable transformation, now measuring an impressive 5 meters in length and adorned with elegant purple accents. It hissed joyfully upon seeing Dugu Shin and coiled affectionately around his form, its scaly head nuzzling against his right cheek. Dugu Shin couldn't help but express his surprise. "Little Kai, when did you grow so significantly? You've aged 500 years, haven't you? Did devouring that crocodile king truly enhance your cultivation to such an extent? Your energy feels purer and denser than that of a typical 1,000-year-old beast." Delighted by the praise, Xiaokai hissed once more, this time using its small tongue to affectionately lick Dugu Shin's face. Dugu Shin chuckled and said, all right, that's enough. Uncoil yourself now." The serpent obediently unwound itself from around him, fixing him with round, inquisitive eyes. "What's the matter? I don't have any other spirit beast bodies with me." Xiaokai hissed in apparent disappointment and retreated back into the wishful 100 treasure purse to rest. Dugu Shin shook his head, amused. "This little one, it's as if he's expecting a grand feast. Shameless." Dugu Shin found himself with a rare 2-day respite as only 3 matches were scheduled for each day. He took advantage of this time by sitting cross-legged on his bed, his gaze fixed on his outstretched hand. With a subtle command of his soul power, a peculiar green flame with gray wisps, created from the essence of his soul power, enveloped his hand. He watched it intently, the wheels of his mind turning. It seems that even these flames have also been affected, he mused aloud, his voice a soft whisper in the room. Their temperature has also increased, but it's still useless for combat. The flame in Dugu Shin's hand was no ordinary fire, it was a specialized creation for alchemy. Normal flames couldn't be used in alchemical processes due to the delicate nature of spiritual and immortal herbs. Thus, Dugu Shin had devised his own unique spirit technique, one that would generate a controlled flame from his soul power. This technique involved directing soul power to form a swirling vortex, which spun at a rapid pace, steadily compressing the soul power until the vortex dissipated, leaving behind a concentrated, controlled flame. While it sounded straightforward in theory, in practice, it was an intricate and demanding process, requiring a formidable mastery of spiritual power to execute effectively. "All right, let's refine some pills," he decided, his determination evident in his expression. For the next 2 days, he diligently refined multiple pills. In between his alchemical pursuits, he also spared some time to engage in playful interactions with Xiaokai, his loyal spirit beast. The 2 days flew by swiftly, marked by several exciting matches. Heaven Do Imperial Academy had secured victory against Skywater Academy, while Blazing Academy had triumphed over Godwind Academy. Star Luo Imperial Academy had also emerged victorious in their clash against Botanic Academy. And now, the time had come once more for the Hollow Beast Academy to take the stage. The elegant host, as captivating as ever, announced with enthusiasm, "Today, let's usher in another thrilling competition, Heaven Do Empire's Hollow Beast Academy vs Thunderclap Academy. Whether the Hollow Beast Academy can secure victory in this bout or if Thunderclap Academy, representing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and backed by the world's first beast martial soul, will continue to carve its name into the annals of legend." Amidst the anticipation and excitement, the Thunderclap Academy team, led by Yu Tianxiang, entered the arena. Dugu Shin and his comrades from the Hollow Beast Academy had already positioned themselves on the battleground. Yu Tianxiang regarded Dugu Shin with a cautious expression and posed a question, "Do you want me to call you Viper or Dugu Shin?" Dugu Shin responded with a serene smile, "Long time no see, Yu Tianxiang." Yu Tianxiang mirrored his smile and quipped, "This time, I will definitely defeat your Viper, no, Dugu Shin." Dugu Shin's smile deepened as he replied, "I doubt it." Observing that both teams were ready for battle, the radiant host flew to the center of the arena and declared, "It appears that both sides are ready. Let the clash of dragons and snakes commence." The audience erupted in a deafening roar of excitement, eager to witness the showdown between these formidable academies. In the electric atmosphere of the arena, Yu Tianxiang and Dugu Shin couldn't help but share a smile. The clash of the dragon and snake seemed to evoke a sense of nostalgia within them. They both knew that this moment was a rematch of sorts, a chance to see how far each had come since their last encounter. Yu Tianxiang, her eyes burning with determination, spoke with a mischievous grin, "Let's see just how much you've improved, Viper." Dugu Shin's own smile was equally confident as he replied, "I would be more worried about your progress than mine." Yu Tianxiang playfully added, "I don't disappoint." The tension in the air was palpable as their teammates filed into the ring. Thunder and lightning crackled around Yu Tianxiang, and a majestic dark blue dragon materialized behind her, letting out a thunderous roar. Her pupils transformed into a matching shade of dark blue, and 4 spirit rings beneath her feet lit up in the standard yellow, purple configuration. She announced her identity with unwavering confidence, Yu Tianxiang, level 48 power attack system, martial soul blue lightning tyrant dragon. Dugu Shin, shrouded in an icy aura that mirrored that of a snake, exuded an even greater air of danger. With a low, serpentine hiss, a colossal gray snake manifested behind him, fixating its eerie, slitted eyes on Yu Tianxiang. Dugu Shin's own eyes shifted to a captivating blend of golden with hints of blue and red. 5 spirit rings beneath him gleamed in yellow, purple, black, and black. He raised his hand, his expression growing serious, as he declared, "Dugu Shin, level 55 control system, martial soul monochrome phosphor serpent emperor." The remaining members of the Thunderclap Academy team introduced themselves one by one, their spirit rings lighting up in standard configurations. Shi Jian, a brawny youth, revealed a blue giant tortoise spirit behind him, with 3 spirit rings beneath him, yellow, and purple. He announced himself as Shi Jian, level 31 defense system, martial soul black tortoise. Shi Lai, a muscular young man with a slightly smaller frame, summoned a turquoise giant tortoise spirit, boasting 2 spirit rings yellow beneath him. He confidently stated, "Shi Lai, level 29 defense system, martial soul black tortoise." A girl with thunder wings on her back, Qing Tianyu, displayed 3 spirit rings, standard configuration, under her feet in a bright smile. She declared, "Qing Tianyu, level 34 agility attack system, martial soul thunder cloud bird." A quieter youth, with 3 spirit rings glowing beneath him, summoned purple vines behind him. He introduced himself, Wang Jia, level 38 control system, martial soul purple thunder vine. Then, a playful girl appeared, clutching the 7 treasure glazed pagoda. 2 spirit rings shone beneath her feet as she cheerfully introduced herself, Ning Lele, level 24 auxiliary system, martial soul 7 treasure glazed pagoda. Finally, Meng Shu and the others introduced themselves one by one. With formalities out of the way, the battle commenced. Yu Tianxiang swiftly underwent her martial soul's possession, her body enveloped in brilliant thunder and lightning. She extended her hand, which transformed into a formidable dragon claw, this time with dragon scales not just on her palm but also cascading up her arms. Even her face bore traces of dragon scales, and her eyes crackled with the energy of thunder and lightning. Dugu Shin thoughts raced as he contemplated the differences between Yu Tianxiang's dragonization and that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It was clear that her dragonization had reached an advanced level, evolving with her cultivation. He couldn't help but think, it seems that her dragonization is unlike anything I've seen in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If these differences are any indication, when she reaches Spirit Saint or Spirit Douluo, she might transform into a true Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. She even has the potential to become a titled Douluo. Having her on my side in the Hall of Souls would be a tremendous asset. Dugu Shin, not one to be outdone, unleashed his full soul power. Gray scales surged up his arms, forming a formidable gray and black armor, his signature, martial soul integration, real guard. It enhanced his physical strength, attack, and defense by a staggering 150%. Witnessing these incredible transformations, Yu Tianxiang couldn't help but express her admiration. "You've truly surprised me, Dugu Shin." Dugu Shin, his newfound armor gleaming ominously, feeling the killing intent mixed with the fighting spirit of hers, retorted with a grin, "It seems the little lizard has finally learned the might of a dragon." In the spectator stands, the escort teacher from Haoshan Grand Battle Academy couldn't conceal his amazement. "Yao Yuan, it's clear that your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's secret technique, dragonization, has been mastered here. But what's truly remarkable is that this young fighter has taken it a step further, creating an armor that engulfs his entire body. On the other hand, the Thunder Academy's escort teacher remained fixated on Dugu Shin, his expression stoic. He released a relieved sigh and commented with a wry smile, "It may seem similar at first glance, but it's an entirely different technique. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's dragon transformation is fundamentally distinct from this young man's technique. We meld with our martial soul, becoming one with it, akin to transforming a part of our bodies into a spirit beast, not to mention that it's limited to a single limb. Yu Tianxiang is a special case, her dragonification progresses as her cultivation increases. But the kid covers his body in his martial soul, making it an armor that covers his body. Nevertheless, I must admit, for this young prodigy to develop such a technique. What an extraordinary talent. If not for his ties to the Dugu family, I'd seriously consider recruiting him." Understanding the depths of Dugu Shin's abilities, Tang Peng, the Thunder Academy's escort teacher, felt a growing unease. He wiped sweat from his brow as he muttered to himself, "I see," but his gaze became colder. This kid possesses more talent than even young Master Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Achieving the rank of Spirit King at the tender age of 14, sporting 2 black spirit rings, and wielding a technique that rivals the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I must deal with him after this tournament to preempt any potential complications for the young masters. As he contemplated this, his hidden intent to neutralize the threat subtly emanated. However, in the very next moment, he was engulfed by an overwhelming pressure, causing him to panic. This pressure, impossible. A titled Douluo. Since when did the Dugu family have a titled Douluo guarding their young master? His panic intensified as the weight of this revelation bore down upon him. Yao Yuan, noticing his friend's distress, placed a comforting hand on Tang Peng's shoulder and asked with genuine concern, "Lao Peng, are you all right? You're soaked in sweat." Tang Peng, still shaken by the unexpected pressure, mumbled in a trembling voice, "Yeah, I'm fine." The stage was set for a showdown between the members of the Hollow Beast Academy and their rivals from the Thunderclap Academy. As the tension in the arena grew, each member stepped forward to introduce themselves. Ma Jun, Level 31 Power Attack System, Martial Soul, Flame War Horse, Ma Jun declared with fiery confidence. Yao Chen, Level 34 Agility Attack System, Martial Soul, Black Lined Ghost Leopard, Yao Chen followed, his eyes filled with a predatory gleam. Chao Tianxiang, Level 31 Agility Attack System, Martial Soul, Serpent Cane. Yi Jinggying, Level 26 Auxiliary System, Martial Soul, War Flag. I look forward to a challenging match, Yi Jinggying said with a hint of anticipation. Meng Shu, Level 39 Power Attack System, Martial Soul, Dragon Staff, Meng Shu declared. With the introductions complete, the battlefield crackled with anticipation. Dugu Shin and Yu Tianxiang, 2 formidable members of the Hollow Beast Academy, opted to observe the initial exchanges, reserving their strength for when it was most needed. The Shi brothers, displaying their formidable teamwork, were the first to make a move. With resounding roars, they summoned their spirit abilities. Second spirit skill, Tortoise Shield. They bellowed in unison. Their green turtle shells morphed into shields, hurtling towards Dugu Shin's teammates. Ma Jun, undeterred, stepped forward to intercept the incoming attacks. His first and second spirit rings blazed to life, enveloping him in flames. His entire body became a furnace of power, with blazing red scales covering him like armor. His hands sprouted formidable claws, and his size swelled. He met the Shi brothers' assault head-on, creating a momentary stalemate. Before Ma Jun could break free from the dual attack, Ning Lele sprang into action. Her first spirit skill, Strength Amplification, was unleashed on Qing Tianyu. With the agility of his lightning wings, Qing Tianyu streaked towards Ma Jun like a bolt of lightning. But just before impact, Yao Chen materialized behind Qing Tianyu, his fingers intertwining into a lethal blade. His speed doubled, and he slashed at Qing Tianyu, forcing him to defend and retreat. Meng Shu entered the fray, activating his third spirit ring, Gravity Great Defense. The gravitational force around him intensified threefold, causing the Thunderclap Academy members to stagger and struggle with each step. Their movements grew sluggish as they fought against the increased gravity. "You think you can eliminate one of our teammates so easily?" Meng Shu taunted, making it challenging for the Thunderclap Academy members to regain their footing. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Jun finally pushed back the Shi brothers' assault. Li Jinggying seized her chance, using her second spirit skill, Flaming Hope Amidst Darkness, to empower Ma Jun's elemental and physical attacks. He sprinted towards the Shi brothers, daring them to challenge him. Yao Chen, in pursuit of the Shi brothers, found himself facing an unexpected obstacle. Wang Jia, their teammate, raised his hands and pressed them into the ground. An intricate web of blue lightning emanated from his palms, rapidly expanding to a 20-meter diameter. It ensnared the area, forcing Ma Jun and Yao Chen to halt their attack and retreat. In the midst of this standoff, a 6-meter silver, snake-like dragon erupted from Meng Shu's form. Its hexagonal scales glistened like sharp blades as it lunged at Wang Jia. Meng Shu also used Thorn Dragon Rush, doubling his speed, and Dragon Strike, which disrupted Wang Jia's focus. Caught off guard, Wang Jia was hurled out of the arena. Meanwhile, Chao Tianxiang faced a formidable adversary in Qing Tianyu. Li Jingying's second spirit skill had boosted her, but Qing Tianyu's martial soul wings enabled him to evade her strikes effortlessly. Recognizing her struggle, Yao Chen leapt to her aid, activating his second spirit skill, Shadow Vajra Enhancement. His muscles condensed, and his aura darkened to a blackish-blue hue as a king-like character manifested on his forehead. With newfound power, he joined the fray. Together, Yao Chen and Chao Tianxiang put relentless pressure on Qing Tianyu, nearly forcing him out of the arena. Though he managed to regain his balance, Chao Tianxiang couldn't resist teasing Yao Chen. "Thanks for the help," she quipped. Yao Chen chuckled, his eyes dancing with mischief. "No problem, it seems your boyfriend can't help you in this moment of crisis." HMPH, Chao Tianxiang huffed playfully. "Wait until the end of the fight. You'll see what I have in store for daring to tease me." Dugu Shin, observing the intensifying battle and sensing that Yu Tianxiang's teammates were in dire straits, decided to intervene. His second spirit ring glowed beneath his feet, and he nonchalantly uttered, "Red Demon Poison Mist." A crimson fog billowed forth, shrouding the battlefield. The mist obscured the Thunderclap Academy's vision and sapped their strength, reducing their attributes while bolstering Dugu Shin's own. Shi Lai and Ning Lele, in particular, felt the debilitating effects of the poison. Muscles ached, and breathing became a laborious task. The other Thunderclap Academy members, though affected, managed to persevere. With her teammates, situation deteriorating and one already eliminated, Yu Tianxiang had no choice but to engage Dugu Shin directly. She ignited her first spirit ring, her body crackling with thunder. She unleashed her first spirit skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, streaking toward Dugu Shin like a lightning bolt. Dugu Shin responded by activating his first spirit skill, Cursed Shroud. Green jade scales enveloped his arms and forearms, and his nails elongated, exuding a toxic poison. His attributes surged by 30%, and he met Yu Tianxiang's fierce onslaught with steely resolve. Yu Tianxiang's relentless assault impressed even Dugu Shin. Her thunder and lightning possessed greater penetrative force and destructive potential than last time, he mused. A small smile tugged at Yu Tianxiang's lips as she observed her growing proficiency. "My physical strength may not be enough to overpower him completely, but the gap is closing. I can see the day when I match his strength," she thought, her determination fueling her determination. Dugu Shin, equally aware of Yu Tianxiang's progress, silently acknowledged the potential of his formidable opponent. "If she continues on this path, I may not have the advantage in physical strength for much longer, even with real guard." The battle raged on, each member of the Hollow Beast Academy and the Thunderclap Academy pushing themselves to their limits. The arena crackled with energy as spectators held their breath, anticipating the next thrilling move in this fierce contest of martial prowess. The battle raged on relentlessly as Thunderclap Academy struggled to keep pace with the relentless onslaught from Hollow Beast Academy. The effects of Dugu Shin's poisonous mist had already taken a toll on their opponents, but the gap between the two teams continued to widen. In a mere 2 minutes, the Shi brothers had been eliminated by the combined efforts of Ma Jun and Yao Chen. Meanwhile, thanks to the remarkable boosts provided by the 7 treasure glazed pagoda, Qing Tianyu managed to hold back the formidable duo of Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. Amidst the chaos, Yu Tianxiang and Dugu Shin engaged in a brutal brawl fueled by sheer physical strength. However, Yu Tianxiang recognized the urgency of the situation and made a fateful decision. "This can't go on. I need to force him out of the arena, or we'll face certain defeat. Dugu Shin, do you dare to gamble on the outcome of this match with our next attack?" Dugu Shin was taken aback by her suggestion, but after a moment's contemplation, he understood the gravity of their situation. With half of their team already eliminated and the rest teetering on the edge of defeat, admitting defeat would be a bitter pill to swallow. Knowing her, she'd rather fight to the bitter end than concede, he thought. Very well, let's see what you have. Seeing his agreement, Yu Tianxiang felt a surge of hope, but her expression quickly turned serious. She activated the fourth and third spirit rings beneath her feet, causing a massive, 5-meter-long blue lightning tyrant dragon to materialize behind her. The intense blue light shifted into a deep purple hue, as a layer of lightning formed, encasing the dragon-like armor. The power of the lightning grew even more formidable. In the VIP area, Golden Crocodile Douluo Jin Yang couldn't conceal his astonishment at the mastery Yu Tianxiang displayed over thunder. He remarked, impressive control over thunder. Her lightning's power rivals that of a high-level spirit emperor. Ice Swan Douluo Shui Qingyun concurred, ha ha ha, indeed, the child from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is the most promising talent I've seen in my lifetime other than that brat Dugu Shin. Yet, his gaze briefly shifted to Dai Tianxing, the White Tiger Douluo, who clenched his fists in anger while discreetly noting down the names of the formidable young spirit masters from the Heaven Do Empire. HMPH, a scheming old man. I'll need to keep a close eye on his actions in the future. But regardless, this generation is truly blessed with remarkable talents like Yu Tianxiang, Tang Hao, and Dugu Shin. As long as he remains on the side of the Heaven Do Empire, it's all for the best. The air filled with a resentful and malevolent dragon's cry, sending shivers down the spines of the weaker spectators. A blood-red poison dragon, measuring 10 meters in length, emerged. Its appearance caused the toxic mist on the battlefield to dissipate, absorbed by the malevolent beast. With a final roar, the poison dragon charged aggressively towards the purple lightning dragon. The colossal purple dragon emitted an enraged roar as it hurtled toward Dugu Shin. Yu Tianxiang, vigilant, had already witnessed the might of his third spirit ring in the soul arena. She challenged, let's see whose dragon is stronger, my purple lightning dragon or your poison dragon. Upon collision, the purple lightning dragon's soul power was swiftly corroded, rendering it powerless. The poison dragon triumphed, issuing another mournful cry as it closed in on Yu Tianxiang, who felt the impending grip of death. Her entire body froze in fear. Yet, as the poison dragon closed in for the kill, Dugu Shin exercised his control, causing the dragon to explode. This reduced the poison's concentration and spared Yu Tianxiang's life, albeit while poisoning her. Her soul power was drained, and she writhed in immense pain. Dugu Shin breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he had halted the dragon before it could fatally harm Yu Tianxiang. At that moment, the voice of Ning Lele echoed through the arena, we give up. The crowd erupted into cheers, and even Jin Yang couldn't help but smile knowingly. That kid, I was starting to believe he possessed only one poison-related skill, given his martial soul. But it seems I was mistaken. If he had faltered for even a moment, that dragon would have struck the girl, and the poison it carried could have killed her or left her crippled. I see while he hesitated to use it. Hurriedly, Dugu Shin rushed to Yu Tianxiang's side. He activated his first spirit skill and pierced her shoulder with his claws, beginning the process of absorbing the poison from her body. Simultaneously, he initiated the Heaven Snake Poison Pill technique to strengthen himself and recover the soul power he had expended. Even if the boost is diminished due to the poison originating from me, it's better than nothing. The beautiful host promptly announced, Hollow Beast Academy wins. She swiftly summoned the medical team to treat both teams. Even though the Hollow Beast Academy had emerged victorious, their spirit power had been depleted, and Li Jingying lay unconscious in the hands of a fatigued Ma Jun. From the Thunderclap Academy's escort team in the audience, the teacher observed Dugu Shin and commented with a hint of admiration, as I suspected, he is indeed a very special talent. Teacher Luo Tian glanced at Dugu Shin, his lips curling into a pleased smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. After the intense showdown between Hollow Beast Academy and Thunderclap Academy, the stage was set for the final matches before the highly anticipated finals. Thunderclap Academy had faced defeat at the hands of Heaven Do Imperial Academy, while Skywater Academy secured a victory against Blazing Academy, only to be defeated by Wind God Academy. Star Do Imperial Academy continued its dominance with an easy win against the Botanic Academy. Other academies, including Wind God Academy, Botanic Academy, Armored Academy, and Spirit Hall Advanced Academy, also battled it out in fierce competition. However, on the fifth day following these matches, the focus shifted to an entirely different scene. Yu Tianxiang slowly opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of Dugu Shin sleeping on a nearby couch. An enormous, 5-meter-long white-purplish snake was coiled protectively around him. This unexpected view left her momentarily speechless. As Dugu Shin stirred awake, accompanied by his loyal companion, the snake, he noticed Yu Tianxiang was conscious. "Why are you here?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "You've been in a coma for 4 days and 4 nights, Dugu Shin replied, gently patting his snake companion, Xiao Kai, who returned to her home. "I was concerned that you might have lingering injuries from my poison, so I stayed to ensure there weren't any problems." Yu Tianxiang was taken aback by his unexpected concern, and although she couldn't explain it, a warm feeling spread through her. "Now that you've confirmed there are no hidden injuries, thank you," she said. Dugu Shin nodded and prepared to take his leave. "I'll be going now, take care." Yu Tianxiang replied, still processing the unusual emotions swirling within her. As Dugu Shin left Yu Tianxiang's room, Yao Yuan, the escort teacher from Thunderclap Academy, entered. His face lit up with happiness upon seeing her awake. "Teacher Yao," she began, attempting to rise from her bed, but Yao Yuan gently stopped her. "It's okay, I'm just glad to see you awake," Yao Yuan said warmly. "That young man stayed by your side the entire time you were unconscious." "Ha ha. He did?" Yu Tianxiang inquired, her curiosity getting the better of her. "Yes, indeed," Yao Yuan confirmed. "He's a good kid with great talent. If you were to choose him as your partner, I'm sure your father wouldn't object. He might be strict, but he'd accept it." "Uncle Yao," Yu Tianxiang exclaimed, her face turning red with embarrassment as her uncle's words triggered memories of her father's strict criteria for a potential partner. Her father's voice echoed in her mind, "If anyone wants to marry my Xianxia, they must be at least an entire realm above her, not older than her by 4 years, and must have her approval. And even then, they must be personally tested by me before they even think about my daughter." "Uncle, get out," she playfully threw a pillow at her uncle's face, who left the room with a smile, leaving Yu Tianxiang alone with her thoughts. "Sigh, youth," Yao Yuan chuckled to himself. "Still, to think that kid managed to capture the heart of my niece, a battle maniac nicknamed Angry Dragon, due to her personality, and make her act all cute like that. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, after leaving Yu Tianxiang's room, Dugu Shin met up with his teammates. Ma Jun spotted him and excitedly called out, "Boss Dugu is finally here. Everyone, come quickly." Luo Tian, another teammate, joined in, teasing Dugu Shin, "Have you finally finished fooling around with that girl from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan? I hear those women are quite feisty." Dugu Shin retorted with a grin, "Old man, what do you know? I wouldn't be surprised if your back gave out just from trying to shift a little to the left." The banter continued, but Luo Tian eventually suggested that they all head to the arena, where the final 4 semifinalists would be officially announced. The qualifiers for the final matches had concluded, and it was time for the 3-titled Douluo to reveal the 4 semifinalists. Jin Yang, representing Spirit Hall, stepped forward to address the crowd. "Congratulations to all the academies for their outstanding performances," he began. "But now, it's time to announce the semifinalists. The semifinals and finals will take place in Spirit City 1 month from now." With a dramatic pause, he continued, "And now, the semifinalists are Hollow Beasts Academy, Haoshan Grand Battle Academy, Star Do Imperial Academy, and Spirit Hall Advanced Academy." The arena erupted in cheers as the names of the academies were announced. Zhan Qingyan, watching from the stands, couldn't contain his joy at seeing 2 Heaven Do Empire academies among the final 4. Meanwhile, Dai Tianxing, although outwardly composed, seethed with frustration that only one academy from his empire had made it to this stage. "HMPH, be glad while you can," he muttered to himself. "Once our plans are set in motion, you'll be grateful to have an empire." The dean, who had been observing the proceedings, addressed the victorious students, "All right, kids, for the next month, I will personally train you. Just because you've made it to the top 4, don't think you can slack off. Shin, Teacher Luo has a special training regimen prepared for you." Unanimously, the students couldn't help but groan inwardly at the prospect of more rigorous training. However, the dean had a surprise in store. "But," he continued, "I'm not heartless. You can enjoy the ending festival for the rest of the day. Training starts tomorrow." With that announcement, even Dugu Shin couldn't hide his relief. As everyone dispersed to enjoy their temporary freedom, Dugu Shin decided to visit the market in hopes of finding hidden treasures or items of value. Disappointment washed over him as he scoured the market, finding nothing of particular interest. "I guess I expected too much from this place," he muttered to himself as he prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to exit, he noticed Yu Tianxiang waving at him. "What are you doing here, Dugu Shin?" she asked with a smile. "I was exploring," he replied, "and since we're friends now, you can call me Exoner." Dugu Shin is too long, don't you think? A faint blush graced Yu Tianxiang's cheeks as she remembered her uncle's teasing. "You can call me Shaner in that case." Seated in a nearby cafe, the two engaged in a lively conversation. Dugu Shin couldn't help but ask, "So, what are your plans now that you didn't make it to the semifinals?" "I'm not entirely sure," Yu Tianxiang replied thoughtfully. "I suppose I'll continue to train and eventually defeat you. But just how strong are you, really? Did you even break a sweat in this tournament? Don't give me any excuses. I saw you fight, and I'm convinced that your poison and your third spirit skill alone could defeat most opponents." Dugu Shin chuckled, recognizing her curiosity. "I could have, but that would have deprived my teammates of valuable experience and challenges. They need those to grow. As for my third spirit skill, it's an entirely different matter. If it had directly hit you during our fight, you would have either died or been left with crippled meridians due to the poison." Yu Tianxiang's eyes widened as she realized that Dugu Shin had held back much more than she had initially thought. "I see." Soon, they parted ways, and Dugu Shin returned to the Hollow Beast Academy. As he arrived, a scene of intense training met his eyes. Meng Shu and the others were already engrossed in rigorous exercises. Teacher Luo Tian noticed Dugu Shin's arrival and greeted him with a hint of reproach, "You're late, Xiao Xin." Addressing Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, he instructed, "Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, continue practicing the martial soul fusion technique. Even if you haven't needed it so far, it's essential for our upcoming battle against the Star Do Academy. Ma Jun and Yao Chen, forget about eating unless you conquer the wood behind you today. Grind it halfway through, and I'll assess your progress. Dugu Shin, come with me." They made their way to the training area near the waterfall. Luo Tian turned to Dugu Shin and inquired, "Tell me about that armor you used during the last fight." "At first, I thought it resembled the dragonization of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but if that were the case, wouldn't your Dugu clan have a record or reputation in this regard?" Dugu Shin responded, "Teacher, do you recall the technique I used to create soul cores?" "Yes, the one that allows you to create soul cores using external methods," Luo Tian replied. "Exactly," Dugu Shin affirmed. "Because my soul cores are not created conventionally but condensed using external methods, they have the potential to develop a unique spirit skill, which, in essence, is real guard." Luo Tian nodded in comprehension. "I see. Now it's time to teach you the final technique of the Hollow Beast Academy, Spirit Ring Fusion Mending. It utilizes one spirit ring as a base and fuses all the others into it temporarily. The age of the base spirit ring becomes the sum of the ages of all the spirit rings combined. The effectiveness of the spirit ring skill increases in accordance with the age of the ring. This technique essentially allows you to create your own spirit skill fusion." Dugu Shin was bewildered by the concept. "What kind of technique is that?" Luo Tian explained, "This technique will guarantee our victory. Even if Tang Hao completes all 81 swings of the disorder-splitting wind hammer, as long as you use spirit ring fusion mending on your fifth spirit ring, victory is assured." Teacher Luo Tian sighed and continued, "Even with a month of training, only Meng Shu has the potential for a qualitative leap. That's only possible if he quickly breaks through to level 40 and acquires his fourth spirit ring with the Dean's assistance. For the others, making such progress is impossible at this stage. Their best bet is continuous training and gaining combat experience. As for you, the most effective way to increase your combat power this month is to learn spirit ring fusion mending. I'll teach it to the others after the tournament." Dugu Shin acknowledged, "I understand." Luo Tian elaborated on the process of spirit ring fusion and patiently answered Dugu Shin's questions for the next hour. When they were ready to begin practical training, Luo Tian's soul power erupted. The 8 soul rings under his feet gleamed, and the 7th spirit ring shone brightly, transforming Luo Tian into a fearsome black flame lion. An imposing aura enveloped Dugu Shin as teacher Luo Tian declared, "Boy, I'm going to stimulate you with external forces." Your task is to keep attacking me until you learn to fuse your spirit rings and deliver a blow far beyond your current limits. Dugu Shin's expression turned serious, and he nodded silently. His soul power surged, and the 5 spirit rings under his feet glowed, completing his martial soul possession as he entered the real guard state. With all his might, he unleashed his 5th spirit ring, Earth Ant Serpent Emperor / Blood-red moonblades, each measuring 10 meters, materialized from his fingertips. The slashes carried the weight of his entire being and streaked toward teacher Luo Tian. However, they were effortlessly deflected by Luo Tian's claws. Luo Tian scolded, "No, try again." Dugu Shin attacked repeatedly until his soul power was depleted. After 5 days of intense practice, Dugu Shin entered the real guard state once more. This time, he encountered a massive jade phosphor serpent emperor within his spiritual sea, reminiscent of the martial soul of his father, Dugu Bo. Yet, this time, Dugu Shin shattered the memory with a punch. He stared at the colossal jade phosphor serpent emperor before him, larger than his father's martial soul. Dugu Shin spoke with determination, "I won't fear you anymore, because now I've surpassed you." As he lifted his head, his eyes transformed into golden snake pupils. The enormous jade phosphor serpent emperor fragmented into countless small jade shards, all of which entered Dugu Shin's eyes. In teacher Luo Tian's view, Dugu Shin's momentum peaked, and a colossal jade phosphor serpent emperor's head shadow manifested behind him before transitioning to that of the monochrome serpent emperor. All 5 spirit rings under Dugu Shin's feet illuminated simultaneously and began to spin, emitting a dazzling radiance. Teacher Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction. "That's it, this is spirit ring fusion mending." Dugu Shin's eyes opened wide, and brilliant golden light emanated from them. Teacher Luo Tian chuckled, "Now, show me spirit ring fusion mending." Dugu Shin concentrated a dazzling blood-red light in his hands, temporarily replacing the sunlight. He roared, "Earth Ant Serpent Emperor / Blood-red moonblades, each measuring 30 meters, surged from his fingertips, blotting out the sky with crimson arcs. Teacher Luo Tian, no longer casual, employed his full soul power to deflect the attack. He managed to repel it, but his martial soul avatar displayed cracks and ultimately collapsed. A panting Luo Tian appeared, but he couldn't help but laugh. "Impressive. This strike has reached the level of a high-ranked spirit saint. Even a lower-level spirit saint might struggle to resist it." As he watched Dugu Shin, who was panting while recovering his soul power, Luo Tian reflected, "Regardless of the outcome this time, Dugu Shin will inherit my mantle and lead the Hollow Beast Academy. Since he has expressed a desire to establish a sect and include the Hollow Beast Academy in it, it's a perfect fit." "Not bad, kid, you finally managed to use spirit ring fusion mending, but don't let it get to your head. You barely managed to create the fusion, and your soul power was almost exhausted," Luo Tian remarked, nodding in approval at Dugu Shin's efforts. Dugu Shin agreed with a determined expression. The old man is right. Even if I can recover my soul power in less than 5 minutes, it would only slow me down in a real fight. I need to devote time to perfect this technique. Not only that, I need to test and see the effects of my other spirit skills once they reach 10,000 years old. I could sense a qualitative change in the essence of the spirit rings. After that, Luo Tian left to check on the others, leaving Dugu Shin to his practice. Determined, Dugu Shin began to use spirit ring fusion mending with each of his spirit skills. Meanwhile, as Luo Tian was walking toward the training grounds of the academy, he suddenly stopped and spoke as if to the air, "You know your son has been working really hard these past few months. Why don't you go talk to him?" As he finished speaking, a figure emerged from behind one of the trees. It was Dugu Shin's father, Dugu Bo. "It's not the time yet. After the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament ends, I will contact him again. But until then, he is on his own." Would you care for a drink then?" Luo Tian asked. "Yeah, sure, I could use one," Dugu Bo replied. The two of them departed to a small house on the academy's grounds. Inside, there was only a simple bed, a table with 2 chairs, and a bottle of wine. However, the most significant item in the room was a picture of a woman with blonde hair, smiling. It was Dugu Bo's late wife. When he saw the picture, Dugu Bo sighed, his gaze fixed on the image. "I see you still have her picture." "Of course, I do. She was my daughter. I still miss her." "Don't tell me you don't," Luo Tian replied. "Of course, I do. But the circumstances of your last meeting led me to think. Dugu Bo's sentence was cut short. Before he could finish, Luo Tian interrupted him. Doesn't matter. She was my daughter, and that is all that matters. Dugu Bo sighed and sat down on one of the chairs, and Luo Tian followed suit, pouring both of them a glass of wine. They sat in silence for a few minutes before Luo Tian spoke again. So, you've reached title Douluo. Not bad, kid. Yeah, I could become one so fast due to Exener. Do you know he wants to start a sect? Yeah, but he doesn't want to start one, he already did. Hey, how so? I haven't heard any news about any new sect emerging. Because it still isn't official, and he still hasn't integrated the family into it. At this statement, a flash of understanding passed through Luo Tian's eyes as he grasped Dugu Bo's thoughts. So, you want to get him acknowledged by the entire clan before you make it official? Yeah, once he shows that he can be a true leader, that is when the Hall of Souls rises. And with the support of 3 titled Douluos, I say we will be fine. What do you mean, 3 titled Douluos? You mean other than you, there are 2 other people that are titled Douluo. Ha ha ha, you are right, Dugu Bo chuckled. The 2 continued to discuss details about Dugu Shin's plans, drifting off to reminiscing about their old experiences and trivial matters until it was late in the night. Meanwhile, at the Hollow Beast Academy's grounds, Ma Jun, Yao Chen, and Li Jingying were drenched in sweat as they maintained a horse stance with buckets filled with stones on their arms. The dean observed them, a satisfied smile on his face at their determination. Even if you reach the semifinals, you still can't face any of the other academies without the help of Dugu Shin and the martial soul fusion of Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. So, in this month, I will make sure to drill as much fighting experience into you as possible. Everyone grimaced at their dean's words, but their eyes burned with determination. All right, drop the buckets and attack me, the dean ordered, and as he finished speaking, 8 spirit rings appeared behind him, along with the phantom of an armored beast. Quickly, everyone summoned their martial souls, their spirit rings shimmering behind them. Ma Jun activated his spirit skills, transforming his flames to a blazing blue, allowing them to reach a searing 2,500 degrees Celsius. He then summoned his deep red scales and clawed hands, rushing towards Lin Mo, who effortlessly blocked all of his strikes. Weak, too weak, again, attack together, Lin Mo demanded. Li Jingying summoned her war flag and used her second spirit skill to boost Ma Jun's elemental attacks by 50% and physical attacks by 15%. Yao Chen appeared behind Lin Mo, and under the effects of Shadow Vajra enhancement and Hell Decapitation, he instantly activated Shadow-connected clones as he struck towards Lin Mo. Although the old dean anticipated the attack and used soul power to block Yao Chen's strike, the subsequent clones broke through his defense. Lin Mo lowered his body and kicked Yao Chen away. If that's all you can do, you won't even be able to hit a fly. Again. Internally, Lin Mo was pleased with his student's progress. Yao Chen timed his attack perfectly, and his strike even pierced a defense equivalent to that of a high-level spirit ancestor. Ma Jun is doing well in trying to keep my attention by launching continuous attacks. Li Jingying, on the other hand, wisely chose to boost Ma Jun's abilities, conserving her soul power for maximum effect. Her second spirit skill enhances elemental power more than physical strength. Again, Lin Mo commanded. As the sun began to set on the horizon, everyone was drenched in sweat, their soul power exhausted, and their muscles aching. Lin Mo finally called a halt. All right, that's enough for today. Go take a bath. I've prepared one with medicinal herbs that will help you heal and strengthen your physique. We'll meet again tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. In the mountainous terrain behind the academy, the echoing roars of a colossal golden dragon filled the air. This majestic creature, measuring 20 meters in length, possessed scales of resplendent gold with elegant jade accents. Astonishingly, it hovered gracefully in the air without any external support. A peculiar phenomenon surrounded it, a swath of green, poisonous flames scorched the ground and vegetation beneath. However, the spectacle was short-lived as the dragon burst into a shimmer of golden and green particles, vanishing into thin air. In its place, on the scorched earth, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang appeared, their bodies bent with exhaustion. Ha ha ha, Tianxiang, are you okay? I feel like I was trampled by a horde of ground-hardening bull rhinos, Meng Shu panted, his breath ragged. Tianxiang managed to catch her breath between laughs. Ha ha, yeah, I'm okay, but my soul power is completely drained. Meng Shu reached into his pocket, retrieving 2 pills, and handed one to Xianxia. Here, these are from Boss Shin. He said they would help us recover our soul power more efficiently. Xianxia nodded gratefully and swallowed the pill. As they waited for their soul power to recuperate in silence, Xianxia broached a topic with a hint of hesitation. What do you plan to do after? Well, after the tournament. Meng Shu raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden question. What's with that question all of a sudden? Well, after the tournament, Boss Dugu will graduate and leave for his clan to officially start his sect. We will most likely graduate in about 3 months after that. Yao and Jun will also graduate in 6 months at most. As for Li Jingying, I'm not sure, but I know she will also graduate in a few years. Meng Shu pondered the future for a moment, gazing at the horizon. I never thought about it. I guess we could travel the Douluo continent and see the world. I also want to go see the ocean, I've heard it's enormous. What about you? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying, I don't know. Then how about coming with me? Meng Shu's proposal caught Xianxia off guard, and he continued earnestly, you are my girlfriend, and I don't want us to be over just because we graduate. I truly love you, Xianxia, and I'd love it if you came with me. The more Meng Shu spoke, the more embarrassed Xianxia became. Eventually, she couldn't contain her embarrassment and kicked him in the face. Enough, let's return to our training. Meng Shu sighed but couldn't help but smile at Xianxia's response. I'll take that as a maybe. He extended his hand towards her, and after a moment of contemplation, Xianxia smiled and took his hand. The image of the giant golden dragon reappeared as they resumed their training in harmony, their spirits lifted. For the following month, everyone trained tirelessly, pushing themselves to the brink in an effort to shatter their limitations. Dugu Shin continued to hone his spirit ring fusion mending, exploring the alterations it brought to his spirit skills. His first spirit skill focused on physical enhancements, providing no extraordinary changes, but the rest of his skills underwent substantial improvements. His second skill now plunged opponents within it into hallucinations of their darkest fears, causing their bodies to disintegrate over time. The third skill, his poison dragon, transformed into a creature made of toxic flames, tainting the environment with a corrosive poison. Those afflicted experienced a gradual weakening until death. Additionally, the length of the dragon extended to an impressive 20 meters. His fourth skill could now temporarily halt time for beings below a middle-level spirit saint, while even a low-level spirit Douluo's speed was reduced by 30%. As for his fifth skill, its potency and range doubled, allowing it to break through even the defenses of a rank 91 titled Douluo if caught off guard. Dugu Shin had mastered the technique to such a degree that its soul power consumption equaled that of his fifth spirit ring, enabling him to employ it 10 times consecutively and still maintain 30% of his soul power for further combat. Chao Tianxiang and Meng Shu, during their Serpent Dragon Joint Assault Martial Soul Fusion, developed 2 new abilities. Tianxiang unveiled Poison Dragon Fire, a potent technique of her own, while Meng Shu acquired Gravity Increase, which significantly bolstered their combative capabilities. 1 month had passed, and the tournament final matches were just a day away. Luo Tian, the team's leader, broke the silence as they arrived in Spirit City. Well, here we are, brats, Spirit City. Ma Jun couldn't hide her excitement. Finally, I thought we would never reach it. Their journey ended at a popular hotel, where they would stay for the remaining period. After unpacking, Luo Tian gathered the team and declared, all right, until tomorrow, you are all free to explore the city, but stay out of trouble and avoid provoking anyone. Meng Shu seized the opportunity and invited Chao for a date around the city. They were the first to leave. Ma Jun turned to Dugu Shin and asked, let's go explore the city, Boss Shin. Dugu Shin hesitated for a moment before replying, sorry, but I have something I must do alone. You 3 should go ahead, I'll handle myself. After bidding farewell to everyone, Dugu Shin set off for Spirit Hall. Well, let's do this. In the past month, I was able to refine some new pills. This should be enough to repay the favor for the book Elder Guan gave me, he sighed, steeling himself for the road ahead. Reaching the entrance to Spirit Hall, he was stopped by 2 guards. Stop right there, show your identification. Dugu Shin calmly took out the spirit token of Yu Guan and presented it to the guards, who immediately panicked. We're very sorry, please enter. Could you please notify Elder Chrysanthemum Douluo that Dugu Shin is here to repay his favor? Right away, sir. Please come with me to the guest lounge. Dugu Shin nodded and followed one of the guards to the guest lounge. A servant promptly arrived with tea and cookies. Please wait here until Elder Chrysanthemum arrives. Dugu Shin couldn't help but marvel at the strength even the servants possessed in Spirit Hall. Even a servant has the strength of a spirit elder. Worthy of being Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, the other guard rushed to Elder Chrysanthemum's room and knocked. A voice from within demanded to know who was disturbing him. The guard stammered, "Someone with your spirit token has arrived, Elder." He said his name is Dugu Shin and has come to repay a favor. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's voice filled with joy, and he hastily opened the door. He couldn't help but remark, "This kid was quicker than I expected." Soon, Yu Guan reached the guest room where Dugu Shin awaited. "What a pleasant surprise, little Shin, you've arrived earlier than I anticipated. Shouldn't you be preparing for the final rounds of the tournament?" "It's fine, I don't like leaving favors unpaid, and I think this is the perfect occasion. After the tournament, who knows when I'll have the chance." As he spoke, Dugu Shin retrieved a black box and opened it, revealing 100 green pills, 100 red pills, and 10 blue pills. Yu Guan was astonished by the pills and asked, "What are the effects of these pills? I know the green ones help heal injuries, but what about the red and blue ones?" "The green ones are called body mending pills. The red one is the bone strengthening pill, which can increase one's physical strength during training. A single pill can give a spirit master the physique of a spirit grandmaster, as long as they focus on physical training. However, they become useless once you reach spirit elder. The blue ones are water cleansing pills. They are the most challenging to make and can raise the level of a spirit master below level 20 by at least 1. However, their most valuable effect is cleaning the vessels and meridians." Yu Guan was thoroughly impressed with the pills' effects. "I wasn't mistaken in my investment after all. What would be the actual worth of these pills?" Yu Guan inquired. "The body mending pills would go for 10 gold each, the bone strengthening pills for 1,000 gold each, and the water cleansing pills for 8,000 gold each." Yu Guan found the prices reasonable considering their effects. "Then, consider the favor for the book repaid. I await our next cooperation. Would you like to explore the rest of Spirit Hall?" "Thank you for your offer, but I have to decline. I must meet with the rest of my teammates." "That's a shame. Be careful, little friend. Goodbye." After Dugu Shin left, Yu Guan took the box and headed to meet the Supreme Pontiff, Qian Zunji, in the main hall. Alongside Qian Zunji were his father, Qian Douluo, and his old friend Gui Mei. Qian Zunji was the first to speak upon seeing Yu Guan enter. "I heard you had a visitor, Yu Guan. I didn't know you were expecting anyone." Though his tone sounded casual, there was a hidden hostility in his words. "Yes, Your Highness, I didn't expect him to arrive so early." "And who is this visitor, holding your elder token?" Qian Zunji pressed. "It was Dugu Shin, the grandson of Dugu Yin," Yu Guan revealed. "Not too sure if mentioned his grandfather's name. If I did, notify me and I will change the name to correspond." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the room turned serious, except for Qian Douluo, who remained clueless. "Dugu Yin, you say? I seem to recall that incident. It was quite surprising to see someone using poison to achieve so much. A pity he died due to his own poison and hidden injuries. So, are his son and grandson strong? Our spies report that Dugu Bo broke through to title Douluo 4 months ago and went to acquire his 9th spirit ring. We haven't been able to gather any more information since then." Gui Mei scoffed. "That old poisoned snake has undoubtedly already acquired his 9th spirit ring and is lurking in the shadows. But I don't understand why his kid is here. He's the same kid I met when I went with the Holy Maiden to acquire her 6th spirit ring. He and his teacher helped us fight 3 15-ton ant emperors. If not for their help, I wouldn't have been able to obtain one of them as the Maiden's spirit ring," Yu Guan explained. Qian Zunji spoke again. "I see. So, he's that kid. Why did he come here, and considering you're alone, did you fail to recruit him?" As he spoke, his tone grew graver, and his rank 92 pressure radiated. Yu Guan, though only 1 rank lower at 91, still felt the effects of the pressure due to the difference in martial soul quality. Qian Douluo intervened, saying, "Enough. Let the child speak. After all, he wouldn't have come here if he didn't bring some good news." Qian Zunji retracted his pressure, and Yu Guan presented the black box from Dugu Shin, opening it to reveal the 3 types of pills. Qian Douluo examined them closely. The green ones seem to accelerate the healing process and mend wounds without the use of soul power. But I can't figure out the other two. What are they, little chrysanthemum? Yu Guan explained, the red one is called the bone strengthening pill. It can increase one's physical strength during training. A single pill can give a spirit master the physique of a spirit grandmaster, as long as they focus solely on physical training. However, they become useless once you reach spirit elder. The blue ones are water cleansing pills and can raise the level of a spirit master below level 20 by at least 1. However, their most valuable effect is cleaning the vessels and meridians. Everyone was surprised by the pills' effects, even Qian Daoliu, who hadn't encountered anything like them in his role as the angel god's messenger. And I assume these pills aren't free, are they? In fact, these pills are a repayment for the favor of giving him a copy of my book about spiritual and immortal herbs. As for further acquisition, Spirit Hall can purchase them at 60% their market price once they become available. Qian Zunji chimed in, not half bad. If these pills' effects are as you say, their price will skyrocket when they hit the market. While you may have failed to recruit him, getting them for 50% less than others are a significant gain. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the young Dugu Shin might create new pills in the future, potentially with even greater effects than these. This deal promised to be immensely beneficial to Spirit Hall. The anticipation in the arena reached a fever pitch as White Tiger Douluo, Dai Tianxing, and Ice Swan Douluo, Shui Qingyan, observed the proceedings from their VIP seats. The atmosphere crackled with excitement as Qian Zunji, accompanied by Yu Guan and Gui Mei, took the stage to address the crowd. Qian Zunji stepped forward, his commanding presence silencing the arena's buzz of anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, his voice carrying the weight of authority, I am pleased to stand before you today to congratulate these extraordinary teams on their remarkable journey through this prestigious tournament. As he spoke, with a flicker of his hand, 2 treasures appeared, floating in front of him. A 9,000-year-old sacred soul grass, a treasure renowned for its soul-reviving properties, and a rare 20,000-year-old spirit bone, of a nightmare flame lord. Gasps of amazement and whispers of awe spread like wildfire through the stands. Spectators craned their necks to get a better look at the priceless rewards. In the midst of the commotion, Ma Jun turned to Dugu Shin with curiosity shining in his eyes. Dugu Shin, he inquired, what exactly does the sacred soul grass do? Why is it such a valuable reward? Dugu Shin smiled knowingly. Sacred soul grass, also known as immortal spirit grass, he explained, is a rare and naturally psychic immortal herb. It possesses the remarkable ability to invigorate one's soul, providing exceptional nourishment for both spirit beasts and spirit masters. Even a 1,000-year-old sacred soul grass is considered a priceless treasure. As the excitement settled, a Spirit Hall representative entered the center of the arena, bearing 4 badges representing each academy. With a display of soul power, he levitated the badges and arranged them in a specific order before tossing them to the ground. The arena's host, standing at the center, seized the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, he declared, it appears that our matches have been decided. The first bout will feature Hollow Beast Academy against Star Luo Imperial Academy, while the second will see Haoshan Grand Battle Academy face off against Heaven Do Imperial Academy. I kindly request all others to exit the arena, allowing the 2 competing teams to prepare for battle. In the midst of roaring cheers from the audience, the 2 teams entered the arena. The Hollow Beast team, under the leadership of Dugu Shin, appeared with a confident stride. On the opposing side, the Star Luo Imperial Academy team, led by a young man in sleek light armor with a determined expression, also made their entrance. There was no need for empty words, they both knew what was at stake. They summoned their martial souls, and the gleaming spirit rings around them illuminated the arena. Dugu Shin's monochrome phosphor serpent emperor materialized behind him in a magnificent display. 5 spirit rings under his feet shone brightly as he introduced himself with calm confidence, Dugu Shin, Level 55 Control System Spirit King, Monochrome Phosphor Serpent Emperor. As he spoke, his soul power surged. His arms sprouted dense gray scales, morphing into venomous claws that oozed corrosive toxin. Scales appeared on his face, and his eyes transformed into serpent-like pupils, emitting a mesmerizing golden glow. Meng Shu, standing beside Dugu Shin, wore a hearty smile as he declared, Meng Shu, Level 40 Power Attack System, Martial Soul Dragon Staff. 3 spirit rings beneath his feet gleamed brightly. Next up was Ma Jun, brimming with fiery confidence, Ma Jun, level 33 power attack system, martial soul, flame war horse. Yao Chen, with predatory determination, declared, Yao Chen, level 36 agility attack system, martial soul, black-lined ghost leopard. Chao Tianxiang, with a serpentine aura, stated, Chao Tianxiang, level 33 agility attack system, martial soul, serpent cane. And finally, Yi Jingying, with anticipation in her eyes, concluded the introductions, Yi Jingying, level 28 auxiliary system, martial soul, war flag. Please advise. The captain of the White Tiger military battle team, Dai Minghao, locked eyes with Dugu Shin. His soul power erupted, and 3 standard soul rings beneath his feet illuminated. An eerie white tiger with mismatched pupils manifested behind him as he declared, Dai Minghao, level 43 power attack system, martial soul evil-eyed white tiger. Zhu Yuki stood up next. 3 standard soul rings appeared beneath her feet, and a large purple civet materialized behind her. She spoke with a charming smile, Zhu Yuki, level 37 agility attack system, martial soul hell civet. A sturdy young man with a powerful build followed suit. 3 standard soul rings radiated beneath his feet, and a white earth dragon roared to life behind him. His voice was cold as he introduced himself, Tuobachi, level 33 power attack system, martial soul white armored dragon. The remaining teammates introduced themselves in succession. Dong Xing, level 26 agility attack system, martial soul star moon white eagle. Yan He, level 27 defense system, martial soul white scale heavy armor shield. Lin Jing, level 27 auxiliary system, martial soul golden scepter. Dugu Shin scrutinized the team led by Dai Minghao. To outsiders, their Hollow Beast Academy had a clear advantage in overall strength. However, the opponent's martial soul fusion and the abilities of Lin Jing's golden scepter will be slightly troublesome without his intervention. The soul power of both teams exploded in a dazzling display of energy, filling the arena with an electrifying atmosphere. The beautiful host, sensing the anticipation in the air, announced, "It seems that the 2 teams are ready. Let the game begin." The game commenced with an explosive flourish. Dai Minghao, the formidable warrior, unleashed a resonating tiger's roar that resonated through the battlefield. In a mere instant, his hair underwent a striking transformation, a mesmerizing mix of black and white. His eyes shifted into a captivating combination of black and white heterochromia. Above his head, a regal emblem, akin to a king's, symbolized the martial soul possession he had masterfully completed. His teeth transformed into jagged fangs, reminiscent of a ferocious predator, while his muscles swelled, emphasizing the latent power within him. The audience watched in awe as the 4th spirit ring beneath Dai Minghao's feet ignited, his lips muttering, "White tiger meteor shower." With a determined clench of his fist, an array of white dots materialized around him, shaping into miniature meteors. These celestial bodies hurtled towards Dugu Shin and his comrades with the unwavering intent to disrupt their formation. In response, Dugu Shin's 5th spirit ring beneath his feet illuminated, casting a crimson sheen upon his outstretched hands. He summoned forth a blood-red moonblade, each extending up to a massive 10 meters from his fingertips. A single touch from these crimson blades inflicted not only grievous wounds but also initiated a relentless bleeding effect upon their unfortunate victims. The slash carried the weight of his entire being and possessed the sharpness of a cicada's wing, obliterating the incoming meteor shower. Yan He, the stalwart defender of the Star Luo Imperial Academy team, reacted with remarkable agility. He activated his 2nd spirit skill, Giant Wall, which instantly transformed his shield into a colossal protective barrier, several times larger than usual, capable of safeguarding his entire team. Realizing that even this might not be enough to defend against Dugu Shin's onslaught, Li Jing swiftly employed his 2nd spirit skill enhancement, augmenting Yan He's shield with an additional 30% increase in defensive capabilities. However, their efforts fell short, as Dugu Shin's 5th spirit skill breached their defenses, shattering Yan He's martial soul and causing him to collapse, blood trickling from his lips as he fainted. At this critical juncture, Dai Minghao and his teammates exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken understanding. Dong Xing, the team's swift and resourceful member, acted decisively. He swiftly moved to protect Yan He and, with his strength, carried him out of the arena to prevent further harm. The remaining members channeled their soul power, preparing to unleash their spirit skills on Dugu Shin's party. Dugu Shin sensed their actions and his 2nd spirit ring flared to life, casting an ominous scarlet glow around him. A sinister grin curled on his lips as he uttered, "No need for pleasantries." The entire battlefield was swiftly filled with a crimson, poisonous mist, instantaneously disrupting their attacks and obscuring the battlefield in an eerie red haze. Dugu Shin's cold voice rang out, "Meng, Xianxia, initiate the martial soul fusion technique. This is the perfect chance to test the strength of the serpent-dragon joint assault against the Hell-White Tiger. I'll hold them back until you are ready and prevent them from unleashing the Hell-White Tiger." He motioned to the others, "Yao, stay and protect Luqing. Ma Jun, once I disperse the fog, launch your attack." With that, he plunged into the noxious mist, disappearing from sight. With unwavering resolve, Dai Minghao shouted, "Everyone, gather around me. Tuba Chi and Dong Xing, protect Li Jing. The rest, prepare for combat," he declared, his voice cold and determined. First spirit skill, madness. Second spirit skill, skill enhancement. As the ruby light emanated from him, Dai Minghao and his teammates felt a surge of physical strength coursing through their veins. Their spirit skill's power increased by 10%. Li Jing's second spirit skill enhancement was unique, its potency depending on the number of people he enhanced. If it targeted a single person, the enhancement reached a formidable 30%, but with each additional person, the boost weakened by 5%. Suddenly, a figure burst from the poisonous fog. It was none other than Dugu Shin himself. Dai Minghao, taken aback for a moment, soon fumed, "You're underestimating us, Dugu Shin." However, Dugu Shin had already activated his first spirit skill, striking swiftly towards Dai Minghao and Tuoba Chi. Simultaneously, the first spirit ring beneath Dai Minghao's feet ignited, releasing a powerful attack toward Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin, however, broke through the assault, and Tuoba Chi's second spirit ring glowed, activating his white armor holy dragon armor. Scales sprouted all over his body, providing additional protection against Dugu Shin's attack, but he still got pushed back. In retaliation, Dai Minghao's second spirit ring unleashed an intense light that sent anything obstructing it flying. Dugu Shin, though formidable, managed to block the hit without being pushed back. Zhu Yuki, an agile and deadly member of the team, seized the moment. She unleashed her third spirit skill, Nether Hundred Claws, causing her body to transform into a dark purple silhouette. Each movement sent a relentless barrage of claws towards Dugu Shin. Amidst the chaos, Tuoba Chi's martial soul possession neared its completion. His arms became densely covered in white scales, his hands evolving into formidable white dragon claws. A white dragon horn sprouted from his forehead, his eyes adopting dragon-like pupils. He sneered, "First spirit skill, white dragon cracked ground claw." He aimed it directly at Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin wasn't defenseless, however. He instantly employed real guard, using his serpent tail with astonishing speed, targeting Zhu Yuki. The agile fighter managed to dodge but still received a scratch from the serpent's abdomen, the venom seeping into the wound. Zhu Yuki landed and quickly mobilized her soul power to resist the poison. She warned the team, "The serpent tail is highly poisonous. Be cautious." Dai Minghao seethed with anger, his determination unwavering. He won't escape. The trio regrouped and launched another assault on Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin, exploiting his beastly instincts to the fullest, continued to fend them off with skill and finesse. The poisonous fog, however, took its toll, weakening their movements with each passing moment. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar resounded, filling the arena. From the noxious mist, a massive golden dragon emerged, spanning an impressive 20 meters in length. Its scales were a resplendent golden hue with delicate jade accents. Astonishingly, it hovered in the air without any visible means of support. It struck with breathtaking force, sending Tuoba Chi hurtling outside the arena. Simultaneously, the dragon's tail tossed Zhu Yuki aside, though she managed to utilize her speed to stay within the confines of the battlefield. With the emergence of the golden, poisonous dragon, the entire audience was left in awe. Qian Zunji, a perceptive onlooker, couldn't help but comment, "Hey, so he isn't the only one with talent in this fight. And their martial soul fusion seems to be stronger than the Hell-White Tiger." Dai Minghao immediately yelled at Zhu Yuki, "Yuki, let's form the Hell-White Tiger. Fast." She nodded and sprinted towards him. They converged, clasping their hands with determination. The evil white tiger and the hell civet cat behind them roared in unison. The soul rings on their bodies began to radiate a brilliant white light. With an explosive burst of energy, the Hell White Tiger appeared, emitting a heaven-shaking tiger roar. However, its aura was slightly weaker than that of the Serpent Dragon joint assault. The battle raged on, and the Nether White Tiger and the Golden Poison Dragon clashed with unparalleled ferocity. These two colossal beasts engaged in a thrilling showdown. The Golden Poison Dragon unleashed a torrent of venomous flames, yet, the Nether White Tiger leapt nimbly, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. With a resounding tiger's roar, the tiger released a barrage of white dots, transforming them into miniature meteors aimed squarely at the Golden Poison Dragon. The Golden Poison Dragon, refusing to be outdone, summoned all its strength. It utilized its increased gravity while releasing an earth-shattering dragon's cry. This combined force repelled the White Tiger's meteor shower, marking a momentary impasse in their primal duel. Seeing this, Dugu Shin gave the order. Yao, Jun, take out Dong Xing and Li Jing. I will protect Li Jingdiang for the moment. The two nodded and rushed past the towering giants, launching an assault on the remaining two members of the enemy team. The battle was a spectacle of sheer intensity. Ma Jun, his fiery determination unmatched, swiftly engaged his opponent. The adversary enjoyed the advantage of flight, soaring gracefully through the air, but the bursts of speed generated by Ma Jun's flames allowed him to relentlessly close the gap. His ferocious spirit ignited, and with unwavering resolve, he activated his second and third spirit rings. His body became enveloped in shimmering dragon scales, while blue flames erupted from every inch of his being. Ma Jun was a blazing tempest, determined to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, under Li Jingdaling's second spirit ring, the entire team experienced a remarkable surge in their powers, their abilities enhanced by an astounding 50%, and their physical strength soared by 30%. The collective might of the Hollow Beast team was undeniable. But Ma Jun's adversary was no pushover. He darted and swerved, evading Ma Jun's relentless assaults with remarkable agility. The battle between the two intensified, their movements almost a blur, and Ma Jun's body bore the scars of their combat. Yet, the opponent's soul power had begun to dwindle rapidly. The strain of using the first and second abilities continuously to both evade Ma Jun and retaliate was taking its toll. Unlike Ma Jun, who engaged in an arduous battle, Yao Chen moved with unparalleled swiftness. He activated his second spirit skill instantly, causing his muscles to compress as a king's symbol materialized on his forehead, his figure shrouded in an ominous shadow. Despite Li Jing's attempts to bolster his defenses with his spirit skills, he proved no match for Yao's raw strength. In a devastating display of power, Yao Chen delivered a bone-crushing punch, and Li Jingdaling was swiftly taken out. Finally, an opening emerged in Ma Jun's opponent's defense. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Jun soared into the air, his sights set on delivering the decisive blow. However, just as he was about to strike, a familiar presence approached from the right. A giant white tiger, materializing from a brilliant light, appeared with Dai Minghao's voice echoing in the arena. You are too arrogant, Hollow Beast team. Now suffer the consequences. Before Ma Jun could be striked, Dugu Shin activated his fourth spirit skill and the world turned completely still. He pulled Ma Jun out of harm's way. Using his fifth spirit skill, he directed a fierce attack toward the Hell White Tiger. As Dugu Shin cancelled his fourth spirit skill, Ma Jun found himself hitting the floor, his adversary swiftly countering with 5 red, razor-thin moon blades that slammed into the Hell White Tiger's face at point-blank range. The impact caused the creature to hurtle across the arena, its body displaying tens of small cracks. The resplendent Golden Poison Dragon, speaking apologetically, approached Dugu Shin. Sorry, boss, his attack distracted us for a few moments, and we couldn't react in time to help Brother Ma. Dugu Shin reassured, it's alright, but don't let it happen again. I'll finish the fight as fast as possible. You two should end the fusion, your soul power is almost completely exhausted. If you faint from the lack of soul power, the backlash from having your martial soul fusion broken will be even greater. Understood. The giant dragon transformed into golden and green particles, and the figures of Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang reappeared, visibly panting due to the severe depletion of their soul power. Dugu Shin, focused and resolute, turned his attention back to the battle. He locked eyes with the Hell White Tiger, his voice low and commanding, let's end this. Activating his fourth spirit skill once again, the world seemed to pause, time freezing momentarily. With calculated precision, he launched his fifth spirit skill twice, once from the left and the other from the right. The searing slashes sliced through the air with unparalleled force. Immediately cancelling his fourth spirit skill, Dugu Shin watched as the white tiger, caught off guard, was struck with 20 giant red half-moon slashes. The impact caused a deafening explosion, shattering the hell-white tiger like fragile glass. In its place stood Dai Minghao and Zuzuki, both appearing visibly worn out, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Zuzuki, unable to continue, collapsed instantly, while Dai Minghao, his spirit undiminished, activated his third spirit ring, the White Tiger Vajra transformation. However, as he drew closer to Dugu Shin, his vision blurred, and his muscles suddenly failed him. He realized, moments before succumbing to darkness, poison. The beautiful host, with graceful wings, fluttered into the arena, her voice resonant with excitement as she declared, "The Hollow Beast Academy wins." The crowd erupted into cheers as Dugu Shin approached the opposing team. Using the tail from his real guard, he skillfully extracted the poison from their bodies before the medical team carried him away for treatment. Back in the waiting area, the team members began the arduous process of recovering their soul power as the battle between the Haoshan Grand Battle Academy and the Spirit Hall Advanced Academy commenced. Tang Hao and his teammates stepped onto the field one by one, their resolve unwavering. The Spirit Hall Advanced Academy also made their entrance, led by a level 45th Spirit Ancestor with a vigorous Vajra Bear. I guess Bibi Dong didn't participate in the tournament. A shame. I would have liked to fight another poison-using Spirit Master. Luo Tian, an observer from the sidelines, mused thoughtfully. The remaining members of the Spirit Hall Advanced Academy were no less formidable, each boasting impressive spirit beasts and formidable spirit skills. The battle ensued, each team displaying their unique strengths and strategies. The Spirit Hall Advanced Academy's fusion technique, Soul-Locking Prison, proved to be a formidable challenge, with hundreds of blue chains erupting and ensnaring the members of the Haoshan Grand Battle Academy team. However, Tang Hao's quick thinking and remarkable skill enabled him to turn the chains to his advantage, ultimately breaking through the fusion with his disorder-splitting wind hammer. The hammer strikes, numbering 81 in total, proved to be the decisive blow, causing the members of the Spirit Hall Advanced Academy to cough up blood, defeated in the face of Tang Hao's unwavering determination. Though victorious, Tang Hao's figure was visibly shaky, his soul power depleted by the intense effort. Still, he managed to raise his clear sky hammer to the sky, a symbol of triumph amidst the challenging battle. Luo Tian observed from the side, impressed by Tang Chen's grandson's remarkable talent and skill. He noted, still, that little brat will have to use Spirit Ring's fusion if he wants to break the 81st hammer. Hey, the first place this year belongs to our Hollow Beasts Academy. The only question is, how much will those kids need to fight for it? The next day, the finals of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament finally began amidst the cheers and screams of the audience. Countless salutes roared, and the teams of various academies remained in the exclusive viewing seats of their academies, eagerly awaiting the final to begin. Amid the roaring of salute, the beautiful host appeared on the stage and announced loudly, "Dear audience, the finals of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament have officially begun. Let's invite the teams." The Haoshan Grand Battle Academy and Hollow Beasts Academy teams appeared one after another, proudly displaying their respective school flag emblems. Dugu Shin's eyes were resolute as he turned to Meng Shu and the others, a confident smile spreading across his face. "Let's bring the champion back to the Hollow Beast Academy. The victory will undoubtedly belong to all of us." Meng Shu and the others mirrored his enthusiasm, their spirits high and determined. On the side of the Haoshan Grand Battle Academy team, Tang Hao stared at Dugu Shin and smiled, his gaze determined. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Dugu Shin. Let's see what you have," he added with a steely resolve in his voice. Seeing that the two sides were already on the verge of battle, the beautiful host immediately announced, "Let the final match of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament begin." Dugu Shin's formidable soul power surged like an unrelenting tide, igniting the 5 spirit rings beneath him with a dazzling radiance. As his icy gaze locked onto Tang Hao and the others, a massive gray serpent materialized behind him, its scales glistening in the ambient light. With dangerous grace, it hissed, its body coiling with lethal intent. Dugu Shin, Level 55 Control System Spirit King, Martial Soul, Monochrome Phosphor Serpent Emperor, he declared with a chilling resonance. Dense gray scales sprouted along his arms, morphing into venomous claws that oozed a corrosive toxin. Scales spread across his face, and his eyes metamorphosed into serpentine pupils, exuding a mesmerizing golden glow. Standing beside Dugu Shin, Meng Shu wore a hearty smile as he announced, Meng Shu, level 40 power attack system, martial soul dragon staff, his 3 spirit rings shimmering beneath his feet. In the group, Ma Jun exuded fiery confidence. Ma Jun, level 33 power attack system, martial soul, flame war horse, he proclaimed, his voice resonating with an air of dominance. Yao Chen, radiating predatory determination, followed suit. Yao Chen, level 36 agility attack system, martial soul, black-lined ghost leopard. Chao Tianxiang, shrouded in a serpentine aura, stated, Chao Tianxiang, level 33 agility attack system, martial soul, serpent cane. Yi Jingdiang, her eyes brimming with anticipation, concluded the introductions. Yi Jingdiang, level 28 auxiliary system, martial soul, war flag. Please advise. From the ranks of the Haoshan Grand Battle Academy emerged a young man emanating raw battle intent. Wang Wudi, level 31 power attack system, martial soul, soul-breaking spear, he boomed, exuding a palpable sense of determination. His eyes locked onto Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, plotting his swift advance. A burly figure, Tai Tan, pounded his chest with pride. Tai Tan, level 32 power attack system, martial soul, vigorous orangutan, he announced, showcasing his formidable strength. Another sturdy youth, Niu Gao, stepped forward, roaring, Niu Gao, level 31 defense system, martial soul, armored-plated giant rhinoceros. Following them, a somewhat slender young man with a hint of white hair offered a warm smile. Bai He, level 29 agility attack system, martial soul, needle-tailed swift, he introduced himself with a graceful poise. Lastly, a composed and gentle young man named Ning Fengji stepped forward. Ning Fengji, level 30 auxiliary soul master, martial soul, 7 treasured glazed pagoda. Ning Fengji's voice carried a tinge of regret as he mentioned, yesterday I felt a breakthrough, and I barely made it. His soul power burst forth, but only 2 yellow soul rings gleamed beneath his feet. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to obtain my 3rd spirit ring. It was then Tang Hao's turn. 4 spirit rings beneath his feet glowed with a vibrant energy. Summoning a massive black hammer into his hand, he casually waved it, generating a powerful gust of wind. The once relaxed aura surrounding him transformed into an overwhelming presence. The black-haired young man introduced himself with a confident smile. Tang Hao, level 49 power attack system, martial soul, clear sky hammer. The tension in the air crackled as the fight commenced. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang initiated their martial soul spirit fusion, their dragon staff and serpent cane shimmering with a potent aura. In the midst of this, Ma Jun positioned himself nearby, ready to leap into action at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, the 3rd spirit ring beneath Wang Wudi blazed with intense radiance. His spear became a streak of lightning as he propelled himself towards Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. Yet before he could close the gap, Ma Jun enveloped himself in a shroud of azure flames, repelling Wang Wudi and retaliating with his own fervent attack. His 2nd spirit ring glowed brightly as fiery red scales encased his body like an impenetrable armor. Clawed appendages emerged from his hands, and he surged forward, meeting Wang Wudi head-on. The collision was thunderous. The soul-breaking spear struck Ma Jun's chest with resounding force, sending shockwaves rippling through the vicinity. Li Zhongling, ever vigilant, swiftly activated her soul skills, her 1st spirit ring casting a healing aura around Ma Jun, while her 2nd spirit ring bolstered his elemental attacks and physical prowess by a considerable margin. Thanks, Jingling, Ma Jun acknowledged with a grateful nod, his eyes gleaming with determination. Wang Wudi wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of exhilaration gleaming in his eyes. He glanced down at the burn marks marring his chest, a testament to Ma Jun's formidable assault. With a hearty laugh, he taunted, "Your attack power is commendable, but against me, it's not enough." With a surge of his soul power, Wang Wudi activated his 2nd spirit ring once more, propelling himself towards Ma Jun with lightning speed. Ma Jun, now fully recovered and reinforced, couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Damn madman." In the midst of this intense exchange, a sudden burst of white energy materialized, hurtling towards Li Zhongling. Reacting swiftly, Yao Chen leapt to her defense. However, the figure proved too swift, even for Yao Chen's prowess. Bai He, one of the 4 single-attribute clan members, blurred past, aiming a lethal strike at Li Zhongling. Yao Chen's 2nd spirit ring blazed with intensity, causing his muscles to contract and his aura to transform from a gray hue to a deep, ominous shade of blackish blue. A distinct mark, resembling that of a king, manifested on his forehead. With a burst of speed, Yao Chen matched Bai He's velocity, intercepting the attack just moments before it could strike Li Zhongling. Employing the Hell Decapitation technique, Yao Chen managed to repel Bai He, despite the latter's valiant effort. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Dugu Shin and Tang Hao escalated with each passing second. Tang Hao wielded the clear sky hammer with a ferocious determination, launching a relentless barrage of attacks at Dugu Shin, who deftly evaded each blow. In response, the second spirit ring beneath Dugu Shin erupted, engulfing the area in a thick, crimson mist suffused with a lethal poison. Dugu Shin also used real guard skill, and impressive armor manifested. A serpentine appendage materialized behind him, as he harnessed his soul power to unleash the cursed shroud, a relentless assault that Tang Hao valiantly withstood with each swing of his hammer. As the clash intensified, Ma Jun and Yao Chen found themselves momentarily hampered by the combined efforts of Wang Wudi and Bai He. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Tan interposed himself between their skirmish and Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. His third spirit ring blazed with a blinding radiance as he launched the mighty Vajra fist towards his adversaries. Yet his efforts proved futile as a dazzling white light suddenly erupted, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. In an instant, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang vanished, leaving behind a massive, poisonous golden dragon in their wake. With a swift gesture, the dragon effortlessly deflected Tai Tan's attack, sending him hurtling through the air. Enveloped in the toxic fumes of the dragon's breath, Niu Gao attempted to shield himself with his second spirit skill, heavy rhino armor. However, the overwhelming force of the poisonous flame overwhelmed him, causing him to cough up blood as his soul power teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Tang Hao charged headlong into the suffocating shroud of poisonous mist, while Dugu Shin cunningly concealed himself within its noxious veil. The voice of Dugu Shin resonated from all around, chilling the air as he sneered, "So, you've come, Tang Hao." With a boisterous laugh, Tang Hao replied, "Dugu Shin, even if you're stronger than me, underestimating me to the extent of thinking your first two spirit rings alone can defeat me is a grave mistake." Tang Hao began to swing his hammer, wielding the disorder-splitting wind hammer technique. He built up his momentum, sending the wind howling, and the poisonous mist began to churn and disperse. Dugu Shin struggled to maintain control of the mist, but as Tang Hao brandished the mighty Haoshan hammer, a barrage of ferocious winds swept through. Dugu Shin lost his grasp, and the mist started dissipating. Tang Hao reached the 46th hammer, a testament to his incredible talent with the disorder-splitting wind hammer. Unnerved by Tang Hao's skill, Dugu Shin muttered to himself, "His mastery of the disorder-splitting wind hammer is even greater than I had thought. I must stop him before he reaches the 81st hammer. HMPH, if you think I'll allow you to finish your moves, you're mistaken." In a flash, Dugu Shin's fifth spirit ring ignited, and he unleashed his fifth spirit skill, the Earth Ant Serpent Emperor Slash. Blood-red moonblade-like beams, each about 10 meters in size, emerged from his fingertips. These strikes, as thin as cicada wings but carrying the weight of Dugu Shin's essence, sliced through the air. Tang Hao, reacting quickly, shifted to his second spirit ring, invoking the Storm Raging Hammer, to fend off Dugu Shin's attack. However, Dugu Shin's onslaught shattered the defense of the Storm Raging Hammer, forcing Tang Hao back several meters and causing him to spit blood. The once immaculate surface of his hammer now bore visible cracks. Tang Hao was stunned, disoriented by the appearance of these flaws. He exclaimed, "Impossible, how could he damage the clear sky hammer? Even if it were possible, the difference in our levels is too insignificant for him to break it." Meanwhile, on the same battlefield, Dugu Shin's teammates were pressuring the four single-attribute clans in Ningfengji. Yao Chen, empowered by his first two spirit skills, engaged Bai He in a relentless duel. Despite Bai He's superior speed, his lack of attack power left him vulnerable. Yao Chen skillfully pursued, wearing down his opponent. Bai He's soul power dwindled, and in a moment of weakness, Yao Chen struck. Using shadow-connected clones, he delivered a series of blows, causing Bai He to bleed and collapse. Ma Jun grappled with Wang Wudi, who, although exhausted, continued to fight fiercely thanks to Ning Fengji's first spirit skill. This relentless assault frustrated Ma Jun, who muttered, "You insane lunatic, just fall already." Wang Wudi, determined as ever, retorted, "As if I'll only go down in death." In a display of sheer willpower, all three of his spirit rings shimmered simultaneously. He released a thunderous explosion, engulfing his body and spear in a crimson aura. His attack seemed slow, but its power was enough to spell certain death for Ma Jun. Fueled by anger, Ma Jun responded, "You crazy bastard." All his spirit rings radiated, and his body transformed. Fiery red scales formed a protective layer, claws extended from his hands, and his size grew. He turned his flames blue, raising their temperature to an astounding 2,500 degrees Celsius. This transformation rendered him immune to flames weaker than his own. He narrowly dodged Wang Wudi's spear, landing a scorching blow to his opponent's abdomen. The force of Ma Jun's attack caused a sickening crack, and the smell of burning flesh filled the air. Wang Wudi fell unconscious, a fist-sized portion of his chest caved in, burned, and cauterized, ensuring that the wound could never heal. Surveying his fallen adversary, Ma Jun exhaled deeply before collapsing to his knees. His soul power had been utterly depleted, rendering him unconscious. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, donning the form of the massive golden dragon, locked their sights onto Tai Tan and Niu Gao, both drained and battered. Tai Tan could no longer sustain his martial soul possession, while Niu Gao bore numerous wounds from the relentless battle. Niu Gao spoke with a heavy heart, "Damn it, orangutan, I think this is the end for us." Tai Tan's voice trembled with reluctance, "Not yet. We can still fight for the young master." The giant golden dragon sneered, "HMPH, this is the end for you too." With a deafening roar, the dragon charged toward the exhausted pair, who were powerless to evade its ferocious tail attack. They were hurled out of the arena, their journey in the tournament over. As they witnessed their comrades' downfall, Meng Shu realized their own end was imminent. "We must hurry. Our soul power is nearly depleted." Chao Tianxiang nodded weakly, her energy waning. Her lower soul power placed an immense burden on Meng Shu, and her strength diminished swiftly. Witnessing the colossal golden dragon approaching, Ning Fengji understood that their chances were all but gone. With his last ounce of strength, he employed his spirit skills to boost Tang Hao before being eliminated. Tang Hao, recovering from Dugu Shin's previous attack, summoned his second and third spirit rings. He resumed the disorder-splitting wind hammer technique, rapidly striking the 48th hammer. Supported by Ning Fengji's boost, the explosive power and speed of the disorder-splitting wind hammer doubled, enabling him to reach the 75th hammer in a flash. With victory within his grasp, Tang Hao taunted Dugu Shin, "Let's see how you stop this one, Dugu Shin." In response, Dugu Shin knew he had to end the battle swiftly. He activated his spirit ring fusion mending ability. His fifth spirit ring glowed, followed by the remaining four, merging into the fifth one. Tang Hao stomped the ground, releasing his soul power without restraint. The clear sky hammer swung, generating countless violent whirlwinds mixed with deafening thunder. Tang Hao leapt into the air, wielding the colossal Haoshan hammer, ready to strike at Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin, not one to back down, leapt high as well, shouting, "Earth Ant Serpent Emperor slash." The sky was ablaze with 10 blood-red moonblade slashes, and when the two titanic forces collided, a massive shockwave rippled through the air, washing over the spectators with an overwhelming spiritual wave. However, Dugu Shin's attack obliterated Tang Hao's disorder-splitting wind hammer, and the clear sky hammer shattered into countless pieces. Tang Hao coughed up blood, his body flung to the arena floor, creating a massive crater. His consciousness waned, and darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to his injuries. At the climactic moment of the tournament, the resplendent host's voice boomed through the arena, cutting through the palpable tension. This time, the Haoshan Grand Battle Academy clashed with the formidable Hollow Beast Academy, and emerging victorious as the ultimate champions of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament as the Hollow Beast Academy. Her words were met with an explosion of applause and cheers that reverberated through the stadium. With the battle concluded, the escort teacher from the Haoshan Grand Battle Academy swiftly mobilized to ensure the wounded were promptly transported to the infirmary, ushering them to receive urgent medical care. Dugu Shin felt as though he had been submerged in a long, hazy dream. His head was heavy and groggy as he slowly pried open his eyes. At first, the scene appeared blurred and indistinct, with multiple figures vaguely discernible in the dim light. As Dugu Shin's eyes fluttered open once more, the world before him resolved into sharp focus. A heaviness settled in his head, the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him. "I didn't expect to be this tired," he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse. "I haven't really slept for the past 6 years or so. I didn't realize how much I missed it. Apart from his own team members, he was surprised to find Tang Yuehua and Yu Tianxiang standing by his side, their presence creating a tense atmosphere. Yu Tianxiang was the first to break the silence. Tang Yuehua, it's been a while. I didn't expect you, with all your pride and elegance, to attend the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. Quote. Tang Yuehua's smile was serene as she replied, and what of it, Yu Tianxiang? Do I need your permission to come and watch my brother compete? Besides, I wanted to see what kind of genius could defeat my brother. Dugu Shin can be considered my disciple in music. Is there a problem with that? Yu Tianxiang's expression shifted, and she let out a cold snort. You, HMPF. Then, with a sly smile, she added, so, what brings you here other than ogling at your brother's opponent? Tang Yuehua remained composed. I have my reasons. Can't I come and support my student? It's only fair. And what about you, Yu Tianxiang? Caught off guard, Yu Tianxiang stammered, I just came to check out my competition. The excuse sounded feeble even to her ears, prompting Tang Yuehua to chuckle. Yu Tianxiang, slightly embarrassed, was about to leave but not before adding, you just have a thing for him, old lady. Admit it. With a rush of embarrassment, she hurriedly pushed the door open and made her exit. Tang Yuehua's gaze lingered on Dugu Shin, her expression turning slightly grim. It seems the Hollow Beast's team captain is enjoying good health. Enough time to dabble in extracurricular activities, I see. Take your time recovering. I shall take my leave. With those words, she turned on her heel and left the room. Seeing the two of them bickering, Dugu Shin couldn't help but sigh. Why are women so complicated? He thought, a hint of amusement tugging at his lips. Ma Jun and the others seized the moment to chime in, their playful teasing creating a light-hearted atmosphere. Boss Dugu, you've got it good. Our boss is something else. So envious. Meng Shu, ever the voice of reason, interjected, Tianxiang, be careful now. This isn't something to joke about. Chao Tianxiang shrugged off the banter and made her exit, with Meng Shu scurrying after her. At that moment, teacher Luo Tian entered, pushing open the door with a grin. Spotting Dugu Shin awake, he finally let out a smile. You, kid, not bad at all. You only put in some effort to take down Tang Hao in the end, but once everyone got back to heal their injuries, you just fell asleep standing up. Ha ha ha, but your two little girlfriends were so worried they got you the best medical elixirs from the families to make sure you are alright. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Luo Tian then shooed everyone out of the ward. You lot, give this kid some peace already. Ma Jun and the others left with grins, leaving Dugu Shin alone in the room. Looking into the mirror, Dugu Shin noticed a change in his eyes. They had shifted from their original blue and red to a vibrant jade green, laced with intricate blue and red lines. Poison, he muttered bitterly to himself, it seems that by using spirit ring fusion mending, the toxins and poison increased exponentially, becoming even more deeply rooted, poisoning even my pupils. They have become powerful enough that even my spirit bone can't fully extract them. It seems that my choice of sleeping has caused them to get out of control. He sighed, the weight of the realization settling heavily upon him. However, amidst the uncertainty, a flicker of thought crossed his mind. What if I can kill Ah Yin and obtain her spirit bone? As far as I remember, one of her spirit bone's skills grants extreme regeneration, which might help me. He shook his head, dismissing the idea almost as quickly as it had surfaced. No, I don't know where she is, and searching for her would take too much time. Even if I found her, I don't have the confidence to absorb a 100,000-year-old spirit ring. With another resigned sigh, he decided to bide his time and consider his options more carefully in the future. The long-awaited award ceremony for the competition was finally set to take place the next day, although it had to be delayed due to the critical condition of Tang Hao and his teammates as well as the soul power exhaustion of Dugu Shin's teammates. With the resounding roar of the colored cannon, the members of the Hollow Beast Academy team were all adorned with bandages and plaster, except Dugu Shin and Lin Jinging, making their way to the stage with a determined gait. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as the rewards were to be presented by the esteemed Pope of Spirit Hall in person, as had been the tradition in previous years. Qian Zunji's voice carried a note of satisfaction as he acknowledged the performance of the Hollow Beast Academy team. Despite being from the Heaven Do Empire, Dugu Shin was Spirit Hall's most recent investment in pills, and the rest of the team showed great potential to reach the ranks of Spirit Douluo, and perhaps even titled Douluo with sufficient resources. Observing their interactions, he was confident that they would remain together, which, by default, meant they would support Spirit Hall to some extent. Qian Zunji was thus quite content with the results. A smile tugged at his lips as he declared, "The first place in this Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament goes to the Hollow Beast team from the Hollow Beast Academy. Let's congratulate them." He continued, "The prize for the first place, as stated before, is a 9,000-year-old sacred soul grass, a rare 20,000-year-old spirit bone of a nightmare flame lord. In addition, the champions will receive 30,000 gold soul coins." Ma Jun and Yao Chen's eyes nearly bulged out at the mention of the 30,000 gold soul coins, completely disregarding the 20,000-year-old spirit bone. Dugu Shin, though visibly pleased, maintained his composure and politely thanked the Pope Qian Zunji, who smiled at Dugu Shin and offered, "I have high hopes for you, child, and I can't wait for our cooperation to fully begin once you become the clan head. If you ever find the time, come to the Martial Soul Hall. I'll be happy to offer some guidance." Dugu Shin nodded in acknowledgement. Whether he would take up the offer was a decision he would make in due time, but the groundwork for cooperation between him and Spirit Hall had already been laid, and he had no objections to it. As Tang Hao and Dugu Shin bid each other farewell, Tang Hao handed Dugu Shin a token that belonged to the Clear Sky clan. "Dugu Shin, come to Clear Sky clan when you have the chance. There are people there who want to see you, and I will definitely win next time," he declared with a hint of arrogance before taking his leave. On their way back, Dugu Shin was handed a token from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Escort teacher, with a note bearing the words, "Come find me when you have time, Yu Tianxiang." Invitations from the Heaven Do royal family and the Seven Treasure Glazed sect followed suit. Finally, Dugu Shin and his team set off for their return to the academy, satisfied with the end result. After 3 grueling days and nights, Dugu Shin and his companions, fatigued yet resolute, finally arrived at the imposing gates of the Hollow Beast Academy. The sight stirred a surge of bittersweet memories within them. As they disembarked from the carriage, the junior brothers and sisters gathered at the entrance. Their soul rings blazed beneath their feet, conjuring their beast martial souls with a resonating roar that echoed through the air. It was a powerful chorus, the distinctive voice of the myriad beasts exclusive to the Hollow Beast Academy. A scarlet carpet unfurled before them, and as Dugu Shin and the others advanced, a wave of salutations and cheers followed in their wake. The junior siblings chanted their names with reverence, while others in the crowd joined in, echoing praises for the academy. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Dean Lin Mo's proud gaze settled upon Dugu Shin and his companions. "You have brought honor back to the Hollow Beast Academy," he declared, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "You will be remembered forever by this institution." With a flourish, Lin Mo drew back a crimson cloth, revealing a grand statue that stood as a testament to their triumph. A colossal jade phosphor serpent emperor coiled around the figure, its icy eyes flashing with an otherworldly glint. A dragon staff and a serpent cane were intertwined, flanked by a fiery warhorse and a shadowy black tiger. A resplendent battle flag adorned the center. Dugu Shin and the others gasped in awe. "Dean, this is," began Ma Jun, only to be cut off by the dean's hearty laughter. "Indeed, it is, but you have achieved more than I could have ever imagined. You have graced this academy with your valor and glory." The unending festivities and jubilation marked the beginning of a celebration that would be etched in the annals of the Hollow Beast Academy's history. Dugu Shin felt the tension finally dissipate, giving way to a profound sense of accomplishment. However, after 3 days of revelry, Luo Tian summoned everyone to the training grounds. As they arrived, Ma Jun couldn't help but inquire, "Why do you think old Tian called us here?" Dugu Shin pondered for a moment and then replied casually, "It's probably about our graduation. If I'm not mistaken, the condition for graduating is to reach level 35 before the age of 25. Me, Yao Chen, and Meng Shu have already fulfilled this condition, and the rest of you are also very close to it." "The brat is right," said Luo Tian as he appeared on the training field. "I called you here to conclude the distribution of rewards and discuss your graduation." At his words, everyone became apprehensive. They were elated at the prospect of rewards, but the notion of graduation cast a shadow of melancholy over them. Ma Jun, the ever-outspoken one, spoke first. "So, what are we going to do?" Dugu Shin interjected, "Well, for the rewards, I assume everyone agrees with me when I say that Ma Jun is the most suitable candidate among us to absorb the soul bone of the Nightmare Flame Lord. Upon hearing Dugu Shin's words, everyone concurred with his judgment. Overwhelmed, Ma Jun burst into tears and threw himself at Dugu Shin's feet. "Thank you, boss. Are you sure?" Observing the unanimous agreement, Ma Jun beamed with joy and nodded in acknowledgement. Witnessing their interaction, Luo Tian smiled. These kids have truly become a team. All right, enough with tears of joy. Here, Luo Tian spoke as he retrieved the spirit bone of the Nightmare Flame Lord. Hurry up and absorb it. I'm very curious to see what ability you will gain from it. Ma Jun nodded, taking the spirit bone, the left arm, and assuming a meditative position to begin the absorption of the spirit ring. After a few minutes, he finished the absorption, rising up in elation. Haha, I have broken through level 35. As for the ability, well, let me show you. A fiery aura enveloped Ma Jun, and his height surged to a staggering 5 meters, his body becoming muscular with broad shoulders, black claws, and black lava rock armor cascading down his legs. The temperature of the surrounding area escalated by a few degrees as his flames blazed, before, 15 seconds later, he reverted to his original form, his soul power entirely drained. Meng Shu was the first to inquire, "What in the world was that? Why is your soul power already exhausted?" With slightly labored breath, Ma Jun explained, "It's called the Primal Fire Spirit Transformation. It allows me to temporarily transform into pure energy in the form of flames as long as I have soul power. But as you saw, it's more draining than I expected." Acknowledging Ma Jun's explanation, Luo Tian nodded. "Not bad, although it can't be used in combat at the moment, but it's a powerful trump card that can save your life. As long as the attacks aren't elemental, you will survive any attack below the titled Douluo level. Moreover, as your soul power increases in the future, you'll be able to sustain the transformation for longer periods." Meng Shu then proposed, "As for the 9,000-year-old sacred soul grass, I suggest we give it to Boss Shin. After all, he is the only one who can make the most of it." Agreeing with Meng Shu, everyone turned their attention to Dugu Shin. He couldn't help but smile at his teammates and accepted the sacred soul grass. However, just as he was about to take it, Shao Kai, the no longer tiny snake, flew out from Dugu Shin's wishful 100 treasure purse, attempting to devour the precious plant. Dugu Shin swiftly caught her by the tail, holding her firmly. The snake struggled fiercely to reach the grass but failed, eventually coiling around herself and burying her head inside. Seeing Shao Kai's aggrieved state, Dugu Shin sighed in defeat and gently patted her head, offering her the 9,000-year-old sacred soul grass. Shao Kai devoured it instantly before uncoiling herself and rubbing her head against Dugu Shin's, giving him a few licks with her tongue, and then retreating to sleep inside the wishful 100 treasure purse. Before Shao Kai could sink her fangs into the treasured herb, Dugu Shin acted swiftly, snatching her by the tail and holding her firmly. The snake writhed and struggled, her emerald scales shimmering in the sunlight as she strained to reach the sacred soul grass. Alas, it remained just beyond her grasp, teasingly out of reach. Frustration swirled in her luminous eyes, and she turned her gaze towards Dugu Shin with what could only be described as puppy eyes, an expression that could melt even the hardest heart. Dugu Shin couldn't help but chuckle. "You damn glutton, didn't I tell you to stop devouring my precious herbs? You've nearly consumed every last one of them, and if I hadn't been vigilant, you might have even gobbled up the immortal herbs." As he continued to reprimand her playfully, Shao Kai, now increasingly aggrieved, attempted to hiss back at Dugu Shin. However, to her chagrin, the sounds that escaped her were barely more than a muted hiss. Defeated, she coiled around herself, burying her head in a mixture of shame and resignation. Seeing the comical exchange between Dugu Shin and the snake, everyone couldn't contain their laughter. Dugu Shin relented, offering the 9,000-year-old sacred soul grass to Shao Kai. Her response was instantaneous. She voraciously devoured it, and her entire being seemed to radiate with newfound vitality. Replete in content, she uncoiled herself and wrapped around Dugu Shin, nuzzling her head against his. With gentle licks of her tongue, she conveyed her gratitude before retreating to the wishful 100 treasure purse to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. Witnessing this endearing interaction, everyone burst into laughter, while Ma Jun shed crocodile tears at the sight of the snake devouring the precious grass. So much money wasted. As Ma Jun's crocodile tears flowed, even Dugu Shin couldn't stifle a chuckle. Regaining his composure quickly, he pondered for a moment, determined to utilize the immortal herbs in his wishful 100 treasure purse to aid everyone in their breakthroughs, ensuring they could graduate together. Old man, I think I have a way for all of us to graduate together. I have something that everyone can use to aid their cultivation, Dugu Shin announced. Everyone was taken aback, including Luo Tian, who couldn't help but display his curiosity. Realization dawned on him soon after. Do you perhaps have more immortal herbs? Indeed, Dugu Shin confirmed. Ma Jun, always inquisitive, interjected, what are immortal herbs? I've heard you mention them before, but I never quite grasped the concept. Luo Tian sighed before launching into an explanation. Immortal herbs are rare botanicals categorized as heavenly treasures. They thrive in special places where the essence of heaven and earth condenses. Ordinary plants can't grow in these locations. The growth cycle of these herbs is 10 times faster than normal, making them highly sought after for their potency in concocting poisons, antidotes, and medicinal remedies. However, excessive consumption can lead to irreversible side effects. They are considered the prime ingredients for the finest elixirs, granting unparalleled benefits to spirit masters or those who consume them. Furthermore, for an herb to evolve into a true immortal herb or a plant-type spirit beast, it must endure a trial or lightning calamity. As the group absorbed this information, Dugu Shin interjected, we need a secluded place for the ingestion of these herbs. Let's head to the waterfall. Agreeing, Luo Tian led the group to a serene waterfall nestled behind the mountain, far from prying eyes. Once they arrived, Dugu Shin retrieved 6 unique-looking herbs from his wishful 100 treasure purse. Each herb bore a distinct aura, resonating with the individual spirit of its destined recipient. These are the herbs of chosen for each of you, including you, teacher, Dugu Shin announced, addressing the group. You kid, Luo Tian teased, before watching as Dugu Shin approached Chao Tianxiang first. He handed her a jade box containing an 8-petal immortal orchid. The delicate petals quivered, emanating a pure white glow that instilled a sense of nobility and virtue. The orchid's fragrance permeated the air, invigorating everyone's spirits. This is the 8-petal immortal orchid. It fortifies foundations and expels impurities, with effects lasting until one reaches the 70th rank. Chew it and swallow, then use your soul power to assimilate it, Dugu Shin instructed Chao Tianxiang. Chao Tianxiang nodded gratefully, retreating to a nearby rock to absorb the herb. Dugu Shin then turned to Ma Jun, presenting him with a nourishing and purifying yang medicinal herb. It appeared as a deep red, silky soft immortal herb, seemingly crafted from crimson grass leaves with golden veins. This is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Swallow it without chewing. You must concentrate your spirit power and endure, no matter the pain. Impatience will diminish its effects, Dugu Shin advised Ma Jun. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Ma Jun embraced Dugu Shin's leg before rushing to a corner to begin the absorption process. Next, it was Li Jingling's turn. Dugu Shin handed her an immortal herb with wisteria drapes cascading below the stalk and leaves, crowned with a resplendent golden tulip emitting a majestic aroma. The beautiful silk tulip, breathe in its scent from the stalk. Its antidotal properties are perfect for an auxiliary spirit master. Inhale the stamen, then let the medicinal effects circulate through your limbs, Dugu Shin instructed Li Jingling. Expressing her gratitude with a nod, Li Jingling took her place alongside Chao Tianxiang, beginning her absorption process. Dugu Shin then approached Yao Chen, offering him a white plant topped with a large white flower exuding an icy aura, despite the absence of any fragrance. The flower's stamen twinkled like ice crystals, casting a dark and ominous aura. The Devil's Smile. It enhances your affinity with darkness, potentially awakening a second attribute. It may even trigger a second awakening of your martial soul, Dugu Shin informed Yao Chen, Meng Shu, and Luo Tian, leaving them astonished. Thank you, Boss Dugu. I'll definitely repay this favor in the future, Yao Chen vowed with determination. Dugu Shin then turned to Meng Shu, presenting him with what appeared to be a common white flower, slightly larger than a palm's size. It resembled a tree peony without leaves, connected to a large, pitch-black rock. Faint scarlet flecks adorned the white petals, presenting a striking contrast. This is the yearning heartbroken red, a treasure that chooses its master. It requires absolute devotion to pluck, with the beloved in mind. Only with a sincere, blood-spilled oath can it be acquired, Dugu Shin explained to Meng Shu. Following the instructions, Meng Shu pricked his finger with a needle, allowing a droplet of blood to fall on the flower as he thought of Chao Tianxiang. As expected, the flower separated from its rock. Even at level 40, absorbing it now will increase your physical strength, enabling the absorption of a more mature spirit ring, Dugu Shin added, watching as Meng Shu absorbed the yearning heartbroken red beside Chao Tianxiang. Now, for you, old man, I have something special as well, Dugu Shin stated, reaching into the purse and retrieving a 1-kai-long ginseng. Its blood-red appearance bore a human shape, glistening like crystal and rubies. The ginseng's slender roots resembled the design of a 5-clawed dragon soaring to the heavens. The ginseng king is the most prized among ginseng varieties, possessing potent medicinal effects that can reshape one's body and potentially lead to a breakthrough to the level of titled Douluo, Dugu Shin explained, handing it to Luo Tian. Luo Tian couldn't help but smile at Dugu Shin's gesture. You smelly brat. With a mischievous grin, Dugu Shin replied, isn't having you as my student the greatest treasure? Playfully, Luo Tian swatted Dugu Shin's head, causing him to protest, stop hitting me in the head, didn't I tell you that already? Luo Tian laughed heartily. Don't push your luck, brat. Minutes passed quickly and soon 6 hours passed as the effects of the immortal herbs were absorbed. Near Dugu Shin, who stood near them to make sure there won't be any kind of problems, everyone, including Luo Tian, suffered different degrees of change. Dugu Shin patiently watched as each member of the group absorbed their respective plants, taking in the unique properties of the herbs with a focused intensity. Meanwhile, he meticulously tended to the alchemical flames, tending to the delicate process with a skilled hand. Moments later, a vibrant green pill, about the size of a human eye, materialized before him, emanating a refreshing scent that permeated the entire area. With a sense of relief, he softly murmured to himself, "Phew, finally. I will call you the Spirit Gathering Pill. This should facilitate a breakthrough for anyone below the Spirit Saint rank." Unfortunately, it took more effort than I had anticipated, and now I have depleted my stock of herbs. Gently placing the pill in a jade box, he meticulously documented the intricate process of its refinement, meticulously listing the required ingredients and their proportions. As he meticulously penned down the final steps, a gentle, ethereal aura unexpectedly caught his attention, drawing his focus towards Li Jingling. Intrigued, he approached her, only to be utterly bewildered by the sight that unfolded before him. Jingling's martial soul, the war flag, stood before her, undergoing a profound transformation. The once pristine white flag with a spearhead atop it now glimmered with a radiant golden aura. The golden dragon head embroidered at its center faded away, replaced by the figure of a 6-winged angel in armor, exuding an undeniable aura of holiness. Her martial soul has undergone a second awakening. I remember in the original narrative, the herb I provided had evolved Ning Rongrong's martial soul. I never expected it to have a similar effect on Jingling as well, Dugu Shin murmured, grappling with the implications of this unforeseen development. Simultaneously, in the revered precincts of the Spirit Hall, a handsome man of apparent age between 30 and 40, clothed in a dignified gray robe, knelt before a statue depicting a magnificent 6-winged angel. With an air of serenity, he was one of the rare individuals to have reached the coveted level 99, known as Qian Daoliu. As he knelt in silent reverence, the statue of the angel began to radiate a resplendent golden light, enveloping Qian Daoliu in a luminous embrace that transformed his surroundings into a realm of gilded brilliance. In this ethereal ambiance, a celestial figure akin to the statue materialized before him, evoking a sense of divine grace and majesty. "My lady, what honor do I owe this unexpected visit?" Qian Daoliu spoke with a deep reverence, tinged with a palpable excitement at the divine apparition before him. The presence of his god, even in the form of her consciousness, was a profound and sacred event. "Rise, Qian Daoliu, I bring you good news. A martial soul with a profound affinity to my being has surfaced. I implore you to locate this individual and take her under your wing, preparing her to inherit your mantle when you can no longer shoulder your responsibilities." The celestial voice resonated with a gentle but unwavering authority. "My lady, if I have erred in any way, I humbly beseech your forgiveness and guidance," Qian Daoliu responded with deep humility, his mind racing to comprehend the implications of the divine summons. To be chosen as the instrument of the divine will was both an honor and a weighty responsibility. "Calm yourself, Daoliu, I am not seeking to replace you, but you must understand that even with my power sustaining you, your mortal body will inevitably wane once a suitable successor to my god position emerges, or your time on this plane concludes." The angel god's voice resonated with a blend of compassion and unwavering resolve, soothing the apprehensions that tugged at Qian Daoliu's heart. While her words brought a measure of solace, Qian Daoliu remained perplexed, unable to fully fathom the motivations behind the divine decree. I fail to comprehend. My son is yet in his youth, and his aptitude is not lacking. He is suitable to inherit my mantle when the time comes. You and I both know that he lacks the temperament and purity required to serve as my priest. His heart is tainted by dark thoughts, rendering him unfit for the sacred role that I entrust to you. Therefore, I urge you to seek out this girl and guide her on the path to becoming your disciple. The celestial entity responded with a clarity that brooked no dissent, underscoring the gravity of the charge she had bestowed upon her devoted servant. Very well, my lady. May I inquire, what is the name of this chosen individual? Qian Daoliu inquired, his voice tinged with a sense of solemn duty and resolve. Li Jingling, the celestial voice intoned. I will undertake this task with utmost diligence and devotion, Qian Daoliu pledged, his words infused with a steadfast determination to honor the divine will. Excellent. I anticipate favorable news from you in due time. However, remember that while her martial soul may be aligned with my essence, the final judgment of her character and worthiness shall rest solely with you. The angel god's final decree resounded with a note of reassurance and expectation. As the divine presence receded, returning Qian Daoliu to the familiar surroundings of the hall, he grappled with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, acutely aware of the weight of the divine charge entrusted to him. Why do I feel as though the angel god herself has intervened in this affair? He mused, his mind still reeling from the encounter. Meanwhile, within the area where the group had gathered, Li Jingling slowly opened her eyes, a radiant smile gracing her lips as she beheld the world with newfound clarity. With a surge of excitement, she sprang to her feet, rushing to embrace Dugu Shin in a gesture of heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, she murmured. It was my pleasure. Now, tell me, what changes have taken place within your martial soul? Dugu Shin inquired, his curiosity piqued by the sudden evolution of her martial soul. Well, it is now known as the Holy Angel's War Flag. The most significant alteration is that within the range of my spirit skills, I can now nullify negative energies such as death and malevolent auras. I have also broken through to level 30 inches, Li Jingling recounted, her voice laced with a sense of wonder. Impressive. Take this time to familiarize yourself with your evolved martial soul while we await the others to finish refining their herbs, Dugu Shin advised, his tone imbued with a sense of encouragement and guidance. Li Jingling nodded in acknowledgement, settling into a meditation with her martial soul cradled in her hands, seeking to deepen her understanding of her newly evolved flag. Before long, Meng Shu and Tianxiang roused from their own meditative states, their expressions a blend of astonishment and awe upon learning of Jingling's remarkable martial soul evolution. Soon, Ma Jun also woke up and began to jump around in happiness. Boss Dugu is the best. I have broken through level 40. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in defeat at his behavior until Meng Shu went and punched Ma Jun in the head. Keep quiet, you idiot. Yao Chen and old demon Luo Tian haven't finished absorbing their immortal herbs. Ma Jun held his head and apologized. At this time Luo Tian suddenly appeared behind Meng Shu and squeezed his head with him hand. Who is a demon? Asked Luo Tian with a friendly smile, but to Meng Shu it was the most dreadful experience ever. No one, you must have misheard it, haha. Seeing Meng Shu's panicked expression, Luo Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. He put Meng Shu down, and headed towards Dugu Shin, who was watching their interaction. Thanks, brat, now I am fully healed. Dugu Shin took this chance to annoy the old man even more. Indeed, however, it seems your talent was to low breakthrough title Douluo, sigh, such a shame. Want me to give you another immortal herb top help you? The more he spoke the slyer and more amused his tone became. His tone caused a vein to bulge on Luo Tian's forehead and was ready to teach his annoying disciple some manners. Suddenly, a dense black energy started swirling around Yao Chen's body, as darkness elements spread around the area. Yao Chen's figure was surrounded by dense black energy, his nails became sharp claws, his muscles grew and became more defined, while a king character appears on his head. He opened his eyes, and released a powerful howl, as a black giant leopard, pure black all over, without a speck of other color, appeared behind him. The king mark on his forehead is also black, but a different shade of black from its fur, a black as gloomy as mist. Its red eyes brim with viciousness. Dugu Shin was happily surprised to see that he was right about Yao Chen, and his martial soul managed to evolve. Yao Chen retreated his martial soul possession and returned to everyone, as they congratulated him managing to evolve his martial soul as did Li Jingling. At this time Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh at the talent and luck of these kids. But although he didn't manage to break through titled Duuluo, with his internal and old wounds now healed, he was confident to make successful breakthrough in about 2 to 3 months. Alright kids, originally, I wanted to have you all fight against me without Dugu Shin's support for you all to graduate together, but now I have changed test. Now you must all go to the Stardo Grand Forest and obtain your 4th spirit rings, and for you Jingling your 3rd. Everyone nodded as they expected this. Seeing that nobody had anything to say he added, "Alright, get ready, we leave first thing tomorrow morning." Next morning, everyone was gathered at the front gate of the Hollow Beast Academy, ready to head out to the Stardo Great Forest. With Luo Tian's arrival, everyone entered the carriage rented for their journey. Inside the carriage, on their way to the Stardo Great Forest, the atmosphere was tense, heavy with the weight of Luo Tian's warning. The jostling of the carriage did little to distract from the gravity of his words. "Be on your guard once we arrive, not just against the spirit beasts, but other spirit masters too. I warned Dugu Shin last time, and now I warn all of you. A war between the Star Luo and Heaven Do Empire is on the horizon. Spy spirit masters have already been dispatched. They'll try to eliminate you, the winners of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, at the first chance they get. So, stay vigilant." Understanding the gravity of Luo Tian's words, everyone nodded in unison. For some, like Dugu Shin, Yao Chen, and Ma Jun, the impending war had more immediate consequences. Their families would be obligated to join the fight against the Star Luo Empire. Despite this, Dugu Shin harbored a sense of confidence. With his clan's poisons, they posed a formidable threat to any army. Additionally, his pill-making skills ensured that the Dugu clan would prosper in the coming war. Dugu Shin's mind wandered as he contemplated the possibilities. "I wonder if I can claim the Sunset Forest as our clan's territory. Once I prove myself as the clan leader, I'll need to relocate everyone to the Hall of Souls. The Hollow Beasts Academy will also have to be integrated into the Hall of Souls. The spirit beasts there aren't too powerful, so Shao Kai should ascend to rule the forest swiftly. Well, we'll have to see how it unfolds." Dugu Shin's thoughts were interrupted by the excited Ma Jun, who turned to him with anticipation in his eyes. "Boss Dugu, are you going to help us hunt for our spirit rings this time?" Dugu Shin nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I will. Although I'm confident in your abilities, we are in the Stardo Great Forest, and unexpected challenges may arise at any moment." Luo Tian chimed in as their carriage came to a stop. "Alright, kids, we've arrived. Get ready." As they disembarked from the carriage, a massive gate with numerous guards stood before them. Dugu Shin couldn't help but notice the increased security. There are at least twice as many guards as last time, and there's even a spirit saint. It seems the outbreak of war is imminent. Approaching the gate, the group of 7 encountered the formidable spirit saint guard. He demanded identification. Luo Tian calmly presented the token of the Dean of Hollow Beast Academy, and the guard scrutinized it before granting them passage. "Finally, we're back." Regrettably, the first day of their expedition yielded no suitable spirit beasts. Disheartened, they decided to set up camp in the middle area of the Stardo Forest, home to 1,000-year-old spirit beasts and the occasional 10,000-year-old specimen. As they prepared to rest, they realized they had only one tent. "Alright, kids, you've got this. I'll keep watch tonight," Luo Tian declared. The group decided to segregate by gender, with the girls on one side and the boys on the other. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang opted to sleep next to each other in the middle. But just as they were settling in for the night, Luo Tian's voice pierced the darkness. "Wake up, kiddos, you've got company." Startled, everyone emerged from the tent to find a giant flaming scorpion charging toward them. Dugu Shin swiftly identified the spirit beast. It's a giant earth king, with a cultivation level of 6,000 years. "Ma Jun, it's perfect for your 4th spirit ring." Dugu Shin unleashed his 3rd spirit ring, summoning a venomous serpentine dragon that streamed towards the giant earth king. Despite its futile attempts to defend itself with fire, the poison hit it directly and began to corrode its body, causing it to howl in agony. "Finish it quickly before the poison kills it," Dugu Shin advised. Ma Jun nodded and moved in for the kill. The spirit ring of the giant earth king appeared above its corpse as Ma Jun began absorbing it. Observing Ma Jun's progress, Luo Tian offered, "I'll keep an eye on him. The rest of you, get some rest. By morning, Ma Jun had successfully absorbed his new spirit ring and trained some time with it. As a level 41 spirit ancestor, he squared off against Dugu Shin, who activated his real guard and his first spirit skill, Cursed Shroud. Here I come, Boss Dugu. With a leap into the air, Ma Jun activated his fourth spirit skill, Hellflame Demon Strike. Darkened flames in the shape of a demon's head shot from his feet, aiming directly at Dugu Shin. As the flames engulfed their target, a massive explosion followed. Amidst the detonation, Dugu Shin emerged unscathed, his armor bearing only a few blackened blemishes. Impressed, he commended Ma Jun, well done. The power of this spirit skill rivals that of a spirit king's fifth spirit skill. Hehe, thank you, Boss Dugu, Ma Jun replied with a satisfied grin. Having successfully tested Ma Jun's new spirit skill, the group continued their journey deeper into the Star Do Great Forest. This time, luck favored them as they soon stumbled upon a colossal creature, a giant ape standing at an astonishing height of 4 meters, dwarfing most other beings in its vicinity. Its fur gleamed with a radiant golden red hue, shimmering under the sunlight. The creature boasted 4 powerful arms adorned with bulging muscles and hands equipped with razor-sharp claws. That's a golden red maned 4-handed ape, remarked Ma Jun, his eyes fixed on the magnificent beast. Meng Shu noted, it's nearly 5 meters tall, so it's roughly 4,500 years old. It's the perfect for my 4th spirit ring. Luo Tian voiced his concerns. Are you sure, kid? While you do have a tool spirit, it's also part dragon. It might be wise to find a more suitable spirit beast. Meng Shu, ever the scholar, replied confidently. Don't worry, I came across this in an old book in the Academy's library. Legend has it that a red-maned 4-handed ape king devoured the body of a golden dragon, transforming into the golden red-maned 4-handed ape and infusing its bloodline with dragon essence. This particular one likely has a diluted bloodline, as evidenced by its golden fur without the characteristic dragon horns or scales. The group watched as Luo Tian took the lead, facing the golden red-maned 4-handed ape. He exerted his spirit power, immobilizing the spirit beast with sheer pressure. It stood frozen, not out of fear but due to the oppressive aura unleashed by him. Luo Tian then summoned his martial soul and entered the martial soul possession state, launching a powerful strike at the ape. Surprisingly, the ape's defense proved sturdier than expected, but with a series of relentless strikes enhanced by his dark flames, Luo Tian managed to incapacitate the beast. Despite the ape's efforts to resist, it succumbed to its injuries. As the golden red-maned 4-handed ape lay defeated, Luo Tian signaled to Meng Shu. All right, kid, deliver the finishing blow and absorb its spirit ring. Meng Shu complied, approaching the fallen beast with confidence. He used his living dragon to bite its head, causing a purple spirit ring to emerge above the corpse. Meng Shu assumed a meditative posture and began the process of absorbing the spirit ring. As the group patiently waited for Meng Shu's absorption to conclude, Dugu Shin sensed an unsettling presence in the surroundings. His instincts warned him that they were being watched, and, right on cue, a massive 5-meter-long silver snake with metallic scales and crimson eyes lunged from the nearby bushes toward Meng Shu, its intent clear, to devour him. Initially, the snake had its sights set on the golden red-maned 4-handed ape, but it was thwarted by the group. However, it sensed an opportunity with Meng Shu absorbed in his spirit ring absorption process, making him an easy target. The snake's intention was to strike and escape before anyone could react. The sudden turn of events left everyone, except Dugu Shin and Luo Tian, in shock. Luo Tian readied himself to activate one of his spirit rings should the need arise. But, just as it closed in on its prey, Dugu Shin unleashed his 4th spirit skill, Stopped World, freezing the snake in midair. Dugu Shin advanced toward the suspended snake, ready to make the kill. This appears to be an iron-armored snake, roughly 5 meters, silver scales, it reached 5,000 years. It's ideal for Tianxiang's 4th spirit ring. Dugu Shin summoned the monochrome jade phosphor serpent emperor, and his right hand, coated in its venom, pierced the snake's underbelly and he cancelled his spirit skill. The poison took effect swiftly, causing the snake to writhe in agony as black blood oozed from its armored scales. Dugu Shin called Chao Tianxiang to deal the final blow. Tianxiang, come and finish it off. It's an iron-armored snake, roughly 5,000 years old. Tianxiang, determined to protect her boyfriend, promptly stepped forward with a knife and delivered a precise strike, penetrating the snake's brain and ending its life. She then proceeded to absorb its spirit ring, and began to also absorb her fourth spirit ring. This time, the group was spared from any further unexpected attacks. Both Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang successfully absorbed their respective spirit rings. Ma Jun, always enthusiastic, couldn't contain his curiosity. Meng Shu, Tianxiang, what are your spirit skills? Are they as impressive and powerful as mine? Meng Shu smiled and began to describe his newly acquired abilities. My fourth spirit skill is known as Angry Dragon Onslaught, and it consists of 2 parts. When applied to my staff, it enhances the power of the next 4 strikes by 20%, 50%, 80%, and 125%, respectively. When used on my living dragon, its size increases by 100%, and its physical attributes receive a 100% boost. Luo Tian and Dugu Shin nodded in approval. Useful, they both agreed. Next, Chao Tianxiang shared her spirit skill. My spirit skill is called Snake Effect. Those struck by my serpent cane experience a significant decrease in speed and strength. It disrupts both their blood flow and soul power, rendering them sluggish and vulnerable. This effect is virtually impossible to counter unless their strength utterly suppresses mine. Now, only Chen and Jingling's spirit rings remain, Luo Tian exclaimed, brimming with satisfaction over the children's newfound spirit skills. Their progress had been impressive. Meng Shu, who had consumed the immortal herb at level 40, had witnessed an exponential increase in his soul power, soaring to level 47, just a few steps away from Spirit King. With their current skills, as long as they aren't too overconfident and don't encounter opponents too powerful for them, I'm confident they will survive the impending war, Luo Tian pondered to himself. As the group continued their search for suitable spirit beasts, Dugu Shin's keen eyes finally fell upon a creature that caught his attention, a crocodile-shaped spirit beast. It wasn't particularly massive, measuring around 3 meters in length, but what set it apart were its distinctive features. With a head adorned with 4 eyes and 4 limbs as robust as buckets, the creature's entire body was sheathed in black plate armor. Each armor plate was palm-sized, exuding an air of formidable durability. Jingling, I've found a potential spirit beast for you, an unicorn-armored beast, approximately 3,000 years old. What do you think? Dugu Shin inquired. Jingling responded promptly, it's perfect. Alright, I'll immobilize it. Get ready to kill it, Dugu Shin said. He activated his real guard, his body enveloped in the armor. In a blur of speed, he appeared beside the unsuspecting spirit beast, delivering a powerful punch to its head. The impact sent the beast crashing to the ground, causing the surface to crack slightly. Alright, Jingling, you can come and kill it. Jingling leapt down from the tree branch where she had been perched, approaching the subdued beast with curiosity. She drew her knife and skillfully ended its life. As a purple spirit ring materialized above her, she settled down to absorb it, while the rest of the group stood guard, ensuring her safety during the process. As they waited for Jingling to complete her spirit ring absorption, Dugu Shin turned to Yu Chen. Chen, have you decided on a specific spirit beast for your 4th spirit ring? Chen nodded, determination in his eyes. Yeah, I was thinking about a 2-headed wind spirit wolf. Very well. I know of a pack of wind spirit wolves not too far from here. As long as they haven't ventured beyond their territory, they should still be there. Once Jingling had successfully absorbed her 3rd spirit ring and her soul power had risen to level 36, slightly lower than expected, Luo Tian mused aloud, it could be that most of the energy from the immortal herbs was channeled into evolving her war flag. Ever inquisitive, Ma Jun was the first to inquire about Jingling's 3rd spirit ring. Jingling replied calmly, it's called attribute amplification, strength, speed, and defense amplification by 30%. Increases by 5% for each additional spirit ring. Luo Tian interrupted the conversation, a sense of urgency in his voice. Alright, now let's get Chen's spirit ring and leave. He had mixed feelings about the children's departure, but he had an inkling they might face challenges ahead. The group readied themselves and set off toward the territory of the Wind Wolves. Upon reaching their destination, they quickly spotted the elusive 2-headed wind spirit wolf, a creature with a body measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in height. Its green fur swayed gently in the wind, and it possessed a pair of pale brown eyes. Unlike its counterparts, this wolf had 2 heads. Dugu Shin, to preempt any unwelcome surprises, released a cloud of poison into the surrounding area. The two-headed wind spirit wolf began to sense that something was amiss as the 5 wind spirit wolves accompanying it fell to the ground, emitting white bubbles from their mouths. Before it could react, weakness overcame its limbs, and it collapsed due to the poison's effects. Yao Chen wasted no time and swiftly approached to deliver the finishing blow. As a purple spirit ring manifested above the wolf's head, he took a final look at the fallen wolves around him and sighed, "Sigh, Boss Dugu's poison is as terrifying as ever." In no time, Yao Chen had absorbed his spirit ring, and the newly acquired spirit skill enabled him to conjure half-moon-shaped, dark green, giant sickle slashes and hurl them with precision. "All right, kids, it's time to return to Hollow Beast Academy," Luo Tian announced. After another arduous journey, the 7 of them finally reached the gates of Hollow Beast Academy. Since their initial meeting, the day of parting had inevitably arrived. It was difficult to suppress the wave of reluctance that swept over them. Yet, each one of them understood that if they continued to stay together, their individual growth would be stunted. Dugu Shin fell silent for a moment and then slowly spoke, "I didn't expect the day we would part ways to come so quickly." Yao Chen interjected, "Boss Dugu, we've graduated. We should be happy. Let's all celebrate." Seeing that they were ready to bid their farewells, Luo Tian graciously stepped back and retreated into the academy. The atmosphere lightened, and they all headed to one of the restaurants owned by the 7-tiled glazed pagoda, located near the Hollow Beast Academy, to celebrate and say their temporary goodbyes. Dugu Shin used his personal card to secure a private room on the 5th floor, and merriment filled the air. As the night wore on and the spirits flowed, Dugu Shin swayed slightly and declared with determination, "Everyone, once I become the leader of the Dugu family, as I mentioned when we first met in our first year, I will officially establish a sect. I ask you once again, are you willing to follow me as your sect leader?" Ma Jun and Yao Chen, who had long held faith in Dugu Shin's leadership, enthusiastically slammed the table and rose to their feet, shouting, "We're with you, Boss Dugu, just like we promised in our first year." Meng Shu, with a smile, added, "The moment I lost to you, I decided to follow you." Chao Tianxiang, her cheeks flushed with alcohol, chimed in, "Where old Meng goes, I'll go too." Finally, Li Jingling, who was surprisingly tipsy due to her low tolerance for alcohol, stood up resolutely and declared, "I will follow you, Boss Dugu." Laughter filled the room as they continued to revel into the night. The next morning, Dugu Shin and the others gazed one last time at the entrance of Hollow Beast Academy before reluctantly turning away. Dugu Shin was the first to break the silence, "So, what are your plans?" Ma Jun replied first, "Chen and I will return to our clans for the time being. We received letters this morning instructing us to come home now that we've graduated." Meng Shu chimed in, "I promised Tianxiang I'd take her to see the sea, so that's our plan." Chao Tianxiang, blushing, admitted, "I'll go wherever old Meng goes." Jingling, still uncertain about her future, said, "I'm not sure. I'll visit my family first, but beyond that, I haven't decided." Dugu Shin nodded, "All right." Before parting ways, the 6 of them made a pact to reunite at Hollow Beast Academy in 5 years. With their goodbyes exchanged, Dugu Shin glanced once more at the academy's gate, realizing that teacher Luo Tian was nowhere to be seen. He smiled helplessly, then turned away, bidding a fond farewell to the place that had been his home for nearly 4 years. In a hidden corner of the Hollow Beast Academy, Luo Tian observed Dugu Shin's departure with a hint of nostalgia. Lin Mo spoke with a touch of sympathy, "Teacher Luo Tian, if it's too hard for you, you can always go with him." Teacher Luo Tian scolded lightly, "You know me too well, Lin Mo." Lin Mo chuckled, "Well, I guess I never said anything." With a final longing look, teacher Luo Tian let out a soft farewell before leaving. Dugu Shin embarked on his journey home, and after 5 days and nights of travel, he found himself nearing Nova City, his hometown. The coachman complained about the increasingly challenging life in Nova City, with rising taxes and grain collections. Dugu Shin couldn't help but share in the coachman's concerns. Just then, a figure in black appeared at the roadside. Dugu Shin, using his ability to discern martial souls, identified the newcomer, Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor, level 94. "Dad, what are you doing? People will think you're trying to rob them," Dugu Shin quipped. Dugu Bo sighed, a playful glint in his eye, "I was hoping to catch you by surprise, but I forgot you can see someone's martial soul. You've become cheekier, just like that old man. His personality must have rubbed off on you." He patted Dugu Shin's shoulder with a proud smile. Dugu Bo, his father, approached and patted Dugu Shin's shoulder with a satisfied smile. Not bad, you've grown into a fine young man. You've made remarkable progress over the years. It was indeed the right decision to send you to Hollow Beast Academy, he praised warmly. As the father and son exchanged words, the coachmen hastened their journey toward Nova City. Dugu Bo led Dugu Shin into the city, making their way to the old mansion where they had once resided. Dugu Shin was puzzled and asked, "Why did we have to sneak into Nova City, father?" Dugu Bo explained, "Now that the war between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire has started, the cost of medicine has skyrocketed. Our Dugu family has been away for about a year and a half, and other influential families are ready to swallow us up. I want you to absorb the other families to strengthen our power and lay the foundation for the sect you wish to establish. If you encounter an opponent you can't handle, Old Mo and Old Jia, along with me, will step in to assist. Once we've settled matters here, the Sunset Forest will be ours." Dugu Shin had known from a young age that the world operated on a principle of might makes right. The desire to absorb the Dugu family was a natural one, and their countermove was equally legitimate. He assured his father, "Don't worry, father, I'll take care of it." But, when Dugu Bo mentioned their plan for the Sunset Forest, Dugu Shin was taken aback. "What do you mean by making the Sunset Forest ours? And what about the war?" Dugu Bo chuckled. "A few days ago, I encountered 3 Spirit Douluo from the Star Luo Empire who were attempting to assassinate Prince Shuiyi. I managed to thwart their plans and escorted the prince to the capital, where the emperor rewarded me handsomely. So, I chose the Sunset Forest as our reward. It took some convincing, but even the old monster eventually agreed. As for the war, the Heaven Do Empire has not yet declared war on Star Luo because they are still mobilizing their forces and gathering their strength." Dugu Shin now understood. "I see. This makes things much easier. But I had hoped for more time before the war began. By the way, father, do you know about the War Horse family and the Ghost Leopard family?" Dugu Bo replied, "Yes, they are relatively small families, not overly strong but not entirely weak either." "Why do you ask?" Dugu Shin shared, "My friends from the academy, Ma Jun and Yao Chen, belong to those families. With their talents, I'm confident they will become the future patriarchs. More importantly, they've agreed to join my sect." Dugu Bo smiled and patted Dugu Shin's shoulder with pride. "That's excellent. But it will take some time for them to ascend to leadership positions in their families." Dugu Shin then took a mid-sized box from his storage ring and handed it to his father. Dugu Bo opened it and discovered a manual labeled, Aura Flame Method, and 4 pills, 1 jade-colored, 1 dirty green, 1 red, and 1 water blue. Dugu Shin explained enthusiastically, "The Aura Flame Method is a spiritual technique I developed to aid in the refinement of elixirs and pills. As for the pills, I created them myself. They're called the Spirit Gathering Pill, the Body Mending Pill, the Bone Strengthening Pill, and the Water Cleansing Pill." Impressed by his son's ingenuity, Dugu Bo chuckled, "Ha ha ha, with these, our family's reputation and position will skyrocket, laying the groundwork for the sect you wish to establish." Dugu Shin downplayed his achievement. "It wasn't all that impressive, father. Except for the water cleansing pill and the aura flame method, there was a lot of trial and error. Without Elder Guan from the Spirit Hall, I'm not sure I could have created some of these pills." Dugu Bo's expression turned serious at the mention of the Spirit Hall. He asked, "What kind of assistance did they provide?" Dugu Shin shared, "It was more of a mutual arrangement. Elder Guan provided me with a copy of his book on spirit and immortal herbs, and in return, once the pills hit the market, they can purchase them at 60% of the retail price." "I see. It's a smaller profit, but we won't incur any losses, even if the price drops slightly. If your decision allows the Dugu family to produce more of these pills and even create new ones, then it was the right call," Dugu Bo confirmed. He then retrieved a token from his storage belt. Painted on the token was a jade phosphor serpent emperor, and he handed it to Dugu Shin, instructing, "Exoner, this token can mobilize the power of the Dugu family in the medicine shop under our name. I trust you to handle everything swiftly and efficiently." Dugu Shin nodded resolutely, "Yes, father." Dugu Shin, using the token's authority, had summoned all the retainers of the prestigious Dugu family overnight to convene in the grandeur of the ancestral hall. Positioned high on the patriarch's seat, he exuded an air of supremacy. 4 seasoned men sat among the attendees, one in a deep crimson robe leading the rest who were draped in white, purple, and green robes respectively. The green-robed old man looked at Dugu Shin sitting in the position of patriarch, and loudly reprimanded, "Who dares to sit in the position of patriarch?" Dugu Shin glanced at it faintly, and then the soul power burst out, and an aura that belonged to the Soul King appeared, and the monochrome phosphor serpent emperor also appeared behind him and let out a faint roar towards the four old men. The jade phosphor serpent emperor belongs to the top poisonous martial souls, and has a natural restraint for most poisonous martial souls, and Dugu Shin's mutated, adding an even greater suppression, and as Dugu Shin's aura erupts, it instantly suppresses the audience. Dugu Shin's icy snake pupils looked towards the green-robed old man, and then the green-robed old man subconsciously entered the battle state, forcing the martial soul out, and a shadow demon spider appeared behind him, and the 6 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black shone under his feet. The green-robed old man was stared at by Dugu Shin, feeling like a great enemy, as if he was stared at by a poisonous snake hidden in the shadows, and he shuddered. He couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. How is this possible? He is just a soul king, how can his breath be so powerful? And it is actually just a simple glance that actually makes me feel a sense of crisis. The head old man frowned slightly, and then carefully looked at Dugu Shin's appearance, and his eyes couldn't help but become a little kind. Then he quickly hid the love in his eyes and said coldly, "Zhu Laoxi, this should be our young patriarch, don't be rude." Zhu Laoxi, in response, let out a cold snort, retracting his martial soul. He spoke with a frosty tone, "Young patriarch, I don't oppose your ascension, but with Patriarch Dugu Bo absent for a year and a half in pursuit of his 9th spirit ring, external forces are stirring. The Golden Eagle family, the Wind Dao family, and the City Lord's mansion are eyeing the Dugu family. Relying solely on the token won't deter their encroachment. I propose that the 4 clan elders, alongside the young patriarch, strategize to stall these adversaries until the patriarch's return." Rising from his seat, Dugu Shin advanced steadily towards Zhu Laoxi. His monochrome phosphor serpent emperor raised its head in tandem, its icy eyes fixed upon Zhu Laoxi. Dugu Shin's soul power surged, propelling him into a state of martial soul possession. His cold, serpentine gaze expanded as his domain encompassed the surroundings, suppressing all life and draining its vitality, leaving everything drained of color. Fixated on Zhu Laoxi, he uttered in a frosty tone, "The Dugu family has never entertained notions of shared governance. It has always stood united with one voice, even if it means facing annihilation." Under this overwhelming force, Zhu Laoxi instinctively took a step back, stunned by the effects of Dugu Shin's domain, even as a soul emperor. Anger and frustration flushed his face crimson as he contemplated raising his hand, only to be restrained by the elder in red, who shot him a scolding glare. "Zhu Laoxi, what are you thinking?" the elder reprimanded sternly. Under the piercing gaze of the red-clad elder, Zhu Laoxi had no choice but to suppress his animosity. Grudgingly, he muttered, "I apologize, young patriarch. I was momentarily misguided." Surveying the room, Dugu Shin addressed the clan elders, his voice cool and composed, "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on my temporary position as patriarch?" The elder in red smiled faintly, bowing respectfully to Dugu Shin. "I, Hillis, will heed the young patriarch's command," he declared. The white-clad elder followed suit, coldly affirming, "I, Xianxia, will abide by the young patriarch's orders." The purple-clad elder offered a brief nod, stating calmly, "I, Shileng, will follow the young patriarch's lead." Finally, Zhu Laoxi, sensing the current, reluctantly offered his obedience, "I, Zhu Laoxi, will comply with the young patriarch's wishes." Despite his outward compliance, Zhu Laoxi couldn't conceal the malice lurking behind his eyes, which did not escape the keen perception of Dugu Shin, honed by his beast intent. With a meaningful glance directed at Zhu Laoxi, Dugu Shin pondered, "No wonder the Dugu family is facing gradual erosion. Internal troubles seem to rival those from the external world." Dugu Shin surveyed the dire state of affairs within the Dugu clan, realizing that the situation was even more dire than he had initially anticipated. As the turmoil on the borders of the Heaven Do Empire continued to escalate, the price of medicinal resources soared, and the Dugu family's supply convoys were repeatedly ambushed. Each attack targeted the precious medicine, leaving devastation in their wake. Observing the ineffectual response from the Dugu clan, he sensed the impending suppression of the Dugu family's Novus City pharmacy. Despite efforts to establish a new medicinal materials supply line, attempts were short-lived, swiftly discovered and demolished by rival families. The original medicinal suppliers were gradually absorbed by the remaining three dominant forces, the Golden Eagle family, the Wind Dao family, and the City Lord's mansion. It became evident that the Dugu family had entered a weakened state not witnessed in a millennium. Dugu Shin's grandfather, who had led the Dugu family's rapid rise to dominance under the banner of a titled Douluo, had nearly achieved the feat of controlling Novus City if he had tried harder. The family's business flourished under his command, surprising many. However, his fight with the elder from Spirit Hall led to his own poison taking his life. This skirmish dealt a heavy blow to the other three families, prompting Dugu Bo, Dugu Shin's father, to assume the role of patriarch at the age of 31. Initially, Dugu Bo's strength was just sufficient to hold the family's ground, but he voluntarily ceded certain territories to the other factions, allowing them to vie for supremacy. This strategy steered the Dugu family through a perilous period and provided Dugu Bo with the time to strengthen himself. Eventually, Dugu Bo's resurgence to the Soul Saint stage restored a delicate equilibrium among the four major forces in Novus. With Dugu Bo's increasing strength and promotion to titled Douluo, the other families in the city became restless, trying to gain as many benefits in Dugu Bo's absence. The Dugu family's prominence escalated, and yet, recent encounters proved that the family was unable to mount effective resistance. The other three forces could no longer restrain themselves. With his exceptional group combat abilities, none dared to provoke the Dugu family. Now, with Dugu Bo's sudden disappearance and Dugu Shin, aged only 16 years, having reached the level of Soul King and emerging victorious in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, it was apparent that the other three major families would never allow Dugu Shin the chance to develop. Dugu Shin surmised that within 1 or 2 months, the Golden Eagle family and the Wind Dao family would launch a full-fledged assault on the Dugu family. The City Lord's mansion, on the other hand, was likely to remain aloof, potentially worsening the situation. HMPH, damn profiteers. If it were my father who returned, they would have cowered and begged for forgiveness. But it is what it is. For now, I should see how to deal with the Golden Eagle family and the Wind Dao family. The City Lord's mansion is useless now that we will move to the Sunset Forest, so I guess I should permanently deal with them to avoid any further trouble. As the patriarch, Dugu Shin grappled with the realization that the family lacked a robust Spirit Douluo-level powerhouse to help him suppress the other families. Meanwhile, the other three major families boasted each level 79 Spirit Saints, and the City Lord's mansion even had a level 81 Spirit Douluo, leaving Dugu Shin uncertain of how to defend the family's legacy. I don't have much that I can work with. Ideally, I can help Hillis break through and reach level 80 Spirit Douluo. As for the rest of the elders, I need to keep an eye on Lao Shi. As for the other two, I will see their stance in the next few days and will go from there. As he contemplated these weighty matters, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Boy, with internal and external troubles, it seems you have a serious headache, remarked Great Elder Hillis, as he strolled into the room. He settled down beside Dugu Shin and continued in a cold tone, your father is not here, and you shouldn't have returned. You should find a secure place to focus on your cultivation until you possess the strength to return and restore the Dugu family. Dugu Shin responded resolutely, I will not abandon my family. Not when I still have the will to fulfill my dream. His words were cut short as Hillis rudely interjected, his tone laced with anger. You foolish boy, you are still young, you should not sink with an old, sinking ship like us. Hillis continued, with your exceptional talent, achieving the realm of the Spirit King at such a young age, even obtaining the title Douluo like your father is within your reach. Now that you've returned to the clan, the Golden Eagle family, the Wind Dao family, and the City Lord's mansion will stop at nothing to take your life. The City Lord's mansion even invited a titled Douluo to come, even if your father were to return now, it would be useless. Hillis' words caused Dugu Shin's mind to race. A titled Douluo, this makes things much more complicated than I thought. I need to know the origin of the titled Douluo. If they are from Spirit Hall, I can use the elder token of the Chrysanthemum Douluo to get him to stay out. But if that's not the case, I can only hope that Father, Elder Lightning Lord, and Spirit Bone will intervene. Dugu Shin stood up, determination blazing in his eyes as he declared, if I lack the courage to stand by my family, if I simply run away, even with a title, I am nothing but a coward. As the heir of the Dugu family, I have never shied away from a fight, let alone death. Besides, I have a method to deal with the titled Douluo once the time comes. Hillis, seemingly exasperated, retorted, "You obstinate boy. Why can't you understand that a prudent man knows when to yield? And what methods could you have to deal with a freaking titled Douluo? We don't even have someone at the spirit Douluo level." However, upon witnessing Dugu Shin's resolute gaze, a memory surfaced, and Hillis softened. A faint smile crossed his lips as he remarked, "You are so much like your mother, just as stubborn, just as strong." Perplexed, Dugu Shin inquired, "Mother? Father never really spoke too much about her." Hillis fell silent for a moment, then, a burst of soul power illuminated the room. 7 rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black materialized under Hillis's feet, resonating with his poison flame tiger martial soul, a mutated martial soul, similar to Dugu Shin's mother. Hillis's eyes glinted with fury as he spoke with an edge, "If it weren't for Dugu Bo, how would my precious sister have perished? If that scoundrel hadn't disappeared, I would never have emerged from seclusion." A pause ensued, followed by a moment of solemn reflection. Hillis then recounted, "Since your mother's passing, I haven't visited you much. I cannot forgive Dugu Bo, nor can I forgive your mother for what she did before she left our father. If only I had stopped them from falling in love, or your mother hadn't." His voice trailed off as he grappled with the weight of his memories. After a pause, his demeanor softened, and he regarded Dugu Shin with affection. "You and your mother are indeed so similar, both strong and unwavering." Extending his hand, Hillis gently caressed Dugu Shin's cheek, his eyes brimming with tenderness. However, before Dugu Shin could refute him and ask questions, at that moment, commotion erupted outside the Dugu compound. A group of shadowy figures emerged.